What's up, everybody? You have found us. Welcome to The Sweat Comes Your Way, Eastern Time, 11 to noon, Monday through Friday, more often than not. I am Adam Kaufman, happy to be with you. And of course, we got a lot to cover going on over the course of the next hour as you find us on YouTube, Twitch, wherever you are seeing us. Feel free to interact in the chat as well. We thank you for that. But let's waste no time. Jump into a little bit of baseball talk. MLB price check, and we got to welcome in our standard crew. We got Nick Fryer, Matt Meiselman, a couple of DraftKings contributors, Eric Halterman from RotoWire. Guys, good to see all of you. Let's, I guess, skip the pleasantries from there and dive right in. We need pitchers 8K or above. Nick, you got a solid, dozen to choose from. Who do you like best?
There are a lot of guys, and I know Lance McCullers is going to be very appealing, but I'm not going to go and give you guys the number one high-priced pitcher tonight, as much as there's a lot of upside against the Mariners. I'm actually looking at Sandy Alcantara at 8.5K going up against the Orioles, and I know his swinging strike rate has dipped a bit this month, and of course, you think the strikeouts have dipped with that as well, and they have. But he's going up against an Orioles lineup that has a very high swinging strike rate. I mean, the swinging strike rate against right-handed pitchers this season and K rate against right-handed pitchers. They actually have one of the worst plate appearances per strikeout rates against right-handed pitchers this month. They're in the top 10 in that category. So I think that we're going to see a little bump in the right direction for him, where that's kind of where strikeouts have slowed down a little bit of late.
However, single-digit fantasy points, 3 out of his last 4 starts. That part not as good, maybe a bounce back tonight. What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, my favorite guy in this category is Kenta Maeda at 8,200 against the Tigers, who are actually a better offense than I thought, but they're still 18th by WRC+. Definitely not a unit we have to be at all scared of, even if they're not quite a true bottom-tier team. But Maeda is an interesting one. I think he probably is the guy, more or less, that he was through 2019. He had a 3.87 ERA and a 26.4% strikeout rate in his first, I think that's 4 years in the league. He had more or less the best 11-start stretch of his life last year, a 2.70 ERA. That strikeout rate shot up north of 32%, which got everybody excited. And then he promptly turned around and had maybe one of the worst 12-start stretches of his career to start this year, with his ERA shooting up to 5.56 and his strikeout rate dropping by more than 11 points. But thus far in July, in 4 starts, 2.35 ERA, a strikeout rate of 36%. So he's looking a lot like he did last year. I don't expect that for him to stick around, but he's been, a solidly above average starter for most of his career. And I think that's all he needs to be to justify this 8,200 price. And if he stays the same guy he's been for the rest of July, I think he's $1,000 or $2,000 too cheap.
Yeah, and typically a threat for 17, 18 fantasy points. So hopefully we can get 2x value on that. Matt, what do you think?
So I talked yesterday about how the slate was an unusual one, at least for me, where I liked the expensive pitchers and didn't really like the cheap ones very much. Today, it's back to normal. I think the cheaper pitchers are better, so I'm not that excited to play the high-priced guys. But I actually do think Kenta Maeda is the best call here. And I kind of feel like he should just be the most expensive pitcher for this slate because the matchup is just so good. And like Eric said, he's been much better lately. So I have a lot of confidence in Maeda. My concern really is just that I think he'll be the most popular player on this entire slate. So for that reason, I'm just not really that into it because I think there is downside for him. But for cash games, for sure, I think he's an easy call. For GPPs, I probably just want to play cheaper guys. But if I have to pick an expensive one, I think Maeda is the best guy to go with.
I'm just relieved nobody went with Garrett Richards. It's been a rough road recently, obviously, for him, especially against Toronto. All right, let's go hitters, 5K and above, and we'll go right back to you, Matt. What do you think?
So the theme for me normally is that I want really good hitters that are maybe just a bit overpriced where their ownership stays down. And I think Soto could be in that category. I think Ohtani could be there, although he may sit after pitching in last night's game. But the guy that I'm most interested in playing is Fernando Tatis. It's just there are shortstops that cost less than him that I think will be a lot more popular. So you have Trey Turner's a little bit cheaper, and Xander Bogaerts, even though they're going against Robbie Ray in Boston, the Red Sox did really well against Ray last time. So I think Bogaerts could be popular too. It's really just that Tatis is a great player. He plays a premium position at shortstop, which it's hard to get a lot of offense from. He's the favorite for NL MVP, and I think he could be 3% owned for tournaments or something like that for the slate tonight. So it's just anytime you can get a player of this caliber, I mean, I don't have to go through the stats of just how good Tatis is as an offensive player. He's incredible. He's one of the best players in the league. And if you get him as a contrarian option, that's a rare occurrence. James Kaprielian is fine. He's probably average-ish, but I think Tatis can definitely do really well. It's not like this is a hard matchup. And at low ownership, yeah, I think he may end up being my favorite guy to pay up for on the slate.
Got to pay up to do it, obviously. Third most expensive hitter on the slate. Nick, how about you?
Well, I like Bryce Harper coming into this, but he's up on that 6K range. I think he's at 6.1K tonight. He's going up against a guy that he's hit 4 home runs against in his career. But I'm actually going to stick with Nelson Cruz tonight at 5.7K as my top hitter over 5K. And this is a guy, of course, who we've seen in this range a lot. He's a popular play for all of us on this show. But I think this price is a little bit higher than I've seen from him for most of the season. He's going up against Jordan Montgomery tonight, who actually hasn't seen yet in his career. Montgomery has had a solid month, but I like Cruz too much against left-handed pitching. I think everybody knows how good he is. I mean, this season he's got a 10-10 OPS against lefties, 6 home runs, 7 doubles. And the other thing is he hasn't had a shot at left-handed pitching for the Rays yet. And I know he's already got a couple home runs, like 14 plate appearances for the Rays since he got there. So kind of a little bit of an intangible thrown in there, but his first shot at left-handed pitching, and like this is one of the big reasons why the Rays would want to have him on their roster. So I expect him to have a big night against Montgomery.
Cruz homered 2 out of his last 3, so welcome to Tampa. What do you say, Eric?
Yeah, I'm looking to get some Marlins in against Spencer Watkins at Camden Yards, one of the more hitter-friendly parks in the league. Spencer Watkins, a 28-year-old rookie who has an ERA of 165, but that's in 4 appearances. His FIP is north of 4. His xFIP's north of 5. He doesn't strike guys out. He doesn't avoid walks, and he really doesn't keep the ball on the ground at 26.8% ground ball rate. Unfortunately, there aren't a lot of elite Marlins, but I do like Starling Marte at 5,300. Not a huge power bat, although he does have some pop, and in a place like Camden Yards against a pitcher who can't keep the ball on the ground, he could certainly clear the fence. He's a great contact hitter still, outperforming his expected stats by a decent amount, but his speed means that that's something that we think probably could keep happening. He really is, I think, the best base stealer in the league this year. He has 21 steals, which is 4 back of Whit Merrifield, but he's played in 35 fewer games. If he played the same number of games as Merrifield and kept that same pace up, he'd actually be leading the entire league by 8 steals. He's also swinging a very hot bat lately, 6 multi-hit games in his last 9, hitting .459 with 4 steals over that stretch. I think this is an ideal time to roster Starling Marte.
23 points last time out against the Padres. Pretty good. Nick, all right, we need a value bet.
So I'm going to go with Dylan Carlson tonight at 2.9K. For me, this is too good to pass up, and I don't need to know much more than the fact that in his 3 of his last 7 games, he's gotten 18-plus DK fantasy points. In his last 4 games, he has 2 home runs and 2 doubles. He's going up against a guy in Cal Quantrill tonight that I know he's done well in his last 2 starts, but I'm not very high on him. So at 2.9K, Carlson is too cheap for me to just at least not take a flyer on.
Yeah, 18 points, 26 in the rear view as well. Some good, solid games, obviously. Eric, value bad for you.
Yeah, I like Austin Riley at 3,700 against some pitcher from the Mets. We don't actually know who at the moment. It's Anthony Banda is listed as the expected starter, but he just threw 2 innings last night. Might just be a bullpen day. It seems like all their real starters are locked in the next few days. So Austin Riley against, full game worth of relievers seems like a good bet to me. He's been particularly hot over his last 4 games, 8 for 17 with a pair of homers. But really all season, he's becoming the guy that he's supposed to be. Hadn't really done much before this year. Just an 87 WRC plus is not what you want from a guy who's supposed to be a corner slugger, offense only kind of guy. But he's just 24 this year, so the fact that it took him a bit of time to figure things out shouldn't worry us too much. He struck out a ton as a rookie. He actually slashed that strikeout rate by nearly 13 percentage points last season, and he's kept it low this year while also walking more than he ever has before. He's not necessarily an elite power bat yet, but he's a pretty good one, slugging .490, which is more or less or exactly at his expected slugging percentage. And I think that's more than enough to justify a price south of $4,000.
Yeah, and you won't get too many third basemen at that price point with a 7.5 point average as well. What do you say, Matt?
My pick is basically the whole Cincinnati Reds team. If I have to pick a guy, it's Jesse Winker. He's their best hitter right now with Nick Castellanos out. But this seems like a spot where we could actually get low ownership for a team that's significantly underpriced because this is a 15-game slate. There's a lot of value bats to have. Eloy Jimenez is still in the 2000s. He just came back off the IL. There's the Marlins. There's the Red Sox Blue Jays game. I think there's just a lot of spots that people will gravitate towards, and the Reds will be an afterthought. Also because the Cubs on the opposite side of the game should be one of the more popular teams tonight. The Reds are a decent sized underdog, but they're just so underpriced. And I think Adbert Alzolay is fine. And part of the problem with the Reds is just they've been bad. And Eugenio Suarez in particular, I almost picked him as like the guy to single out, but he has a WRC plus in the 60s this year, and it's in the 30s with men on base. It's insane how bad he's been, but his track record throughout his career has just been so much better that at a certain point, you probably expect him to just start hitting. That's why I'm going with Winker, though, because I'm not that confident in it. But I just think everyone on the Reds will be pretty low owned, and they're all cheap, so you can fit them pretty easily as a stack. So that's my spot.
DFS is fun, but you know what? So is the DK Sportsbook, Nick. I know you've been combing. You've been looking through all the odds available for baseball tonight. Give me your favorite MLB bet.
Well, the Astros left me frustrated last night, but I'm still going to go back to their series against the Mariners. I mentioned Lance McCullers before, and I'm going to go with the over on his strikeout prop. It's set at 6.5. The Mariners have the highest K rate against right-handed pitching all season. Last night, you look at what they did against Garcia. As much as they got, was it 5 or 6 runs off of him? He still got 9 strikeouts over 4 2/3 innings. And McCullers' swinging strike rate is a tick above his season average, which has been solid 11.6 for the season. So I feel confident that he's going to get at least 7 punch-outs tonight against the Mariners.
Matt, you have a favorite?
Yeah, I'm going to have to hold my nose for this one because the bet that I'm looking at is the strikeout prop on Matt Moore, which is at 3.5. Matt Moore is bad. Like, there's absolutely no question about that. But even in his last start where he gave up a grand slam in the 3rd inning, he gave up 6 runs for the game, he still went 96 pitches and made it through 6 innings. And for a while there, the Phillies were just using him as kind of like an opener and maybe just a depth guy to pitch a few innings. But now his leash is actually a lot longer. So at 3.5 strikeouts, like, as long as he doesn't get knocked out of the game early, he should have a good shot to hit the over there. Yeah, he definitely can get knocked out of the game early, but kind of like I mentioned with Mike Minor yesterday, the Nationals offense that he's facing, it's similar to the White Sox offense where you have elite hitters at the top and then just a lot of bad hitters at the bottom. So there is opportunity for strikeouts. He obviously gets to face a pitcher, but I think 4, 5, 6 strikeouts, if he stays in the game long enough, he can do it. And I think that he's a lot more likely to stay in the game now than he had been, over the last few weeks.
Eric, take this segment home.
Yeah, I'm looking at Giants at plus 105 over the Dodgers. I liked it a little bit more. I think last night it was plus 115, but I still like it here. We actually just had this exact same pitching matchup, Julio Urias versus Logan Webb, last Wednesday, with the Giants winning that one. And I think both of these pitchers are trending in opposite directions. Julio Urias, you may not be able to tell from his ERA. He had a 3.95 ERA through the end of June and a 2.45 ERA in July. But if you look at some of the ERA estimators, like XFIP, for example, he's nearly a run and a half worse in July because his strikeout rate has cratered 28.4% through the end of June, just 19.4% thus far in July. And I think we should see Urias fading down the stretch. He's thrown 119 innings this year, blows past his 78 between the regular season and playoffs last season. It's nearly his career high of 127.2 innings that he set 5 years ago. So workload concerns have always been the story with him, and I think they're about to get quite real. Logan Webb, on the other hand, didn't really do much before this year, 5.36 ERA in 94 innings, but he's down at 3.45 or 3.54 this season with the ERA estimators even below that. He's an elite ground ball guy among pitchers who've thrown at least 60 innings. He's 60.6% ground ball rate, trails only Framber Valdez, and he combines that with a strikeout rate that's a bit above league average too. And so given that the Giants offense has basically been as good as the Dodgers all year this year, and with Webb pitching better and Urias pitching worse, I actually think the Giants should be slight favorites.
Well, good news, bad news, guys. You can decide which one it is. After about 15 minutes, you're all done for the show. We thank you for joining us, obviously. Eric, Matt, Nick. We'll catch you again next time. Always fun talking baseball. We're going to take a break here on The Sweat. When we come back, how about Olympic golf? It's on the way, folks. Reed and Moose, they're going to join us. baseball crew, though we had a lot of fun, obviously. Let's get into Olympic golf because it's on the way, and we turn to our DK contributors here, Reed T. Fowler, Jeff Ulrich. Fellas, good to see you, obviously. And let's start with, as we know, there's no John Rahm, there's no Bryson DeChambeau. Both these guys, unfortunately, had to withdraw as a result of positive COVID tests. So you can look at, DFS here for this Olympic golf tournament. And you can look at the top three salaries between the American, Colin Morikawa. You got Justin Thomas, Sandra Schauffele. We talked about Morikawa and Thomas on yesterday's show. But Chaser Fade Xander at 10-7. What do you think, Moose?
I mean, I think these top three guys are all priced appropriately. If you're asking me, I mean, I think that, Colin Morikawa obviously deserves to be 11-2, but I think Xander deserves to be the third highest priced player in this field. I mean, he's outperformed Rory McIlroy, even though Rory does have a win. Xander coming in with 5 top 5 finishes over his last 18 events. This is a player whose approach game has really improved over his last couple starts as well. He's dipped with the putter a bit, but we've seen Xander be a very consistent putter on the PGA. Bent grass being his best surface for the most part, and I think that's going to help him at these games. And I just think that when you look at Xander's record in these limited field events, you have to like what you see. Wins at the WGC, wins at the Tournament of Champions, wins at the Tour Championship, all against similar type of fields. I'll take him over Rory. I think it's exactly the right price, and I think it's a good price to take a shot on him too if you're going to fade the top two guys.
$10,700, Reed. Chaser Fade Xander.
Yeah, and it's predicated on what you're doing, like Jeff was talking about with the other guys, especially in GPPs, because I think that's what we're all wanting to talk about, right, is winning the GPP. And Xander is usually a cash game, standout. Like he's just so consistent. You rarely see him foible and falter out of what, these bigger tournaments that do have a cut, right? And now when you have a no cut event, Xander is one of those guys that just does so well. Like, what is it? Like all of his wins, Jeff, are like on no-cut events, essentially.
3 of the 4, yeah.
Yeah. Tournament of Champions, third championship. So we know, right? He has the Justin Thomas air about him where he can shoot a 62 very easily, kind of like how what JT did on Saturday at the Players, where he shot a 64, 8 under. That's clearly in Xander's back pocket, very easily accessible. Not so much at Rory these days, but we'll get to him in a little bit. But yeah, Xander properly priced feels right, as opposed to in other majors where you're like, Xander is the third highest guy on the boards, or third lowest guy on the board, and he's behind like the Brysons and the Brookses of the world.
I know Reed's been doing this a while because that right there is a professional tease. Let's stay north of 10K, go to the guy from Northern Ireland, and that is Rory McIlroy, who is $10,300. Chaser Fade, Reed, he makes a run in Tokyo.
Jeff and I talked about this yesterday, where the stats are lining up, where he's playing better, his ball striking is better. But what's this guy's motivation? He said there's nothing really to look forward to. This might have been like his over championship hangover. It might have been a couple of things. Maybe he's tired. Maybe he just wants to stay home. I said he wasn't that patriotic. So with all those things considered, which is a stark difference from guys like Joaquin Niemann, guys like Cam Smith, who are extremely prideful, and Colin Morikawa, who's so excited to be representing the USA and the Olympics, Rory's on the exact opposite. So I'd rather play him over Hideki, but both of those guys, Hideki and Rory, I just don't have much confidence. I'd rather eat the chalk in those top 3 guys and leave these 2 guys for everyone else to kind of play around with.
I mean, Moose, can't he be motivated by just that fancy, cool gold medal?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, there can be some motivation for Rory, but I'm of the exact same opinion as Reed here. I'd probably rather play him than Hideki. Rory's approach game has been really consistent coming into this event, which is really the only thing that intrigues me about him. But you look at what he's done, especially compared to those top 3 Americans, outside of even the Wells Fargo, he barely closed it out over, Abraham Answer. So it wasn't exactly the most inspiring win ever. And now, like in that field, you didn't have guys like Justin Thomas, Xander Schauffele to deal with, guys who just always come to play, especially in these limited field events, WGCs. We just haven't seen Rory be able to close these out. He's still over 10K here. You've got guys like Hovland, Casey under 10K. I just feel like Rory's actually a little bit overpriced here. And if you're going to pay up for 10-3, you might as well get up to Xander or Justin Thomas at 10-7 or 10-9. So I'm kind of out on Rory. Maybe I'll play him over Hideki, but that's like the only kind of take I have for him.
Guys, there's sports, there's life. Often they intersect, but when they intersect like this, it makes for a big, big story. We take a look here at Sungjae Im, Siwoo Kim. These two guys, a different kind of pressure on the line here, obviously, going into this tournament. If either of these guys should medal, that will make them exempt from mandatory military service in their native South Korea. Obviously, I mean, that is significant here, Jeff. So let's go right back to you. Chase or fade either of these guys?
No, I mean, this is a huge story. I mean, I think that even if you're just like a casual viewer or you're just, a casual golf player, PGA DFS golf player on DraftKings, that this is something you're going to want to watch the Olympic golf event for. Both these guys have a ton on the line. And I think both of them have very good shots this week. Siwoo Kim is a player who has typically dominated on like, easier setups. His win at the Wyndham comes to mind, his win at the American Express. He got to like 20 under par in both those events. He's been played a little bit, up and down, but that's just Siwoo Kim. I think he's very good value at 7,800. I think he's going to be popular. I am more interested in Sungjae Im here. He's 9K. I don't think he's going to be as popular because of the price, but he has started to show some consistency with his irons, gain strokes on approach in each of his last 4 starts. So I like Sungjae for those big tournament. Again, we're talking about GPPs. We want to win all the money, like Reed said. I like Sungjae for more of a tournament play here. I think he's not going to be that highly owned because of the price. And I think that, he might be the one that's peaking at the right time for this. Again, a ton on the line. Do you want to take these guys to win? Probably not, because I feel like if they're in contention for a medal, they're really going to be protecting that placing rather than going for the win because it's so much on the line. But I really do like both these guys. And I think Sungjae, again, is the tournament pick you want to look at.
Reed, what do you think? Chase or fade?
Yeah, my heart says to chase Siwoo. My head says to chase Sungjae, just because of what it means to the game of golf. Sungjae is probably outside of KJ Choi, a guy who can do what Hideki did for Japan for South Korea. Like that's how good he is. That's what his upside can be. Siwoo is just great, right? Because we usually get him at like triple number odds at like plus 10,000. And he comes out and he wins. That's his upside as well. What this means for these guys is massive, right? They forewent the Open Championship to play here and to prepare here. That's how important it is. And we see careers, Sung Yul No and some of these other guys, Sang Moon Bae, who have gone over and done their 2 years of service and have come back and have not been the same golfers that they were when they were on the PGA Tour before. So this is huge. This doesn't just mean that they're going to stop for 2 years and then they're going to resume where they were 2 years from 2 years after their service. They have no idea. We have no idea what that's going to mean, the implications that it has on their games when they're doing that. So I'd probably chase Sungjae, even though he's in between. He's sandwiched between 2 guys that I really want to play in Joaquin Neiman and Cam Smith. And Siwoo, he's probably going to get a ton of the roster percentage and sentiment because of his price tag.
And hot take here, I think one of these guys will medal. That's my hot take for the tournament. I think one of these two picks up a medal here. And
I want both, man. Just bang, bang. Just stay in the PGA Tour, guys.
Well, like you guys said, it'd be fascinating to watch, obviously. We'll let you go, Moose. You can come back a little later, talk hockey. Reed, you can talk football. And I look forward to spending a little more time with both of you, obviously, here during this hour. I know. I did I sell it? Did it sound like I meant it? All right, we're going to step aside here. When we come back, I had the chance this week to sit down with Baylor guard, former Baylor guard, future NBA projected lottery pick, in fact, potential top 10 pick, Davin Mitchell. We had a little fun talking about, sport mode versus casual mode, a segment presented by our friends at Crocs. You will see it in a moment. You'll know it's not live because my shirt is different. Davey, on this segment, it's sponsored by Crocs, and I don't know if you've seen the meme out there for Crocs sport mode versus casual mode. Have you seen this? So I'm gonna put you into a bunch of situations. You need to tell me if you handle these situations in casual mode or sport mode, okay?
All right, guys.
Playing video games. You're playing Call of Duty, Fortnite, whatever it is. You know, is that casual mode or is it sport mode?
Ooh, that's a good one. I'm going sport mode because I'm always standing up. I'm kind of a guy where if something's going wrong, I'm standing up, I'm running around. So I'm saying sport mode now.
Well, you're doing some karaoke. Okay, I know you like music. Future, you got Drake, whatever you want to listen to out there. You're performing in front of the people. Casual mode or sport mode?
Oh, sport mode. I can't be casual because what if they come off and everybody looking out? I gotta go sport mode. I gotta be locked in.
Yeah, you're out walking the dog. Casual mode or sport mode?
Sport for sure. Just because you might got a cat or something they run after, they might get off the leash. You gotta be active the whole time. I'm going with sport on that.
You're going to the beach, going to have fun. Sport mode, casual mode.
Oh. I'm casual. I gotta take those off.
Yeah, be ready to kick them off the second you hit the sand.
Yeah. It's go time. Yeah, sure.
You're watching an NBA game. Which way you going?
Ooh. I'm going sport. Just because I'm into the game, especially last the NBA Finals. It was like I was into the game, standing up. It was like a crazy game. I'm going with sport on that one.
Now, what if you're sitting and you're waiting to get selected in the NBA draft? Casual mode or sport mode?
Woo! It's a good one. I'm gonna go sport just because I don't know. Cause I'm just go sport on that one. Just because you'll be nervous.
You're getting ready to run up on stage.
Yeah. I'm gonna go sport on that one.
Well, from a future NBA player in Davin Mitchell to a bunch of guys who have or will play in the NBA, or maybe some who won't, let's talk a little Olympic basketball. We got a showdown on the way. The United States against Iran. Kenny Ducey, Nick Whalen, both joining me here. Adam Kaufman with you. We're about halfway home on this show. And guys, well, the U.S., quite frankly, it was unfortunate last time out against France, losing down the line, tough second half collapse, but now 40-point favorites against Iran coming off that loss to the Czech Republic. Nick, let's start with you. Looking at the showdown, who are you going to captain?
Man, this is really tough. I think KD is worth a shot. I think he's still the highest floor player that Team USA has to offer, even in a game that could very easily get out of hand, as early as maybe the first or second quarter. Iran, against Czech Republic in its first game, was able to make that final score fairly respectable with a huge fourth quarter, but Iran was down 20, 30 plus for a lot of that second half. And it would not be a surprise if this one goes in line with the spread. So when you're picking a captain and really when you're selecting the rest of your roster in this showdown contest, you kind of have to be grasping at straws to some degree. You're projecting, okay, what happens if Team USA is up 35 in the third quarter? Does KD sit the rest of the way? Do we see more Jeremy Grant? Do we see Team USA pull back on Drew Holiday, who, came in hot from the NBA Finals, played a ton of minutes on Sunday morning's game? You kind of have to do your own projections, essentially, on what you think is going to happen with this roster in a blowout scenario. But at the end of the day, I think KD is still the safest option. But I also like Bam Adebayo, who you can captain at just under $10,000 in this DraftKings showdown. And if you go with Bam, you could virtually build any roster you want around him, given how the salaries play out. And you do have to include one Iranian player. That's going to be somewhat of a crapshoot, but you can pretty much pick and choose whichever USA guys you want if you do go with Bam at the captain spot.
Yeah, Kenny, I guess that kind of becomes the question. If you want the safe pick versus differentiation, who are you captaining?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and request I never do any more segments with Nick because he always steals my thunder with these. Yeah, I am captaining Bam Adebayo at 9.9K. He's a great option here. He's coming off a 34 fantasy point game. And what we learn about international play every time we see it is that the big men just continue to get more and more dominant with the different rules that FIBA has. I think we saw it against France that there's a serious problem here with the U.S. and size. We'll talk about in a second that Iran has a pretty good big man. They're going to want good post defense out there. Adebayo and Drew Holiday are two guys I really like in this showdown because they're the two best defenders on the United States. And I do think that it's going to be important to have them out there. And then I think that also, obviously, we've seen the fact that they can score the basketball and be good offensive players, stuff the stat sheet. I think Bam Adebayo is a lock for a double-double here. And I think that ultimately he's definitely my favorite play for what Nick mentioned. You could put him there and then you can get Kevin Durant. I want Kevin Durant and Damian Lillard in there. I want no part in fading those guys when you consider the fact that they could just, have 50 fantasy point nights each. So Adebayo is the best way to construct your lineup, in my opinion, in the captain spot.
Well, you've both mentioned Durant and Holiday and Bam, so maybe you want all those guys in your lineup. I don't know, but it becomes more challenging, obviously, Kenny, when you're looking at Team Iran. Which way do you go? Because Nick said could be kind of a crapshoot. How do you go about researching a guy from Iran that you want on that squad?
Yeah, I think it begins and ends with Hamed Haddadi. I know that he's the most expensive player at $8,800, but he's worth every penny. He's 7'2". He's very experienced at 36 years old. He looks like you'd find him at a pickup gym. He's just this old man who just continues to get rebounds and buckets down low. But what I mentioned earlier about the big men, I think rings true. I think that you see some shooting variance here with Iran. I don't think they're going to, some of these guards are not going to hit the same level of shots that they did against the Czech Republic, against some legitimately good defenders and Chris Middleton and, Damian Lillard, guys that are athletic, can hang with guys. I don't see the guards really having a big role in this game, but I do think Haddadi is going to be a guy that is going to be out there. He put up 39 fantasy points against the Czech Republic in just 29 minutes. I think he'll get plenty of rebounds with some size issues with the United States. And I do think that ultimately the offense runs through him. He's the best player on the floor for Iran, no question about it. And he plays on the Sichuan Blue Whales in the CBA. He's definitely the most accomplished player on this team. I'm going to go with him.
Nick, which way you going?
Yeah, I was up all night, researching the backstories on all these Iranian players. I don't think I went as deep as Kenny did. I did not research their CBA teams. But Haddadi's the easy call. I think especially if you're a more casual basketball fan and you really don't have the time to dig into what a lot of these guys are doing, with their international club teams. Like Kenny said, he had a 15-10 double-double with 4 assists, 2 steals, and a block against the Czech Republic earlier this week. It's a name that NBA fans should be familiar with. Played 5 seasons in the league, most prominently with the Memphis Grizzlies. My one concern about Haddadi, though, is potential for foul trouble. Keep in mind that it's 5 fouls and you're out in FIBA. And, I think Team USA, has been kind of victimized in some ways. At least maybe they would say that in terms of how these games have been refereed relative to what they're used to. I think at some point they need to kind of turn the tables and try to use that to their advantage. So I would not be surprised if they tried to attack Haddadi early in this game, get him 3 fouls in the first half, force Iran to kind of be careful with him. So that's kind of the downside with Haddadi. The other player that if you kind of look at the box score from that Czech Republic game, that's really what most fans have to work off of here. Yak Chilita-Cordy, 23 points, 4 assists in game 1, took a ton of shots in that game, had the highest usage rate of any player on the team. So if you don't have time to go super deep on that research, that's another direction I would lean for Team Iran.
I wish we had time to keep going with this segment, but unfortunately, fellas, we got to cut it short. We got some breaking NHL news. We'll get to it on the other side with our hockey crew. Nick, Kenny, thank you very much. The Sweat rolls on after this. We're back here on the Sweat, and let's get into some of that hockey talk. Moose, Jeff Ulrich rejoins us, DraftKings contributor. We got a couple of our friends here from RotoWire, AJ Scholes and Paul Bruno. And guys, we got some breaking hockey news before we get to the stuff we had planned to talk about, and that is the seemingly ageless goaltender Marc-Andre Fleury has been traded to the Chicago Blackhawks. Moose, we're going to start with you. This is a guy who has won 3 Stanley Cups, a Vezina winner, coming off a really, really good year, even at age 36. What are your expectations? What do you make of this move?
I don't really know what to make of this move. I don't know what the Chicago Blackhawks are doing. Why do they need Marc-Andre Fleury? You know, they had a breakout season from Kevin Lankinen, and they have another young goalie, Malcolm Subban. Are they this close to the Stanley Cup that they need Marc-Andre Fleury? It feels like they're maybe doing Vegas a favor or something. From a fantasy perspective, you should expect Marc-Andre Fleury to see a lot of shots. The Blackhawks give up a lot of shots. I think it makes him very interesting for DFS. He's coming off like a huge season, like you mentioned, and now he's in a fantasy-friendly role. So weird move. We'll learn more about it as the day goes on. But for fantasy purposes, yeah, Marc-Andre Fleury could be big time for daily fantasy next year.
AJ, I mean, this is just happening, obviously, so it's going to take some time for the DK Sportsbook and elsewhere to reflect everything. But does a move like this, Jeff said, obviously good for fantasy, but is it going to change odds significantly in terms of making them a Cup favorite?
I absolutely think it should. I mean, I don't know about Cup favorite odds, but it should certainly improve them. They just brought in the best goalie in hockey. I mean, if I had known, I'd have put my Fleury jersey on before we even started, guys. So yeah, I mean, I'm obviously a huge Marc-Andre Fleury fan. I think it's a huge upgrade in the Nets. Obviously, they're taking on that contract. It gives them a little bit of time to give Lankinen, he went through a lot of growing pains last year, and this gives him some time to develop him and not just throw him to the wolves like they did last year. And I think actually it's a great move for Chicago. I think they're close enough. They're getting Jonathan Toews back. They still have Patrick Kane. They added Seth Jones, which is an upgrade from Duncan Keith. So I think this is a team that should have upward mobility in terms of the sports book there. Now, again, Cup contender, maybe not quite, but Vezina Trophy winner, best goalie in hockey, 3-time Stanley Cup champion on the books. You got to be in the mix, right?
Paul, as we're accustomed to around here, you laughed at your coworker. So what are your thoughts on this move?
I can't wait to see how long it takes him to get his new sweater now. But in all seriousness, that was the big hole in Chicago for the last couple of years. I like what they've done to bolster themselves offensively and along the blue line. So it just makes sense that they try to address the situation in goal, which it was a weakness despite Lankinen's kind of breakout performance as a rookie. They now have a veteran to complement him, and really he should be all ears, keep his mouth closed and listen to all the tricks of the trade that Fleury will pass down. That might be his most important value going forward this season. So a great move by the Hawks, I think.
Guys, we got news coming in fast and furious, too. Looks like the Sharks are going to be buying out Martin Jones. I don't think that's a great shock, but obviously it is news nonetheless. Braden Holtby is going to be bought out by the Canucks. So we're going to have goaltenders moving around this offseason. It's clearly underway. But let's go back to, AJ, something you brought up, and that is, of course, Seth Jones, another guy that is on his way to Chicago. He's there now, here for the Blackhawks, and Duncan Keith gone. So from a fantasy perspective, what do you make of the Jones move?
Well, I think it's a slight uptick in his fantasy value here. You know, with Columbus, he was essentially splitting that quarterback spot with the power play unit with Zach Werenski. Here in Chicago, it'll be all him on that number one power play unit. Again, I mentioned some of the names of the guys he'll play with. And I think it's a good, like I said, uptick in fantasy value for him. It's obviously a team that thinks they can be competitive, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him get back over the 40-point mark, maybe even push for the 50-point mark, which he's hit once in his career.
Paul, what do you think? Is there more fantasy value now for Jones?
Significantly more. They signed him to an extension, 8 years and $76 million, translating to an annual cap hit of $9.5 million. Alex, that should tell you all you need to know about how he's expected to become a cornerstone of this defense and maybe even a key part of their leadership. He's just turned 27 before the season starts, and he'll immediately become the power play quarterback, a 25-minute a night player, and easily capable of topping the 40-point mark for years on end. I would say a very solid physical and defensive player as well. A great addition, and instantly will become a fan favorite in Chicago. And I think he's going to be an all-star for years in that setup.
Jeff, anything to add there?
I agree with Paul. I think this is a pretty big uptick for Seth Jones's fantasy value. I mean, this is the 11th ranked power play from last season. That's without Jonathan Taves on the team and the Blackhawks. And he's moving on from the Blue Jackets, who had one of the worst power plays, and he was splitting time. The Blackhawks really don't have any other power play quarterback there. Obviously, they traded Boyquist to get Seth Jones as well. I think Seth Jones, you're going to see him return to that 40 to 50 point ratio. I think he's going to play a lot of minutes, regardless of what I think of the Blackhawks as a team. They're clearly making moves. They should be healthier next year. Yeah, Seth Jones is a guy, definitely you should expect an uptick in fantasy production.
Let's keep going with this. And, fittingly enough, obviously, the producers do a good job and we can link everything together question by question. Let's talk more about Columbus. Paul, we'll go back to you. A trade, obviously, Cam Atkinson and Jakub Voracek were swapped. So who's the winner in this deal?
You know what? They profile both very similarly, though Voracek is significantly larger in terms of body size. That's the biggest difference between these two guys. I think they're both very capable scorers, both very capable of being part of the leadership crews for their new teams. But I think Voracek's going to benefit a little bit more from a defined role in the top 6 over in Columbus, because he was moved all the way up and down the lineup for the last couple of years in Philadelphia. And I think he's going to see a more prominent role, maybe even a first-line role with his new club. And I think that's going to be better for him. He's a very capable scorer, one of the better playmaking wingers as well. And I think that's going to be the difference between the two players. I think this guy is going to thrive more than Atkinson will in the Philadelphia setup. I don't think you can guarantee him a first line role because he's going to be behind Travis Konechny on that right side.
Moose, what do you say?
Yeah, from a depth chart perspective, Atkinson takes a little bit of a blow. I still like Atkinson more, especially as a fantasy player. He's a way higher volume shot producer, which again, I like the move for Philly. I mean, they're saving money on an average salary, and I personally think they're getting the better player. Atkinson also will pick up shorthanded minutes and stuff like that. Voracek does a lot of the same things, like Paul said. It just feels like his production has gone down. He's been moved around the lineup, but part of that has been he really just hasn't been that productive, whereas Atkinson really has been carrying a bad offense at times for Columbus. So I would still say I like Atkinson more from a fantasy perspective. I'm just not sold that Voracek's going to do much at Columbus. Columbus obviously just doing a bit of a fire sale here, and I'm not sure what they're going to look like. So I don't know if I want any part of anyone on Columbus next year. I do like Atkinson, though. I think he'll be part of the top 6 for Philly.
Who's the winner here, AJ?
Well, I think the real winner is me now that I can draft Voracek. He's no longer on my no flyers prohibited list here. So that's the real winner here. No, but in all seriousness, I do think Voracek is the probably individual winner in my opinion, because he'll for sure be on that top line, possibly with Patrick Laine, number 1 power play as well, and can just feed pucks over to Laine. Meanwhile, Atkinson will have to anchor his own line, likely still a top 6, like Jeff said, but he'll have to anchor his own line, and he'll be playing with the surgically rebuilt Kevin Hayes. So there's obviously some concerns as to what sort of level of play we'll get out of Kevin Hayes right out the gate.
Looks like the other end of that Fleury deal is going to be Michael Hakkarainen, who is a center 2018 draft pick, hasn't played in the NHL yet, 5th rounder. So just to clue people in on what, once the trade call is made, this is going to look like. Guys, let's move on to just in general. And there have been so many moves, obviously. And AJ, we'll go right back to you. Do you have a favorite that you've had so far this offseason?
I mean, I like everything. I know it's kind of a punt here, but I like everything that Seattle has done. I think they brought in a really good group of guys. It's maybe not as flashy as some of the moves that we saw Vegas pull off, and Seattle was working with a bit more of a handicap when you consider the fact that everybody felt like they got burned by these side deals, these, trade consideration deals from Vegas, and weren't willing to do so. So I really think Seattle made a good work with what they had available. I like the opportunity for Chris Driedger to be a number 1 guy in this league. I think they've got a solid netminder in him. And it sounds like they're getting pretty close to bringing in Jaden Schwartz, which would be a good upgrade for them as well.
Jeff, what do you think? Favorite move?
I mean, I love what the Kraken did on defense and in net as well. I agree there. My favorite move, though, is going to be another goalie, Alex Nedeljkovic, to the Detroit Red Wings. Again, this is a player who kind of carried things for the Carolina Hurricanes at point last year. He's a young goalie, and now he goes to the Red Wings, to an insanely young team. And I think it's perfect move for Detroit. You get a young goalie for relatively cheap. Now you can grow with the team. I think for fantasy purposes too, I love this because he should see a ton of shots on goal. And like Marc-Andre Fleury, probably going to be a very good fantasy option. So I like the Nedeljkovic move by the Red Wings.
Paul, what stood out to you?
I've got a couple of favorites in the recent flurry of trades, guys. My favorite move, though, is that Florida adding Sam Reinhart, a 25-goal scorer in Buffalo last year in that mess. He'll move to Alex Barkov's right wing and should easily top the 45-point total from last season and could even threaten his career high of 65 points set 3 seasons ago. But I'd be remiss if I didn't get a shot across AJ's bow without mentioning the Flyers moves to bolster their blue line with the addition of a pair of veteran blue liners. First, they add 30-year-old Ryan Ellis, and AJ knows how much I like this guy for years. He's a very productive and quality two-way player who will log tons of ice time and be a key power play role for them. They also add Rasmus Ristolainen, 27 years old. This guy's a giant, 6'4", 225, and also has great offensive skills, though is a bit suspect defensively. He'll be insulated in that way in his new surroundings. I think that'll lend an uptick to his profile as well. He's been a rumored trade chip for Buffalo for a long time, but should be more comfortable next season. And he's playing for a new contract, guys. He's on a $5.4 million cap hit, and he'll have every incentive to play to his top levels to maintain that level of living for him and his family.
I tell you, fellas, all those hockey names the last 10 minutes, just chef's kiss, and yet, we said around 17 different ways last segment. All right, thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. Catch you guys again later this week. I'm sure we're going to step aside. Football on the way. We got a lot to cover, including Aaron Rodgers' triumphant return to Green Bay. Who saw that coming? Sweats next. All right, we've only got 5-6 minutes left in the program, but a lot of football to get to. Aaron Rodgers, he's back. He's at camp. He's a Packer. Who would have guessed? Julian Edlow, Garion Thorne, Reed T. Fowler joined us here. And Garion, let's start with you, my friend. Now that this saga appears to be over, even though the ink isn't quite dry, Packers, Aaron Rodgers, this is the inevitable. And so what does this do for his fantasy, for sportsbook odds on the DK Sportsbook? What do you make of the whole thing?
I mean, congratulations to anyone who took a Packers future the past 2 weeks. Look, I don't want to say this was the expected outcome, but I don't think anyone actually thought he was retiring, right? I mean, this is someone who just won the MVP. This is someone who led football in touchdown rate, in adjusted net yards per attempt last season. This is a Packers team that was first in DVOA or offensive DVOA last season under Matt LaFleur. Like, it just seemed like everything was kind of starting to come together. I don't really think this changes my opinion of the Packers in terms of them being a legitimate Super Bowl contender. I don't really trust this team late in the playoffs. However, I will say right now they are minus 130 to win their division. And that to me seems like a pretty good bet. I just don't really know who the second best team in the NFC North is. I mean, I guess there's a chance it's the Vikings, but there's still a huge Kirk Cousins factor there. You've got the Bears still kind of figuring out who their quarterback is going to be this year. Do they waste 6 weeks with Andy Dalton behind center? I don't know. It's a possibility. But if you go by last season's advanced metrics, the Packers were so clearly far and away the best team in that division. Minus 130 doesn't seem all that steep a price to pay. So I guess that's where I'm looking now that we know Rodgers is going to be playing in 2021.
Jules, what kind of year are we going to see from the reigning MVP?
Well, he's the reigning MVP, and he's getting up there in age, and he, has been quite petty this offseason with the Green Bay Packers. I don't think everything is – well, first of all, how ridiculous is it that swinging odds that we see for literally nothing happened. Like Aaron Rodgers was the quarterback of the Packers. He's still the quarterback of the Packers. All he did is show up after people that aren't even reliable sources said that he might retire, and the odds go all over the place and now swing back. I think Green Bay is fairly priced to win the division, but like I think there's going to be some regression here. Now the other part of it is the Lions stink. I have them under 5 wins. They're not doing anything. The Bears have a lot to figure out. They could be in the mix, and the Vikings are a huge wild card. Like they have pieces. Garion talked about it, but can they really compete with the Packers? I don't really know. So I think the Packers are still a fine bet based on who's available in the division. But at the same time, you know, I feel like things might not, like if you hit one bump in the road here with how Rodgers has been this offseason, things can go backwards very quickly. Like this is being called the last dance. Well, guess what? You didn't win 6 championships and come back. You've been coming up short every year. So don't compare yourself to Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen. Like I need to see it to believe it. I'm thinking the Packers are going to hit a bump somewhere in the road and things aren't going to be as smooth as we think.
Reed Rodgers has said his future is a beautiful mystery. It looks like we might have a conclusion, but Davante Adams, he's expected to be back. What's his year going to look like with Rodgers?
We're talking about Randall Cobb too, Cobb. Don't forget about the Cobb guy. All of this was a big ploy. It was a long con to get Cobb back in. Yeah, Julian is getting a little bit angry about the last dance, and he's getting caught up. It's true, getting caught up in all the minutia of this, and it's true, right? It's all minutia. I do love his hair. I love the sunglasses. I love the vibe. After coming back from Hawaii, that's what happens to you, Koff, is that you get a little bit more relaxed, and that's what Aaron Rodgers is doing. Look. Gary mentioned something that I think is poignant. His touchdown rate last year was over 9%. That's going to regress. That's going to come down. And from a fantasy standpoint, I still got him at like QB 9. He's still taught like single digit, like QB 9 or 10. But the guy's not mobile. He's wanted to play into his 40s, but he's just not a mobile quarterback. And those touchdowns, I do think, come down. Davante Adams is now, in my opinion, if everything is signed, a clear-cut number 1 wide receiver, you take over Tyreek Hill. I don't think there's a huge amount of regression just because of who is Aaron Rodgers going to throw to try to have a last dance type of season. It ain't Robert Tonyan. It's going to be Davante Adams. So I love Adams, Aaron Jones too. I think their ADP start to increase, but I'd still wait and try and get a good price at Aaron Rodgers in season long.
I thought when you go on vacation with the tellers, that's what you come back looking like.
No, the glasses were great, though. Do you see those things that he's sporting right now?
I just
fantastic.
Kind of want the Dunder Mifflin shirt, actually.
That's true. Yeah, Kevin Shirley. Yeah.
Give me the Kevin shirt. All right. Thanks to Reed, to Jules, and to Garion. And thank you for watching The Sweat. Good news is we're not going anywhere. We got a half dozen Madden simulations coming your way beginning at noon Eastern time. It's about 5 minutes from now. They are every 2 hours, of course, 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. A lot of great stuff coming your way. First one, Jason Rossi and Zach Thompson will have you. That is the Falcons and Packers, Aaron Rodgers Packers, coming up, like I said, in 5-6 minutes. Get your lineups in the DraftKings lobby, DK SimFam Friends League lobby, wherever you are, and I will have you for Sims at 2 and 4, including with Kenny Ducey. That's right, me and Tweak coming up 2 o'clock Eastern time for the Madden Matinee. I'm Adam Kaufman. We'll see you next time.
Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, or whatever you consider yourself, humans of Earth, and maybe people in galaxies far, far away. I'm Jason Rossi, my tag team partner for this opening of 6 Madden simulated football games on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Whether you're watching on YouTube, you're watching on Game Center, over on the Twitch. What up, homies? We're excited to be here with you. ZT, you're my guy. What's going on, dude?
Yeah, kicking it off today with a great matchup between the Packers and the Falcons. If only there was some Packer news to talk about as we get rolling here. It should be a great sim. Quite honestly, two of the better offenses to watch at times. Like, they can be inconsistent, but normally they're pretty high-scoring offenses, lots of passing, lots of vertical passing, which is fun to watch. And usually, I hate to jinx this here, but usually plenty of fantasy points, right? Like, as we look at teams that were like, don't know if we're going to get many fantasy points here. We would not say that about these guys. These guys are players that we want fantasy points from, and usually they deliver. We can talk about that. We can talk about some of the new ratings. There's all kinds of things we can get into as we get rolling here. But first, who do you have in your lineup?
Yeah, this is going to be a 3-3 game. Thanks for the curse. I went with, as we're going to see Green Bay start with the ball, Julio and the captain, Gurley, Ridley, Koo. Those are my Falcons. I went Rodgers. Right, it's Cuckoo. Rodgers and Funches for the Packers, because this is one you can't fit all the best players in a lineup. I tried. So what did you do? How did you manage your finances? To get us back to start
hit there. Yeah. Right up the middle, starting with the sack, because I said the offense will happen, so it won't. I thought the same thing, right? Like, you can't fit in all the good players. So I actually ended up, though, as I switched my lineup around, kind of moved pieces, I ended up with everybody I wanted. So it worked out well. Right. And an extra $1,000 left over under my salary cap. So it's kind of a weird lineup that way. I normally don't leave money on the table as we see Rodgers overthrow. All you have to do is pass on the quarterbacks, and then things work out fine. I have Devontae Adams in my captain spot. Then I have the 2 running backs, Aaron Jones, Todd Gurley, Funchess, because loads of fun, MVS, and Russell Gage. So I got both slot guys, Adams, both running backs, and Funchess. So kind of a Packers-heavy lean, which I get. That was broken up. The Falcons defense looked good on that one. 3 and out for Mr. Rodgers and his neighborhood.
Yeah. As ZT kind of alluded to, the roadmap ahead for this sim, we'll probably start with the aforementioned Aaron Rodgers, but we'll talk there. We got interior linemen, the top 10. We have pass rushers, the top 10, with 2 sets of brothers in there. We'll get into all that maybe second half. But before we get to Rodgers, you know what's odd? You mentioned these 2 teams, the offensive output that we're more likely going to see is Gurley's fighting for every inch there of like a 2-yard return. And we see you all, by the way. Smash that thumbs up. Let's hit that century mark, baby. Started off strong. You guys did it yesterday. Let's do it again here today. River Rat, I see you over there on Twitch. As Gurley's going to get that first catch of the day for Atlanta. But when I see these 2 teams in Lambeau Field, I have a flashback to what I believe was the year 2003. It was a 2002 season, or maybe it was 2003, when Michael Vick was the very first quarterback and team, the Atlanta Falcons, to win a game in Lambeau Field in the playoffs, which was insane stat for a very long time when you really think about it, ZT.
Right. It was definitely no one can ever go to Lambeau and win. There's been 872 playoff games in Lambeau Field, and the Packers have never lost. All right, so it wasn't that many, but it was a lot. And we heard that stat over and over and over, and you knew some year somebody was going to go in there and break it up, and it was Vic and the Falcons who then, I think that was the end for them. I think they lost in the next round.
They won the next game because they went to the NFC title game against the Eagles. Or maybe that was the bye. No, they might have won the week prior. You might be right. They might have won the week prior, and the Favre-led Packers might have had the secondary bye. But anyways, that's history with these 2 teams. Long time ago. Vic and Favre feels like a yesteryear, getting all nostalgic. But let's get to modern day this morning, arriving in training camp, not on a bicycle.
Doesn't get more modern.
No, not on a bicycle like we used to see with Green Bay. I don't know if that's just due to the restrictions with things, but they used to always arrive on bicycles.
Yeah, well, that's because of where Lambeau Field is. There's no parking.
Yeah, but like Aaron Rodgers just strolling in with his like Bret Hart-esque looking sunglasses, arriving. I don't know.
Those were pretty cool.
They were. Listen, the guy looks fly. If you're not a fan and you don't already,
the man bun needs to go. I'm not a man bun fan.
No, you're not feeling it. Yeah. Well, listen, you know what this is.
The shades were nice. I like the shades. I like the shirt.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. You know, I joked. I tweeted saying he's wearing a Bill Belichick shirt. And a lot of people like, you're an idiot. I can tell that's an office shirt. And I was just like, I love, sometimes I don't like being that guy on Twitter, but today was kind of fun. Yes, it was a office shirt with the NBA Jam style with Kevin from The Office and his chili. Very funny shirt. Aaron Rodgers showing that personality, but he does arrive. There isn't 100. I was trying to find the 100% confirmation, but I think today he will make whatever signings he needs to sign, or his agent did whatever. But everything is alluded to, ZT, is that they're lopping off the final 2 years. They're lopping off any trade talks. He will be a Packer for the final year this year. It looks like there's no confirmation on that, but basically it's a 1-year deal. They're going to give him a little pay boost. He arrived today. He's practicing, I believe, now. So is Devontae Adams. So
right. They're restructuring it. They're taking out, like you said, the last few years, and we're not sure exactly all the details because, as you said, he hasn't officially, haven't released anything as far as all of those details. But the agreement that basically he's got one more run, and then they're going to move on, and he's going to move on.
So I'll ask you this: we talked a lot yesterday about this situation, but everything was like really breaking between the noon and the 2 that I did yesterday.
Yeah.
With Koff and then Tara Lynn, we broke it down from their perspectives. I've given a lot of my thoughts, and I'll rehash a little. But when you hear this 1-year deal, we saw the Instagram gate of him and Devontae with their like last dance Pippen Jordan photo.
Yep.
What is your perspective here, ZT? What do you feel the Packers like? Are they going to be? Are all the 80-man roster now? What a punt coverage there! Give it up.
If they cover punts like that, they will be very hard to. No.
But like, what are your thoughts this year? You think all the players are going to be all in on this being like, let's go for it this year, or do you think there's going to be some divide in that locker room? Like, hey, like some of these guys they signed, or David Bakhtiari, who signed a long-term deal to be a Packer for what would be the remainder of his career. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely the potential for some locker room division, right? That being said, who in the NFC North is coming for him? Because I really don't see any team. And we had done this every time we've talked about, the NFC North and the Packers in general, as we see Todd Gurley getting off the goal line there with the 10-yard carry.
Yeah, it looks like first down here.
Yeah, give him the first on that. 3 rushes, 11 yards, also has a catch, so a solid start for Mr. Gurley. Still looking for an employer in the upcoming season. Call his agent. Anyway, the Packers definitely have that potential, and I think it could hurt them big picture, right? Do I think they're going to contend for the Super Bowl? No. Do I think they're a playoff team? They better be, because there's nobody else in the NFC North that's coming for them. The Vikings, I know you like the Vikings. I know you like the Lions.
Last year.
That was last year. I know.
It was an off year.
And the Bears, with their quarterback situation, I think were probably going to be my favorite if the Packers did take a step back and if they did implode. And obviously, if they do, that would be a team that could come for them. But I think the talent probably makes up for, during the regular season, any kind of division that is there. Long-term big picture, I don't see them as an NFC contender because of that potential. There's obviously still a lack of buy-in there on the part of Rodgers. I think you could end up with, like you were saying, people with a very, I'm in it for this year to make my money and get out kind of mentality. And that's not a great place for your team chemistry-wise, as we see a catch over the middle there. Was that Ridley or Gage? Gage with the catch there
your guy.
For the first down. Yeah. So I think they're a playoff team. I don't see them getting very far in the playoffs. There's questions about the head coach too, right? I mean, not Jeopardy questions, but even Jeopardy questions about who wanted to kick the field goal, right? Like there are questions there about LaFleur and whether he is a long-term solution.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not saying he isn't. I'm just saying those questions are at least there in the minds of the players, right? And that's a problem.
Yeah, and now is the time more than ever because you're right. Because Rodgers is going to be out the door, what it seems, right? Everything's alluding. Him and Devontae Adams more than likely will not be a Packer as of today in 2022. So, yeah, it's going to become the coaching staff. Like, the one positive about this is a guy like Jordan Love now, there'll be 2 years under Rodgers. I don't know what that relationship's like, and I'm not going to even pretend like I would have any understanding, but I would guess. But he can at least see one more full season of how to operate this offense that they have plugged in. And then, hey, listen, 2 years, then you drafted the guy in the first round. As much as people want to, I don't know if you're a team guy or a player guy, is where you got a catch there by Hayden Hurst. This is a really oddly well set up situation, aside from the weapons, because Aaron Jones was signed long term. So you have your star running back for the future. Jordan Love being drafted in the first round, as much as people want to be like, why didn't you get this guy a weapon? Well, maybe whether it's Gunther Kuntz, Murphy, whoever runs it, we don't even know. Green Bay's so odd being owned by, a bunch of people that live in Wisconsin. There could have been a future play there that they may have known this was potentially going to happen. So give them a little bit of credit for taking that pick, because guess what? If there was no Jordan Love, like what happened with the Patriots, they've been scrapping for a year and a half now, and we'll see how that turns out as we are at the end of one. He is at ZT_sports on Twitter. Give that man a follow. He's handsome. He's fine. He air fries like nobody's business. And he raises his eyebrows when you give him compliments. I am at Jason D. Rossi. I say stupid things and talk a lot here and on my podcast, The Pop Culture Pile Driver, that I have with a man who was banned from Twitter recently, Babysitter
Really?
Billy. Yeah. There was how he does video work for
there.
DraftKings. Yeah, he does video work for DraftKings. He made a personal video using a song. You guys might know it as I don't know how to explain it best. There was a lot of videos out there when people would jump into something and then you see them in outer space. And it's this weird song that kind of goes, burp, dur, dur, dur. I don't want to get us banned. But anyways,
that was so close. I'm sure it was people think
know.
you probably just played that. Yeah, it was so good.
So that song got a huge copyright strike across the platform of Twitter, Instagram, and some other outlets. And all those people are getting lifetime bans.
Whoa.
Yeah, very, very strong. So be careful with what you do out there. He's talking to you, Smash.
I'm glad that we didn't get banned for that.
No, he didn't do it for DK. He couldn't do it for that.
I mean yours right there.
Oh, it's probably going to happen. Just a couple comments from the conversation we're having here. Jordan Green said, once it's football time, the Green Bay Packers will all be professionals and win games. I don't disagree. I just think that's hard to, if I'm part of that team and I'm an MVS, we're going to see a coup, 48-yard attempt here. He should be good. Try to break the scoreless tie. Ooh, close. Got it. Right over the crossbar.
Squeaked it in.
Oh, really funny. Reed Steve says, maybe we can get Ducey to use that song. You guys are too much. You're joining Kenny Ducey in the week.
I do think, right, that their regular season, they put it behind them and they play. And they just, like I said, the talent that they have on offense is so much superior to anything else in the division. With the possible exception, I will give you, of the Vikings, right? The Vikings are within striking distance, but I would take a unhappy Aaron Rodgers over a happy Kirk Cousins.
Well, you're right. I think let's map this out. NFC North, by the way, 3-0 Atlanta. If you're just joining us, it was a coup, 48-yard field goal. Hayden Hurst has 3 catches, the most in the game. Rodgers started it going 0 for 2. Not very hot start for the Green Bay Packers offense.
It's just shaking off the rust.
Yeah, story of the day. He's just getting back. He's been on, him and Shailene and what is it?
Hawaii.
Was it Teller there, the guy from Whiplash? They were all chilling out in Hawaii, trying to hang with GT. Miles Teller, look at you.
I read it from the chat. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
That's okay. Yeah, appreciate the pick me up. But anyways, it's obviously the big story of the day. But yeah, I think when you look at this division, the dark horse is the Bears, right? Because they have a future play, a quarterback. That defense is still very strong. Even a guy like Andy Dalton, as much as people want to criticize, think of what you will with Pro Bowls, he can hold down an offense. We have seen him execute with having a star receiver. AJ Green in the past has Allen Robinson, also a guy on a 1-year contract. So Yep. They're a dark horse. The Vikings kind of just like that steady, having Dalvin Cook, Kirk Cousins, as long as they kind of avoid making any mistakes, revamping that defense. They're in there. I think the Lions, if they win 5 games, like just being real with you, like if they win 6 games, I'll be very shocked. Very shocked.
Not a big Jared Goff fan, huh?
It's not about Jared. It's just a whole organizational switch. When you basically tell your organization we're moving on from a quarterback who's been the lifeblood of this team, they're both starting receivers are gone. It's a complete transitional year. It has nothing to do with Goff, in my opinion. Also with Dan Campbell, kind of a interesting choice at head coach. But hey, good luck to him. But with that being said, Green Bay, I think you kind of alluded to this as well. They're in the driver's seat. This could be kind of like an FU tour for Rodgers, and why not rally behind that if you're on that team? Like, hey, if this is our chance, like all we need is 1 Super Bowl ring, man. You're a legend. So,
well, he's got 1.
Well, no, I mean for the players now. Like,
gotcha.
If you're on that team, you have yet. If you were not on, what was that? 2008, 9, 2009, I believe. But it's been a long time. It's been a hell of a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while. It has been a minute for sure. And I mean, yeah, I could see it. I guess I could see it, but it just feels like the distrust of leadership there is going to erode that. But I do also see right where you get the camaraderie, right? Like, okay, it's us against them, and us is just us in this locker room. So let's go. Like, maybe. Again, I think that might work during the regular season. I just think when you go up against well-coached teams that are all bought in.
Yeah.
Like, for example, the team that beat them last year, right? And I know we had our discussions about Bruce Arians, but whatever your feeling on that was, he definitely had them all playing together and clicking together. And a lot of that was Brady, and I get that. But they were they executed at a much higher level than the Packers did. Best example, right before halftime, where the Packers seemed confused, calling timeouts, and then Brady hits him with the long Scotty Miller touchdown.
Scotty Miller.
Which, I mean, it turned the game around. It turned the playoffs around. It carried the Bucs to the Super Bowl, and obviously they won there. But do I think another year in that system is going to make the Packers offense better? I don't know.
I don't know. And we're about to see a 54-yarder. I don't know, Mason. No.
I don't know about that either.
Nice try, Crosby, though. And listen, there's the guy who right now is saying, let's go get it, boys. He's got to be probably his last
year. Though, right? Like, again, all of that said, I would pick him right now to win the NFC North easily. I don't think that it's a regular season issue. I think regular season, they're fine. I think playoffs is when that's going to become – I think that's where it comes back to bite. Yeah. And maybe we see a first-round playoff exit, and then this team is broken up.
Doug Clapp in chat had said, make any mistakes. This guy realizes – my name's Jason, by the way. Kirk literally known for not throwing interceptions. You're right. During times when they go 3 and out, that's also a mistake. I didn't mean necessarily turnovers, but – the avoiding of trying to make any mistakes has been maybe the issue with Kirk Cousins in that offense.
That's true.
So, anywho, I think it's going to, if anything, this has led to such great, now that we know Rodgers is playing, he's shown up, we're going to see 12 on the jersey in Green Bay. The story will start with, is this going to be like an FU tour? Are they just going to try to run it, go to the ground, the future of the franchise be damned? And then the story is going to probably at some point pivot to, where's Rodgers going? Where is because when you really think about it, with happened with Tom Brady, nobody knew he was leaving. There was lingering rumors that started to come out at the end of the year when he didn't, even before the year, at this time 2 years ago when he said, I don't franchise me. He had like a no franchise clause put in. Right. But for Rodgers, this is kind of like kicking his way out the door, kicking and screaming to a degree. He's trying to be classy enough to play the year. If you want to call it that, at this point, there was no other real options. I don't think, and this also tells me he didn't want to go to like a Denver. It just tells me that, like, he doesn't want to go there. So I'm fascinated to see what the situation looks like a year from now.
Yeah. So though, my read on it was they weren't going to trade him, right? He was going to have to sit out the entire year, right? Like, he was either going to sit out the entire year or play with Green Bay. And I think they called his bluff on that. He said, "I'll sit out," and they were like, "No, you won't. no,
Yeah,
you won't.
you ain't going anywhere."
To us, let us know when you're ready to talk about what we can work out, and then they did. So my take on it isn't that he doesn't necessarily want to go to Denver, although that may be true. I'm not saying that I know any different.
Sure.
I think in this case, it looks to me like he said, "I'm not playing with you," and they said, "Well, you're not playing anywhere else," and he said, "Okay, one more year," and then I'm done. And I think that does make it very interesting when you look down the road. If he, as a free agent, where are those landing places that we maybe discarded this year? You know, like the Rams, who we talked about. You know, with getting Stafford before they got Stafford, that was one of the places everybody thought Rodgers was a great fit. If in a year Stafford doesn't work out, is there maybe a fit there? Is, you know, because he's a California guy, like we hear, right? Like San Francisco is another one you hear all the time, but they've obviously got Trey Lance. So I think it gives us plenty to talk about for the next year,
Sure.
right? Like that'll be fun.
Well, like, you know, and I don't mean to say this, like, you know, obviously we get a first down here. It'll be first and goal. It's a nice catch. It's been a slow start here in this one. It's a nooner, but please smash that thumbs up. It's got to get some offense here. Let's hit that century mark. Appreciate all of you being here with us. Yes, Moosh City over here. Lindenbaum, I see you. ZT Rossi with you. Producer Drew. I didn't even give a shout out to our crew. We've been hot with the news about Aaron Rodgers. And that's going to be a touchdown pass. Love to see it. So we have ourselves the opening score. And my Lord, look who it is. Calvin Ridley. Is he going to be sliding into be potential of the number one receiver in fantasy this year? We shall see. But Calvin Ridley with the opening score. Just to give you guys, when it comes to the sim itself, by the way, producer Drew, we got TP, our technical director, keeping this this boat afloat. We have Bert and Zach in ops. Aaron Rodgers, by the way, highest owned in this contest. These numbers are interesting. You know, there's a ton of offense here. When between like the top 8 guys are all 20% difference. Rodgers at 63. MVS coming in at 659 at the number 2.
So cheap. Yeah, so cheap.
Aaron Jones at 54, Julio Jones at 52, Devontae Adams at 50, Ridley, who just scored, coming in at 46, Matt Ryan at 45, Gurley at 43, Funches and Russell Gage, Hayden Hurst, all in the 30s. Then you have the big drop off for the Mercedes Lewis, and then the kickers coming in and under 16%. So,
and none of those guys you just named are the captain in the leading lineup in the free showdown right now. The captain in the leading lineup in the free showdown right now is the Atlanta Falcons DST, who has 16 and a half fantasy points at this point, with the shutout obviously going on in that captain spot. And they do have that lineup, a 4-point lead, and Calvin Ridley, who just had the score, as well as Matt Ryan. So we'll see if that holds up. Aaron Jones with the catch there, also in that leading lineup of Mac 1011 or Mac 1011. But I like Mac 1011.
I like that. Sounds smoother. Lee over there saying Ridley, giving the shout out there. Wes says, why is there nothing going on in this sim? Because they're all thinking about Aaron Rodgers' contract. Even the simulated players know. They're like, hey man, is this guy gonna have my back? Is he just gonna throw to Devontae Adams this year? A lot of guys with contracts.
How did Devontae Adams get a 99 overall rating and I did not?
That's what everyone wants to know.
They're all mad about.
Yeah, we'll talk about ratings in the second half here, but I will just say it is true. I love the Madden ratings because it is something else to talk about, and there's no right or wrong answers. But I do like how Tyreek Hill's I deserved a 99. Patrick Mahomes how'd my boy not get a 99? Got a 98. It's not like he's a 92.
Yeah, I agree. It's an upgrade, right? He wasn't 98 in the last game, so he's moved forward.
It's just I just don't like.
He has the 99 speed rating. He's otherworldly in these sims. He just goes off. He's the best receiver by a mile.
Yeah,
but yeah, it gives them something to complain about. I mean, something to push themselves for.
Yeah,
it gives us something to talk about too.
Yeah.
Nothing official yet on Randall Cobb. I know that somebody mentioned Randall Cobb. I think it was actually in our Zoom chat, Rob. If they do bring back Randall Cobb, I guess, yeah, Aaron Rodgers will throw him too. But they haven't yet. There's MVS with a catch. He's in the line. That helps. Thank you.
Love it. He'll throw to Cobb too, says Bert. Love that. Is Cobb on this team again? Is Cobb back at the Packers?
Okay. Sorry, Glash. I just said.
I'm sorry. I'll be honest.
A paragraph before.
I'm sorry. I didn't see our script. Hold on, ZT. Let me get our script back out. I'm sorry. Hold on. Yep, ZT. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm not even going to pretend like I wasn't just distracted by something else. I won't even pretend. I'm not even going to hide it.
Don't even do it. It's all good.
Just a moron. Just your prototypical lunkhead moron here, Madden simulated football commentator.
Bench formation. First down.
There's Mercedes Lewis. I like this. Oh, you know what, Rich, for you, I'll do it. Because you said it kind of nice. He said, Rich the Baseman says, as I drive around watching, could you possibly do a better play-by-play so I can see, well, seeing is what's going on and think I speak for a lot of people out there driving trucks and watching this. I'm going to say two things, Rich. If you're driving truck like for work, thank you. If you're like a big truck driver, the backbone of America, appreciate you. And just in general, we appreciate you. There's not much happening. So when games like this happen, I think, and with the news that's going on, it generates that. But we'll definitely mix it in for you, my man. Appreciate you being here. I don't want you to, when you get
nothing Falcons at halftime.
Yeah. When you
Matt
get to
Ryan has 100. They both quarterbacks, exactly 106 yards passing.
Love that.
One touchdown, and it is from Matt Ryan to Calvin Ridley. Todd Gurley has 23 yards. Ridley has 3 catches for 35. Hurst has 3 for 30. Jones, the leading Packers receiver, 3 for 28. The newly minted member of the 99 Club, not in these ratings, but in real life, in the next version. Devontae Adams, 2 catches for 21 yards. Mercedes Lewis outperforming him, 2 catches for 30 yards. Very spread out. Not one receiver really going off for a big game yet. Ridley's been the best because he does have the touchdown. But not as much offense as I was hoping for in that first half. Hopefully they're just saving it all.
That's what we're hoping. Same for the second half, which we will talk more about the Madden ratings that were released today. Vince Wilfork on First Take talking about pass rushers. Then we've had the release of the interior linemen. Not always the interior, the sexiest position, but we'll give you the rundown there. As receivers were yesterday. Tomorrow, I believe, is running backs with Marshawn Lynch. We'll be announcing those. So appreciate you guys being here. Stats have been updated through the half. So let's take a quick little peek here.
Still MAC 10-11 at the top of the large free contest.
When our guy Dean Murray representing in our contest.
There you go.
He's got
so MAC 10-11 has that Falcons DST in the captain. 0.2% of people have that Falcons DST in the captain spot. So definitely a differentiator. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, I was just saying that, yeah, Dean Murray. First of all, I love that when there's like the defense in there because it just makes for such a interesting, every play will mean so much to those lineups.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, I got you, Super Bowl baby. We got you guys. So we're going to have the Falcons start here. So I'll just, I don't think there was a lot of question on the top pass rushers coming into Madden 22, which will be released within, I think, we're 3 weeks out.
Yeah, very close.
Connecting with wide open Hayden Hurst, who's having himself a nice start to the day here, ZT, as we begin the second half.
Yeah. Hurst is having a solid game to this point.
So pass rushers, I'll go from 10 to 1, no 99, but I'll give you the rating here. Very nice recognition for Packer. Zadarius Smith, 89 overall. Then you have Nick Bosa coming in with a 90, his brother Joey with a 92. Von Miller returning from injury with a 93. Cameron Jordan, another just talked about player in this league, at 93 overall. J.J. Watt, 94. Chandler Jones, 94. T.J. Watt, kind of shocked here at a 94. Khalil Mack, 96. And the number 1 rated pass rusher, 98 overall, Myles Garrett. Anything stand out to you there, ZT?
Yeah, unless Chandler Jones gets traded, Arizona's defense is going to be sick.
I know. Watch out, quarterbacks.
Like Chandler Jones, J.J. Watt, both 94 overall, coming off the whether you stack them and run them off the same edge or bring them off different edges, that's going to be scary for opposing QBs, and it could make the Cardinals a very solid defense overall in these sims when we roll out Madden 22. That was my top takeaway. And also, like, it really matters where Chandler Jones is going to land, right? As well as if he does get traded, if he does end up somewhere else, that could be a very interesting, just to see where that plays out and where he lands. The other piece is the Browns defense should be pretty solid with the additions that they made and Myles Garrett in that number 1 spot, 98 overall. Significantly better than anybody else. I mean, aside from Khalil Mack at 96, nobody's within 4 points of him on the edge. So a nice little separation there before you get to all those guys stacked up at 94. I do wonder, just as far as going a little bit deeper into the ratings, right? So Watt, Jones, Watt are all at 94, but did they, like TJ, JJ, how did they rank them, like on specific, like who's faster, like those kind of things? We have to drill a little bit deeper, but those are my initial thoughts. What were yours?
I just think, with all due respect, I think TJ Watt deserved to be like at Khalil Mack and that. I don't care about the numbers.
Okay.
I think they're both just similar players at this point. I think TJ Watt proved himself to be like an elite defender last year. We had a punt by the Falcons who were leading 10-0 as we get Aaron Jones going nowhere. The other one was, I also just kind of feel like Joey Bosa, a little bit of, I don't know, like a 92 being the 8th overall, like watching the way he impacts a game, and no disrespect to JJ Watt with injuries and lack of production a little bit. Just kind of assume those two might have swapped. But again, I'm not going to go crazy here. By the way, Drew lets us know TJ has an 83 speed, JJ has 77, which that's not feels about right at this stage in their careers.
Yeah, but JJ much stronger, 97 strength rating, TJ 81 strength rating. So just some interesting, obviously very, very different styles that they play there.
Yeah.
But man, if you were controlling it, and we're not controlling this, but if we were controlling the defensive play calls, you could have some fun with that Chandler Jones, JJ Watt, huh?
Yeah,
Run them on the same side.
And if you're a Cardinals fan right now, and you're
trying to block that.
I know. And you did mention, the trade that Chandler Jones is looking for. And I don't know what he's complaining about. He's getting paid very well. Must be some sort of philosophy there. Maybe he was upset about JJ Watt getting the money he did. I don't know. Speculation, but that's going to be a real bummer, because if you have those two guys for even the majority of a 17-game season, regardless of your offensive output, you should be able to really slow down the opposing quarterbacks, especially, let alone anything on the ground, because those two guys can really get after the quarterback, as we've seen throughout their careers. And, what's going to help J.J. Watt at this point of his career is having a guy like Chandler Jones on the other side, like for years when he had Clowney and even like Merciless and guys that were coming after the quarterback in Houston. So big changes there. But also, just before we get to the next one, 3rd and inches here, Rodgers in the gun. Got Jones next to him. They're going to play it. Wow. A read option by Aaron Rodgers.
Option. Interesting play call, but they picked up the first.
So first down at the 47-yard line of Green Bay, 10-0, the Atlanta Falcons over Green Bay. So the other release from today was that defensive line, as we've been kind of talking about. I don't think a lot of shockers here. I have one, but I'll quickly go through it again. Vita Vea getting the 88, defending Super Bowl champ. Stephon Tuitt getting the 89. Kenny Clark, 89, another Packer. Calais Campbell with the 90. Michael Pierce, probably not a lot of people know that name, but he's getting the 91. Cameron Hayward at 92. DeForest Buckner, 92. Chris Jones, 92. Fletcher Cox with the 94. And then, no shock here, back to the 99 club for maybe the greatest defender in the league, Aaron Donald, 99.
5 years in a row for him in the 99 club, which is impressive. An impressive run from Aaron Donald, and I don't think you can really argue with that. What did you think? What are your reactions to the rest of that list as we see a first down run there from Aaron Jones?
Yeah, my first thing is I think DeForest Buckner's not getting enough. Again, he's another one
He
of
should
those
be
guys
a little higher, right?
I think he should be in the Fletcher and Chris Jones too, but I don't know if there's any reason for that. But DeForest Buckner proved himself to be an elite defensive lineman by, he switched teams from San Francisco, went to the Super Bowl, comes to the Colts, and the Colts have one of the best defenses in the league, and him being the anchor of that, I think, proved himself. But again, that's just my thoughts on it. I think Aaron Donald is the most dominant, and I would put him and Fletcher Cox in that same position right below them.
It'll be interesting to see in the new game with the new AI and the new sim engine and all that stuff, if defensive linemen rated this high have more of an impact. Because right now, in arcade mode, and we're going to get a sack as I talk about this, which is perfect timing, they don't really, like, how many times have you called the Bears game and gone the entire game without saying Khalil Mack's name?
Yeah, especially
right? Like,
after some of the updates, too, because
right.
I remember when
like maybe he gets one, maybe he gets a sack, but maybe not, and he doesn't radically change the game. I mean, you can even watch an entire game and not see Aaron Donald at his 99 overall rating really make a huge impact. So it'll be interesting to see if they do tweak some of that and try to improve the difference that those players make. And it is interesting to see such a sharp drop off from those elite like Aaron Donald. There's nobody within 5 points of Aaron Donald on the interior defensive line. Nobody. He's that much better. So how does that manifest itself in the actual sim gameplay will be very interesting to see when we get our first look at Madden 22.
We get a punt there from the Packers, a 3rd and 16 incompletion. Zachary Papa says Donald is the modern day Reggie White. I think that's that's high praise. But if you watch the game, Donald really does. He shifts offensive linemen like I haven't seen. Not that I watch a lot of, all 22s of Reggie White, but when you watch Aaron Donald and you watch, whether you're watching an NFL Network and ESPN, when they do that, like they just solely look at that player. I've never seen a center snap a ball and then get lifted and pushed back the way Aaron Donald does. Like he does so much disruption on a defensive line. So complete credit there. Also, just to go with some of the conversation, we get a Gurley run here on a 1st and 10. Nice run for Gurley. He's up to just flirting around 30 yards. 2nd and 4 coming up. My guy, brother Phil's talking about receivers. And whenever I see this name, it perks me up. He said, talking about Calvin Johnson basically being the total product. I've always said, comparing him to Moss, that I think Calvin Johnson was the greatest receiver to ever play in the NFL. He did literally everything. And I know that could be a Lions bias because I somehow feels like I always have a Lions thing, but I just think he literally was the speed of a Randy Moss, the versatility of a T.O., and I think he had the hands of a Jerry Rice. Now, that could be really extreme to some people, but if you ever watch that man play, he literally did it all. Under routes, curls, screens, deep balls. He jump up over 3 defenders. He was literally, if he was anywhere but Detroit, and if that team was more successful.
That was just what I was going to say. If he had good quarterback play, I think
just kidding. I get it. And I just think if they won ball games, if they made impact, his most impactful play in his career in some ways to people will be the week 1 catch. He comes down in Chicago and it was called an incomplete pass. Like clearly it wasn't an incomplete pass, but just the way the controversy started. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's it. So we're going to head to the 4th. It's 10-0 the Falcons in a kind of a slow, creaky start here. Not a bunch of big numbers jumping off the page.
No, it's been very disappointing. I expected a lot more offense. Hopefully they've just saved it all for the 4th quarter. But yeah, it's not been a lot of offense to this point. Julio Jones had a very quiet game specifically. Not only has the touchdown for the Falcons gone to his wide receiver 2 counterpart, he only has 1 catch for 14 yards. So a rough day so far for Julio. Always a big play threat, though. He could go off here in the 4th quarter. We will see what we get. Hopefully the Packers get on the board for those of us that have them in our lineup as well.
For sure. People mentioning, and Super Bowl Baby says Calvin Johnson even retired early. Dude, it's just really funny to think, and I know Tom Brady, this is the year 22. So big catch on the sideline. Russell Gage making the grab there to start the 4th quarter. I have to say it's so interesting that Calvin Johnson was drafted almost 10 years after Brady, played his entire Hall of Fame career, retires, and is going into the Hall of Fame in weeks. And Tom Brady's playing in his 1 Super Bowls literally between that. It's an insane thing. And I know it's apples and oranges, but it's just one of those funny stats somewhere you'll see like on those Twitter accounts.
Yep. It is. It's remarkable. Very cool.
It really is. But yeah, I love like those conversations you can have all day. Obviously, Calvin Johnson was once a 99 in Madden. He was once a cover child, as we know. This year will be Brady and Patrick Mahomes gracing the cover. We're going to get a double stack.
Supposedly.
Ooh. Yep.
And we had that discussion too about if there's 2, are they really? But we don't need to get into that again right now.
Put them both.
What did you think of the rookie receivers? Did you see those? Those are always interesting.
I've not actually. If you want to,
let me drop them in there. They were interesting to me, and I think they're actually going to make a huge difference for a few of the players specifically. There's one that jumped off the page to me. Let me see if I can get this to.
That's all right. While you take time here, we got a 3rd and goal. 6:12 left here in the 4th quarter. The Falcons putting up a touchdown here could really, I don't want to say close it out because there's too much time left, but we get the bench set here, so you're either going to get crossing routes or maybe you run up the middle. From the 11, Matt Ryan looking to pass. Rush comes to the end zone, has a wide open. Julio Jones into the end zone, touchdown. It will be a 17-0 lead. Falcons shocking the Green Bay Packers on the day that Aaron Rodgers shows up to camp. The entire organization in Simland is upset with him. They're not playing their hearts out. 5:53 left. It will be 17.
Yeah, these simulated players, they know what's up.
They're ticked off.
Simulated. Yeah, so
I see it here.
I just dropped in the top 5 rookie wide receivers. Okay. And I think there's one that is going to make a huge difference. And it's because of the second tweet that I just added in there. The top 10 speed ratings. And I know everybody's talking about Tyreek Hill, number 1, 99 speed rating. Still perfect. 98 overall, 99 speed. Just so we're clear, we know he doesn't have 99. But Jalen Waddle. Hello.
Yup.
Jalen 97 speed rating.
Dude.
A 97 speed rating. And he's the highest rated rookie receiver, 76 overall. That should definitely put him in the starting lineup, right?
Oh, absolutely. Because he's now, my mistake, is he on the Dolphins?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. For some reason, my mind's a little erased.
Yep.
You have him with the Dolphins with that speed. Don't forget, who's on the other side of him?
Devontae Parker.
Well, and you get Will Fuller in the mix.
Yep.
I'm just saying, this is that offense could be fun to play with. I know Tua, you'll have your interest in, or could have some, issues with potentially, but also don't forget there's a certain play. I'm just going to mention this, you can pick it up in a conversation of the time, but Deshaun Watson is kind of in play again for being traded. What team has more assets prepared for him than a Miami Dolphins? And imagine him with Will Fuller. We've seen what they've been able to do together when Will Fuller's healthy. Having somebody as solid as a Devontae Parker, who I think is solid at least, and then having a rookie like Waddle with that speed, woo! We know how much Deshaun loves the deep ball. Just saying, that's another theoretic.
In Madden anyway, and we'll see how it all plays out in real life. I think there's a lot of questions around Tua and all that, but like in Madden, that offense is going to have a lot of big time potential production, right? Like Waddle's going to be a great play. Parker, Fuller, those guys are already guys who have big games from time to time. If Tua is decent, that offense should be one of the best in all of Madden. And obviously we have to see where the running backs fall out and those kind of things. But a very strong start anyway from the ratings released so far.
One other thing I want to note here is Tyreek, you mentioned the 99. McCall Hardman coming in with the 97. With Sammy Watkins out of the lineup, it's going to be very interesting when we make the switch. Or if you play, by the way, 4th and 3 here, Rodgers needs it. Delivers. It's caught here. I think that might be MVS making that catch.
Like it, yep.
So 5 minutes left.
Lewis.
Here. Oh, it was Mercedes.
Yep, so, the other number 80.
Going with Kansas City, so you're going to obviously have Tyreek as the number 1.
Yeah.
It depends on what they want to do. If Robinson becomes the 2, or if they're going to give Hardman the 2. I just don't know once everything shakes out and once the depth charts are set. But he should be in the top 3.
Right. You would think so.
You would think, right? Depending on anything that either signings or things that come up. But having those 2 deep, fast runners, oh boy, watch out here, especially when it comes to Madden in some of these simulated games.
Right, and Mahomes can throw the deep ball, obviously. So you're just going to have, crazy potential in that offense as well. So lots of fun things to look forward to when we do make that move. No announcement on that yet, but we will let you know as soon as we have a timeline and plan in place there. That was a catch for a first down, and then Devin Funchess ran the wrong way for about 5 yards and lost 2 yards, and now it's 3rd.
Yeah, seriously.
He had the needed distance and ran in the wrong direction.
Mavs fan over on Twitch says, when did the Atlanta get a world-class D? Listen, they boosted up today. They're all fired up. It's Rodgers, man.
They're here to get Aaron Rodgers.
Yep, that is Lazard. So that's his first catch of the day, 14 yards. So Aaron Rodgers trying to put together a scoring drive. Under 3.5 to play here in the fourth quarter. 35-yard line of Atlanta is Green Bay. Again, shout out to producer Drew, TP, Bert, and Zach. And all of you guys smash that thumbs up. Let's have ourselves a fun start to the day. One of 6 Madden simulated football games here. Rodgers underneath to Funches. Hey, he went forward that time.
Good call. Good work.
Appreciate that.
Thanks, Devin. Go forward. 5 catches now for him.
Just to give you guys a little bit of the roadmap, we do have Get the Green after the 2 p.m. Texans, Washington. There'll be Koff and Kenny. Then we'll have Reed and Moose. We'll do Get the Green. Cowboys, Steelers at 4, Christian and Kaufman. Then we have MLB The Slate with Garion and Bucs. Bucs will be yelling at you about how good the Mariners are, even though they're not. We get a catch from Aaron Jones. Then your night slate.
They are.
Well, they're actually not that bad. They're not that bad. They're not. Well, listen, the Reds have a better record, but the Reds can't fight their way out of a paper bag. And the Red Sox just keep winning. I love that dramatically. Titans, Lions at 6. Glash and Christian. Glash is with Tom for Raiders, Bucs. I'm sorry, Bengals, and then Jags, Bucs, Tom and Moose. So get all your lineups in the free showdowns. Try to get some cash. Bet some cash if you like, and you're also going to get 2 guys that'll give you all the info. We'll get some golf to plug in your lineups there to win some big bucks, as well as baseball, all coming at you on your dream stream. As we're going to get now a 4th and 5 here, ZT, from the 29-yard line.
Gonna go for it. Gotta go for it.
Care Bear says, let's go Cleveland Guardians. Next year. Pass, again, complete. That's Funches again. So 2 4th down completions and a 3rd down completion on this drive for the Packers, trying to get something together with 2 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, just trying to get points on the board at this point. See what Aaron Rodgers can do on 1st and 10 now from the 15-yard line.
Got you. So let's see. Rodgers looking, searching, finding a receiver. It's caught.
That's MVS. Yep. Not much work for Davante Adams in this one. Wonder how that'll change when he gets his 99 rating.
Yeah, I don't see that. Not sure that's happening. By the way, the quarterback will be on
Davante
Friday.
Adams? No, he did. He got a 99.
Oh, I thought you said
rating.
MVS. I thought you were talking about MVS.
No. I said I said Davante Adams has been quiet in this game.
Yes. Gotcha.
And I wonder how that will change once he gets his 99 overall rating. Yeah, MVS, probably not. No, he might be a year or 2 away from it.
Yeah.
Or
career year or 2. 17 touchdowns.
Yeah, exactly.
Year away. 3rd and 1 here from the 6. Shotgun formation.
At some point here, I mean, I know we're just, for fantasy purposes, we want to score a touchdown. But doesn't it make sense for them to kick the field goal?
It's so hard to tell when you're down by...
Because you're down 3 scores.
Yeah, at this point you probably will, but they're not going to in this, I don't think. Regardless of what the animation shows of Crosby. So this will be the 3rd, 4th down of this drive. Rodgers, I formation. Oh, could we get a Kuhn touchdown?
Ooh. I want another RPO.
And the give is to Aaron Jones. He fights his way for the 1st down, 5-yard line.
Yep, gets the first. Another 4th down conversion. I mean, again, I get it. I like it for fantasy lineups. I don't have Mason Crosby. I want a touchdown. But it doesn't make sense. It makes more sense to take the field goal because you got to have 3 scores here to close in on a 17-0 game. But I get it. I like the aggression. Let's see. Touchdown, Aaron Jones.
Oh, caught at the 1.
Almost.
So.
Caught it at the 1 and pushed back. So Aaron Jones with the catch. He's got 6 of those. That's the one thing, like Aaron Jones and Todd Gurley, the reason why I like playing running backs like them is they catch so many passes that even when they have a down game like both of them are having here, they end up with decent numbers because they do have so many receptions. We have a touchdown, maybe.
It's coming back, it looks like.
You think so?
Yeah, that was Big Rob Tunyon too. So we got a caca potential here, which will just set everybody on fire.
No.
Legal man downfield. Oh wow.
He stepped out of the back of the end zone.
Nice. Illegal touch. Okay, so we have shotgun from the 1, 38 seconds. Rodgers in the bench set, so we're going to get underneath routes.
Interesting that they're doing that from the 1. But
Wide open.
Wide open. Touchdown.
Looked like him.
Nope.
Or is it Mercedes?
Lots of fun.
Oh,
Lots
Funches,
of
my
fun.
guy. The only reason I couldn't tell by the animation, but there he is, Davin Funches, with the lone score, more likely for the entire game here for the Packers.
He made the catch and then basically disappeared into the crowd. Very Lambeau Leapish, but we couldn't find him. But yeah, number 11, Davin Funches with the touchdown. He is owned in 36% of lineups in the free showdown, 5% of captains. He's in my lineup, he's in your lineup, and now he's in the end zone. The first, and as you said, probably only touchdown for Aaron Rodgers and the Packers in his not-so-triumphant return.
No, I'm currently in 18th place, right behind DFS Queenie and Hood, so I'm coming for those Tookuses. Let's see if I can...
The other big thing that does, as far as, again, fantasy perspective, because this one's pretty much decided as far as who wins, who loses, but fantasy perspective, that's a huge blow to those that had the Falcons DST, right? Because they had the shutout, and they just lost that. So if you were riding that Falcons DST and their 10-point bonus for the shutout, my apologies. There you go. Ouch. That's a late score. They had them 2 4th down multiple times, unable to get off the field. And instead, you're still going to get a comfortable win, but you're not going to get that 10-point bonus
today. So why don't you line up as we'll get a couple runs here and a couple stops, but start to think about your award winners here in this one. I know it's tough sledding, and maybe you can you can look at the leading lineups, if you will, for the help.
Yeah, I mean, so right now, the captain in the free showdown, the captain in all 9 of the entries that are tied for first right now is Funches.
Ooh, okay.
7 catches, 58 yards, and that receiving score. Late, but better late than never.
True. He also, in the flex, he has 18.8 with the 7 catches, 58 and a touchdown.
I mean, that looks like that's the high, right? 18.8 in a flex. I don't see anybody who's higher. Calvin Ridley at 15.8 right now. I mean, Matt Ryan, excuse me, not Matt Jones. Well, that was weird. Matt Ryan does have 2 passing scores, but he's only got 16 fantasy points, 1 each to Jones and Ridley. Julio Jones, who I mentioned might be the Not My Kid Award winner because he was having such a quiet game, does get that score, so he's probably not that anymore. I kind of feel like that might be Davante Adams at this point with his quiet day. Just 3 catches for 25 yards for him, owned in just about half of lineups. It's close because Gurley also right around that same ballpark, not much going on for him. But Adams a little bit higher ownership and lower salary. Gurley's more expensive. So those are the 2 contenders for sure, Gurley and
is that a train coming through?
Davante Adams. Yep, it's that time. Train come on through.
Where do you live? I did not know. This is awesome.
Yeah, the commuter rail, Boston commuter rail is right outside my house.
I love it. I'm going to take a train to see you. Just jump off.
There you go. It sounds good. Actually, the station's just a few miles. Actually, less than a mile. So you don't have to, but if you want to, you can.
DT, all the movies, they jump off. So
yeah, and nothing ever goes wrong. So
you roll. You just roll for a few.
You just roll. Fun times. Yeah. Go for it.
So that's the game goes final.
Watch out for the trees.
Yeah, 17-7. Tough one to start the day, but plenty of good action to make up for it. And listen, somebody's winning money here. Again, Matt Ryan and the Falcons come into Green Bay. He throws 2 touchdowns to, like you said, Ridley and Julio Jones, the guys you would want to see scoring. And you had the lone touchdown for, I believe, the ZT Zalacious player of the game and Davin Funches. So who's going to be Who's going to be your babysitter, Billy? Not my kid award.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Davante Adams, especially when you just overall the Packers were pretty and so he gets the Not My Kid award.
Got you. Again, shout out to TP, producer Drew, Bert, and Zach, the guys who did the real work here. ZT, always a pleasure. We have the rest of the day one more time. Coming up at 2 p.m., getting your lineups for Texans at Washington. Coffin Kenny will join you. Then we have Get the Green, setting you up for this weekend's golf. Reed and Moose You will have the Cowboys at Steelers at 4. Kaufman and Christian will have you there. The slate with Bucs and Gary and at 5 p.m. to set up all your lineups for tonight's baseball action. I stink at baseball, so I'd love to listen to people. Tell me, give me some advice, and maybe I'll win a bucket.
Everybody's playing tonight. All play.
Woo,
Everything.
what a slate. What a slate. Titans at Lions, Glash and Christian at 6 p.m. Raiders, Bengals, Glash and Tom. Then Madden after dark. You'll have the Jaguars and Bucs with the guy who dedicates the airlines, Moose Air. Moose and Tom will wrap it up there. ZT, this is a pleasure, man. A lot to get to. A lot of Aaron Rodgers talk. Madden news. This is fun. DK,
hey, let's do it again tomorrow. 12 o'clock.
I'm the spoiler. I'm out. Glash is going to fill in for me.
I'm out too then. Just kidding.
They'll just be Glash. Anyways, but thanks, man. Always a pleasure with you. Everybody, make sure you keep it locked here. We're going to get to the sweat in just a minute. But obviously, those Madden updates will be coming every day. So a lot to talk about there. Aaron Rodgers news, all training camps, your team, any news you want to drop it in the chat as the day goes on. It's going to be a lot of fun to be talking about some reality of football and the future of simulated football here on the Madden Dream Stream. He can be found at ZT_sports while you're surfing around the interwebs. Give that man a follow. I am at Jason D. Rossi. Check out my podcast tonight. We're going to be doing the best ensemble cast in movies. So like established actors that kind of came together for a cast. So think about some of your favorites. We're going to be dropping that tonight. And then it'll be on your podcast application tomorrow. So something to look forward to. Again, that's a pop culture pile driver. But let's get out of here, ZT. What do you say? You go hop on that train. I'm going to go do some work, I guess. And again, cough.
If you have to.
Yeah, unfortunately. Koff and Kenny will pick you up at 2 o'clock. Here is the sweat.
What's up, everybody? You have found us. Welcome to the sweat. Comes your way Eastern time, 11 to noon, Monday through Friday, more often than not. I am Adam Kaufman. Happy to be with you. And of course, we got a lot to cover going on over the course of the next hour as you find us on YouTube, Twitch, wherever you are seeing us. Feel free to interact in the chat as well. We thank you for that. But let's waste no time. Jump into a little bit of baseball talk. MLB price check, and we got to welcome in our standard crew. We got Nick Fryer, Matt Meiselman, a couple of DraftKings contributors, Eric Halterman from RotoWire. Guys, good to see all of you. Let's, I guess, skip the pleasantries from there and dive right in. We need pitchers 8K or above. Nick, you got a solid, dozen to choose from. Who do you like best?
There are a lot of guys, and I know Lance McCullers is going to be very appealing, but I'm not going to go and give you guys the number one high-priced pitcher tonight, as much as there's a lot of upside against the Mariners. I'm actually looking at Sandy Alcantara at 8.5K going up against the Orioles, and I know his swinging strike rate has dipped a bit this month, and of course, do you think the strikeouts have dipped with that as well? And they have. But he's going up against an Orioles lineup that has a very high swinging strike rate. I mean, the swinging strike rate against right-handed pitchers this season and K rate against right-handed pitchers. They actually have one of the worst plate appearances per strikeout rates against right-handed pitchers this month. They're in the top 10 in that category. So I think that we're going to see a little bump in the right direction for him, where that's kind of where strikeouts have slowed down a little bit of late.
However, single-digit fantasy points, 3 out of his last 4 starts. That part not as good, maybe a bounce back tonight. What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, my favorite guy in this category is Kenta Maeda at 8,200 against the Tigers, who are actually a better offense than I thought, but they're still 18th by WRC+. Definitely not a unit we have to be at all scared of, even if they're not quite a true bottom-tier team. But Maeda is an interesting one. I think he probably is the guy, more or less, that he was through 2019. He had a 3.87 ERA and a 26.4% strikeout rate in his first, I think that's 4 years in the league. He had more or less the best 11-start stretch of his life last year, a 2.70 ERA. That strikeout rate shot up north of 32%, which got everybody excited. And then he promptly turned around and had maybe one of the worst 12-start stretches of his career to start this year, with his ERA shooting up to 5.56 and his strikeout rate dropping by more than 11 points. But thus far in July, in 4 starts, 2.35 ERA, a strikeout rate of 36%. So he's looking a lot like he did last year. I don't expect that for him to stick around, but he's been, a solidly above average starter for most of his career. And I think that's all he needs to be to justify this 8,200 price. And if he stays the same guy he's been for the rest of July, I think he's $1,000 or $2,000 too cheap.
And typically a threat for 17, 18 fantasy points. So hopefully we can get 2x value on that. Matt, what do you think?
So I talked yesterday about how the slate was an unusual one, at least for me, where I liked the expensive pitchers and didn't really like the cheap ones very much. Today it's back to normal. I think the cheaper pitchers are better, so I'm not that excited to play the high-priced guys. But I actually do think Kenta Maeda is the best call here. And I kind of feel like he should just be the most expensive pitcher for this slate because the matchup is just so good. And like Eric said, he's been much better lately. So I have a lot of confidence in Maeda. My concern really is just that I think he'll be the most popular player on this entire slate. So for that reason, I'm just not really that into it because I think there is downside for him. But for cash games, for sure, I think he's an easy call. For GPPs, I probably just want to play cheaper guys. But if I have to pick an expensive one, I think Maeda is the best guy to go with.
I'm just relieved nobody went with Garrett Richards. It's been a rough road recently, obviously, for him, especially against Toronto. All right, let's go hitters, 5K and above, and we'll go right back to you, Matt. What do you think?
So the theme for me normally is that I want really good hitters that are maybe just a bit overpriced where their ownership stays down. And I think Soto could be in that category. I think Ohtani could be there, although he may sit after pitching in last night's game. But the guy that I'm most interested in playing is Fernando Tatis. It's just there are shortstops that cost less than him that I think will be a lot more popular. So you have Trey Turner's a little bit cheaper, and Xander Bogaerts, even though they're going against Robbie Ray in Boston, the Red Sox did really well against Ray last time. So I think Bogaerts could be popular too. It's really just that Tatis is a great player. He plays a premium position at shortstop, which it's hard to get a lot of offense from. He's the favorite for NL MVP, and I think he could be 3% owned for tournaments or something like that for the slate tonight. So it's just anytime you can get a player of this caliber, I mean, I don't have to go through the stats of just how good Tatis is as an offensive player. He's incredible. He's one of the best players in the league. And if you get him as a contrarian option, that's a rare occurrence. James Kaprielian is fine. He's probably average-ish, but I think Tatis can definitely do really well. It's not like this is a hard matchup. And at low ownership, yeah, I think he may end up being my favorite guy to pay up for on the slate.
Got to pay up to do it, obviously. Third most expensive hitter on the slate. Nick, how about you?
Well, I like Bryce Harper coming into this, but he's up on that 6K range. I think he's at 6.1K tonight. He's going up against a guy that he's hit 4 home runs against in his career. But I'm actually going to stick with Nelson Cruz tonight at 5.7K as my top hitter over 5K. And this is a guy, of course, who we've seen in this range a lot. He's a popular play for all of us on this show. But I think this price is a little bit higher than I've seen for him for most of the season. He's going up against Jordan Montgomery tonight, who actually hasn't seen yet in his career. Montgomery has had a solid month, but I like Cruz too much against left-handed pitching. I think everybody knows how good he is. I mean, this season he's got a 10-10 OPS against lefties, 6 home runs, 7 doubles. And the other thing is he hasn't had a shot at left-handed pitching for the Rays yet. And I know he's already got a couple home runs, like 14 plate appearances for the Rays since he got there. So kind of a little bit of an intangible thrown in there, but his first shot at left-handed pitching, like this is one of the big reasons why the Rays would want to have him on their roster. So I expect him to have a big night against Montgomery.
Cruz homered 2 out of his last 3, so welcome to Tampa. What do you say, Eric?
Yeah, I'm looking to get some Marlins in against Spencer Watkins at Camden Yards, one of the more hitter-friendly parks in the league. Spencer Watkins, a 28-year-old rookie who has an ERA of 1.65, but that's in 4 appearances. His FIP is north of 4. His xFIP's north of 5. He doesn't strike guys out. He doesn't avoid walks, and he really doesn't keep the ball on the ground at 26.8% ground ball rate. Unfortunately, there aren't a lot of elite Marlins, but I do like Starling Marte at 5,300. Not a huge power bat, although he does have some pop, and in a place like Camden Yards against a pitcher who can't keep the ball on the ground, he could certainly clear the fence. He's a great contact hitter still, outperforming his expected stats by a decent amount, but his speed means that that's something that we think probably could keep happening. He really is, I think, the best base stealer in the league this year. He has 21 steals, which is 4 back of Whit Merrifield, but he's played in 35 fewer games. If he played the same number of games as Merrifield and kept that same pace up, he'd actually be leading the entire league by 8 steals. He's also swinging a very hot bat lately, 6 multi-hit games in his last 9, hitting .459 with 4 steals over that stretch. I think this is an ideal time to roster Starling Marte.
23 points last time out against the Padres. Pretty good. Nick, all right, we need a value bet.
So I'm going to go with Dylan Carlson tonight at 2.9K. For me, this is too good to pass up, and I don't need to know much more than the fact that in his 3 of his last 7 games, he's gotten 18-plus DK fantasy points. In his last 4 games, he has 2 home runs and 2 doubles. He's going up against a guy in Cal Quantrill tonight that I know he's done well in his last 2 starts, but I'm not very high on him. So at 2.9K, Carlson is too cheap for me to just at least not take a flyer on.
Yeah, 18 points, 26 in the rear view as well. Some good, solid games, obviously. Eric, value bad for you.
Yeah, I like Austin Riley at 3,700 against some pitcher from the Mets. We don't actually know who at the moment. It's Anthony Banda is listed as the expected starter, but he just threw 2 innings last night. Might just be a bullpen day. It seems like all their real starters are locked in the next few days. So Austin Riley against, full game worth of relievers seems like a good bet to me. He's been particularly hot over his last 4 games, 8 for 17 with a pair of homers. But really all season, he's becoming the guy that he's supposed to be. Hadn't really done much before this year. Just an 87 WRC plus is not what you want from a guy who's supposed to be a corner slugger, offense only kind of guy. But he's just 24 this year. So the fact that it took him a bit of time to figure things out shouldn't worry us too much. He struck out a ton as a rookie. He actually slashed that strikeout rate by nearly 13 percentage points last season, and he's kept it low this year while also walking more than he ever has before. He's not necessarily an elite power bat yet, but he's a pretty good one, slugging 490, which is more or less or exactly at his expected slugging percentage. And I think that's more than enough to justify a price south of $4,000.
Yeah, and you won't get too many third basemen at that price point with a 7.5 point average as well. What do you say, Matt?
My pick is basically the whole Cincinnati Reds team. If I have to pick a guy, it's Jesse Winker. He's their best hitter right now with Nick Castellanos out. But this seems like a spot where we could actually get low ownership for a team that's significantly underpriced because this is a 15-game slate. There's a lot of value bats to have. Eloy Jimenez is still in the 2000s. He just came back off the IL. There's the Marlins. There's the Red Sox Blue Jays game. I think there's just a lot of spots that people will gravitate towards, and the Reds will be an afterthought. Also, because the Cubs on the opposite side of the game should be one of the more popular teams tonight. The Reds are a decent-sized underdog, but they're just so underpriced, and I think Adbert Alzolay is fine. And part of the problem with the Reds is just they've been bad, and Eugenio Suarez in particular. I almost picked him as like the guy to single out, but he has a WRC plus in the 60s this year, and it's in the 30s with men on base. It's insane how bad he's been, but his track record throughout his career has just been so much better that at a certain point, you probably expect him to just start hitting. That's why I'm going with Winker, though, because I'm not that confident in it. But I just think everyone on the Reds will be pretty low owned, and they're all cheap, so you can fit them pretty easily as a stack. So that's my spot.
DFS is fun, but you know what? So is the DK Sportsbook. Nick, I know you've been combing. You've been looking through all the odds available for baseball tonight. Give me your favorite MLB bet.
Well, the Astros left me frustrated last night, but I'm still going to go back to their series against the Mariners. I mentioned Lance McCullers before, and I'm going to go with the over on his strikeout prop. It's set at 6.5. The Mariners have the highest K rate against right-handed pitching all season. Last night, you look at what they did against Garcia. As much as they got, was it 5 or 6 runs off of him? He still got 9 strikeouts over 4 2/3 innings. And McCullers' swinging strike rate is a tick above his season average, which has been solid 11.6 for the season. So I feel confident that he's going to get at least 7 punch-outs tonight against the Mariners.
Matt, you have a favorite?
Yeah, I'm going to have to hold my nose for this one because the bet that I'm looking at is the strikeout prop on Matt Moore, which is at 3.5. Matt Moore is bad. Like, there's absolutely no question about that. But even in his last start where he gave up a grand slam in the 3rd inning, he gave up 6 runs for the game, he still went 96 pitches and made it through 6 innings. And for a while there, the Phillies were just using him as kind of like an opener and maybe just a depth guy to pitch a few innings. But now his leash is actually a lot longer. So at 3.5 strikeouts, like as long as he doesn't get knocked out of the game early, he should have a good shot to hit the over there. Yeah, he definitely can get knocked out of the game early, but kind of like I mentioned with Mike Minor yesterday, the Nationals offense that he's facing, it's similar to the White Sox offense where you have elite hitters at the top and then just a lot of bad hitters at the bottom. So there is opportunity for strikeouts. He obviously gets to face a pitcher, but I think 4, 5, 6 strikeouts, if he stays in the game long enough, he can do it. And I think that he's a lot more likely to stay in the game now than he had been, over the last few weeks.
Eric, take this segment home.
Yeah, I'm looking at Giants at plus 105 over the Dodgers. I liked it a little bit more. I think last night it was plus 115, but I still like it here. We actually just had this exact same pitching matchup, Julio Urias versus Logan Webb, last Wednesday, with the Giants winning that one. And I think both of these pitchers are trending in opposite directions. Julio Urias, you may not be able to tell from his ERA. He had a 3.95 ERA through the end of June and a 2.45 ERA in July. But if you look at some of the ERA estimators, like XFIP, for example, he's nearly a run and a half worse in July because his strikeout rate has cratered 28.4% through the end of June, just 19.4% thus far in July. And I think we should see Urias fading down the stretch. He's thrown 119 innings this year, blows past his 78 between the regular season and playoffs last season. It's nearly his career high of 127.2 innings that he set 5 years ago. So workload concerns have always been the story with him, and I think they're about to get quite real. Logan Webb, on the other hand, didn't really do much before this year, 5.36 ERA in 94 innings, but he's down at 3.45 or 3.54 this season with the ERA estimators even below that. He's an elite ground ball guy among pitchers who've thrown at least 60 innings. He's 60.6% ground ball rate, trails only Framber Valdez, and he combines that with a strikeout rate that's a bit above league average too. And so given that the Giants offense has basically been as good as the Dodgers all year this year, and with Webb pitching better and Urias pitching worse, I actually think the Giants should be slight favorites.
Well, good news, bad news, guys. You can decide which one it is. After about 15 minutes, you're all done for the show. We thank you for joining us, obviously. Eric, Matt, Nick. We'll catch you again next time. Always fun talking baseball. We're going to take a break here on The Sweat. When we come back, how about Olympic golf? It's on the way, folks. Reed and Moose, they're going to join us. Baseball crew, though we had a lot of fun, obviously. Let's get into Olympic golf because it's on the way, and we turn to our DK contributors here. Reed T. Fowler, Jeff Ulrich. Fellas, good to see you, obviously. And let's start with, as we know, there's no John Rahm, there's no Bryson DeChambeau. Both these guys, unfortunately, had to withdraw as a result of positive COVID tests. So you can look at, DFS here for this Olympic golf tournament. You can look at the top three salaries between the American Colin Morikawa. You got Justin Thomas, Sandra Schauffele. We talked about Morikawa and Thomas on yesterday's show, but Chaser Fade Xander at 10-7. What do you think, Moose?
I mean, I think these top three guys are all priced appropriately. If you're asking me, I mean, I think that, Colin Morikawa obviously deserves to be 11-2, but I think Xander deserves to be the third highest priced player in this field. I mean, he's outperformed Rory McIlroy, even though Rory does have a win. Xander coming in with 5 top 5 finishes over his last 18 events. This is a player whose approach game has really improved over his last couple starts as well. He's dipped with the putter a bit, but we've seen Xander be a very consistent putter on the PGA. Bent grass being his best surface for the most part, and I think that's going to help him at these games. And I just think that when you look at Xander's record in these limited field events, you have to like what you see. Wins at the WGC, wins at the Tournament of Champions, wins at the Tour Championship, all against similar type of fields. I'll take him over Rory. I think it's exactly the right price, and I think it's a good price to take a shot on him too if you're going to fade the top two guys.
$10,700, Reed. Chase or fade Xander?
Yeah, and it's predicated on what you're doing, like Jeff was talking about with the other guys, especially in GPPs, because I think that's what we're all wanting to talk about, right? Is winning the GPP, and Xander is usually a cash game, standout. Like he's just so consistent. You rarely see him foible and falter out of the out of what these bigger tournaments that do have a cut, right? And now when you have a no cut event, Xander is one of those guys that just does so well. Like, what is it like? All of his wins, Jeff, are like on no-cut events, essentially.
3 of the 4, yeah.
Yeah. Tournament of Champions, third championship. So we know, right? He has the Justin Thomas air about him where he can shoot a 62 very easily, kind of like how what JT did on Saturday at the Players, where he shot a 64, 8 under. That's clearly in Xander's back pocket, very easily accessible. Not so much at Rory these days, but we'll get to him in a little bit. But yeah, Xander properly priced feels right, as opposed to in other majors where you're like, Xander is the third highest guy on the boards, or third lowest guy on the board, and he's behind like the Brysons and the Brookses of the world.
I know Reed's been doing this a while, because that right there is a professional tease. Let's stay north of 10K, go to the guy from Northern Ireland, and that is Rory McIlroy, who is $10,300. Chase or fade, Reed? He makes a run in Tokyo.
Jeff and I talked about this yesterday, where the stats are lining up, where he's playing better, his ball striking is better. But what's this guy's motivation? He said there's nothing really to look forward to. This might have been like his over championship hangover. It might have been a couple of things. Maybe he's tired. Maybe he just wants to stay home. I said he wasn't that patriotic. So with all those things considered, which is a stark difference from guys like Joaquin Neiman, guys like Cam Smith, who are extremely prideful, and Colin Morikawa, who's so excited to be representing the USA and the Olympics, Rory's on the exact opposite. So I'd rather play him over Hideki, but both of those guys, Hideki and Rory, I just don't have much confidence. I'd rather eat the chalk in those top 3 guys and leave these 2 guys for everyone else to kind of play around with.
I mean, Moose, can't he be motivated by just that fancy, cool gold medal?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, there can be some motivation for Rory, but I'm of the exact same opinion as Reed here. I'd probably rather play him than Hideki. Rory's approach game has been really consistent coming into this event, which is really the only thing that intrigues me about him. But you look at what he's done, especially compared to those top 3 Americans, outside of even the Wells Fargo, he barely closed it out over Abraham Answer. So it wasn't exactly the most inspiring win ever. And now, like in that field, you didn't have guys like Justin Thomas, Xander Schauffele to deal with, guys who just always come to play, especially in these limited field events, WGCs. We just haven't seen Rory be able to close these out. He's still over 10K here. You've got guys like Hovland, Casey under 10K. I just feel like Rory's actually a little bit overpriced here. And if you're going to pay up for 10-3, you might as well get up to Xander or Justin Thomas at 10-7 or 10-9. So I'm kind of out on Rory. Maybe I'll play him over Hideki, but that's like the only kind of take I have for him.
Guys, there's sports, there's life. Often they intersect, but when they intersect like this, it makes for a big, big story. We take a look here at Sungjae Im, Siwoo Kim. These 2 guys, a different kind of pressure on the line here, obviously, going into this tournament. If either of these guys should medal, that will make them exempt from mandatory military service in their native South Korea. Obviously, I mean, that is significant here, Jeff. So let's go right back to you. Chase or fade either of these guys?
No, I mean, this is a huge story. I mean, I think that even if you're just like a casual viewer or you're just, a casual golf player, PGA DFS golf player on DraftKings, that this is something you're going to want to watch the Olympic golf event for. Both these guys have a ton on the line, and I think both of them have very good shots this week. Siwoo Kim is a player who has typically dominated on like, easier setups. His win at the Wyndham comes to mind, his win at the American Express. He got to like 20 under par in both those events. He's been played a little bit, up and down, but that's just Siwoo Kim. I think he's very good value at 7,800. I think he's going to be popular. I am more interested in Sungjae Im here. He's 9K. I don't think he's going to be as popular because of the price, but he has started to show some consistency with his irons, gain strokes on approach in each of his last 4 starts. So I like Sungjae for those big tournament. Again, we're talking about GPPs. We want to win all the money, like Reed said. I like Sungjae for more of a tournament play here. I think he's not going to be that highly owned because of the price. And I think that, he might be the one that's peaking at the right time for this. Again, a ton on the line. Do you want to take these guys to win? Probably not, because I feel like if they're in contention for a medal, they're really going to be protecting that placing rather than going for the win, because it's so much on the line. But I really do like both these guys. And I think Sanjay, again, is the tournament pick you want to look at.
Reed, what do you think? Chase or fade?
Yeah, my heart says to chase Siwoo. My head says to chase Sanjay, just because of what it means to the game of golf. Sanjay is probably outside of KJ Choi, a guy who can do what Hideki did for Japan for South Korea. Like, that's how good he is. That's what his upside can be. Siwoo is just great, right? Because we usually get him at like triple number odds at like plus 10,000. And he comes out and he wins. That's his upside as well. What this means for these guys is massive, right? They forewent the Open Championship to play here and to prepare here. That's how important it is. And we see careers, Sung Yul No and some of these other guys, Sang Moon Bae, who have gone over and done their 2 years of service and have come back and have not been the same golfers that they were when they were on the PGA Tour before. So this is huge. This doesn't just mean that they're going to stop for 2 years and then they're going to resume where they were 2 years from 2 years after their service. They have no idea. We have no idea what that's going to mean, the implications that it has on their games when they're doing that. So I'd probably chase Sanjay, even though he's in between. He's sandwiched between two guys that I really want to play in Joaquin Neiman and Cam Smith. And Siwoo, he's probably going to get a ton of the roster percentage and sentiment because of his price tag.
And hot take here, I think one of these guys will medal. That's my hot take for the tournament. I think one of these two picks up a medal here. And
I want both, man. Just bang, bang. Just stay in the PGA Tour, guys.
Well, like you guys said, it'd be fascinating to watch, obviously. We'll let you go, Moose. You can come back a little later, talk hockey. Reed, you can talk football. And I look forward to spending a little more time with both of you, obviously, here during this hour. I know. Did I sell it? Did it sound like I meant it? All right, we're going to step aside here. When we come back, I had the chance this week to sit down with Baylor guard, former Baylor guard, future NBA projected lottery pick, in fact, potential top 10 pick, Davin Mitchell. We had a little fun talking about, sport mode versus casual mode, a segment presented by our friends at Crocs. You will see it in a moment. You'll know it's not live because my shirt is different. Davey, on this segment, it's sponsored by Crocs, and I don't know if you've seen the meme out there for Crocs sport mode versus casual mode. Have you seen this? So I'm gonna put you into a bunch of situations. You need to tell me if you handle these situations in casual mode or sport mode. Okay?
All right, go ahead.
Playing video games. You're playing Call of Duty, Fortnite, whatever it is. Is that casual mode or is it sport mode?
Ooh, that's a good one. I'm going sport mode because I'm always standing up. I'm kind of a guy where if something's going wrong, I'm standing up, I'm running around. So I'm saying sport mode now.
Well, you're doing some karaoke. Okay, I know you like music. Future, you got Drake, whatever you want to listen to out there. You're performing in front of the people. Casual mode or sport mode?
Oh, sport mode. I can't be casual because what if they come off and everybody looking out? I gotta go sport mode. I gotta be locked in.
Yeah, you're out walking the dog. Casual mode or sport mode?
Sport for sure. Just because you might got a cat or something they run after, they might get off the leash. You gotta be active the whole time. I'm going with sport on that.
You're going to the beach, going to have fun. Sport mode, casual mode.
Oh. I'm casual. I gotta take those off.
Yeah, I'd be ready to kick them off the second you hit the sand.
Yeah, it's go time. Yeah, sure.
You're watching an NBA game. Which way you going?
Ooh, I'm going sport. Just because I'm into the game, especially last the NBA Finals. It was like I was into the game, standing up. It was like a crazy game. I'm going with sport on that one.
Now, what if you're sitting and you're waiting to get selected in the NBA draft? Casual mode or sport mode?
Whoo, it's a good one. I'm gonna go sport just because I don't know. I'm gonna just go sport on that one just because you'll be nervous.
You're getting ready to run up on stage.
Yeah. I'm gonna go sport on that one.
Well, from a future NBA player in Davin Mitchell to a bunch of guys who have or will play in the NBA, or maybe some who won't, let's talk a little Olympic basketball. We got a showdown on the way. The United States against Iran. Kenny Ducey, Nick Whalen, both joining me here. Adam Kaufman with you. We're about halfway home on this show. And guys, well, the U.S., quite frankly, it was unfortunate last time out against France, losing down the line, tough second half collapse, but now 40-point favorites against Iran coming off that loss to the Czech Republic. Nick, let's start with you. Looking at the showdown, who are you going to captain?
Man, this is really tough. I think KD is worth a shot. I think he's still the highest floor player that Team USA has to offer, even in a game that could very easily get out of hand, as early as maybe the first or second quarter. Iran, against Czech Republic in its first game, was able to make that final score fairly respectable with a huge fourth quarter, but Iran was down 20, 30 plus for a lot of that second half. And it would not be a surprise if this one goes in line with the spread. So when you're picking a captain and really when you're selecting the rest of your roster in this showdown contest, you kind of have to be grasping at straws to some degree. You're projecting, okay, what happens if Team USA is up 35 in the third quarter? Does KD sit the rest of the way? Do we see more Jeremy Grant? Do we see Team USA pull back on Drew Holiday, who, came in hot from the NBA Finals, played a ton of minutes on Sunday morning's game? You kind of have to do your own projections, essentially, on what you think is going to happen with this roster in a blowout scenario. But at the end of the day, I think KD is still the safest option. But I also like Bam Adebayo, who you can captain at just under $10,000 in this DraftKings showdown. And if you go with Bam, you can virtually build any roster you want around him, given how the salaries play out. And you do have to include one Iranian player. That's going to be somewhat of a crapshoot, but you can pretty much pick and choose whichever USA guys you want if you do go with Bam at the captain spot.
Yeah, Kenny, I guess that kind of becomes the question. If you want the safe pick versus differentiation, who are you captaining?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and request I never do any more segments with Nick because he always steals my thunder with these. Yeah, I am captaining Bam Adebayo at 9.9K. He's a great option here. He's coming off a 34 fantasy point game. And what we learn about international play every time we see it is that the big men just continue to get more and more dominant with the different rules that FIBA has. I think we saw it against France that there's a serious problem here with the U.S. and size. We'll talk about in a second that Iran has a pretty good big man. They're going to want good post defense out there. Adebayo and Drew Holiday are two guys I really like in this showdown because they're the two best defenders on the United States. And I do think that it's going to be important to have them out there. And then I think that also, obviously, we've seen the fact that they can score the basketball and be good offensive players, stuff the stat sheet. I think Bam Adebayo is a lock for a double-double here. And I think that ultimately he's definitely my favorite play for what Nick mentioned. You could put him there and then you can get Kevin Durant. I want Kevin Durant and Damian Lillard in there. I want no part in fading those guys when you consider the fact that they could just, have 50 fantasy point nights each. So Adebayo is the best way to construct your lineup, in my opinion, in the captain spot.
Well, you've both mentioned Durant and Holiday and Bam, so maybe you want all those guys in your lineup. I don't know, but it becomes more challenging, obviously, Kenny, when you're looking at Team Iran. Which way do you go? Because Nick said could be kind of a crapshoot. How do you go about researching a guy from Iran that you want on that squad?
Yeah, I think it begins and ends with Hamed Haddadi. I know that he's the most expensive player at $8,800, but he's worth every penny. He's 7'2". He's very experienced at 36 years old. He looks like you'd find him at a pickup gym. He's just this old man who just continues to get rebounds and buckets down low. But what I mentioned earlier about the big man, I think rings true. I think that you see, some shooting variance here with Iran. I mean, I don't think they're going to, some of these guards are not going to hit the same level of shots that they did against the Czech Republic, against some legitimately good defenders and Chris Middleton and, Damian Lillard, guys that are athletic, can hang with guys. I don't see the guards really having a big role in this game, but I do think Haddadi is going to be a guy that is going to be out there. He put up 39 fantasy points against the Czech Republic in just 29 minutes. I think he'll get plenty of rebounds with some size issues with the United States, and I do think that ultimately the offense runs through him. He's the best player on the floor for Iran, no question about it, and he plays on the Sichuan Blue Whales in the CBA. He's definitely the most accomplished player on this team. I'm going to go with him.
Nick, which way you going?
And I was up all night, researching the backstories on all these Iranian players. No, I don't think I went as deep as Kenny did. I did not research their CBA teams. But Haddadi's the easy call. I think especially if you're a more casual basketball fan and you really don't have the time to dig into what a lot of these guys are doing, with their international club teams. Like Kenny said, he had a 15-10 double-double with 4 assists, 2 steals, and a block against the Czech Republic earlier this week. It's a name that NBA fans should be familiar with. Played 5 seasons in the league, most prominently with the Memphis Grizzlies. My one concern about Haddadi, though, is potential for foul trouble. Keep in mind that it's 5 fouls and you're out in FIBA. And, I think Team USA, has been kind of victimized in some ways. At least maybe they would say that in terms of how these games have been refereed relative to what they're used to. I think at some point they need to kind of turn the tables and try to use that to their advantage. So I would not be surprised if they tried to attack Haddadi early in this game, get him 3 fouls in the first half, force Iran to kind of be careful with him. So that's kind of the downside with Haddadi. The other player that if you kind of look at the box score from that Czech Republic game, that's really what most fans have to work off of here. Yak Chalidakordi, 23 points, 4 assists in game 1, took a ton of shots in that game, had the highest usage rate of any player on the team. So if you don't have time to go super deep on that research, that's another direction I would lean for Team Iran.
I wish we had time to keep going with this segment, but unfortunately, fellas, we got to cut it short. We got some breaking NHL news. We'll get to it on the other side with our hockey crew. Nick, Kenny, thank you very much. The Sweat rolls on after this. We're back here on The Sweat, and let's get into some of that hockey talk. Moose, Jeff Ulrich rejoins us, DraftKings contributor. We got a couple of our friends here from RotoWire, AJ Schulz and Paul Bruno. And guys, we got some breaking hockey news before we get to the stuff we had planned to talk about, and that is the seemingly ageless goaltender Marc-Andre Fleury has been traded to the Chicago Blackhawks. Moose, we're going to start with you. This is a guy who has won 3 Stanley Cups, a Vezina winner, coming off a really, really good year, even at age 36. What are your expectations? What do you make of this move?
I don't really know what to make of this move. I don't know what the Chicago Blackhawks are doing. Why do they need Marc-Andre Fleury? They had a breakout season from Kevin Lankinen, and they have another young goalie, Malcolm Subban. Are they this close to the Stanley Cup that they need Marc-Andre Fleury? It feels like they're maybe doing Vegas a favor or something. From a fantasy perspective, you should expect Marc-Andre Fleury to see a lot of shots. The Blackhawks give up a lot of shots. I think it makes him very interesting for DFS. He's coming off like a huge season, like you mentioned, and now he's in a fantasy-friendly role. So weird move. We'll learn more about it as the day goes on. But for fantasy purposes, yeah, Marc-Andre Fleury could be big time for daily fantasy next year.
AJ, I mean, this is just happening, obviously, so it's going to take some time for the DK Sportsbook and elsewhere to reflect everything. But does a move like this, Jeff said, obviously good for fantasy, but is it going to change odds significantly in terms of making them a Cup favorite?
I absolutely think it should. I mean, I don't know about Cup favorite odds, but it should certainly improve them. They just brought in the best goalie in hockey. I mean, if I had known, I'd have put my Fleury jersey on before we even started, guys. So yeah, I mean, I'm obviously a huge Marc-Andre Fleury fan. I think it's a huge upgrade in the Nets. Obviously, they're taking on that contract. It gives them a little bit of time to give Lankinen, some. He went through a lot of growing pains last year, and this gives him some time to develop him and not just throw him to the wolves like they did last year. And I think actually it's a great move for Chicago. I think they're close enough. They're getting Jonathan Taves back. They still have Patrick Kane. They added Seth Jones, which is an upgrade from Duncan Keith. So I think this is a team that should have upward mobility in terms of the sports book there. Now, again, Cup contender, maybe not quite, but Vezina Trophy winner, best goalie in hockey, 3-time Stanley Cup champion on the books. You got to be in the mix, right?
Paul, as we're accustomed to around here, you laughed at your coworker. So what are your thoughts on this move?
I can't wait to see how long it takes him to get his new sweater now. But in all seriousness, that was the big hole in Chicago for the last couple of years. I like what they've done to bolster themselves offensively and along the blue line. So it just makes sense that they try to address the situation in goal, which it was a weakness despite Lankinen's kind of breakout performance as a rookie. They now have a veteran to complement him, and really he should be all ears, keep his mouth closed and listen to all the tricks of the trade that Fleury will pass down. That might be his most important value going forward this season. So a great move by the Hawks, I think.
Guys, we got news coming in fast and furious, too. Looks like the Sharks are going to be buying out Martin Jones. I don't think that's a great shock, but obviously it is news nonetheless. Braden Holtby is going to be bought out by the Canucks. So we're going to have goaltenders moving around this offseason. It's clearly underway. But let's go back to, AJ, something you brought up, and that is, of course, Seth Jones, another guy that is on his way to Chicago. He's there now, here for the Blackhawks, and Duncan Keith gone. So from a fantasy perspective, what do you make of the Jones move?
Well, I think it's a slight uptick in his fantasy value here. With Columbus, he was essentially splitting that quarterback spot with the power play unit with Zach Werenski. Here in Chicago, it'll be all him on that number one power play unit. Again, I mentioned some of the names of the guys he'll play with, and I think it's a good, like I said, uptick in fantasy value for him. It's obviously a team that thinks they can be competitive, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him get back over the 40-point mark, maybe even push for the 50-point mark, which he's hit once in his career.
Paul, what do you think? Is there more fantasy value now for Jones?
Significantly more. They signed him to an extension, 8 years and $76 million, translating to an annual cap hit of $9.5 million. Alex, that should tell you all you need to know about how he's expected to become a cornerstone of this defense and maybe even a key part of their leadership. He's just turned 27 before the season starts, and he'll immediately become the power play quarterback, a 25-minute a night player, and easily capable of topping the 40-point mark for years on end. I would say a very solid physical and defensive player as well. A great addition, and instantly will become a fan favorite in Chicago. And I think he's going to be an all-star for years in that setup.
Jeff, anything to add there?
I agree with Paul. I think this is a pretty big uptick for Seth Jones's fantasy value. I mean, this is the 11th ranked power play from last season. That's without Jonathan Taves on the team and the Blackhawks. And he's moving on from the Blue Jackets, who had one of the worst power plays, and he was splitting time. The Blackhawks really don't have any other power play quarterback there. Obviously, they traded Boyquist to get Seth Jones as well. I think Seth Jones, you're going to see him return to that 40 to 50 point ratio. I think he's going to play a lot of minutes, regardless of what I think of the Blackhawks as a team. They're clearly making moves. They should be healthier next year. Yeah, Seth Jones is a guy, definitely you should expect an uptick in fantasy production.
Let's keep going with this. And, fittingly enough, obviously, the producers do a good job and we can link everything together question by question. Let's talk more about Columbus. Paul, we'll go back to you. A trade, obviously, Cam Atkinson and Jakub Voracek were swapped. So who's the winner in this deal?
You know what? They profile both very similarly, though Voracek is significantly larger in terms of body size. That's the biggest difference between these two guys. I think they're both very capable scorers, both very capable of being part of the leadership crews for their new teams. But I think Voracek's going to benefit a little bit more from a defined role in the top 6 over in Columbus, because he was moved all the way up and down the lineup for the last couple of years in Philadelphia. And I think he's going to see a more prominent role, maybe even a first line role with his new club. And I think that's going to be better for him. He's a very capable scorer, one of the better playmaking wingers as well. And I think that's going to be the difference between the two players. I think this guy is going to thrive more than Atkinson will in the Philadelphia setup. I don't think you can guarantee him a first line role because he's going to be behind Travis Konechny on that right side.
Moose, what do you say?
Yeah, from a depth chart perspective, Atkinson takes a little bit of a blow. I still like Atkinson more, especially as a fantasy player. He's a way higher volume shot producer, which, again, I like the move for Philly. I mean, they're saving money on an average salary, and I personally think they're getting the better player. Atkinson also will pick up shorthanded minutes and stuff like that. Voracek does a lot of the same things, like Paul said. It just feels like his production has gone down. He's been moved around the lineup, but part of that has been he really just hasn't been that productive, whereas Atkinson really has been carrying a bad offense at times for Columbus. So I would still say I like Atkinson more from a fantasy perspective. I'm just not sold that Voracek's going to do much at Columbus. Columbus obviously just doing a bit of a fire sale here, and I'm not sure what they're going to look like. So I don't know if I want any part of anyone on Columbus next year. I do like Atkinson, though. I think he'll be part of the top 6 for Philly.
Who's the winner here, AJ?
Well, I think the real winner is me now that I can draft Voracek. He's no longer on my no flyers prohibited list here. So that's the real winner here. No, but in all seriousness, I do think Voracek is the probably individual winner in my opinion, because he'll for sure be on that top line, possibly with Patrick Laine, number 1 power play as well, and can just feed pucks over to Laine. Meanwhile, Atkinson will have to anchor his own line, likely still a top 6, like Jeff said, but he'll have to anchor his own line, and he'll be playing with the surgically rebuilt Kevin Hayes. So there's obviously some concerns as to what sort of level of play we'll get out of Kevin Hayes right out the gate.
Looks like the other end of that Fleury deal is going to be Michael Hakkarainen, who is a center 2018 draft pick, hasn't played in the NHL yet, 5th rounder. So just to clue people in on what, once the trade call is made, this is going to look like. Guys, let's move on to just in general. And there have been so many moves, obviously. And AJ, we'll go right back to you. Do you have a favorite that you've had so far this offseason?
I mean, I like everything. I know it's kind of a punt here, but I like everything that Seattle has done. I think they brought in a really good group of guys. It's maybe not as flashy as some of the moves that we saw Vegas pull off, and Seattle was working with a bit more of a handicap when you consider the fact that everybody felt like they got burned by these side deals, these, trade consideration deals from Vegas, and weren't willing to do so. So I really think Seattle made a good work with what they had available. I like the opportunity for Chris Driedger to be a number 1 guy in this league. I think they've got a solid netminder in him. And it sounds like they're getting pretty close to bringing in Jaden Schwartz, which would be a good upgrade for them as well.
Jeff, what do you think? Favorite move?
I mean, I love what the Kraken did on defense and in net as well. I agree there. My favorite move, though, is going to be another goalie, Alex Nedeljkovic, to the Detroit Red Wings. Again, this is a player who kind of carried things for the Carolina Hurricanes at point last year. He's a young goalie, and now he goes to the Red Wings, to an insanely young team. And I think it's perfect move for Detroit. You get a young goalie for relatively cheap. Now you can grow with the team. I think for fantasy purposes too, I love this because he should see a ton of shots on goal. And like Marc-Andre Fleury, probably going to be a very good fantasy option. So I like the Nedeljkovic move by the Red Wings.
Paul, what stood out to you?
I've got a couple of favorites in the recent flurry of trades, guys. My favorite move, though, is that Florida adding Sam Reinhart, a 25-goal scorer in Buffalo last year in that mess. He'll move to Alex Barkov's right wing and should easily top the 45-point total from last season and could even threaten his career high of 65 points set 3 seasons ago. But I'd be remiss if I didn't get a shot across AJ's bow without mentioning the Flyers moves to bolster their blue line with the addition of a pair of veteran blue liners. First, they add 30-year-old Ryan Ellis, and AJ knows how much I like this guy for years. He's a very productive and quality two-way player who will log tons of ice time and be a key power play role for them. They also add Rasmus Ristolainen, 27 years old. This guy's a giant, 6'4", 225, and also has great offensive skills, though is a bit suspect defensively. He'll be insulated in that way in his new surroundings. I think that'll lend an uptick to his profile as well. He's been a rumored trade chip for Buffalo for a long time, but should be more comfortable next season. And he's playing for a new contract, guys. He's on a $5.4 million cap hit, and he'll have every incentive to play to his top levels to maintain that level of living for him and his family.
I tell you, fellas, all those hockey names the last 10 minutes, just chef's kiss, and yet, we said Iran 17 different ways last segment. All right, thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. Catch you guys again later this week. I'm sure we're going to step aside. Football on the way. We got a lot to cover, including Aaron Rodgers' triumphant return to Green Bay. Who saw that coming? Sweats next. All right, we've only got 5-6 minutes left in the program, but a lot of football to get to. Aaron Rodgers, he's back. He's at camp. He's a Packer. Who would have guessed? Julian Edlow, Garion Thorne, Reed T. Fowler joined us here. And Garion, let's start with you, my friend. Now that this saga appears to be over, even though the ink isn't quite dry, Packers, Aaron Rodgers, this is the inevitable. And so what does this do for his fantasy, for sportsbook odds on the DK Sportsbook? What do you make of the whole thing?
I mean, congratulations to anyone who took a Packers future the past 2 weeks. Look, I don't want to say this was the expected outcome, but I don't think anyone actually thought he was retiring, right? I mean, this is someone who just won the MVP. This is someone who led football in touchdown rate, in adjusted net yards per attempt last season. This is a Packers team that was first in DVOA or offensive DVOA last season under Matt LaFleur. Like, it just seemed like everything was kind of starting to come together. I don't really think this changes my opinion of the Packers in terms of them being a legitimate Super Bowl contender. I don't really trust this team late in the playoffs. However, I will say right now they are minus 130 to win their division. And that to me seems like a pretty good bet. I just don't really know who the second best team in the NFC North is. I mean, I guess there's a chance it's the Vikings, but there's still a huge Kirk Cousins factor there. You've got the Bears still kind of figuring out who their quarterback is going to be this year. Do they waste 6 weeks with Andy Dalton behind center? I don't know. It's a possibility. But if you go by last season's advanced metrics, the Packers were so clearly far and away the best team in that division. Minus 130 doesn't seem all that steep a price to pay. So I guess that's where I'm looking now that we know Rodgers is going to be playing in 2021.
Jules, what kind of year are we going to see from the reigning MVP?
Well, he's the reigning MVP, and he's getting up there in age, and he, has been quite petty this offseason with the Green Bay Packers. I don't think everything is – well, first of all, how ridiculous is it that swinging odds that we see for literally nothing happened? Like, Aaron Rodgers was the quarterback of the Packers. He's still the quarterback of the Packers. All he did is show up after people that aren't even reliable sources said that he might retire, and the odds go all over the place and now swing back. I think Green Bay is fairly priced to win the division, but I think there's going to be some regression here. Now, the other part of it is the Lions stink. I have them under 5 wins. They're not doing anything. The Bears have a lot to figure out. They could be in the mix. And the Vikings are a huge wild card. Like, they have pieces. Garion talked about it, but can they really compete with the Packers? I don't really know. So I think the Packers are still a fine bet based on who's available in the division. But at the same time, I feel like things might not, if you hit one bump in the road here with how Rodgers has been this offseason, things can go backwards very quickly. Like, this is being called the last dance. Well, guess what? You didn't win 6 championships and come back. You've been coming up short every year. So don't compare yourself to Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen. Like, I need to see it to believe it. I'm thinking the Packers are going to hit a bump somewhere in the road, and things aren't going to be as smooth as we think.
Reed Rodgers has said his future is a beautiful mystery. It looks like we might have a conclusion, but Davante Adams, he's expected to be back. What's his year going to look like with Rodgers?
We're talking about Randall Cobb too, Cobb. Don't forget about the Cobb guy. All of this was a big ploy. It was a long con to get Cobb back in. Yeah, Julian is getting a little bit angry about the Last Dance, and he's getting caught up. It's true, getting caught up in all the minutia of this, and it's true, right? It's all minutia. I do love his hair. I love the sunglasses. I love the vibe after coming back from Hawaii. That's what happens to you, Koff, is that you get a little bit more relaxed, and that's what Aaron Rodgers is doing. Look. Gary mentioned something that I think is poignant. His touchdown rate last year was over 9%. That's going to regress. That's going to come down. And from a fantasy standpoint, I still got him at like QB 9. He's still taught like single digit, like QB 9 or 10. But the guy's not mobile. He's wanted to play into his 40s, but he's just not a mobile quarterback. And those touchdowns, I do think, come down. Davante Adams is now, in my opinion, if everything is signed, a clear-cut number 1 wide receiver, you take over Tyreek Hill. I don't think there's a huge amount of regression just because of who is Aaron Rodgers going to throw to try to have a last dance type of season. It ain't Robert Tonyan. It's going to be Davante Adams. So I love Adams, Aaron Jones too. I think their ADP start to increase, but I'd still wait and try and get a good price at Aaron Rodgers in season long.
I thought when you go on vacation with the tellers, that's what you come back looking like.
No, the glasses were great though. Do you see those things he's sporting right now?
I just
fantastic.
kind of love the Dunder Mifflin shirt, actually.
That's true. Yeah, Kevin Shirley. Yeah.
Give me the Kevin shirt. All right. Thanks to Reed, to Jules, and to Garion. And thank you for watching The Sweat. Good news is we're not going anywhere. We got a half dozen Madden simulations coming your way beginning at noon Eastern time. It's about 5 minutes from now. They are every 2 hours, of course, 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. A lot of great stuff coming your way. First one, Jason Rossi and Zach Thompson will have you. That is the Falcons and Packers, Aaron Rodgers Packers, coming up, like I said, in 5-6 minutes. Get your lineups in the DraftKings lobby, DK SimFam Friends League lobby, wherever you are, and I will have you for Sims at 2 and 4, including with Kenny Ducey. That's right, me and Tweak coming up 2 o'clock Eastern time for the Madden Matinee. I'm Adam Kaufman. We'll see you next time. What's up, everybody? Well, hello again, DK Sim fam. It was great to see you on the Sweat earlier today. I hope you were with us, or at least for the replay that you just witnessed, in which case you saw the two of us. He's Kenny Ducey. I'm Adam Kaufman. We were talking NFL there. We'll do plenty of it here as well. Madden matinee in front of us. What's up, man?
A lot is up. Really looking forward to this. Sim, I just ended my lineup, and it is perfect. I didn't like it. I told you about 30 seconds ago I hated my lineup. Now I love my lineup. So complete juxtaposition there.
Did you change something, or you've just turned the corner on it?
No, different lineup. Sorry, my hair is all wacky, so I was just outside for a long time. I like Randall Cobb, my captain spot. He was always my captain spot. Lineups have just locked. Deshaun Watson, Brandon Cooks, Darren Fells. These are all guys that were always in my lineup. But what I did was I had McLaurin and Will Fuller, and I swapped them out for J.D. McKissick and the Sprink Daddy, the Sprinkler, Jeremy Sprinkle. So I'm feeling good about that. I'm feeling pretty good, and we'll see.
How about that Randall Cobb love? You know, if Aaron Rodgers can't have him, Kenny Ducey's going to grab him.
That's right.
That's the way that's going to go.
Randall Cobb is my captain, so I'm looking forward to it.
That's pretty incredible. That's pretty incredible. $5,400 in the flex for Randall Cobb, 6.5 points a sim. Not a regular contributor here in Simland, but he does have 15 touchdowns in his 89 games. He's not cracked double digits in quite a while in fantasy points. We'll see what happens. A bold play. I have got Terry McLaurin in my captain spot. So the guy that you swapped out, I gave just all the love to. Terry McLaurin is my captain. Houston with the ball first here. Virtual District of Columbia. Deshaun Watson picks up 13 yards to the 38. Brandon Cooks, who normally when Houston's involved is in my lineup, but he's not today. Deshaun Watson is there. J.D. McKissick, Jeremy Sprinkle. I have Dontrell Inman and Duke Johnson.
Oh, the Inman.
The Inman. Yeah, he's Inman.
I love the
in my
Inman.
lineup.
Love the Inman.
Brian C. And Eager Koff and Deputy Ducey himself on the 2 p.m.er on a Tuesday. Where the bleep do I sign? A fumble and a recovery from Davis. Action early, 30-plus seconds in.
Yeah, that's Brian C's classic sign-in. What's going on, Brian C?
There is.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson fumbling. That could be a little troublesome. Oh, but a big sack right there.
Aggressive. Whitney Merciless with the sack and a 12-yard loss for
What
the
a
new backup quarterback in Pittsburgh, Dwayne Haskins.
What a crazy sequence. Both defenses coming out hot.
Deshaun Watson, quite obviously, Kenny, the chalk today, about 36% captained, 90.1% owned overall. Get this, by the way, and we got a lot to cover pertaining to, obviously, Aaron Rodgers. That's the big stuff. We got some news from within this sim, both sides. I did a sim yesterday with, I don't remember which one it was. It might have been with Lamarca. All these things, they blend together. Anyway, the Ravens were involved. Lamar Jackson, I had never seen it before, Kenny, Drew, Undercover Boss Tom, Zach, Bobo, Bird. I'd never seen this before. Lamar Jackson was owned in 99.2% of lineups in the Baltimore-Chicago game.
In the free showdown or in your contest?
In our contest, which is still, it's not like there are 10 people in there.
How many people were
north
was
of
it?
100 people. 99.2% owned.
So it must have been
Almost
one
no
person,
one was
right?
fading that guy.
How many points did he end up having?
He had a big day. Yeah, a big game. He had multiple rushing touchdowns. I don't remember exactly what his point total was. It was right around probably 45 or 50 in the captain spot. He had a big day.
Big game.
Drew, but how did J.K. Dobbins do? I know, I almost rostered
J.K.
Dobbins. I didn't, and he busted, Drew. He
J.K.
busted.
Dobbins.
I made the right call. J.D. McKissick, a yard.
J.K.
At
Dobbins.
yards.
It's Stubbins with the carry.
28.
It's Stubbins.
See you guys in the chat. Thanks for being with us. DraftKings conference room, the DK Treehouse. Smash that like, hit the subscribe button. Thanks for hanging out. Obviously, Kenny, the big news as it relates to the Washington football team. New 3-year extension for Logan Thomas, the tight end. 2020 season, 72 catches. The former QB who,
it's nice right there,
as Mike Garafolo notes, made the successful switch to a new position, got paid doing it. 40 in the air now for Haskins after that grab, fittingly enough, by Logan Thomas. You know, you speak things into existence, I tell you. $24 million deal over 3 years, $10 million in guarantees. He is now the 7th highest paid tight end in the NFL.
Love that move.
Does it make sense
I like
to
Logan
you?
Thomas a lot. Yeah, he's a good player. Washington's trying to build up the offense, and I like what Washington's doing right now because they have not drafted a quarter. I mean, they obviously drafted. Oh, JJ Watt.
Woof.
Obviously, they drafted this man, Dwayne Haskins, but
yeah, that didn't go so well though.
Right, but the bottom line is, you know, you build your team, and you then when you're ready. I mean, I've talked about this so many times, but when you're ready for a quarterback, you install a quarterback. This team is still a little far away from being ready for a quarterback. I like what they're doing here. I like these little, I mean, they have 3 slot receivers, which makes no sense to me, but I also think they're talented. McLaurin Samuel and Adam Humphries. They just are like a few moves away from really starting to build up that offense. Their defense already there. Their defense is amazing. So I think this is a great move by the Washington football team. I'm going to look at
that defense, by the way, obviously giving a new $72 million extension to defensive tackle Jonathan Allen just yesterday. It's
right?
A 4-year
Big
deal, so
exactly.
To beef up there.
So next year you've got Spencer Rattler from Oklahoma. You have Sam Howell, who I don't think is going to be that good. You have a few quarterbacks on the board there, and I think I'm trying to figure out Carson Strong is whatever. Maybe it's not a great quarterback draft, but the bottom line is Rattler was good last year. You can trade up, try to get him, or maybe trade up for 2 and try to get Sam Howell. Maybe you wait until 2023. But the bottom line is I like the football team's approach to, taking their time. That's what you want to do. You want to take your time with the rebuild. You don't want to just jump into a quarterback that you don't like. And Heineke could be good. I mean, we saw him in the postseason, right? He could be a good quarterback. We'll see what happens. I like the strategy. Too long, don't read. I like the strategy of getting a stopgap quarterback while you're not fully there. And if the football team is amazing this year, and they're just like, man, if they just had an average quarterback, they'd be good. I think we could see them make a big trade for a quarterback, like in the draft.
Dustin Hopkins, 31-yard field goal to make it 3-0 Washington. About 3 minutes to go. Opening quarter. Again, Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman, producer Drew, undercover boss Tom, our technical director, Bert, Bobo, and Zach in ops. Vince Stevenson says, hey, Kaufman, do you have a date when you start using the new Madden, The Sims? We will have to relearn everything, LOL. We don't have a date on that, Vince. Obviously, first game needs to come out, which, if I'm not mistaken, is August 20th. And from there, have to get all the new rosters set up and the depth charts and all the information out there for you on the DK playbook, DK Nation. So it'll take a little time, but rest assured, tentatively, I can say that much, it will be late August. I don't think it's going to bleed into September. It didn't last year. So be patient and looking forward to it, obviously. Yeah, new rosters, new game, new ratings, depth charts, everything. It's going to be great. Madden this week releasing top 10s by position. Yesterday, wide receivers. Spent some time talking about that. We can do that some more with Ducey here today. Defensive linemen, among others, released this morning. So we can spend, obviously some of our sim time on that as well. But with regard to Logan Thomas, still on that for a little bit. So before last year, his career best totals, Kenny, 16 catches, 173. Last year obviously goes for, as mentioned, 72 passes caught and 670 receiving yards as well. So, opportunity plays into that. That goes without saying. I don't think last year was fluky. It was an anomaly, anything like that. It was just, he had the chance. He was the guy. He had an opportunity. But was that a takeoff point? Like, is this a guy you look at and say he's a threat for 1,000 yards, another leap? Or do you
It's about
think
Logan
around
Thomas?
what he did last year, Logan Thomas is
Yeah.
about who he is?
It's not. It's like catcher in baseball, where the bar is so low. There's so many bad tight ends. There's so many middling tight ends. At least from a fantasy perspective and from an offensive perspective, and they obviously have guys that block. But in terms of receiving production, I mean, this is a guy that's talented enough to get there. I think that we saw him featured heavily in the offense, and that's the big, the big point with tight ends is you have a guy like Travis Kelce is maybe the Chiefs' #1 receiver. I think he was, and he's a tight end, and that that obviously happened with Rob Gronkowski in New England. And it happens with George Kittle in San Francisco. When there's a tight end that has incredible hands and is your #1 option on offense, then good things tend to follow. And I think that Logan Thomas is trending in that direction. And when we talk about what I just brought up with the wide receivers, they've got Terry McLaurin, Curtis Samuel, and Adam Humphries. Those are essentially 3 slot receivers. Terry McLaurin does offer you some great pass catching ability on the outside, but he's still small and shifty. Logan Thomas gives you a huge body over the middle of the field to throw the football to, and I think that he's going to be. I mean, if I don't know if he's going to be the #1 option for Ryan Fitzpatrick, but he's probably going to be the #2 option. And I think that is worth a lot, and I think that he could definitely make that step as long as he gets the targets. He's shown you he has the ability. So that's why I'm just discussing what his role is going to be. Because if he's second in targets, he's going to be doing a lot with the football. He's fast. He's really good. I am a little worried about Ryan Fitzpatrick, but we'll obviously see what happens this season.
Askin's perfect 5 for 5. That's 2 catches now for Sims. How appropriate, because this is a sim. It's a handoff that time. Peyton Barber, not far to go. 1 rush right back to the line of scrimmage. Less than a minute to go. So Kenny, drafts are right around the corner. And I'm looking at one site right now, and every site's a little bit different, but I'm looking at one site in ADPs at the tight end position. This is where guys have gone in drafts to this point. And for all I know, this goes all the way back to the start, to the very end of last season. So, people can look at these various sites out there and cut off time frames as you wish, and that will obviously change average draft position. But at the tight end position, this is the order. You tell me if you disagree with any of this, especially with regard to Logan Thomas.
I know who. Okay, you can read them off. I just went through this yesterday.
Well, we all know Travis Kelce is the #1, and that's going to be the case anywhere. Darren Waller is #2, not George Kittle, Darren Waller, then Kittle, the Mandrews, Mark Andrews at 4, Kyle Pitts at 5, who I also have a lot of respect for going into this year, TJ Hawkinson, Dallas Goedert for Philly, Noah Fant, then at #9, Logan Thomas, then you have Robert Tonyan, Mike Gesicki, Irv Smith Jr., Evan Ingram, Hunter Henry, Rob Gronkowski, Jonnu Smith, Tyler Higbee, Zach Ertz, Jared Cook, and Adam Troutman to round out the top 5. Obviously, I read those quickly to top 20, to round out the top 20. So I just wanted to, mix in some of those in case anyone was wondering, what about Henry? What about Smith? What about Higbee? What about Gronk? What about Ingram? Guys like that. But obviously, and we'll look at some of the numbers, Logan Thomas sitting at #9. So I want your thoughts on that after I review some of the stats here. Again, 3-0 Washington in front. On top of Houston through 1 quarter. Haskins 63 passing, has 1 incompletion. Deshaun Watson not doing much in the air or on the ground. Matter of fact, he's not even rushed the ball once yet. McKissick has 15 rushing. The fumble by Johnson early, David Johnson. Cooks is 2 for 20 in the air. McKissick 2 for 11, and Sims 2 for 27. Your leading receiver currently, and we'll get to the leaderboard and all that good stuff. But like I said, Kenny, going back to what I was just talking about, Logan Thomas at #9, ADP tight end. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, well, first of all, Queenie in the chat was giving me a hard time because I said that Travis Kelce was the primary receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs. And if you remember, he led the NFL in receiving yards up until week 16 or week 17. He was second in the NFL in receiving. So I would say that, yes, he was the top target for the Kansas City Chiefs. He's also 5th in receptions in the NFL. So I don't
know if I like all these guys going ahead of Logan Thomas. So I definitely understand that this is a situation where there's like risk involved with Ryan Fitzpatrick, but to me, I was talking about this with Christian yesterday. I think everyone, you can call anyone bro. What are you talking about? It's just bro. People are saying I called Queenie bro. I did call Queenie bro. It's bro. I called my female dog that I have here, Harlow. I call her bro. I call my girlfriend bro. Sometimes you just say bro.
Like David Ortiz, he calls everyone man.
Yeah, it's just
woman. Man, doesn't matter. He just calls you man. I don't know, man.
Anyway, that's like a sign of affection. Like, I think we're friends. I'm just calling you bro.
Well,
but
buddies.
Obviously, there's at the tight end position. There's the elite. There's the guys you reach for in your drafts. Sorry, there's some weird noise outside.
Here's the 1 through 8.
Sounds like
again,
a saw. Hold
okay?
on.
No. But like, here's the 1 through 8 again. You tell me who Logan Thomas
looking
should
at
be
it
in
right
front
now.
of.
I'm looking at it.
Okay, Kelsey.
So
Waller,
right. So my point is, you have your elites.
Goddard, Fant.
You have your elites.
Yeah.
Your Kelce's, Kittles, and Wallers, the guys that have separated themselves at the position, and that's why they're going in the first 3 rounds of the draft. And then it's basically a crapshoot. Now, I don't think that Kyle Pitts has earned any sort of right to be the 4th tight end taken off the board. I like Mark Andrews over Kyle Pitts. I also like Hawkinson over Kyle Pitts. I believe a little bit in Jared Goff, at least just Hawkinson is pretty talented. I don't think Jared Goff's that good, but I also think that we saw what he did with Tyler Higbee. I think he'll throw the ball to TJ Hawkinson. Out on Dallas Goedert as a tight end 7, I would probably put Pitts around 8. I think I would take Noah Fant and Logan Thomas. I mean, look, it all depends, right? The point is Kyle Pitts is going around 50th in drafts. I'm not taking him in the first 4 rounds. I'm just not doing that. There's no assurance that he's going to be a featured part of this Atlanta offense. They also have a ton of receivers. They also have Cordarrelle Patterson, who I'm sure they're going to try to get like gadget plays for, and Russell Gage and Calvin Ridley are still there. I just think that we sometimes pounce on rookies in their rookie season. CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy a year ago, and we get really excited because we know they're good and we know they're going to be good, but they're not good right away. I think Kyle Pitts is going to earn his way into that offense. I think it's going to take a little time. And he might have a great second half of the season. But I think that maybe that he's a guy that you trade for in the middle of the year. I'm just not investing a 4th round pick in Kyle Pitts because there's too much unknown. But if he goes in like the late 5th or the 6th round, yeah, I'm going to take Kyle Pitts. Anyway, so I do think that Logan Thomas should probably go a little bit higher, but the guy I'm kicking out is Dallas Goedert for sure. He's the 7th tight end off the board, and maybe Hawkinson as well. Wow, what a big run this is.
Nice. Duke Johnson, 28-yard rush.
Maybe Hawkinson as well. And so I would probably go Kelsey, Kittle, Waller, Andrews, Pitts, Thomas, Fant, Hawkinson, Goddard. I think that's what I would do with my top 9. Jordan mentioning Mike Gesicki lined up as a wide receiver almost 75% of the time last year. He's a good pick if you want to wait and stack your depth at wide receiver and running back. Probably a good strategy. You have to have a strategy going in. But I also think that if I'm waiting on a tight end, I'm not taking Mike Gesicki. He was a disappointment last year. There's some guys down here. Look, so you just look at the ADP, right? So you do want to stack up your depth maybe at wide receiver and running back. I'm not taking Gesicki at 109. I'm probably more inclined to take Tunyon at 114, like right around the same area. Or Hunter Henry's also going, right there. Although that offense is a mystery. But yeah, I would say if I'm gonna wait, I'm gonna wait a long time. And a guy that I'm eyeing right now is Zach Ertz, all the way down at tight end number 19, around 168 average pick. He is, I think, coming back to the Eagles, and
provided
I know that
does,
Goddard's there.
Is it a timeshare situation? Is it a split?
I just don't think it matters, considering if he's going to be there, he's going to get targets. I know that he had a bad season last year, but Jalen Hurts was only the quarterback for the last 5 games. And it was a lost season for a lot of the Eagles stunk last year because it was a bad offense. Carson Wentz had a terrible season. So I think that this is a great buy low spot on Zach Ertz. Absolutely.
Second and goal from the 3 after an Ertz catch and then a David Johnson run. We got a Duke Johnson touchdown. Did a big roll and getting them there. 28-yard run earlier. And here he is finishing off the drive. About to be 7-3. Texans on top in Washington.
It is crazy to me looking at the tight ends here, the ADP on Fantasy Pros, and no Chris Herndon, which is funny, and it probably deserved because he was a ghost last year. But you've got people taking, people taking Tim Tebow before they take, what's his face, Chris Herndon. So it's just pretty funny.
Someone, I believe it was Matt Nelson, asked us a little while ago as it's now 7-3 Texans on top halfway through the second. Again, Ducey, Koff, Drew, Tom, Zach, Bert, Bobo, everyone here with you, hanging out. And thank you for being here with us. About 350 watching on the Dream Stream here on the YouTube. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button if you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a follow there. DK Nation, DK Playbook, Game Center. Wherever you're finding us, we appreciate it. Of course, if you're on one of those platforms, come on over to the chat, interact with us. We enjoy it. Get into the live chat, the dark chat, not just the top chat. You don't want anything hidden from you. Matt Nelson asked, Koff, Ducey, your number 1 overall pick, fantasy PPR right now. What are you thinking?
I don't know. It's a tough one, but I still am a big fan of Dalvin Cook, and I'm still going to go with Dalvin Cook as my number 1 pick.
That's where I am too. And I don't make it a habit of agreeing with Ducey, but Dalvin Cook's my guy. I know a lot of places have Christian McCaffrey as that guy, and I don't know, maybe coming off the injury, I'm just not as convinced. Not to mention, obviously, it depends what you think of Sam Darnold there in Carolina as well. Dalvin Cook, you know what he's going to do for Minnesota. So long as he's healthy anyway. You know what he's going to do. You know what he's got around him. It's going to be a pretty similar offense to what it was last year.
Jordan Green said Cook. Brian C says McCaffrey. Dad bets McCaffrey. I don't know, Congo Cab. I'm not trying to bring up the Jets. You guys seem like you're trying to harp on it because I just offhandedly mentioned something about Chris Herndon. Like the fact that there's a starting tight end not even getting drafted. That's kind of crazy, right? That doesn't usually happen. That's like an anomaly. I think that every team's starting tight end is being drafted, or almost. But anyway, don't want to talk about the Jets.
Fan. He's still going CMC.
Look, I think that Jordan Green's bringing up some interesting points about Zach Ertz. He asked if you think he's going to get traded if the Eagles are out of it during the season, and also that wide receiver is a problem for the Eagles, and maybe he'll be a late round steal. I do think that he'll be a late round steal. I really do. I think when it's all said and done, look, you just have to use your logic. You have to use your brain here, right? I think the consensus...
I don't come to Simland to use my brain, Kenny.
The consensus last year, let's just use reasoning. The consensus last year was what? That Jalen Hurts was good. Now, that's not necessarily what the Madden Raiders think, but the consensus was that Jalen Hurts was good. Who was he throwing to? He was throwing to Greg Ward. He was going to Travis Fulgham. To a lesser extent, Jalen Reagor, who they spent the first-round pick on last year. Now they have another first-round receiver, Devonta Smith, Heisman winner. This is an offense that I think is going to get better this year with Jalen Hurts under center. This team, it's easy to forget, almost made the playoffs. They were actually in the driver's seat to win the NFC East before a crushing loss in Week 16. I was sure that they were going to make the playoffs, and they didn't end up doing it because they lost to Dallas, and also that Arizona loss really hurt. But this is an offense that was putting up points, okay? So look, I just don't think that we can. I think that this is a great way to buy low on a guy that was once one of the elite tight ends. He also, I don't think he's as bad as his numbers last year indicate, because again, he was playing in a terrible offense with a terrible quarterback. And I see him getting plenty of snaps here because if he's returning to the Eagles, he's returning for a reason. He's returning because he thinks this team is going to compete and he's going to have a role on the team. So I don't know. I just think that like I'm willing. I want to buy some shares of this Eagles offense. Like I'm going to look to get Devonta Smith or maybe Greg Ward late in my draft. I think that especially we know about the NFC East. You can't rule out any team in the NFC East as we're talking about the Washington football team today. So I think that this is an offense that you can get at a discount, and it might end up paying off for you. I mean, I honestly could make an argument for drafting any of these Eagles. I really could. I think that you could make an argument for drafting Smith or Greg Ward, even maybe getting him off the waiver wire. But Jalen Reagor and Travis Fulgham, they have talent. So I just don't like Dallas Goedert going that high, but that's about it. Oh,
Bell's
fumble.
with a catch and a fumble. Taken back by Collins to the 27. 1st and 10 on the way for Washington. Fresh off the punt, and now an opportunity to take a lead before the half. We'll spend some time on Deshaun Watson in the second half. Obviously, rumors circulating around him. Potential trade block, as you know, he's been asking for that, but now it seems like Houston might actually be willing to go down that lane. His future uncertain for a range of reasons. They're reviewing the fumble right now. We'll get into some of the Madden rankings as well. Some of what was released on ESPN earlier today.
Yeah, and just the last
Houston getting it back.
The last point on Ertz, because Drew is dropping in, to remind everybody that, you know, what happened last year about the trade request and all that, Ertz's time seemingly coming to an end in Philly, that's not the case. He that was why I brought him up, because and maybe he's going to rise up the draft board, but you know, he's staying there and he's going to come back. And like I was saying, if he agreed to do that, then I definitely think he's going to have a role. People also talking in the chat about the Giants tight end situation. And I would agree with whoever said Kyle Rudolph. Someone said Kyle Rudolph was washed. Yeah, it happens sometimes on this computer. And I think that whoever said that is right. I would rather, I don't think Evan Ingram's particularly good, but I think that he'll be the guy who gets, you know, the targets. And Evan Ingram was going higher than this in drafts last year. People were excited about Evan Ingram, and I just don't think that anything's really changed, except for maybe he's been exposed as not as great of a player as people think.
I don't think Evan Ingram's a bad player. We just need to see him healthy, which last year he largely was. The past
he's a bad player.
You know, he wasn't, obviously, but
he's not good.
Well, I mean, how are we classifying that as a tight end?
He has bad hands.
Statistically speaking, like there are only so many prime Gronk.
Anyway, you're twisting my words. What I'm trying to say is you want to draft
like that,
you want to draft Evan Ingram.
I'm just saying a guy who goes for 60 plus catches and 650 plus yards and can get into the end zone a half dozen times isn't a bad player.
I think that he should be. I mean, he had so many drops last year. He should have been much much better. His catch percentage was
his catch
down to
rate
57.8.
Was among his career worst. It was bad. It was bad. I'll acknowledge that.
I mean, I also just don't love their quarterback, but
if that means anything.
I mean, he also single-handedly cost the Giants a playoff spot by dropping that pass against the Eagles through his fingertips. Another fumble.
Washington has it. 25 ticks left.
I thought that was going to go back.
Gross.
Ball on the deck.
Well out of field goal range, though. So Washington, despite having all its timeouts available, going to have to pick up some yardage here. At least I would say 30.
Yeah, Congo Cab. I said that Evan Ingram's better than Kyle Rudolph, so you should get the wax out of your ears.
Timeout.
I think I was actually agreeing with Congo Cab, and then he somehow turned it into how I'm not agreeing with him. And you know what? It's your fault, because you were the one who brought up that I said Evan Ingram's bad. Because I do think Evan Ingram's bad, but he's still better than Kyle Rudolph, and I would still take him higher than 14th off of the board of tight ends.
I don't know why this always becomes my fault. 1st and 10 from the 48.
No, it is your
18
fault.
18 seconds left. 2 timeouts remaining for the WFT. Will he get it? Yes! Field goal range. Out at the 27. 1st and 10 on the way. 13 seconds left. McLaurin doing it all. 4 for 50, pacing toward a bonus. That's my captain. Keep it up. AD Poker says this is intriguing. I don't know if he's talking about the sim or the conversation. Either way, glad you're here.
I think he's talking about the sim.
Washington looking for a lead.
Congo Cab, I will Venmo you $350 if I didn't say that. You can rewind the tape. I literally said that he's better than Kyle Rudolph, and I would draft him over Kyle Rudolph. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of people telling me that I said stuff I didn't say. This guy is ridiculous.
Congo Cab, if you'd like to drop your Venmo into the chat. Just
go ahead and do it. Go ahead and rewind the tape. Go ahead and post it on Twitter. You show me where I said that I would rather take Kyle Rudolph over Evan Ingram. That is ridiculous. I would never draft Kyle Rudolph over Evan Ingram. That's so stupid.
One more timeout. Washington to the
It's free money for you if you're really right.
Super Bowl, baby. It's your fault, Koff. AD Poker said it was
really
the conversation, by the way.
CJ McCollum in the chat, I think that could actually be the real CJ McCollum. I think he's very into gaming. So
yeah, I mean, I'd like to talk to CJ about Dame's future if CJ wants to weigh in on that. Dustin Hopkins with the field goal cuts the deficit to 1. The Guru says, ignore it, Ducey. He's instigating.
Abby Rizzo said, easy bread. Go ahead and roll that tape.
Congo Cap
sounds like a lot of people.
Get my
in the
300
chat.
ready, Kenny. Koff knows what you said.
It looks like everyone's agreeing with me that I didn't say that. You know, I'm gonna find it right here. This is ridiculous. Let's mention the fall.
Kenny's getting ready to break the fourth wall and just play back the sim on the sim. Final play, the return. Taken back to the 25. That'll end the half. 7-6 Houston. It's not exactly a barn burner here in virtual DC. We'll review the stats for you. Take a look at our leaderboard. See how our crew is doing. I'm creeping into the top 20. AC 88-2. 8882, pardon me, 3/8. Eating all day in front right now. Haskins 144, not far from pacing toward a bonus. Watson just 76 in the air. He's completed 75% of his passes. No touchdowns for either one. The one touchdown belongs to Duke Johnson, 2 for 31 on the ground. He is your leading rusher, but 8 for 28 for McKissick. And in the air, McLaurin 4 for 50, the superstar, 3 for 41 for Sims, 2 for 24 for Thomas. Cooks 3 for 34, 1 for 30 for Fells, right before it looked like he fumbled, and then of course that was overturned.
All right, let's play
Once
this
again, 7-6. All right, yeah, what do you got?
Let's play this for Congo Cab.
What do you got, Congo Cab? You listening?
Whoever said Kyle Rudolph, I think Kyle Rudolph was washed. Yeah, it happens sometimes on this computer. And I think that whoever said that is right. I don't think Evan Ingram's particularly good, but I think that he'll be the guy who gets, the targets. And Evan Ingram was going higher than this in drafts last year. People were excited about Evan Ingram, and I just don't think that anything's really changed, except for maybe he's been exposed as.
I think we should listen all the way until we've caught up.
Well, the point is that Kyle Rudolph's washed up, and I'd rather have Evan Ingram because he's going to get all the targets in the Giants' offense. And my whole point was that there's literally, I don't think anything's changed in the offense because Kyle Rudolph was not brought in to take over Evan Ingram's job. So why would you take him over Evan Ingram? That's ridiculous. And I also don't think that he should be going tight end 14. We could rewind even farther when we were talking about the rankings. I think he's going too low. No. I just wanted to shut Congo Cab up and throw it in his face that he's wrong.
AD Poker, playing back the sim on the sim, tearing a hole in the fabric of space-time. This is after this is such a fitting conversation after I spent time before bed last night watching the Netflix show Movies That Made Us, and season 2 had an episode on Back to the Future. That was a solid 50 minutes of my life spent on space and time and all that could have been and was. So yeah, let's continue it here. I love it.
Is this your dad, Michael Kaufman? Juicy is the worst.
No, Michael's my middle name though, so maybe
Oh,
that's
boy.
my burner.
That's weird.
Tom says I think the TVA is in my apartment.
Yeah, I Congo Cab, I did say that Evan Ingram's not good, but I never said that I would rather have Kyle Rudolph. That was the first thing I said was I would rather have Evan Ingram. I don't think he's very good, but it's undeniable that he's going to get more targets than Kyle Rudolph. And in fact, what I said was not much has changed since last year because people were really excited to draft Evan Ingram. They thought that he was this really talented guy. And my whole point is if you were so excited about him last year, why are you not excited about him this year? Because he's not getting his targets taken away by Kyle Rudolph. And then Koff started to bring up. Okay, we're done. We don't need to talk about it.
And then this play back, play at the tape. 7-6 Houston.
But then you made the discussion about whether or not Evan Ingram
boss
was
Tom,
good.
technical director Zach, Burt, Bobo Ops, all here. So great. Michael, show yourself. Lisa says, well, I've decided to make myself present for the chat. Hi, Adam. Hello, chat. Congo
Apologize
Cats
for everyone else who had to get caught in the crossfire there.
It was at the
But
beginning.
I had to go at Congo Cab like that.
Congo Cab wants you to go back even farther. He said you can go back far enough. You guys are going to have to do that on your own time.
You can feel free to go back.
Abby Rizzle cough, my guy. Have you been to a doctor? How long will this annoying throat tickle last? This is getting to the Rossi needs an optometrist level. We care, fam. Hashtag go see a doctor. Hashtag DK Gold Voice. I appreciate that there, Abby. I really think it's like a mold allergy in the basement. I really do. I promise you, whatever level of annoying it is for you guys listening, and it might be, it's definitely more annoying for me.
You with me?
No. The annoying nagging cough. Must be says, speaking of dads, how's your dad doing, cough? Actually, he's got a follow up, I think, right now on the leg. But last I saw him over the weekend, he's getting there.
I didn't know something happened.
Yeah, he fell off a ladder cleaning the garage and broke his leg. So he's, obviously could have been much worse, but he's just dealing with that, the rehab and recovery and whatnot. Reed with the interception.
What is going on in this sim?
Drew says the nagging, annoying cough. That's what they call him at the office. It'd be nice if they did it to my face, though. From the 3, we're in safety range. Watson the handoff and a run by Johnson up the middle. David gets to the 14. El Paso number 1. This sim is awesome. LOL. Abby Rizzle, love your voice, cough. Protect and heal that throat, fam. Honestly, tease, honey tease, something. Just drink while simming like Ducey does. Vince says, take a breath. Let it go, Kenny. You can't tell who's being played? Come on.
This has been a pretty terrible performance from both offenses. Deshaun Watson, 76 yards is ridiculous.
It's not great. Not great. Our leader currently, as I jump to 13, Bomber 44. Must be a Yankee fan.
Oh my
Look at
goodness.
this rush. Look at this. Brandon Cooks. Could he go all the way? No. Stopped at the 5. 70 yards after the catch. 1st and goal on the way. Cooks almost got there.
Wow. Someone said, thoughts on Alvin Kamara this season? I'm very out on Alvin Kamara this year.
I'm not out on him, but I'm not high on him either. I just think that quarterback situation there to me is, if you have 2 quarterbacks, it means you don't have one. That to me is very concerning what they're doing with Jameis Winston.
Yeah, and I think this offense is going to take a steep step back without Drew Brees. Just
Almost a fullback score. Gillespie picks up 3, second and goal from the 2 coming.
I just think that you saw what happened last year when Drew Brees got hurt. I mean, Alvin Kamara was a no-show every week. They didn't give Alvin Kamara the ball. So I don't, based on that information, we have like a good, what was it, a 6-game sample size to deal with no Drew Brees and Taysom Hill running the offense. They did not put the ball in Alvin Kamara's hands.
Faked handoff. Watson lost 3.
My whole point is Jordan Green says Kamara will get his numbers on dump-offs from bad QB play. He didn't last year, though. You have the evidence right there that Taysom Hill, when Taysom Hill's the quarterback, he's running the ball, and he's not giving the ball to Alvin Kamara. I mean, maybe if Jameis is the quarterback for every game, then maybe it's a little bit a different story. But if they're going to have Taysom Hill be the quarterback, which I think they might, I got caught.
Goodness gracious.
Then I can't
get a
draft
first and goal
Kamara
from
third.
the 5, and all of a sudden you're staring at 4th and goal from the 2. Gross. When you say out on Alvin Kamara, though, what does that mean?
I'm not taking him 3rd overall, is my point. Which is the
but you
price you have to
acknowledge
pay
he's
to
a
get him.
first-round pick, right?
I mean, it's kind of borderline, to be honest. This is a real concern. Look at what happened from weeks 8 to weeks 14 last year. And if you go back, where's the Drew Brees injury?
Well, let me give you some of the running backs that are going after him, according to ADP.
It's
okay?
literally
Obviously,
every running back is my point. It's
no,
everyone knows
I'm
that he's
not
going
gonna-
3rd
I'm not gonna
overall.
list all of them. I'm not going to list all of them, but like
You could though. 'cause it's
McCaffrey,
almost
Cook,
every running
Henry
back.
going in front of him. But so you're saying Barkley, Jonathan Taylor, Ezekiel Elliott, guys that are right behind him, ADP. You would take all of them in front of Kamara?
No, I'd rather have Jonathan Taylor and probably Ezekiel Elliott. But
not Saquon.
Drew Brees got hurt week 9, right?
Nick Chubb's another one right there in that mix. Austin Eckler.
I mean,
as well.
I just think that's it. You're taking a big swing. Obviously, Alvin Kamara is extremely talented, but you're taking a huge swing by not playing him, or by drafting him. Like I think the upside is there, but again, at the 4th overall pick, you're essentially paying for what Alvin Kamara has been his whole career. And when you look at those games that he played without Drew Brees, he got hurt in week 9, and you look at those 5 games, week 9 to week 14, he averaged 50 rushing yards a game. He averaged under 5 targets a game, 3 receptions a game, 26 receiving yards a game. He only totaled 134 receiving yards over that span, 252 rushing yards. That is garbage. That was garbage production. I didn't even own Alvin Kamara, but everyone who owned Alvin Kamara last year knows what he was without Drew Brees. And that was not because it was like, a step down from like Drew Brees to Ryan Fitzpatrick or Teddy Bridgewater or something like that. It's because the whole offense was different with Taysom Hill as the starting quarterback. And I still don't know if we can say for sure what's going to happen in New Orleans, who's going to be the quarterback, but it does feel like they're going to give Taysom Hill a very fair shot to do that. So I just it's a risk. It's a big risk because what could happen is you could have an offense that's worse and Alvin Kamara that's slightly worse, or you could have this offense turn to Taysom Hill in week 4, and then they could be his value could take a significant hit. So there's just a lot of unknowns with that, and while Nick Chubb's ceiling is probably not as high as Alvin Kamara's ceiling, it's a safer pick. And if I'm drafting 3rd overall or 4th overall, I don't want to take that big of a risk because everyone knows with fantasy baseball, fantasy football, every fantasy draft, if you flop on your first 2 picks, you are cooked. Like that, you might as well not play anymore because it is so important to nail those first few picks. And if you can't nail if you're going to take a big risk like that, you're risking losing the league by taking Alvin Kamara.
10-7 Houston right now, minute and a half to go, 3rd quarter, 2nd and 9 from the 39 on the way. Deucey Koff, Drew, undercover boss Tom, Bert, Bobo, Zach. all here with you, up over 100 likes. Excuse me, right around 400 people watching. See, there's that nagging involuntary cough. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Thank you very much. Haskins all alone in the backfield, looking left side. Almost into the hands of the sprinkler. Would have lost yards probably just as well. He didn't catch it.
Alvin, Abby Rizzle said, "Scary Terry, Dontrell, sprinkle me." I don't think that can all happen in the same play, unless you just like give it to McLaurin, have him lateral to the end man, and then have him lateral to Jeremy Sprinkle, who runs in for a touchdown.
Queenie says, "I don't like timeshare running backs." Reggie says, "Ducey annoys me, but I agree with his Kamara take." I gotta start saying that right again. I've been doing, this is the name, the thing with names. Why can't we get a consensus on names? For a while, Kamara, then it became Kamara. Then I heard him say his name the other day and he said Kamara. So now I need to go back to Kamara. Can we land on one? Do we have to bounce around? I mean, your name is your name. It's not supposed to go with the wind.
I think it's Kamara.
He said Kamara.
Well,
he said it's Alvin Kamara. I thought it was Kamara too.
Anyway, Queenie doesn't like the Nick Chubb call. That's fine. I think that he proved last year that he can be a good running back even with Kareem Hunt there. But, even if you don't like him, Jonathan Taylor just rose. So he was such a fast riser last year. I really like him. Aaron Jones, now that Aaron Rodgers is back, Aaron Jones was like the fantasy MVP for the first half of the year. I'm still not really in on Saquon Barkley. I still kind of, that's a big risk injury wise, and also that offense. But Ezekiel Elliott, you're getting great value here. You could maybe get him in the second round. That's pretty great because he's gutting Dak Prescott back, and I think he'll be a much different player this year. As Congo Cab would say, we're talking about this year, not last year. So I don't think it's that outrageous to say getting Ezekiel Elliott, early second round that's pretty good value. And I think Aaron Jones is worth it as well. And look, I'm not Alvin Kamara is not falling to the second round. I'm just nervous about spending my third pick or my fourth pick on Alvin Kamara. So I'd much rather pick later or, just reach for Jonathan Taylor, because I believe in Jonathan Taylor and he's only going to get better. And that Colts offense can be pretty good with Carson Wentz, I think.
Brandon Cooks 4 for 115. Terry McLaurin 6 for 84. No one else right now. QBs, rushers, receivers, even close to the bonus. Could happen though. Maybe someone breaks one off in the fourth quarter. It's 10-6 Houston in front and with the ball as we get set for quarter number 4 here momentarily. Also, I do, because a Texan sim, because quite frankly, it's relevant and important. Want to spend a little bit of time here on Deshaun Watson in the fourth quarter. And if we have time, we can get into some Madden ratings. If we don't, or Aaron Rodgers for that matter, I'll get into that stuff with Christian coming up during the next sim at 4 o'clock, hour and change from now. We will have you for the early bird special, or as Kenny likes to call it, the 4 p.m. snack hour.
That's dumb.
The deal, though, with Deshaun Watson, this is ESPN earlier today. Team starts training camp practices tomorrow. Deshaun Watson, though he was at the facility Sunday morning, is not expected to be there for the start of camp. As we know, he's got the legal situation going on off the field. We don't need to spend time on that. It's all relevant, obviously, to his future, but more at hand is his football future for all of us concerned about fantasy and ADP and even DFS once things get going. Texans have changed their tune. They say they're open to trading Deshaun Watson. Nick Caserio, the general manager, first-time GM, new head coach David Culley. They were clear in January. They had no intention of trading Watson, but obviously, as everything has evolved legally, as well as just the fact that he has not relented in his desire to be moved, the team has sort of pivoted. As we know, they have several quarterbacks in camp. They even drafted with their very first pick, albeit in the third round, Davis Mills. So they are, planning their football futures. As far as what's next for Watson, it's possible they trade him. It's possible that Roger Goodell, the commissioner, puts him on the commissioner's exempt list. That could happen. Texans could excuse him from practice or even have him practice inside and away from media and any sort of distractions. Watson could be suspended. Watson could just stop, showing up entirely. So there are multiple aspects to this. Who's Houston's quarterback going to be? If it's not Deshaun, will it be Davis Mills? Will it more than likely be Tyrod Taylor? Could it be a Ryan Lindley, who I believe was in camp, if I remember right? And of course, the other part of it, Kenny, is where could the Texans trade Watson? Most logical fits, Philadelphia Eagles. I know Peter King came out and said this week that he believes that makes the most sense, especially with how the Eagles appear to feel about Jalen Hurts. Denver Broncos, Miami Dolphins, the Tua rumors, those continue. Carolina Panthers, even though they just dealt for Sam Darnold. We all know that Deshaun Watson is better. So what do you think? What is the football future for Deshaun Watson right now as he rushes down to the 7, up to 37 on the ground?
Well, I think that Deshaun Watson is not going to play a full season. I think that not a lot of teams are going to want him right now. His value has gone down significantly in the trade market. I would say the Dolphins would make the most sense. I think that's been the team that's been connected to him since the very start. The only thing there is I'm still very, very, very skeptical that the the Texans would want to do a Tua trade. I think that the Texans want a wide open for the touchdown, just runs right in. I think that the Texans want a top 3 pick. And that's why before the draft, I was thinking that he was going to get traded to either the Jets or the Dolphins, because then they could have picked a quarterback this year in this great quarterback draft. And that's not a possibility anymore. So I think that, maybe the Dolphins, but it's difficult. It's difficult where, and Fantasy Pros has, by the way, the Super Bowl baby's asking, they have Ezekiel at 8th off the board. So that's where I was getting that from. But
if you're curious on that, by the way,
actually 9. Sorry, 9.
It's all relevant. Deshaun Watson,
I'm
just looking at Fantasy Pros as well. Deshaun Watson, 16th quarterback, 128 off the board. And honestly, those totals might both be high, given where we sit here right now.
They're high, and I think that everyone knows. I think that it's a risk that people take. We've gone through this in fantasy football so many times with players with off the field situations and how many games are they going to play. And we know, Antonio Brown, Ezekiel Elliott. We know that these players, they have incredible upside. They were once top. He was a top 5 pick at quarterback in fantasy. So, and a top 5 producer, and maybe even the best producer. So he's incredibly talented, and that if you can draft him and you get him for 12 games, that's a win, because he's gonna give you numbers. I just don't know if he's gonna get traded. I don't think the Texans would trade him right now for depreciated value, and that's.
They're saying they, if you believe the reports, they want 5 key pieces. Those being at least 3 first-round picks and 2 starting caliber players.
Right. And
who's going to give up that kind of package right now?
There's just no way they're going to get that.
2nd and 10 from the 23. A few minutes gone by, 4th quarter. It's opened up now, 17-6 after the Deshaun Watson rushing touchdown in Simland. I'll tell you, if he does not play next year, I will miss him in Simland. It's a lot of fun to watch him. Guy's obviously a force. Gets a whole lot of points.
Yeah, I think you're right about Tyrod Taylor is probably going to be the guy.
Who else would it be, right? They're not going to throw Mills into that situation.
No, I think it would be Tyrod Taylor, and he wasn't that bad, in all of his previous stops.
Right. He only
obviously had the unfortunate injury in Los Angeles, but
only started for a minute there.
When he was with the Browns, before Baker Mayfield, he was decent. He also didn't lose that job. He got injured, and then Baker took over. That was that game against the Jets. So, look, I think that he hasn't done a whole lot wrong to the point where you'd be like, oh, yeah, he's terrible. He's not good. What was that? Speaking of not good.
Big bold throw into traffic is what it was.
Obviously, he's not like a great quarterback, but I don't think that
on 4th down, no less, by the way. That was a 4th and 10 throw, so Houston ball. That was at the 23. They are right there on the brink of scoring again.
I don't know why they did that. So,
if you're looking at a guy like Anthony Miller or, maybe, oh boy, just keep piling it on here, huh? If you're looking at a guy like Anthony Miller in the, after the departure of Will Fuller, I kind of like that as a buy low late in the draft. He's got a lot of potential, and even with Tyrod Taylor under center, could still do something with it. But yeah, or Brandon Cooks. David Johnson's a guy. I think David Johnson's gonna have a big year. I really think what happened there. Did he just run into the stanchion?
He did. He caught the ball though, to his credit, but he was obviously out of bounds.
But Koff. I think that when we're talking about running backs, talking about this team, talking about fantasy football, the guy that I'm most intrigued by is definitely David Johnson, because he's going all the way as the 34th running back off the board on average, right with Kareem Hunt and Chris Carson. Or excuse me, that was Dave Montgomery. He's going with Michael Carter, Jet Great, and James Conner. This is a guy that I think we know that he used to be a top 5 fantasy pick. He has that talent, and especially if they don't have Deshaun Watson, I think they're just going to run the ball a lot.
3rd and 10 on the way from the 10, halfway through this fourth quarter, and the Texans looking to build upon an 11-point lead. They will. Another touchdown for Houston. Front of the end zone, Will Fuller.
Fading Will Fuller not working right now for me.
Terry McLaurin as well, right? Wasn't that the other guy you took out?
Yeah, but I was up in 49th, so I was okay. Yeah, I did put McKissick in. He's got 10 points, but Sprinkler didn't really do much for me.
Now I do want to get to this first catch of the game though for Fuller for the touchdown. Notes Tom. So if that makes you feel a little bit better, about to be 24-6, 4:14 to go. Matt Nelson, Koff, you DK guys are killing me. I'm told not to invest in stud RBs because of injury, but when I ask who to take in the first couple of rounds, everyone lists off RBs. Which is it? So, Matt, I don't know who you've heard. Could be any of us. There are enough people that do these sims. I would never tell you to stay away from a running back in round 1. You have to do it. You got to do it. Those are the guys. Those are the guys. The only other, depending on where you're picking, obviously, if you're picking late in the round, at that point in time, you can start to look at some of the other guys. You could look at a Travis Kelce. You could look at a Tyreek Hill. You could look at a Devontae Adams. You could even consider a Patrick Mahomes, depending on the size of your league. But generally speaking, round 1, yeah, it's going to be one of those top 8 or so running backs. And that's
yeah.
I'm not saying I feel great about it, but that's what you're going to do.
I'm just not a guy that takes quarterbacks that early. So yeah, I'm definitely not doing that. But look, there's so much upside at the quarterback position that you can find late. And another fumble.
Oh my goodness gracious. Well,
and that
multiple sacks.
That JD McKissick, or not JD McKissick, that there are definitely quarterbacks that are every year there's a guy that comes off the waiver wire that's like a top 10 fantasy option. Back in the day, it was Blake Bortles. Plenty of guys that just don't get respect in drafts for good reason and then turn into good quarterbacks.
Now, Queenie says your first 3 picks should be running backs. Now, if she means the first 3 picks of the draft, sure. If you mean your first 3 picks, I don't agree with that.
I don't hate that. Look, as long as as long as you're not taking a quarterback, that early. I like Ryan Tannehill a lot. I think Ryan Tannehill's great value. He's going after Tom Brady, and he's a guy that runs the football, and that's why I love him. He runs. Wow, what a catch.
Another big one. Haskins up to 243, 37-yard line now. Inman, 39-yarder.
That's right, it's the in-man.
The in-man. First catch for him, too. About time. 30% owned this guy. AD Poker says, flip a coin for Cook CMC. A lot of people feel that way. Almost picked. Probably should have been. I want to mention in the interest of time, We'll spend some more time on Madden rankings with Christian in the next sim than we had time for here. But Madden did put out the top 10 defensive linemen. And J.J. Watt, not just defensive linemen, pardon me. They listed defensive linemen as well as, where is it? Where's J.J. Watt? I had it in front of me. Edge rushers. J.J. Watt comes in number 5, 94 overall for J.J. Watt with his new Arizona home. Guys that are in front of him, Myles Garrett, who's a 98, Khalil Mack, T.J. Watt, his brother, also a 94, Chandler Jones. And then guys on the other side, Cam Jordan, Von Miller, Joey Bosa, Nick Bosa, and Zadarius Smith. How do you feel about J.J. Watt still at this point in time? We know what his history is, but still at this point in time, being the 5th overall top edge rusher, or you could even argue tied for 3rd.
I mean, I don't know. I still think that if he was on the field for a whole season, I still think that he'd be worthy of that. But I mean, I think that the premier edge rushers right now are, on the Washington football team as we watch this. I think that Montez Sweat and especially Chase Young are very deserving of high ratings in Madden. And I don't know, I would still make him the top 5. I think. Still think that he's there. I don't really get, like I said, my bigger issue is I don't really get why we don't have Chase Young or Montez Sweat up here. I'm not saying they need to be 95, but I mean, I think that they're better than Zadarius Smith.
It's 24-6 right now, less than 2 minutes to go. All timeouts available both sides. Really no need for any of those to be used.
Also, TJ Watt at a 94 is ridiculous. Sorry, it's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Say it again.
TJ Watt at a 94 is ridiculous. He should be 98, not Myles Garrett.
So you think he was significantly disrespected then? I mean, that's a big difference, 94 and 98.
I think that TJ Watt was absolutely disrespected. I think he's the top edge rusher in the league right now. I think that last year would show you that. Myles Garrett's very good, but TJ Watt's got to be, to me, number 1 or at least tied for number 1 in the Madden ratings. And like I said, I would also you got to put someone from the Washington football team in the top 10. It's ridiculous. Montez and Chase Young are very, very good.
Emerson's Peloton with you says TJ Watt should be at least number 2.
Absolutely.
That's what, like that. I will say, like TJ Watt and JJ Watt having the same rating, that surprises me. 1st and 10 from the 46. Final 30 seconds. Still picking up garbage yards here. David just 47. That's, of course, David Johnson.
Must be high set. According to BK, Melvin Gordon is the top running back in fantasy this year.
No Denver bias there, right? Banders 8, our projected winner. As the final seconds tick down, but of course, that is not official. Manual scoring, so everything can get updated here momentarily. Got Bert, Bobo, Zach on it, Knops. But Banders with a lineup featuring Deshaun Watson at captain. He was the chalk, and he paid off north of 30 points in the captain slot. J.D. McKissick, Terry McLaurin, David Johnson, Duke Johnson, and the Texans DST. What do you think? Who's your Krusty Koff Award winner?
There's a lot of good candidates out there for my Ducey's Delight.
Delight.
Yeah, we can call it the Krusty Koff play of the game because you're here. But I'm probably going to go with the Texans defense. The 5 sacks and the pick and the shutout. Very impressive, or not they're not going to get credit for a shutout, but they'll have almost a shutout with the 6 points. So they won't have exactly 17, but they will have they'll have close to it. So yeah, I think that they're probably the player of the game here, especially because they were not very popular at all. And as far as Ducey's disappointment, again, many to pick from here. Jeremy Sprinkle, 3 catches for 22 yards was pretty bad. Darren Fells, 2 catches for 38 yards was very bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably going to go with the Sprinkler because he was about half owned in our free contest. I know TP had him. Very, very disappointed in that performance today from a really solid fantasy player in the Sims and Jeremy Sprinkle.
Honorable mention, by the way, to Brandon Cooks, who went for almost 20 fantasy points and hit the bonus. About a third of lineups, had himself a good game. So, yeah, we'll see with the defensive change that could vault AC 8882 to the top spot. But do be patient again, the manual scoring. So here's the deal coming up over the course of your sim day. I will be back with Christian DeAndrea for Cowboys Steelers about an hour from now. That is the early bird special. Brendan Glasheen will be back today after yesterday off. He'll be with Christian for Titans and Lions to kick off the late classic. That is the happy hour sim. Primetime, Glash and Tom Carroll, Raiders Bengals, and then Moose, Jeff Ulrich, who you heard from on the Sweat, and you will see again momentarily. He'll be with Tom for Jaguars or Jaguars or Jaguars or however Jeff says it, against the Buccaneers. That's Madden After Dark tonight. Kenny, though, not back till tomorrow, 6 o'clock with Moose, Browns, Cardinals. So that's the deal. Thanks to Drew. Thanks to, to Tom. Thanks to our ops crew, Bert, Bobo, Zach, everybody. And, of course, Kenny, pleasure, my man.
Great to be with you, Koff, and I'm really looking forward to hearing the wonderful thoughts of Reed Fowler and Jeff Ulrich in just a moment.
Let's get the green, baby. Let's get into a little golf talk. Olympic golf on the way for these two.
Thank you, Kaufman, Kenny, Zach Wilson, horrible quarterback. There's my take. There is my take. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think he's reported the training camp though, has he?
He is not, but I'm sure he'll sign a contract.
Interesting. I'm sure Tua has. Anyway, I digress. Get the green. I've worn it.
He has no leverage.
I'm sure Kenny has a green shirt in his repertoire that we're going to see during the NFL season or on one of these Madden streams. But Jeff, we come back for day 2 of Get the Green, Ulrich and Fowler style or edition. Emerson had some stuff to tend to. It is okay because, again, this is the highest ranked Get the Green show, I believe, in its original format. Is that correct, Jeff?
It's true. I mean, hope everything's good with Emerson. Haven't had a chance to text him, but regardless, obviously the highest rated segment going right now of Get the Green. Can't emphasize it enough. But throw some questions out today, guys. I mean, we'll take all the questions. Again, if there's not that much interest, we probably will wrap a little early. But if you got golf questions, man, I mean, this field lends itself to having more questions than usual, too. There's a lot of players, under 8K you probably haven't heard of. So I know Reed does his research. I do some research, not as much as Reed. At the very least, we'll definitely talk about the event and stuff. So throw questions out, even if they're just random ones, man. We'll answer them. Here just to hang out, talk golf for the next 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, and you see there on the screen right now, if you're watching over on Twitch, on YouTube, you see that we're going to recap our favorite plays for this week. We'll talk some women's golf odds. That needs to be I can't emphasize that enough. Maybe I'm going to sprinkle in some surf. Not maybe, I actually will sprinkle in some surf talk, Jeff, because a lot of people don't realize this, but golf and surf go hand in hand. And looking ahead in the PGA Tour schedule. But first and foremost, Jeff, let's get to your favorite plays. I know there are a couple of guys that you wrote up on the DK Playbook or DK Nation. DK Playbook, that's the old school name. Over on DK Nation, let us know as we see Care Bear. We got some questions there. I don't know if that is for Madden or for us here on Get the Green. But Jeff, can you give us a recap of who your favorite plays are this week?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I definitely like Schauffele. I think taking the discount off him and from Thomas and Morikawa is fine. I think you could start with any one of those top 3 though, and you're getting pretty equal players. Even starting with like a JT Schauffele stack is kind of interesting. That leaves you with 7,100. That also begs the question of then you got to go real value hunting, but we'll get to those plays. But Xander Schauffele, I wrote him up. I definitely like this. I feel like this is an event where, again, he's just so good in these limited field events. You got to give him some respect. I actually really like Corey Connors at 8,800 against an iron player. He's had some success over in Asia. I like Mark Leishman in that range as well. More as a bet. I really like Mark Leishman on the betting side. Again, we saw veteran Justin Rose win this event in 2016. Mark Leishman basically the same age that Rose was then. So I think there's a little synergy there. Leishman's had a ton of success over in Asia. And then from the value range, again, this is a guy you've talked about, but I mean, Sebastian Munoz makes a lot of birdies. He's only 7,700. Actually surprised Munoz isn't getting a little bit more heat this week. I think he's a great play.
Yeah. So again, like Jeff mentioned, that there's guys that we're going to talk about under the 8K, but I do think that it bears in mind of how are you constructing your rosters this week, and then how are you building your betting card? It looks like you, Jeff, you're focusing more on guys who are like Xander, right? He's a no cut event guy. Like this is what he does. He's able to go low. If you give him all 4 rounds to do so, most of these guys at the top do, right? The JTs, the Xanders, Morikawa. And especially, and I think it bears mentioning too on how these guys win, not just do they win. Because we can say that JT has got 10 or 14 wins so far this year, or this in his career. Not this year. That'd be fantastic. That'd be Tiger-esque if he had 14 wins this year. But Morikawa clearly is a guy who's won recently premier tournaments. But it's how they win. Right, it's Morikawa and JT have won coming from behind, and Patrick Reed is a guy who's won out front, where he's held the lead. We've seen Mark Leishman do this as well, go super low on a course similar, right, to this. So, and Leishman was someone that I was taking a hard look at, but it's his countryman that I really like, Cam Smith. So my favorite plays on the DraftKings side is JT first at 10-9. I think when you take a look at what he's done on these types of formats and no-cut events, he clearly is one of the best players in those formats. We know what his birdie rate is. We know what his win rate is. Similarly, we know what a guy like Patrick Reed can do. I wouldn't say he's my favorite, but that's the type of player that I'm looking at, is guys who can really win and perform well. On the DFS side, you don't necessarily need that, but that's the guys that I want to focus on, that have that ability, that have that experience of winning, not necessarily like a PGA Tour event, but do have that. Paul Casey is another one at 9,500 that I really, really like. And actually, Jeff, the more and more I think about it, these 3 guys right here from 8-9 to 9-2, Neiman, Sungjae, and Cam Smith. I hear you on Corey Connors. I was trying to figure out which one of those 3 that I would rather have Connors over, and I can't. For whatever reason, I can't get over the fact that I do think Neiman is going a little bit unnoticed. He's not going to be, a pivot. This guy is coming in around 18%. Mm-hmm. But for how well I think he's playing, even though it's not necessarily translating to finishes, I think he's someone that can really show up. I want these guys who are going to take this seriously, that really, really want to win this, that want to medal. And those 3 guys in Sungjae, Neiman, and Smith, I really, really think are going to be one of those 3. And I'm leaning towards Cam Smith, Sungjae, and then Neiman in that order. I think one of those 3 is definitely going to medal. I think Cam Smith is a guy that I really, really like this week.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of the same ways, for the same reasons I like Leishman, I think you have to like Cam Smith. Neither of them are super accurate off the tee, but that really shouldn't matter on this course. Approach and putting is like where their bread and butter is at. And again, I'm talking about Leishman and Cam Smith. And, Cam Smith was right in there at the Travelers until he's basically, if you look at Cam Smith's last 2 starts, he's been great. He just shot 74 in the final round. Like, he's 1 round away from just a monster week. So I am kind of there with you. I like this range as well. Because I know we talked a little bit about Sungjae. His game is coming around a bit. Neiman, same thing. Obviously, just lost in a playoff, 3-4 weeks ago. It's not like his game is very far off either. So I think, again, there's 2 schools of thought this week. And it's, you're really going to go up and you got to take one of JT or Xander or Morikawa. Or to me, you almost start with Paul Casey. Or maybe start with Victor Hovland, and then you go balance and you really attack this range, and you roster like, maybe Cam Smith and Connors, or maybe Neiman and Connors or something, or Neiman and Smith. And I think you go more balanced. And I think that both ways are fine. It's just the fading Shoffley and Thomas this week. It is concerning because we have seen Justin Thomas come in and blitz these type of fields so many times. And to that effect, Shoffley's done the same thing. So
Yeah. And, outside of Morikawa, I think didn't JT win the most recent WGC, the St. Jude? Or was that Brian? I can't remember exactly who it was.
Yeah, he won the St. Jude. And that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, take it for what it's worth, right?
To your point, Morikawa and Justin Thomas have won the last 2 WGC limited field events, which again compare the most similarly to what we're getting this week. So it really speaks to the fact that these elite players, they tend to show up at these type of events.
Yeah. I would argue, look, there's 13 of the top 20 golfers, top ranked golfers in the field right now. I think there's in the top 100. I can't remember the exact number. Jeff, might be like around 30 at the top 100 here. But I think that's where I'm sticking with outrights is I want to stay in that range. Now, 1 through 100, everyone's saying, okay, Reed, 1 through 100. It's a lot of players, right? Of the 60 that are there. But that's the thing, right? Is even though there's only 13 of these guys and we don't have Brooks, who's, I guess, twerking with a pinky up at a concert, which actually, hey, he's living his best life. You got to love that about him.
Yeah, for sure.
DJ not here, right? Rom, Bryson, these guys aren't here. Cantlay's not here. There's a lot of win equity that's taken away, which means though that these top guys like JT, Xander, Morikawa, Jeff, like I'd be hard pressed to be fading one of these 3 players, just because so much of it can like you mentioned, so much of it can be attributed to how well these guys, how much better these guys are than like the mid-range down. And that's sort of the lead into the next question is from Abby Rizzle. What's your lowest chalky play? So bottom chalk, which I'm guessing is like salary-wise bottom chalk. If I'm getting that question, if I'm reading that question incorrectly, let me know. Because that's how I read it is what's your lowest chalky play? Meaning like of the chalky guys, the lowest of those chalky guys, who is our favorite? I have no idea what you're saying because that could be the other way of saying it. I'm just going to take it of the guys, Jeff, let's say below $8,000. Right? Let's say below $8,000. And let me just check here in Fantasy National. Below $8,000, you have Siwoo coming in at around 20%. Johnny Vegas at 74, coming around 20%. Mito Pereira coming in at 20.5%. So kind of all these guys coming in at 20%. Henrik, your boy, not Stenson, Norlander, the real Henrik, 18.6. Maybe there's, like you talked about, synergy. Maybe Henrik again gets the medal. 18.6 at $6,800. Those are your 4 guys that are coming in extremely projected to come in extremely highly rostered. So of those guys, I'm going to say Siwoo, Vegas, Pereira, and Norlander. Who's your favorite?
So Siwoo, Pereira, Norlander. I'd probably Siwoo. I just think he's got the best upside in an event like this. I mean, Siwoo is a guy who legitimately, he's going for it this week. I mean, Siwoo is going to come out guns blazing. Could it end in disaster? Yeah, it absolutely could. If he's not on early, he might get frustrated. But this guy has so much on the line. I think the setup is perfect for Siwoo. He's aggressive. He can be aggressive with his irons on a wet course. So I'll be fading the Vegas chalk 100%. He's going to be so highly owned. I think there's good pivots in that range. I like a guy like Matthias Schwab. Even Pereira is going to be lesser owned than Vegas. Like Dietrich, another good player there. Is Vegas very consistent? Yeah. Could he get you like a top 20, top 25? Yeah, most likely that's probably his floor. But these other guys have similar upside, in my opinion. So I think that's the one guy I'll pivot off of 100%. But of the chalk, yeah, it's Siwoo for me, man. I don't mind taking. He's just Siwoo when you look at him compared, Alex Noren, even like a guy like Higo, Migliozoli, like from Italy.
Yeah.
Like, these guys shouldn't be more expensive than Siwoo Kim. I mean, at the very least, they should be around the same. At the very least, and Siwoo's very good player. So no, he's to me the top chalk.
Yeah, I agree. Siwoo right now, you take a look at even what he does in no cut events, Jeff. It's pretty solid. If you look at his opportunities gained, it's solid. When you look at his birdie rate, it's solid. Birdie or better gain. He's 13th over the last 24 rounds in no cut events. He's won at Wyndham at Sedgefield. He's also had like a top five, like 2 out of like the handful of times he's played there. At Donald Ross course, which is a similar setup to what we have here. So a lot of things are pointing towards Siwoo's way. So yeah, I'm going to go with you on that. I would argue that guys that are pivots off of the players, if you don't want to face the chalk, do you have some favorite pivots? Because I think Sebastian Munoz right below him is someone.
Yeah, and look, I think Munoz and Siwoo are very equal plays. Like, I think Munoz is a very good play too. I mean, I think Siwoo's better, but I mean, Munoz, this dude gained 8 strokes on approach at the John Deere. I mean, I think John Deere might actually be a good comparable for the course this week, for being dead honest. Bentgrass greens, softer course. Like, I love Munoz this week, man. I think you could roster Siwoo and Munoz. And again, that gives you access to like maybe 1 or 2 of like JT and those guys. So love both those guys. If you're pivoting off Vegas, do you have any interest, Reed? Rikuya Hoshinio.
Oh,
he's
from Hoshino.
Well, a little narrative action, man.
Talk to me about him.
Everyone's talking about Hideki. Dude, let me go over his results here. Okay, so he missed the cut at the Open Championship. He was T26 at the U.S. Open, which is actually really interesting. He did miss the cut at the PGA too, but won the Asian Pacific Diamond Cup, T15, T23, and then won another Japanese tour event. So he's had 2 wins in his last 8 starts. Now, these have come on the Japanese tour, but again, we're playing over in Japan. This guy's really good. Like, I mean, if you finish T26 at a major and the U.S. Open, nonetheless, this is not a bad player. He's world number 86. The more I think about this, like, no one's playing this guy. Nobody. He's right in between Vegas and Pereira, like literally right in between.
Yeah,
I actually really like this play.
Hey, look, $7,300. Like, that's no slouch, right? I mean, you're not talking about a guy who's $6,100. You're talking about someone who's in the 7K. And granted, it's a field that's not similar to what we get on the PGA Tour. We know that. Not even similar to what we get on the European Tour. Yeah. For we're being serious. And this goes to Bruce's question: your favorite Cinderella pick to possibly surprise everyone and wear the medal or a medal. And it sounds like Rikuya Hoshino is your guy to potentially be that Cinderella pick. Is that true, Jeff?
I mean, like a serious Cinderella pick. Yeah, I think so. I mean, why not, really, right? I mean, another Japanese kind of hero. This guy should be revved up to 100 for it, man. Yeah. I mean, I like to see Schwab down there too, but Schwab isn't playing as well. Someone in the chat, actually, just want to give the person credit for bringing up the name. I think it was Charlie Emmerich brought up another dude. Ashen Wu. So this guy, Ashen Wu, plays on the European Tour. He's won there a few times. He's got pretty good results coming in. I actually really like this play at 6,500. And this is more of just a price play too. Like, he's playing consistent golf. We're in a part of the country where he's played a lot. Obviously, grew up not that far from Japan. For Chinese players, like, the Olympics are a big thing, man. So I actually really like that call. I think both Hoshinio and Wu probably, you're going to get like 1%, 2% ownership on these guys. Maybe. I mean, look, it's a limited field, so maybe 5%, but they're going to be really low owned. Yeah, I like them as pivots. I definitely like that Wu call just based on salary alone.
So Wu is 339th in the world. His last, if you take a look here, in his last finish is T18. Like you mentioned, Jeff, all in the European Tour here. T18, the Scandinavian mix hosted by Henrik and Annika. The Porsche European Open, T45. So he's made 4 cuts in a row. British Masters, T21. So you know that he's playing against top talent, right?
Exactly.
That's a thing that you want to see. My guy, if this, I don't think he's really a Cinderella because I've seen his name thrown around quite a bit here. At 7,000 is Jazz. Jazz Watananon.
Sure.
Got to say that name 1,000 times, Jeff, to really get feel comfortable about saying that quickly or saying that without. Oh, yeah. And when we get to the women's, that's where it really gets. It really got to test your chops there. But he's someone else too. Look, he's got 3 missed cuts in his last 5 events. But when you take a look at his style of play, what he can do, and his upside, right? He's already won on the European Tour against solid fields too, where we've seen guys that are here competing for the medal. We've seen him win. And on top of that, you have to kind of read the narratives too, right? He's mentioned that watching the Olympics growing up and then thinking about medaling means more to him than winning a major. When he does his self-talk, he doesn't do this putt's for to win the U.S. Open.
Right.
It's like this putt is to win a gold medal, and that pressure can manifest either really, really good or really, really bad. Like really well, where he wins or he medals top 3, or like Siwoo, like you mentioned, he goes YOLO and then he gets a double bogey, and then he starts thinking, well, now I got to go away for 2 years, and then he's just like, screw it.
Yeah,
I think Jazz is a guy that that's going to impress a lot of the casual golf fans that maybe don't watch outside the majors. You and I know who Jazz is.
Yeah,
but he's someone that I really, really, really like this week.
Yeah, and I mean, again, where this event is, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Obviously, we're getting different fields and stuff, and the elite players are here, but Jazz has played a lot in this part of the country. He's played, he dabbles in Asian tour events.
Oh yeah.
So it's not going to be that big a deal to him. It's not going to be that big a change. I really feel like these guys will have a slight advantage. Some of these Asian players, some of these, just players that have played on the Asian tour. It's not even Asian players in general. I think some of the Australian players will have a slight advantage too. So something to consider. Anyways, I like that call. Definitely. Like I said, I like Schwab there as well. Matthias Schwab, super talented Austrian player. He can just if he gets going early, with his irons, I mean, he can definitely compete. But I think Jazz, absolutely. I kind of like both those guys. I definitely like both those guys as pivots off of Norlander, because I don't even mind Henrik Norlander as a player, but if you're eating 20% Henrik Norlander chalk, man, that's generally not a good spot to be in. I mean, he is inconsistent. If his putter doesn't show up, it's going to be a long week. Who knows what his motivation is? In an event like this, you got to be looking for pivots, and I like that one. I like both those guys at 7K.
Jordan Green had a comment, and we're going to make it into a question. It says, Pereira Vincent Sharoncool, or Sharoncool. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Sharoncool. Anyway, those 3 guys, so they could have Hovland, Thomas, and Answer together. Not necessarily rating this this build here, but do you like those players either individually? We know I think the better way to approach it is Thomas. We already know about. What's your stance on Abe Answer? Because I think he's someone that you could fit into the mold of a guy who could play well here. But if this course gets soft, like we were talking about, like you mentioned, if it gets longer, we know how great he is off the tee in accuracy, but he just doesn't have a lot of length. Can his long irons be there? Can his putting be there? Can his short game, which his short game is, it can be good. It can be bad in some spots, but more good than bad. What are your thoughts maybe on some of those guys that were just mentioned, or just Answer? Because I think Answer is an interesting subject to talk about.
Probably a little bit expensive, Answer. I mean, again, you can get Im cheaper, you can get Smith cheaper. Pretty comparable players. I think for me, if I'm playing Answer, I might have to be starting with Victor Hovland or Paul Casey. I might have to be fading the 10K guys just because it's going to be really hard to get him in with like a JT. I get you can do it, but you know, like you're gonna have to play then you're gonna have to play probably two guys. Maybe you have to play Siwoo with them, something like that. Like yeah. So it's a little bit overpriced. The setup, you could be right. Like maybe just like a little bit too big a course for Answer. I don't know. He usually handles long courses pretty well, but I probably a guy. I just end up, you know, again, if I was making like one lineup or three lineups, I might even end up just fading him completely, just because the salary is a little expensive. You can get to very comparable players for cheaper, and you're probably going to want access to those top three guys. So I think salary has him rated a little bit lower, but again, another player in that range where you know, between him down to Connors, basically, you've got 5 players there, very comparable, all guys who could just show up, and they're not like, you could even start with 3 of those guys, I think, if you wanted to. Now you're taking a risk if you do that, because we've already talked about fading the top 3 guys seems like suicide, but if you're going to do that, that's, you know, definitely starting that Answer is what I would do, or even Casey.
Yeah, and again, you don't want to take the narrative of playing, you know, guys that are on the Asian Japanese tour too heavily, right? You do and you don't. You want to take it with a grain of salt. You don't want to say just because these guys play over in Asia, they're, you know, ipso facto going to play well here. You're talking about the Olympics, talking about a gold medal, talking about guys who play on the PGA Tour against the best in the world on the European Tour. So take it with a grain of salt. But having said that, this is where you can get some leverage plays, right? This is where you can find out that in your research, you find out that, you know, these guys way, you know, Gavin Green is someone that you have to take a look at, right? Like he's such a great talent. You know, is going to represent Malaysia, but he's been god awful for the last 7 tournaments. Hits the ball a mile at $6,100. Could he show up? Absolutely, because he plays a lot of his golf in that part of the world. He plays on the European Tour, but he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it right now. You know, that's what you kind of want to like. The Ashen call, I think, is great because he has experience playing over in Asia, but he also plays and does well on the European Tour, or has played well on the European Tour. So I just wanted to make that note, right? Because we can get caught up in that. We can get caught up in even to an extent, like the Siwoo and the Sanjay narrative. Like we can get caught up in it because we want to believe that there's like a higher purpose, a higher entity, like controlling the strings, and there's no, they have to play well, but that's not always the case, especially in golf. But Jeff, I wanted to go over to the women's side and talk about what they're going to do, because they're going to play the same course. I didn't, and you might know this. I couldn't find how far the course is going to play for them. I don't think it matters too much. We know that this course is going to be long, right? For the men and for the women. That's part of it. But we know that this course can be scored on. We know that the Korda twins are part, are a half of the USA team. We know the South Korean contingent, absolutely dominates the LPGA. Patty T, she's, Tanakitt, she's been amazing. She hits it a mile as well. Lydia Ko is going to represent New Zealand. Lexi Thompson is a prime player. So Brooke Henderson, Canadian's own Brooke Henderson. So where are you leaning towards if you want to dabble? If anyone doesn't bet or watch the LPGA Tour, which I think you should because it's amazing. Where are you focusing on when you're heading over to the LPGA, or excuse me, for the women's side on the Olympics?
I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I've dived super deep into this, but from what, from just looking at the top players, I feel like this should be a good setup for Lydia Ko. Again, New Zealand player, very accurate. I don't think this course is going to play super hard for the woman either. I like that. I mean, again, if she gets in a groove with her irons and another player who's had success in this part of the world, obviously, playing New Zealand and stuff like that, I feel like it's a good spot. I feel like, this is going to be big for her. The Americans coming in from overseas. I think I would probably side with fading them just from an outright betting perspective. Anyways, I feel like Koa plus 1,600 is probably going to be a pretty good bet right there. Brooke Henderson is really interesting at plus 1,800 as well. Between her and Lexi Thompson, I'd probably take Brooke, but it's really close. I mean, those are kind of similar type players too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I would start with Lydia Ko if I was like making some kind of card. Minji Lee is a little bit interesting as well there at plus 2,800.
Yeah.
Sophia Popov, she hasn't really played very well lately. But
yeah,
it's
Jeff.
Interesting. I mean, this should be a wide open. This really should be a wide open field. Yeah.
You take a look at the race of the CME Globe rankings for the women here. Nelly Korda is number 1, Lydia Ko number 2, Patty T number 3, Inbee Park, Arya Jutanagard 5th, Jin Young Ko 6th, Jessica Korda is 7th, Lexi is 8th, Danielle Kang, the 4th member of the USA team and significant other of Maverick McNeely. Little trivia there. Is number 9, and Hyoju Kim is number 10. So we have all 4 of the USA contingent is in the top 10 right now in the race of the CME Globe, which is synonymous with the FedEx Cup on the men's side. But you see 2 people from Thailand, 2 representing Thailand, and 2 in Korea, or 3 in Korea, Republic of Korea or South Korea. So that's how it's shaping up. I honestly, like you mentioned, I think the Korda twins, especially Nelly, is playing extremely well. Yep. What you love about how the women play, which is so interesting, Jeff, is that they play closer, which is still a huge delta. They play closer into how we regular amateurs play, right? It's mostly not an overpowering game. They're much, and I can't stress this enough, much better than us, much better than the amateur. But their games they're closer in resemblance to how amateurs play. So that's why it's so much fun to watch them, because that's how we would potentially course manage, attack a course.
Yeah,
and I think
so right. Like they hit 1 billion fairways. Obviously, as amateurs, we're not trying to drive greens and stuff like that. We don't hit the fairways, but they do. And it's like you said, yeah. So that's kind of why I like Lydia Ko, because she that's what she does best, right? Like she just is a little bit like a robot out there. And I feel like this course could kind of lend itself to that kind of approach. So
yeah. And someone that, again, Jeff and I don't spend a ton of time diving into the LPGA or to the women's stats, but someone like even Hannah Green, like I've seen her name pop up on a lot of these leaderboards. She's representing the country of Australia. I think, you see her there at plus 2,500. I think she can make some noise. But in the same vein of looking over on the men's side, like I want to stay within, right, these top ranked players. And I would argue, Jeff, like from the women's, most of the top ranked players, if not all, are here. Right? They're like not like the men's side where they're like, nah, I don't want to do it. The Ryder Cup's coming up. I got to focus on the FedEx Cup, yada, yada, yada. No, the women, care about this much more than the men. So you're going to see these top ranked players on the women's side fighting for a medal. Yes. And that's something to take notice. Inbee Park won in 2016, right? When the Rio Games.
I actually can't remember.
I think Inbee Park won on the women's side.
Yeah.
So Korea is trying to go for number 2, but again, when you look at Hannah Green, greens in regulation this year, 48th putts per green in regulation. Jeff, number 1. Okay. She's number 1 in putts per green in regulation. Putting average is 8th. So you see birdie, she's 29th. Eagles, she's 5th. I don't know if they're gonna be making a ton of eagles here at this course. Average driving distance, 270 yards. So she's top 15 right now on the women's side. And so this is kind of what I want to see, right, from the people that I back, that they got a good putter on, because these are going to be huge greens for both the men and women. So I want them to be able to putt well. I want their approach not be god awful, and I want them to be able to hit. If the weather is going to stay and the course isn't going to dry out completely, this is going to be a longer course. And that's why even Brooke Henderson, I think, she hits it a mile.
Yeah.
I absolutely love her swing. I think she's someone too. She's a gamer, man. I love watching her play. because when you see her, when she's either in the lead or she's chasing, like she goes after it. Like she tries to win the golf tournament. And that's what you need. That's why I love Siwoo. Like he's going to try and win, or if he's close, like you mentioned, he's going to try and do his best to get up there. And why not back someone who does that?
Yeah, no, completely agree. I think that, again, if you're looking to sprinkle for the women's on the sports book, I mean, I think Hannah Green and Minji Lee there, both, two players. I think those are good odds, like plus 2,500, plus 2,800. You will see like long shots every now and then in the women's game, but tends to be like these top players dominate. It really does.
Yeah.
So again, I wouldn't have a problem going with these shorter odds players like Lydia Ko, Green, Lee. I mean, I actually kind of like that as like a threesome right there, just in terms of like, a betting card if you're just looking to make a short betting card. So, look, I'm really interested to see this Olympics. Just even like for both sides, obviously the women's event going a little bit later, like next week. So we'll probably talk a little bit about it next week too, while the PGA is going on. But those are three players from me that I think are good. I think you made good points on Hannah Green. I wasn't really considering her. Thought Minji Lee was kind of, but really like if you look in their stats and their rankings, you're right. Like both these players are pretty same. So getting similar odds on both of them.
The Jutanagard sisters won that team event, shooting 59. Again, it's a team event, right? So they shot 59 2 out of the 4 rounds. Minji Lee 13th in the race for the CME Globe. So they keep that in mind. And then I believe Hannah is 18th in the race for the CME Globe. A question here from Bruce Harding. What's your thoughts on the playing conditions that the players might face? Who's your pick then? Does or will the wind come into play? We've kind of touched on it, Jeff.
Yeah.
The weather forecast, he's saying in the next 2 weeks, post-typhoon, calls for the possibility of T-storms every day, where the temperature is in upper 80s to low 90s. I will say this. I've been to Japan twice.
Oh, okay.
And I've been around this time, July. It is oppressively hot.
It's humid.
It is. Right? It is humid. It is heavy.
Yeah.
It is dense air. And if you guys live in the Northeast, over the last couple of days, we've gotten some. It's been hazy. That's the smoke from the wildfires that are coming over from the Pacific Northwest, which again is absolutely crazy. But that's how it's like. Not necessarily because there's wildfires in Japan, but that's what it looks and feels like on these type of days. Yeah. Especially in that like the peninsula between Korea and Japan, like you see a lot of monsoons, a lot of typhoons that come through every now and then. So it's going to be heavy. And Jeff, to your point, and this kind of goes to Bruce's question, that it might give an advantage to those players that play in this type of A format and B climate because they're used to it, right?
I think so, man. Like I really do. Now, that's not going to be the be all end all. I mean, you got to be able to play the course and stuff. But I just, we see this we've seen this at other events, like the CIMB Classic, which used to be in Malaysia. You always see a couple guys just pop up, obviously a little bit more ready for the Jazz is actually one of those guys that you brought up. He used to always kind of pop up at that event. A couple other similar players, who's the Thailand player? He's not in this. Oh, Appy Barnrat, is another guy. Always used to pop up. I think there's something about it. But in terms of the conditions, I think this is going to be a birdie fest. I think the greens are going to be super receptive. You have to, whoever's hitting it close, man. Like that's why I like Connors. Connors can get in that groove, or he's hitting it to 5 feet. I think he could just be a literal dartboard. He's not going to have to be worrying about around the greens. I think that's how it's going to play. Neiman is another player like that. He could just get insanely hot with his irons. Leishman, if he brings the irons and the putter, again, that's kind of why I like him. I think Cam Smith. So really looking for players like that. Just guys that get so dialed in with their irons. So I think, and Siwoo is like another one, right? I just wouldn't want to be going after players who, more of grinded out style. Like I know I talked about Patrick Reed being like a decent value, but Patrick Reed has won Birdie Fest before, but it's probably not like the best setup for him. Probably not the greatest setup for Hideki, even though he can get lighted up. I just don't know if he's going to be able to go low enough, right? So it's interesting. It's really going to come down to just who's feeling it this week. You're going to have to go super low, and the putter's going to be something too. But really want the most elite iron players you can roster this week.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great place to leave it. And a couple more things before we sign off here, because we got about 10 more minutes. I wanted to get you. Well, one's a comment because it's near and dear to my heart. Carissa Moore on the women's side for the USA surf team, who's also from Hawaii, who's also went to my high school back in Hawaii. She's much younger than me, obviously much more talented, much more accomplished, much more everything than me. Carissa Moore won the Olympic gold for the USA on the women's side, first in history. Brings it back to Hawaii, where surfing was born, essentially. And so that's massive.
Really
it's
cool.
massive.
That is actually really. I didn't know she was from Hawaii. I just saw that an American won. So that's pretty cool.
So it's really, really cool to have that on your mantle as the first ever person to win a gold medal is someone from Hawaii, is Carissa Moore. She's fantastic. She's a Kelly Slater for the women's side. She's amazing, such a strong surfer.
That's a good addition to the Summer Olympics.
It's amazing. Yeah. It's absolutely amazing.
You see it. It's like, why wasn't there surfing before?
It's one of the oldest sports. Exactly. Right? Like there's no date. You can't date it back because the Polynesians were on this globe much earlier than what all of us think. Anyway, so I want to mention that. But number two, Jeff, and I'd like to get your thoughts because I've been trying to figure out how I feel. Simone Biles, with what happened with her and that she said like for mental health reasons, she didn't want to continue to compete in the team event, and then the USA went on to win silver medal in the team gymnastics. China won gold. What are your thoughts really quickly on what we're seeing now with athletes putting much more importance on mental health and what she did? Do you think we'll see more of this in either individual or team sports?
There's two ways you can look at it. I mean, the traditionalists are going to be like, well, you got to be tough out there. She should have grinded through it. Right. But I mean, you look at this, and did she let her team down in some way? I mean, I don't know. I guess you could make that argument, but this is more the athlete's evolution.
Mm-hmm.
When you're an athlete, you are essentially, and especially someone like Simone Biles, you're like a sole proprietor. Like your body is your moneymaker, right? If you're not feeling it, you should be taking, if you're not in the right place mentally, you've got to take care of yourself long-term. And I think this is just something else with athletes, now monitoring their mental health in terms of and as long as their physical health. I actually this is like news to me. I didn't realize she withdrew because of mental health reasons. I just like literally you're breaking news to me. So I find it interesting. I don't have a problem with it at all, man. I mean, if she wasn't feeling it or she just like was really, something was bothering her, Simone Biles has been there for the U.S. before. Again, lots of people have made money off Simone Biles, including, like the United States and their gym program. Tough luck if you got a problem with it, man. Like that she's doing what's best for her. Like I just don't really have a problem with it. Athletes have to look out for themselves, man. Like we have so many organizations from amateurs to professional. They make so much cash off athletes. Like these people should be looking out for themselves. So no, I don't have any issue with it. I think it's interesting and I think it's good. I mean,
I agree. A part of me, right, says when you're an athlete, when you play on a team, right, it's not about you, it's about the team. So you got to put that foot forward. But the outcome, right, is always part and parcel with the reaction. Is what if the team won gold, right, without her?
Yeah.
Then it's like, oh, she did what she needed to do to make sure the team would win. This is how good she is.
Completely different narrative. You're right.
Right. Yeah. This is how good she is that when you get silver, it's considered a loss.
Yeah.
That's how good she is. And you're seeing it time and time again where now the athletes are feeling like and getting more ownership of who they are and their outcome and their fate. And any time, because we've been in this industry for a long time, And there's implications every which way, right? We talked about Aaron Rodgers and the sweat. There's implications money-wise for not just the organization, for the individual, but also people who decide to wager on said team or on said player. There's a lot of money that goes to and from. But at the end of the day, it is her body, it is her decision, and whatever she does to make sure that she has a smile on her face, I'm going to fully support that, even if it looks like she was quitting, which, as a matter of fact, I don't think she was.
Right. It's not like these girls were going out there like they're going for a jog. They're going like 10 feet in the air, doing like triple flips. If you're not in the right place mentally, man, like you can legitimately injure yourself.
Right. I mean, she said that. So, she mentioned that in her post game or her post.
I mean, like it looks effortless on TV, and you're like, oh, just go out there and flip. Dude, like one mistake and like your neck's broken. I mean, legitimately. So no, she's like I said, this isn't her first rodeo. We all know she's been there before. I mean,
and there's still more events, right? There's still events. I think the individual that she wants to compete in. So, more power to her. More power to someone like Naomi Osaka that are taking their ownership of their body, their mind, their mental health. Like Marshawn said, you got to protect your mentals. Jeff, that is number one when he was giving advice to the youngins that were coming up in the league. You got to protect your mentals. And if there's anybody if there's anybody you cannot underestimate when it comes to how smart the guy is, it's Marshawn Lynch. When he talks, you listen. Just that'll be my Uncle Reed's last bit of advice on how to approach the Olympics and golf. There's a ton of sports still that are coming through the pipe for the Olympics. Head over to DraftKings Sportsbook. We have everything. Golf obviously is something that we're talking about specifically near and dear to our hearts, but I just think that it's fun to watch the evolution of athletes. NCAA athletes now are getting more ownership of their likeness. So that's where it's going.
Aaron Rodgers is doing Green Bay too. I mean, I think it's all relevant. I think it's all relevant to the same story, right?
Yeah. So we got to evolve with it, Jeff. The Madden schedule for the rest of the day for 4, 6, 8, and 10. Obviously, we got Cowboys at Steelers. That's Coughlin Christian. The slate with Bucs and Garion at that 5 p.m. slot. In between the 4 and 6, Madden Sims. Titans at Lions is Glash and the head, Christian, at 6 p.m. My Raiders at the Bungles, the Joe Burrow Bungles. That's Glash, Sheen, and Tom at 8 p.m. And then Jeff and Tom for Madden After Dark, his Jaguars, and the Bucs go head-to-head. Jeff, this was fun. I can't wait to watch the golf, and make sure it's going to come on the day before we think it's all going to come on, because it's happening a day earlier, right? Or a day earlier for us, which seems like a day later. But anyway, you guys get the idea. You guys get the gist. Have fun. Follow Jeff on Twitter if you don't already, at the Fantasy Grind, at Matt Reed T. Fowler. If you guys have questions, you know where we are. Good luck, everybody.
Okay, we are back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed Get the Green. It's time to move on to the early bird special, the 4 p.m. snack hour sim. Christian DeAndrea, he is here. Kenny Ducey, gone. You'll see him again tomorrow. I'm Adam Kaufman. CDA, how are you, bud?
I am doing well, although I know if Kenny Ducey just left, there's a clear high bar that's been set that I now must attempt to hurdle myself. And God willing, we will get there, and I will be able to outshine the one, the only, the Ducey.
Well, he left behind a high bar of hostility in the chat. You can count on that.
Yeah,
lots of good stuff for us to get to. Of course, we will, especially Christian, his neck of the woods. We'll get into all things Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. I know they don't play here in this sim. That's okay. Still very relevant to what is happening. We can maybe spend a little time on Deshaun Watson, though with the Texans in the last sim, we did quite a bit on that. Obviously, we can dive into Madden rankings and ratings and more stats, numbers that have been coming out over the course of the day today. Get you set for Madden 22, which is just a few weeks away. So that's pretty exciting. But since lineups have locked, what's your build looking like between the Steelers and Cowboys?
It's a Steelers game, and I always lean on the same guy, Deontay Johnson, capable of giving you 20 plus on any given day and relatively inexpensive at 7,400 the flex, about 11K in the captain spot. So that is where he is for me. He is giving me that 1.5 points. I got Zeke Elliott. I got Amari Cooper. I got James Washington, who was inexpensive. I got CeeDee Lamb, who was inexpensive. I had enough saved there that it allowed me to throw Big Ben into the lineup because I'm not super intimidated by that Cowboys passing defense, and I like that start from Deontay right there, 1 for 14. Cough. How about you? What does your build look like for this 4 p.m. matchup between two fraudulent teams from 2020?
Well, when I am feeling so inclined as to save some cash when the Cowboys are involved, I turn to Michael Gallup. Michael Gallup is my captain. $10,500 in that spot. 6.6% owned in the captain spot of the 121 entries that we have in this early bird specialty. How about the Madden Love for Coop free roll? Amari Cooper, highly regarded in the Madden 22 game. He's in a third of lineups. That's Gallup, not Cooper. Around them, I have Ezekiel Elliott. I do have Amari Cooper. I have Juju Smith-Schuster, Deontay Johnson, as you do, and James Conner. I went with James Conner, not because I expect big things, but because, Christian, I have a reputation. Honestly, I've never really tracked it to see if it's true, but I have a reputation for when I'm doing Steelers sims, Conner has a tendency to find the end zone. So I'm hoping that is true today.
I mean, Conner is a great goal line back, runs with power, as he does there for a big, about 15-yard gain there, 16 in fact.
That Jalen Samuels for 618 right there.
Jalen, oh no. Oh, I feel bad. I jinxed it. Connor looked dirt cheap at 3,200 in the flex. 3K cheaper than that man Jalen Samuels right there. So maybe Samuels is worth paying up for this time around, as he's showing off some nice wheels and a nice broken tackle in the backfield there to keep this drive going for the Steelers.
Emerson's forehead saying, when is Madden 22 going to be used in the Sims? I suspect that's going to be a very popular question, obviously, over the next few weeks. I don't have an exact date for you. The game drops August 20th, so I will say, let's just say ballpark. We'll move on to Madden 22 in a month. Maybe it'll be a little less than that, but I think that's a fair ballpark. And, obviously it takes a little time to get everything up to date, depth charts, get everything on the Madden Stream info page for you. And obviously all the key information that you will need and ops and everybody else involved. So it is a process to move on over to that, but we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun. Things are going to be like the Wild West for a while.
We got a fumble. Steelers recover.
That was fortunate for the Steelers, who stayed in field goal range despite losing about 15 yards on that sack. Ball was on the turf for a while, surrounded by Cowboys defenders, but instead, lineman jumps on it as Everson Griffin, the former Viking star, does what he was brought to Dallas to do, and he gets a strip sack of Big Ben there.
Brian C., a father-like cough. I am a father, so I don't even need to be father-like. And a headbandless CDA, but he's got the shades. On a Tuesday, the 4 p.m.er, where the bleep do I sign? Well, we always tell you, sign with that like button. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button here on the Dream Stream on YouTube. Of course, if you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, much appreciated. Emerson's forehead says, let's do Madden 22 before the real season starts. That'd be great. Make it happen, Kaufman. We did that last year. I would say that we're trending in that direction. Obviously, we'd all enjoy that. It's going to be a field goal try from 50 to start things off, and it is good. 3-0 Pitt.
Boswell getting it done.
Care Bear on Twitch, by the way. Will there be a break between the two Maddens, or will we just go one from one to the other? So, again, all those details will come out. I don't have anything official to tell you that you should all live by, but would it surprise me if there were a day or two just to get everything fully up to date between Madden 21 and 22? It would not. Rest assured, as soon as we know, you'll know.
Yeah, I do like seeing that some things haven't changed for the good folks at EA. For example, they still love the hell out of J.J. Watt, who is equally as highly rated as his much better brother at this point in their careers, T.J. Watt. Like, they're both 94s overall, which is wild to me. Like, JJ, he's still got some gas left in the tank, but 94 overall is setting up an expectation. He had a similar expectation last year where he was ranked higher than a 95. He might even been approaching that 99 club. I remember it was something that we were like, wow, JJ Watt, really? And he's gone down a little bit, but expectations are high, and well, he might kind of have to roll solo in Arizona if Chandler Jones does, in fact, get his wish to be traded. And that would mean more double teams up front, fewer opportunities. I think if JJ is going to look like a 94 player, he needs to have Chandler Jones in that lineup to help open things up for him. As Dak gets away from the sack in game 0 yards.
Halfway through the opening quarter, again, CDA, AK, Drew is our producer, undercover boss, Tom, our technical director, Bert, Bobo, along with Zach and Ops. Great to have everybody here with us. So you mentioned it, obviously, TJ Watt and JJ Watt. Madden, earlier today, in conjunction with ESPN, put out the top edge rushers in Madden 22. Defensive linemen as well, and we'll get to that. Top edge rushers. At number 1, is Michael Gallup with the catch for 18. Myles Garrett, 98 overall player for Cleveland, a 98. Khalil Mack at 96. A three-way tie for third, or third, fourth, fifth, depending on how you want to look at it. They're all 94s. TJ Watt, Chandler Jones, JJ Watt, 3 guys Christian just mentioned. Then you go into the next 5. At number 6, Cameron Jordan at 93. Von Miller also 93. Joey Bosa, 92. Nick Bosa, his brother, at 90. And Zadarius Smith, 89. Any surprises there for you?
I feel like Zadarius Smith is a little bit low just because he does play such an outsized role on that Packers squad. You know, there isn't a ton of pass rushing depth around him, especially with Preston Smith being a bit of a disappointment as a free agent addition, but he does pretty well in the role he's given, and personally, I would put him a little bit higher. I don't disagree with Myles Garrett being the top pass rusher, just because Madden is a game of attributes, and Myles Garrett is just built like a character from a video game, so I can understand
Mac
respects a player who looks like he was solely generated and create a player when you just slid everything up to 99, so I get that one. Like I said, the JJ love is at least consistent, if not super realistic. And I think TJ Watt, a guy who a lot of people thought should have been Defensive Player of the Year, sitting at 94 feels a little bit low. I feel like
Kenny had felt, he was with me on the last sim, Kenny felt that JJ should be the top one on this list. He should be the 98.
Wait, JJ?
TJ, pardon me.
Yes. All right. Yeah, I think TJ and being right in that range, Garrett, TJ and Mac, those top three in some range there. And then obviously if Chandler Jones proves he's healthy this year and motivated, he would join that mix as well, because those guys are in some order probably the top 4 biggest difference makers along the edge in the NFL.
While JJ being number 1 would be a good Kenny take, given
be.
some of the Kenny takes we received. No, TJ, the one he was highlighting, but JJ at 94, it's not even that it feels high. It's high. No question it's high. I'm not surprised I'm surprised that he's not closer to 90, let's say. And even some people saying in the chat, like, how is JJ not like a 78? Well, he was never going to be disrespected to that degree. Let's remember what the man's capable of. Let's remember what his history is. But even still, 94, coming off the situation that he had last year, new home in Arizona. I think there's definitely some love for the Watts, in particular, Mr. JJ going to his new spot.
Yeah, and it's not like JJ wasn't effective last year. His sack numbers were down, but he was still getting to the quarterback at a decent rate. In that injury-shortened 2019, he had a ton of quarterback hits, so he can still be a guy. But, like, to paint him as a top 5, top 10 kind of lineman when he's in reality probably like top 25. If he falls off a little bit, maybe top 50. Yeah, just, again, EA loves JJ Watt, and EA loves the discussion. They're like, you know what? This is where we need to fill some time, give folks something to talk about, reward talk media with something that Kenny Ducey can get all up in arms about. And you know what? Let's bump a good guy in JJ Watt up a few slots, a guy who can lean into the controversy, a guy who at his best was a 99 plus, and in the community in Houston was a 99 plus, lest we forget the efforts he made after Hurricane Harvey. So if you are going to overrate one guy, JJ is a good guy to overrate.
3-0 Pitt. Final moments of this opening quarter. We'll review the top defensive linemen coming up next. We'll do that to start off quarter number 2. There's a completion. Roethlisberger already 78 passing. Obviously pacing toward a bonus. See if he can get there. Doesn't do it often. James Washington, his second catch. 37 yards for him.
Jimmy Jams, his best game in this stadium call has not occurred as a Pittsburgh Steeler, but rather as part of the Oklahoma State Cowboys. He played Pitt way back when, and he and both Mason Rudolph, extremely great energy between those two. Both exploded for career games. So yeah, if you are asking those two about their favorite memories in Heinz Field, it won't be as Steelers. It'll be as Cowboys coming up and just doing what teams do when they play Pitt, unless they're, ranked in the top 5, and just demolishing the poor Panthers and their roster of NFL talent who never amount to anything in college ranks or anything cohesive, at least. Being a Pitt fan is a Ponzi scheme is what I'm trying to say, Colin. Ponzi scheme.
No big numbers here in this one. No surprise. 3-0 Pittsburgh through one quarter. Your leading receiver is Jimmy Washington, 2 for 37. Again, Roethlisberger sitting right around 80 passing. No one on the ground has done all that much of anything. Stats are updated. Thank you, Zach and Bobo. Our leader is Josh Love, about a point in front of the West, with Lord Silverman sitting in third place, freak of nature. I am 49th, which is, well, it's just not good, but it's top half. What about you?
Currently 13th, even
there you go. Much better.
Negative points from Zeke, the zeros from CeeDee Lamb and Amari Cooper. CeeDee Lamb should have less than 0, because I feel like we need to count drops as negative points here in Madden. 1 target, 1 drop for him. The beginning of perhaps a golden sombrero.
Steeler YT, usually Wednesday games are crummy. Looks like Tuesday joined the club. Well, listen, Wild Weather Wednesday is the thing of the past, so you don't need to have this Wednesday stigma anymore. As Roethlisberger, 3rd and 9 coming from the 35. Emerson's forehead, good job, Ops. That's right, you guys very much on top of things. Real Facts Mac saying, let's go Ebron.
Ebron, good in fantasy. In the real world, still looking to make good on that first-round promise. Had that brief moment there with the Colts where it's like, oh, man, all he had to do was get away from Detroit. Now he's good. 13 touchdowns, 66 catches in 2018, his Pro Bowl season. Dude was an absolute beast, a great buy low candidate in fantasy. And then last year, he wasn't bad. He just, his catch rate was low. His yards per target weren't great because Ben Roethlisberger wasn't throwing big passes as we get a James Conner first down on 4th and inches. Huge pickup there for the Steelers. And he could have a decent follow-up year in year 2 with the Steelers, but in year 2 with the Colts, he fell off partially due to injury. And Steelers went out and insulated themselves by drafting Pat Freiermuth out of Penn State in the 2nd round. So Ebron could be fighting for targets in year 2 with the Steelers. Not here in Simland, however, as he gets a short reception to make it his 2nd catch of the game, 13 yards for the tight end 1.
Couple minutes gone by, 2nd quarter again, still 3-0 Pitt. Steelers with the ball. CDA, AK, Drew, Tom, Bert, Bobo, Zach. So your top defensive lineman, according to Madden 22, Christian. No surprise whatsoever. Aaron Donald, part of the 99 club for the 5th straight season in Madden. The multiple-time defensive player of the year. He's elite. He's awesome. He's the guy for the Rams. After that, you have an understandable drop-off. At number 2, he's a 94, Fletcher Cox. Number 3, Chris Jones, 92, as we got a handoff, and James Conner stopped short at the 2. Jones is tied with, DeForest Buckner and Cameron Hayward. They are all 92s. Then you go to number 6, Michael Pierce at 91. Calais Campbell is a 90. Kenny Clark an 89. Stephon Tuitt, also 89. And Vita Vea, 88 from your defending champion, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 2nd and goal, another handoff. Almost a fullback score for Derek Watt.
Wow, the forgotten Watt brother. There, I don't understand how he did make it in there, Koff. You're a fullback. The one thing you are paid to do is fall forward when you get hit. Instead, gets driven away at the line and prevents what would have been one of the more glorious vultures of the day. 4.9 points per game for Derek Watt, but just all he does is score touchdowns, but very, very rarely. In his past about 45 games, he scored points in 5 of them. 4 of them included touchdowns. He did not get the touchdown there, however. That touchdown belongs to Koff's curse, James Conner.
James Conner, like Thanos, inevitable when I am on a Steelers sim. Derek Watt, obviously not a 94 in the sims like his brothers, but came so close. It's about to be 10-0 Pitt. So that top 10 for defensive linemen: Donald, Cox, Jones, Buckner, Hayward, Pierce, Campbell, Clark, Tuitt, Vea. What do you think?
For me, Cox has kind of got that legacy bump there where he's very good. I just don't know if he's better than Chris Jones and Cameron Hayward right now. I think DeForest Buckner is a little bit underrated. That guy can be an absolute difference maker, and I think he should probably be up around 94, 95. If I were ranking interior linemen, I think I would put Buckner right after Aaron Jones in this case. Just because he does, he's a good pass rusher, but he can also stop the run, stand up against them. I do like that Vita Vea was a top 10 guy. He's underappreciated for a dude who's the size of a mountain. He's got that Ted Washington type build where maybe he isn't showing up a ton on the stat sheet, but he's so damn big. You need 2 people to get him out of the way, and you just have to run around him rather than at him, and that is very, very valuable. So good on you, EA, for recognizing that dude right there. Otherwise, Michael Pierce being that high was a little bit surprising to me. I thought Kenny Clark would have made a little bit more sense up there. And, Steph Tuitt, I get it, but Steph Tuitt just hasn't been consistent enough for me to be like, oh, that's a top 10 guy right there. But I understand it. I get it. The upside has been there ever since the Packers drafted him in the 2nd round out of Notre Dame. He makes some great plays. He is another guy who is just got that video game body, got that video game explosiveness, and that should translate pretty well in Madden, even if he takes a few plays off.
Carolyn's phone charger says, Koff and James Conner. Name a more iconic duo. You can't. Looks like Madden had a nice... I remember when they did this last year for Russell Wilson when he was elevated to the 99 club. Looks like the Donald family was involved. Madden went out to congratulate him on being a 5-time member of the 99 club. Watching it through, just walking all around his yard, and there are just 5 of a bunch of things. 5 inflatable donuts, 5 whatever for the swimming pool, 5 this, 5 that. He's got a nice 99 necklace. I mean, it's really an impressive case, box, presentation they give you when you're part of that club. It's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
Big deal being a 99 Madden. Remember, there are no 100s. You're a 99. You're about as perfect as they come.
Yeah, I mean, you only get about, fewer than 10 of them per year typically, so.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're only going to start the season with 4 or 5. A couple guys will get elevated during the season.
Yeah. Zeke picks up the first there, so Cowboys going to try to erase the 0 from their side of the scoreboard. Trailing by 10 here in Pittsburgh, the same field Aaron Donald once played on as a Pitt Panther. Again, Pitt produces such great pros. It's amazing how their program is continually dog crap. So, speaking of dog crap, is that going to be a Joe Hayden touchdown? No! Minka Fitzpatrick on the interception. Dak making a touchdown-saving tackle, and the Steelers 23 yards away from making this a 3-score game.
Whoa, just scrolling through some of the Madden page, looking for some of the other ratings that they keep putting out, because obviously celebrating what's going on here. They're putting out ratings for individual categories, power move, offensive line, strength, offensive line. Donald naturally just continuing to pick up 99s in virtually every category available to him. Scrolling down to receiver, which of course came out yesterday, medium route running, things along those lines. I'm sure you spent some time going over the top wide receivers. We have 2.5 to go in the opening half. 10-0 Pitt. Devontae Adams, we can spend some time on him in half number 2 out in your neck of the woods. He is the other 99. There are only 2 out there, he and Aaron Donald right now. DeAndre Hopkins, Tyreek Hill, each 98. Stephon Diggs, a 97. Julio Jones with his new home, 95 for Tennessee. Those are your top 5. Michael Thomas, 94. Keenan Allen, 93. Amari Cooper, 92. Mike Evans, 91. A-Rob, Allen Robinson, a 90. That is your top 10 for wide receivers. Something we spent time on yesterday. Who got snubbed to you?
I mean, Allen Robinson is a top 5 wideout. He just plays with terrible, terrible quarterbacks. The man makes everyone around him better. He's big, he's strong, he's fast. He's got great hands. He runs great routes. He should be a 95 or higher in my book. I'm happy he's a top 10 guy as we get another touchdown. It's Jalen Samuels. So a good day to roster both those Steeler running backs. Would have cost about $10K to get them both in the lineup. And they both have touchdowns. In fact, the only touchdowns of the game so far as Pittsburgh sends us into the 2-minute warning with a receiving touchdown from a rangy running back. Like you,
17-0.
Like you, I was, I don't really have too many other misgivings with the way the wide receivers were portrayed. A guy like Hill having that 99 speed, having that 99 acceleration. He's definitely belongs up there in Madden. Steph Diggs, I think, would have been a pretty good candidate for 99, given how vital he was to the Bills last year. Julio at a 95 and Michael Thomas at a 94. 2 guys who are coming off injury-marred seasons but have been 99s in the past. So I kind of get why EA didn't drop them too far, kind of like they didn't drop J.J. Watt all that far. For me, it's more interesting to see the rookie wideouts now. They were laid out, Jalen Waddle at a 76, Devontae Smith at a 75, and my guy, Rashad Bateman, only at 72 for him behind Elijah Moore, Kadarius Toney. I think that is a ranking that is going to change once he fully gets in sync with Lamar Jackson and shows the world what he can do. Love me some Rashad Bateman. I feel like by the time Madden 22 gets to the postseason, he's going to be up around a 79, 78, maybe even an 80. So I think he's going to have a very nice rookie campaign.
17-0 Pitt. Dallas trying to salvage this opening half. Dak on the move laterally. Now a deep throw.
Ooh, got it. CD Lamb with the toe.
I can't believe the feet were in. 35-yard grab.
Are we gonna get a booth review on this one? Under 2 minutes to go, so Tomlin can't do anything about it. But look very, very close. As woo, dink, dink. We are gonna get the booth review.
CD Lamb, another guy earning a lot of respect around the league going into year 2 for him. Possession.
A full year later in his career, so he's got an actual training camp under his belt, and a full year of Dak Prescott ahead of him throwing in passes. The play does stand. There's a lot to like about that CD Lamb upside, for sure. He is a guy who could swing a lot of fantasy matchups in your direction. As looking for was that Coop there and missed entirely.
PG poker. Mary had a little toe drag. 1:42 to go, opening half. Litz out laughing at Ezekiel Elliott's 10 yards on the ground. That's it. Queenie says Kelsey deserves a 99. Well, of course, we don't know the tight ends yet, but
very well.
He's going to be in the conversation for sure.
Yeah. I mean, he'll be above a 95 for sure. I think
last year's game, I think it was a 96 or 97.
Yeah, and he's only gotten better. I would say 98 or 99 for a certain. Dude is very I mean, but if Tyreek Hill's only 98, maybe that's the indicator there. I think pretty clearly Mahomes is going to be a 99 again. It just depends on how many 99s the EA folks are willing to give out to that Kansas City Chiefs offense.
Special, remember. Second and 1 from the 18.
There's the 101 timeout. Another promising Madden tradition that hopefully in the switch to Madden 22 will remain with us. As you get a nice view of virtual Pittsburgh in the backfield there, the confluence of the rivers, the Mon, the Ohio.
Joe C, 999 in front right now by about 1 point. So here we go. Second and 1 from the 18. Dak, quick release, incomplete.
Thought that was going to be another interception. Threw it right at the linebacker. Lucky that this wasn't another potential scoring drive snuffed out by Dak's inability to read the defense. Big third down coming. Cowboys could settle for a field goal here. 3rd and 1, you got to imagine they're going to throw Zeke Elliott into the fire and see if you can get it. Zeke, like y'all been saying, a good day to fade him, but always capable of breaking free and breaking out. And it won't be Zeke because empty backfield here for the Cowboys. Interesting call. And
the ball is completed. 9-yard pickup and a timeout. Zeke is the chalk, 85% owned in our small free roll, about 16% captain. Cedric Wilson on that 10-yard pickup. Don't see a lot of him in Simland.
Yeah, I think he got a target earlier and I accidentally misattributed him as Amari Cooper. So I saw the 1 in front of the number there, and it didn't look like Michael Gallup. But yeah, Cedric getting some looks here. Ooh, Coop.
Touchdown.
That's definitely Amari Cooper there. Ooh.
For all the people that have been missing him, he had the goose egg. It's gone. Touchdown, Amari Cooper. Rewarding the 60% who rostered him, roughly 15% captain.
Just like you said, EA appreciates that man's contributions. And in line with the call free roll, Amari Cooper getting work done. Only one catch today, but he made it count.
So that trims the deficit to 11 points. Now make it 10 with the extra point. Half number 2, not far away. 51 ticks left. You got 4 more sims, 3 more rather after this one. The late classic part of your Madden stream day. Coming up in about an hour and a half. Christian will be back with Brendan Glasheen. Titans Lions, that's 6 Eastern, the happy hour sim. Prime time, Raiders Bengals, Glash and Tom Carroll. And Tommy and Jeff Ulrich, Jaguars Bucs. Madden After Dark at 10. Christian will be rocking that Madden After Dark tomorrow night.
I know, it's been a while. Normally, if it's like Madden After Dark, it's going to be me and Tommy Freeze-Pops. But I get to hang out with Glash, which hopefully means we'll get the sim done before 11 p.m. Eastern, so we don't have to deal with another buzzword. Yeah. Do we do buzzwords with Glash at 11 p.m. anymore?
You do unless you wrap up at, 10:58. Whoever's on, maybe it's Daniel. Hammer that X button. Look at this run. Look at him go. Juju.
Holy moly.
To the 14 to timeout pit.
What a disaster for that Cowboys secondary, allowing the wide receiver 1 to get open and then go about 50 yards untouched before the deep safety can get to him. And maybe a little embarrassing for Juju getting chased down as easily as he was, although deep safety there did have the angle. So Steelers back into the red zone, a chance to make this a 3-possession game once more. Jordan Lewis on the tackle and get out of bounds. No.
Juju again, though. Another timeout for Pitt. Yeah. Zach says, holy good commentating. Thanks, Zach.
Yeah.
I gotta get into the live chat, actually. The dark chat. Hit that like, closing in on 150. Smash the like, hit the subscribe button. 2nd and 5 from the 9, 32 seconds left. 1 timeout per team. Roethlisberger, stand on the 15, stoic.
Do something, Ben.
Backpedals a couple of yards, pressure coming his way. Let's go, Ben. Throws as he's hit, back of the end zone, too long. Incomplete.
Now, I believe he was in the top pocket for a full 10 seconds there before getting rid of 11 seconds in the pocket. Just standing there.
Look, he wasn't in a hurry. He didn't have anywhere to be.
He wanted to burn a little bit more clock, so he wouldn't hand it back to the Cowboys after they score on this play. Sure. Ooh, not going to score on this
quick
play.
release this time to Ebron.
Doesn't look like it was good enough for a first either.
Justin Harden wanted Ebron, so there you go. You got him, but not for much. 5 for 41, 4th and 1 from the 4. You got to play it safe. Take the kick, right?
Yeah, I think so. No way to stop the clock. Yeah. Take the points while you can. Otherwise, there is a 80. I say if they go for it, there's an 80% chance they end the first half without any extra points. You take
Boswell, the chip shot. Got it. Make it 20-7.
Care Bear needed a touchdown to advance refrigeration. Not yet. We very nearly had the Derek Watt vulture, but no tight end 2 vultures yet.
Cleaning notes in the DraftKings conference room. Tomorrow we will have running backs. Thursday, safeties. Friday, quarterbacks. She says, when are the tight ends? I like tight ends and I cannot lie.
Yeah.
We'll effort that for you, Queenie. Producer Drew may even know. He eats and sleeps and drinks this stuff. Keeps it on a personal pad in his pocket. It's got all the info.
Yeah.
10 seconds to go opening half.
Right, looks like Cowboys, well, maybe not happy just to sit on this one. As the handoff goes for about 7, gives them enough time for one last play here. Not in Hail Mary range, but could be good time for some garbage points. last sim I called, saw Dalvin Cook gain like 25 yards in the last play of the half in a similar situation. So it could be the same for Zeke owners out there. A little bit of deliverance after a very forgettable first half for him.
2nd and 3 from the 30. Dak. Another completion. Pick up those PPR points. Blake Jarwin that time.
All right, so a little bit of garbage time, not bad, but good news if you got, if you have some stakes in those Cowboys wideouts. Dallas down 13 at the half, going to have to throw the ball quite a bit in the second half. Not good news for Zeke Elliott, but nothing in this game really has been caught. He has been stuck in neutral today, a few modest gains, but I'm pretty sure that 7-yard run we saw with nothing on the line is his best run of the day. He's got 5 carries for 8 yards through 2 quarters.
Queenie, to answer your question, Drew's done the research. He sent us the schedule. ESPN doesn't appear to be doing tight ends as part of their Madden agreement. So at some point, Madden's obviously going to put it out there, and maybe it will still be this week. It would make sense, but
so I think
it won't be part of an ESPN segment.
So Friday, when they dump everything, is when so they'll do like the midday one, and then at the 7:30 one, they're going to have a full roster breakdown, I think, and that's when we'll get all the tight ends and the long snappers and the punters. Honestly, for me, it's about seeing where Jamie Gillen ends up. Is he going to be part of the 99 club, or will he merely be a 98? We'll have to wait and see what EA Sports has in store for these Scottish Hammer.
What's the number on Jake Bailey? Please tell me. I have to know.
I mean,
he's updated. Thank you, Bert, Bobo, Zach. Mr. Baltimore in front by a point and change.
I would be stunned if Jake Bailey is the highest rated punter out there this year.
Gotta be.
Like, there are going to be some other candidates, obviously, but him and Michael Dixon should probably be 1-2 in some order.
Know where his bread is buttered. Tampa John says, how many DVDs behind you? It's a great question, Tampa John. More than makes sense economically, I'll tell you that. T-Pike, not enough. I mean, it's north of 1,000. That much I'm certain of. One of these days, I'll just have to start counting. Bubble says, Tampa John, please don't start with the DVDs, please. Queenie says, oh my God, no tight ends. What's this world coming to? Zeke 6 for just 22 on the ground, but starts off this half with a rush.
Yeah, this is the best run of the day so far. Finally broke free, maybe something to come. Go ahead.
Drew, the undercover boss, Tom, Bert, Bombo, Zach. Tampa John says, all DVD, no Blu-ray, LOL. No, there's some Blu-rays mixed in, but it is mostly DVD.
I mean, I got to imagine most of those DVDs came back in your salad days as like a 20-year-old before streaming was big.
Streaming was not a thing. Not a thing, period, when the vast majority of those were collected. That is true. I'm not going to sit here and say I haven't purchased some during the streaming age, but very few.
For me, it was all about like TV shows, and now I'm not gonna waste my time with a 6-disc set when I can just get HBO Max.
Yeah, there are. So you can't see it, but the entire bottom shelf, the width of this wall, basically, is TV seasons. And if you said to me, like, Koff, you can take a mulligan on anything on that wall, and like you can go return them, get your money back. The vast majority of the TV seasons would go back. Just because, I mean, you can find those, like you said, HBO Max, Hulu, wherever. Like they're all out there. I mean, a movie, like I'll rewatch a movie plenty of times if I like them. TV seasons, other than like an Arrested Development, a Community, a show like that. Like, am I gonna rewatch Dexter? It's highly unlikely. And in fact, no. The answer is no. We got a pick.
Speaking of no, Mike Hilton, with Dak throwing across his body downfield and paying for it there. So tries to make something happen, and something did happen. Just the worst possible outcome for Dak Prescott as he throws the INT. Steelers taking over at their own 20.
Am I going to rewatch a season of My Name is Earl? It's unlikely. It's not going to happen. 20-7 Pitt with the ball.
And as producer Drew points out, all those seasons used to cost like $60. Yeah,
for sure.
Like I would wait until I could find used copies like the pre-played store, and then I would go from there. But even then, it was like that's how I watched all of Oz. I had a friend who had HBO, and oh man, I can't afford HBO, but these DVDs are like $10 a season. I'll go through them that way. I remember renting Seasons of Oz from Blockbuster, which
I remember renting Seasons of 24 when I was binging that to get caught up.
Yeah, but then you go through 3, and then you couldn't binge anymore because you have to drive back to Blockbuster and swap them out.
Right. Such a pain.
Kids will never know our struggle, Cough. Youths. Well, the bonus there for Juju, he's got to be pretty close after that one. He had 75 after only 2 catches, 98 now, so right on the brink after 4 catches. Juju, a must roster today.
Care Bear pointing out by third quarter. Go ahead.
Pointing out the revival of Dexter's coming. You got to rewatch the old episode so you know what happens. I'm not sure you do. I think you probably understand the premise of Dexter. And then if they're banking on you to rewatch that final season to figure out where we are now, they might as well tell you to go stick your head up your own butt, because that is about the same level of quality as you got from the final season of Dexter. I cannot. There was no show in the universe, Cough, that gave its loyal viewers a heartier middle finger than Dexter. I'm just you invested time in this character, even though the show's been going off the rails ever since John Lithgow guest starred. Congratulations.
Well, apparently he's going to be back for the new season, by the way, the Trinity Killer.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. He was awesome. He was terrifying. He was, yeah. Oh.
I'm looking at HBO Max now because I did go out recently. See, there are so many ways that I could be described as an idiot. There are so many. We will never run out. Here's another. I was binging the Larry Sanders Show. I got on this Gary Shandling kick, and I was binging the Larry Sanders Show because I watched it here and there growing up, but I never saw it all the way through. And I was watching it on demand through my cable provider, and season 1 was free on HBO.
Yeah.
And then episode maybe let's say 1 through 6 of season 2, and then everything was you had to pay. You had to pay you had to rent $1.99 an episode or something like that. I said, that's dumb. I'm not going to do that for 6 seasons. I'm just going to buy the series on DVD for $30. That's easy. So I did that. I did that very recently. I'm not even sure I've opened it yet. And I'm sitting here looking at HBO Max, and sure enough, on HBO Max, they're all there, all 6 seasons. And I'm sure it's way past the opportunity for me to return that DVD. Man, I may as well just start burning money sometimes.
Yeah, you can do that.
Just throw it on the ground and light it on fire.
Yeah. So Cry 2 Tears, the other show, this is bad from season 1, season the next is Dexter. Westworld. Yeah, Westworld season 1 was great. Westworld season 2 was and then Westworld season 3 was what is your point, guy? Come on. Care Bear Rainbow points out that Game of Thrones also just doubled birds to the fan base in the end there. Yeah, Benioff and Weiss had no idea what they're doing. They'd exhausted the source material. They just missed very obvious, easy wins. They were stepping over dollars to pick up pennies in the final season of Game of Thrones. It was bad. I'm colorblind. I cannot see a damn thing in that climactic final battle at the wall, and it was a nightmare, and everyone came in so hyped, and now people don't even talk about Game of Thrones, or if they do, it's to say, holy crap, that ending was terrible. So yeah, Game of Thrones crash and burn. Sopranos, on the other hand, great final season, great ending. Great finale. Like, I get it completely. Like, I'm way into it. The blank screen is a little ambiguous, but you know what happened to Tony Soprano. And even if it didn't, the walls were closing in on him. There was no happy ending for him. My only regret is that we didn't get to see his terrible children react horribly to his on-screen death, because they deserve to suffer. I'm sorry. Like AJ.
For anyone interested in going back and watching The Sopranos, because you haven't seen it.
You know what? 15 years past the expiration date of the spoiler alert cup, and everyone knows how The Sopranos ended.
Everyone.
Bang, blank screen. Like, don't stop believing. Man in the members only jacket goes to the bathroom. Ding dong. Tony looks up. Blank. 8 seconds. Black. Credits. Well done. Like, they set it up. They held your hand through it. Like, every time the doorbell rings, Tony looks up, and then you see from his perspective. Doorbell rings, Tony looks up, you see from his perspective. Doorbell rings, Tony looks up, black. What do you think happened? What do you think happened there? And even if you want to say, oh, that wasn't it. Oh, no! Steelers going for on 4th and 2, and actually works out a little bit better for them with that INT is Sean Lee loses some yards compared to just knocking that pass down. That was the worst. No, you are incorrect, Reetees, did you know? That was a great ending. It was a proper ending for a great show. It was better than, say, Mad Men's ending, which is just kind of like cheesy. And
it was satisfying, though.
It was satisfying, but it was a little cheesy. Would I take it over the Breaking Bad ending? Breaking Bad tied up a lot of loose ends, maybe a little bit too carefully. I do like
They shouldn't have bothered with the movie, though.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I've yet to watch El Camino. It's on the list.
You're not missing anything.
Yeah. 5th time playing Fortnite. I enjoyed Game of Thrones too. Did you enjoy the finale? Because if you did, we should have a sit down chat.
A little heart to heart.
Yeah, I am so sorry.
Bert said he's never been more mad in his life. 20-7 Pitt. Final minute of this third quarter.
Of course I watched Mad Men like the whole season. Like, you don't understand. If you were a certain age when Mad Men came out, like, once a month you got invited to like a 1950s theme party where you had to get yourself a trilby and a brown suit and a pack of cigarettes and show up. It was weird. It was like people got way too invested in Mad Men for a good reason. It's a very good show. Like, it's an extremely well done show, but people went absolutely nuts for it, especially like people our age, who were maybe just a little bit out of college. We're like just kind of getting used to adult parties compared to our normal ragers where it's $5 a cup and you drank nothing better than Natural Light. So I was like, oh, how are we going to have an adult party? Well, here's how they did in the 50s. Let's have a theme party. Everyone can drink old fashions and gimlets and dress like they're about to go to church.
You know what's funny about Mad Men as we get to the end of third? And I liked Mad Men. I was a Mad Men fan. I watched it. I saw every episode.
Great show.
I would say, I'm not going to say everybody. That would be an oversimplification. But I would say most people who like Mad Men, who watched Mad Men, who enjoyed Mad Men, can't even tell you why they liked it or why it was a good show. It's just like, did you like it? Yeah. Did you enjoy it? Yeah. Do you want to watch it every week? Yeah. Why? Huh.
I mean, first off, I enjoyed the trip back in time. I'm not like a period guy, but like that's about as far back as I'll go. The characters were very, very well developed, very three-dimensional, and they kind of went on the anti-hero thing because Don Draper was a lot of things, but he wasn't a good guy. But we still rooted for him. Poor Betty Draper, kind of got written off as this awful person, but you saw she had multitudes. It wasn't just a superficial look at these people. It was very in-depth. It was a good examination of the way that things were and how they influence today. And it was a great examination of how people can be very different. And it was kind of like, oh, I understand why I can relate to this because it's a lot about my friends. There's some people here I hate sometimes, but other times I'm rooting for them. And it was a great meditation for me on life itself. It was very well written. The storylines were clear, but everything was really well handled on a week-to-week basis between your A stories, your B stories, your C stories. I don't know. I was a big fan.
20-7 as we get to the fourth quarter. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, Drew, our producer, undercover boss Tom, the technical director, Bert, Bobo, Zach, all in ops. Lindenbaum very upset still that I have not yet watched The Sopranos, and reasonably so. Totally get it. DeMac Line says, cough because I enjoy TV so much. The Buffy and Angels series finales were excellent. Haven't seen those. Bubbles shouting out Mythic Quest on Apple TV.
I like this Bubbles take too. Seinfeld sucked. Period. LMAO. The only thing funny ever produced on Seinfeld is when Janice started dancing. LOL. Janice not a character on Seinfeld ever. I think you're thinking of Elaine, but that's not the only part of your completely terribly wrong take that is completely terribly wrong. Seinfeld sucked. Get out of here. Joker, you are correct. I have the entire Frisky Dingo series on DVD, and now that's available on HBO Max as well. I remember the first time I saw it, I was like, holy crap, is this a cartoon made exactly for me? And turns out, yes, it pretty much was. It was the stop in between C-Lab and Archer for creator, what's his name? Matt Reed?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't know it if you said it.
Yeah. I think it's something Reed. I think it's Matt Reed.
Drew asking if it's
Adam Reed. Adam Reed. That's it.
Emerson's forehead says, have you seen Notting Hill yet, Cough? We were talking rom-coms one day, and Emerson's forehead brought up Notting Hill, which, of course, is the Julia Roberts vehicle of, like 2.5 decades ago. Hugh Grant as well, I think, right? That was like late 90s. Anyway, to answer your question, Emerson's forehead, I've not yet seen it, but I actually recorded it. It was on, one of the movie stations, and I recorded it just in case I didn't get around to watching it before it was no longer streaming. So I have it available to me. Maybe I'll watch it this weekend. Our leaders right now, by the way, Dean Skins in front marginally by about less than 1/4 of a point in our small contest. So, Christian, I would love to talk more television. I would. But since we're in the fourth quarter, and because you're in Wisconsin,
true.
Aaron Rodgers, he hasn't officially signed. Oh, he doesn't need to sign. He's under contract. He hasn't officially reworked his contract. He has shown up to camp. We saw him wearing the Kevin Office NBA Jam theme, Kevin against Chili or with Chili shirt. Yeah, I prefer to think with the Chili. He really, the two of you look a lot alike. Very similar hair.
Similar flow. Similar t-shirt game.
He used to be living his best life. Now, I'm not... Let me think of the right way to put this. Anyone who thought this was inevitable, you're lying to yourself. It was never clear that it was going to go this route. He'd be back in Green Bay. A trade was always a possibility.
Yeah.
But what I've been harping on since all of this started, and feel a little bit vindicated as Dak Prescott runs for a touchdown, is I always thought there was never a chance he was going to hold out. I never believed that. It was always either he's getting traded or he's going to be back in Green Bay. He's not going to choose to not play football over playing for the Packers. Clearly, that was on his mind. Clearly, he contemplated it. Ultimately, whether it was him conceding, the Packers kowtowing, some combination of the two, they've worked this out for at least 1 year. Are you surprised that he's setting himself up for this quote-unquote last dance season with Green Bay?
He is, but there's nothing saying this would be his last season. The way I read it, and this will be the subject of tomorrow's post route, in fact.
Nice.
I wrote a post route yesterday, and Aaron Rodgers made it through about an hour after it was up before it was completely outdated. I thought he was going to hold out just because that would put some more pressure on the Packers, force Jordan Love in the starting lineup. When Jordan Love doesn't play well, then, oh my goodness, okay, we got to cave to this guy. Obviously, there were some concessions made there. Avoiding the year, the 2023 year at the end of his deal. Seems like a big thing, but it was unlikely to get that far anyway without an extension or like in 1 in 30 chances, maybe a release or a trade. So that wasn't really a big deal. There was only like $2.5 million in dead money in that year anyway. It probably wasn't going to happen the way it was planned. The other one is everything else we got, especially from that Schefter article, very kind of non-specific and nebulous, but it's like, listen, you can, have more say in your future. You can have more say in the direction of the team. And one of the things was like, we'll do a better job of listening to your concerns and complaints. And for me, does that mean he's going to have more input on the guys who are being brought to the team? Does that mean they're going to bring Randall Cobb up from Houston if they can throw like a 5th-round pick the Texans' way if they eat some of Cobb's big contract? You know, will
think
they
it'll even take a 5th-round pick to get Randall Cobb?
I think if they're doing it that way, at that point, the Texans are, you know, taking on $8 million of that salary or something like that. You know, if they are getting a even borderline meaningful pick back for Randall Cobb, it's because A, they know they kind of have the Packers over a barrel with this one, and B, they would be giving them the added benefit of taking on that salary because the Texans aren't going anywhere this season. They know they're screwed. So why not just eat that money in exchange for a slightly better draft pick? That's where I think they would go with that. But I think what this does is it basically gives the Packers and Aaron Rodgers a year to evaluate things. And if they fall short or if things don't work out the way they plan, they can make the choice between Aaron Rodgers and general manager Brian Gutekunst without having to tie it directly to Aaron Rodgers. They fire Gutekunst now, it's basically like, oh man, you're letting your star player call the shots, and Gutekunst got fired because Aaron Rodgers didn't want him there. You give it a year, and maybe the Packers flame out again, then you can keep Rodgers and fire Gutekunst, and it looks a little bit better. There's a little bit more plausible deniability. It's like, oh, we fired him because Aaron Rodgers didn't want him. No, we fired him because we didn't get the result we wanted. And I think that's a big part of these negotiations. They're saying it without saying it and setting themselves up for that. This wasn't Aaron's call. This was our call in the future.
So if you were just your own feeling, obviously, you're putting futures odds on Aaron Rodgers' future in Green Bay beyond 2021. What do you think?
I would lean toss-up right now. 50-50 maybe even seems a little bit generous given how much the speculation has gone to him leaving and joining the Broncos or joining the Raiders or maybe playing in San Francisco if Trey Lance looks overwhelmed in his first season and needs a little bit more veteran guidance. But I think there's going to be a lot of impetus for both sides to sort things out. As much as Aaron Rodgers kind of thickly demands loyalty to a certain point, I feel like he might see that through and say, my career means a lot more if I finish it as a Packer. And if I can get my way on this, that's going to mean a lot for me in terms of personal cachet. So I would say it's about 50-50, but I'm the guy who thought Rodgers was going to hold out this year. I'm the guy who thought Tom Brady was going to retire Patriot. So maybe don't listen to me.
I think most people thought, that last one anyway. Not that anyone was shocked that he's no longer there, but, guy into his 40s, you let him go, and sure enough, goes on to win Super Bowl, might win another. 2nd 11 from the 42. Less than 2 minutes to go here in the 4th. Even Matt Damon said he's more of a Brady fan than a Patriot fan. How dare he? He was on the Bill Simmons Ringer podcast. So, if Aaron Rodgers is committing himself to Green Bay for one more season, at the very least, but we're taking this year to year, clearly, he has control over his future, 2022, 2023. 2021, he's a Packer. Is Davante Adams really going to sign a long-term contract when the reason he broke things off in the first place, the uncertainty of his quarterback, that Aaron Rodgers could be gone in a year anyway?
So I do think signs point to it is that should be enough to get the Steelers into field goal range. So big time pickup from Connor there could be enough to ice this game. We're going to get a 48-yarder from Boswell to potentially ice this one, or maybe the Steelers will go for it and just try to take care of business right now. So the part that suggests to me that Adams will re-sign is we're going to restructure Aaron's contract to create salary cap space in 2021. Even though they're chopping off the last year of his deal, kick is up and it is good. That'll do it for this one. So they're shortening his contract, but they're going to restructure things where he gets the same amount of money, but there's cap space in 2021. That's a bit of a hoop to jump through, and it pushes a lot more money out of that 2022 cap number, which is already slated to be about $35 million over the cap. So I don't think that they would create that problem for themselves unless they had their eye on extending Davante Adams and putting a bunch of that new guaranteed money on this year's salary cap space to create an opening for next year. So I don't think they would have agreed to rework 2021's cap space in order. I mean, who are you going to spend money on in 2021? All the good free agents are already gone. You already had $5 million in cap space to begin with. So if you wanted to go out and get a guy like Golden Tate, you could have. The way that they're doing this seems to be saying they are confident in getting Devontae Adams locked in after getting their Aaron Rodgers business taken care of.
Pitt trying to take care of business here.
Oh,
Dallas out of
no.
timeouts. Oh, my goodness.
Is this going to be a pick six, or it's going to –
Sure is. Dak
Minka not
Prescott.
chased down that time. Fitzpatrick, what a great acquisition he has been for that Steeler defense. His second INT of the day goes for 6, and the spread has been obliterated here in Pittsburgh.
Well, it was close for a minute. 6-point game, and now no longer that. It's going to be more than double. Oh, man. And they're even going for 2. Just to prove a point.
Seems mean, but okay.
Roethlisberger to the right. You know what? Good.
Yeah.
Even though I've got James Conner. Good. Oh, pardon me. That was Samuels.
Yeah.
Even better. 29-14. What in the world? What are you going for 2 there for?
Make it a 3-possession game. Just insulate yourself from that.
With 90 seconds left.
Yeah, from that very unlikely touchdown, 2-point conversion, onside kick recovery, touchdown, 2-point conversion with 0 timeouts in 94 seconds.
Some baseball news, by the way, with the baseball trade deadline looming. Coming up in just a couple of days. According to Jason Stark from The Athletic, 8 teams known to be in on Max Scherzer via multiple sources. Dodgers, Giants, Padres, my Red Sox, Rays, Gary and Thorne's Blue Jays. He's on the way coming up after this. The Astros and Mets. Stark writes, also heard the Yankees checked in and were told he was unlikely to okay a trade there. Mets could be a long shot for the same reason. Another fumble. Dallas gets it back. Dupree with the sack.
Great day for that Steelers D. The turnovers, the sacks, and more importantly, just making Zeke Elliott feel like a complete afterthought in this one. Under 8 points. And we are now into garbage time, and can't haul that one in. Although I believe that was Coop on that one. So I think we have a clear Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award winner for this one, and he is the chalkiest guy in the lineup. Old Zeke Elliott, under 8 points, got my team languishing, 108th out of the 121 of us in the How About the Madden Love for Coop free roll. And nice
Jimbo Gorilla in front by about a point. 3rd and 21 from the 7, less than a minute to go. Obviously, we're just talking garbage points at this point.
Oh, is he going to take a safety?
Dak, throwing as far as he possibly can.
No way! 3 interceptions for Minka.
Oh.
Wow. You know what? We're not even going to give the post-route crusty cough player of the game.
That's 4 interceptions for Dak Prescott.
We're going to give this straight away to Minka Fitzpatrick. 3 interceptions today, the hat trick. Minka Fitzpatrick, you are the player of the game. Oh my goodness.
Steelers DST with 17 points, 2.5% owned.
That's beautiful.
2.5% owned, $4,400, 17 points. Wow. Jimbo Gorilla's got him. That'll do it. Projected winning lineup. Not official, manual scoring, be patient. Eric Ebron, a captain. Ezekiel Elliott, the chalk, goes for less than 3 fantasy points in the flex.
Oh.
If ever there were a Babysitter Billy. Dak Prescott, trash. Juju Smith-Schuster, Steelers DST, and James Conner with a respectable 3x turnaround.
A lot going on there. I mean, Juju stopped shy of the bonus. Dak, despite the 4 INTs, might have still been the leading scorer in this game, which is absolutely wild with 16 points. Clearly can't give him the crusty cough player in the game. Let's give it to Blake Jarwin.
Oh, it's a Steelers DST, man.
All right, no, we already gave it to Minka Fitzpatrick. Just Minka. Just Minka.
Just Minka.
Steelers DST, I mean, without Minka, they're nothing. So Minka Fitzpatrick, you are the player of the game.
And your babysitter, Billy, obviously Zeke.
Get out of here, Zeke.
Gross. 1 catch for 9 yards, 8 rushing, 2.7. Oh, no, we got to update that. Pardon me.
He got under 8 points, though. It's still not good.
Yeah, no, it was bad. It was bad. Yeah, it's bouncing around on me. 2 for 14, 44 rushing yards. Either way, like you said, 7.8. Jimbo Gorilla, our projected winner. All right, here's what's going on the rest of your Dream Stream day, folks. You will have 3 more sims. Christian will be back with Brendan Glasheen for Titans Lions, a little less than an hour from now. For your happy hour sim, prime time, Raiders Bengals, Glash and Tom Carroll, and then TC and Moose, Jeff Ulrich, Jaguars Bucs at 10 o'clock, Madden After Dark. I'll be with you same time tomorrow for the 2 and the 4. Christian will, like I said, have the next one. He's got Madden After Dark tomorrow as well. But I just mentioned Max Scherzer. There's baseball talk on the way and a busy slate tonight as well. We're going to get you to those guys for the slate MLB momentarily. Thanks to Drew, to Undercover Boss Tom, to Zach, Bert, Bobo, and Ops, and Christian. Always a pleasure, my man.
Yes, good talking TV with you, because this game
there you go.
is bad.
Yeah, well, maybe Bucs here will want to keep the Dexter conversation going. I know he's excited about it. Steve Buchanan, Gary and Thorne, they're coming up with the slate right now.
I am so super excited about Dexter returning. Let me bring my microphone over in front of me. I am so excited about Dexter returning. Not only that, but they're bringing back Trinity. They're bringing back like everybody. So let's hope that we can like get rid of that kibosh that was the last season, which was absolutely horrific, and actually get some closure to one of my favorite all-time shows. This is Baseball Talk. I am with my man, Gary and Thorne. We are here for the slate. We're going to talk about the Tuesday slate, which features every single team in action tonight, starting at 7:05 p.m. Eastern. The trade rumors are swirling. Maybe Gary can get some help over with the Blue Jays, who are starting to fall. They're starting to fall. Sorry to bring that up to you, man. You're a good guy.
Not every team can have a horseshoe shoved up their butt. It's okay. Seattle and Boston making Steve Buchanan the greatest analyst in the world.
I'll tell you, man, I went to sleep last night, and when I woke up and saw the Mariners won that game, I said, you have got to be, you know what? Like, that team is so overperforming that it's going to come crashing down at some point, but at least for this time being, yeah, right. Maybe, but at least for the time being, like, I look absolutely brilliant right now, and I'm hoping it stays that way. If they sweep this series,
they're what? They're like 10-1 in extra innings games. I think they've got like 17, 18 wins in 1-run games.
Stupid.
They've been outscored by 45 runs this season. It's crazy.
And they're 6 games out, and I think a game and a half behind in the wild card for that second spot. It's absolutely amazing. You know what's going to happen, though? And this is what I keep thinking now. They will make the wild card. So I'll be like on point with the analysis that they'll, be better, but I'll miss out on the bet because I took them to win the division. So it'll be like, a win for the ego, but a loss for the wallet, I guess. Right. We can put it that way. Okay, let's get off the Mariners because still got about a month and a half of baseball, about 2 months left of baseball. A lot to get to tonight. Really awesome slate. I am stoked for this slate. Like, I was pretty excited about the slate on Friday. I'm really excited about this one tonight too as well. And of course, if you got some questions you want to throw our way, make sure to do that. We have a lot to talk about here tonight. Let's get right into it. Let's get into the pitching options that we have coming up for tonight. Lance McCullers, Robbie Ray, the only 2 guys over 10K and above. Robbie Ray looking to kind of shake off some issues he's had with the Red Sox all season long. McCullers has to deal with a red-hot Seattle Mariners team that, we kind of joked about it before on the week, earlier in the season. It's no lie anymore. This team, we're almost in the month of August, and they're still very much in play. Then you got Charlie Morton, you got Caprillion, you got McClanahan, you got Julio Urias. Where are you at with some of these top pitching options on tonight? 6 options, 9K or above.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting slate in the sense that we have a lot of good pitchers, but I don't know if there's someone who immediately jumps out to me in that
Correct.
9K range anyway is like, wow, you have to get this guy into a lineup. I mean, like you said, it's interesting. We've had an Astro now be the most expensive pitcher, I believe 3 straight slates. And we saw what can happen with Luis Garcia last night. He looked amazing through the first 4 innings, and suddenly it just fell apart.
Yep.
And all the stats will tell you, like, this is a pretty good matchup. Like, the Mariners are hitting below 220 in July. The Mariners are one of the highest strikeout rates in July, one of the highest swinging strike rates in July, and yet they find a way every single time. So
every time.
McCullers is sort of interesting in the sense that he's been using his slider a lot more in the month. He's actually throwing it as much as he's throwing his fastball, which is a distinct difference from the first 3 months of the season. And that has equated to an almost 33% strikeout rate in the month. So we've seen a tangible change in his pitch usage, and it's led to more strikeouts, which obviously makes him a more tantalizing DFS option. But it's just hard to pick on Seattle right now if you have to do so for $10,400. And then you've got Robbie Ray, who great season, but has struggled immensely facing the Red Sox. And I mean, this game, I know you wrote about this game in your cheat sheet up on the DraftKings playbook, but these two teams just score runs. Like, I think the Jays will probably score 7 runs off of Garrett Richards tonight, but because they have to lose every game to the Red Sox, that means Boston's going to score 8 or 9. So stack this game if it plays, I guess. But that's the thing. So you kind of run through some of these guys, and it's like there's flashes of brilliance, but there's also reasons to dislike them. So I think one guy who I wouldn't say my opinion has changed totally. I was not lukewarm, but he was in my top 5, but he wasn't my number 1 guy. But Charlie Morton, just with the news that Jared Eichhoff is starting this game for the Mets, that makes his win expectancy go through the roof, which does play a role here. And I know you like Morton a lot.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no reason not to like Morton for the 2 reasons why I'm not too high on McCullers and Ray. Like, it's funny because I've been the one who's been kind of tooting the horn that Robbie Ray should be a more serious player for the Cy Young Award than he's being treated right now at 50-1. Like, the way he's pitched better than the 50-1 odds that he's being given right now. And for me, it's like, okay, I don't think he's going to win when it all is said and done, but at the odds that you're getting, like, he's pitched much better than, having 50-1 odds, but he's struggled against the Red Sox. Real quick side note, or like a sidebar here, I want to take with that Toronto-Boston game. You say that, there's a lot of runs scored in these games, which there usually are. But does it worry you when you want to take the over in this game that these are actually 2 of the worst teams, or like in the bottom 10 for hitting the over overall? The Blue Jays are 44, 49, and 3. That's a 47% on the under. Excuse me, on the over. Boston is 45, 53, and 3. That's 46%. So they're not even hitting the over in half of their games, which is like mind-boggling when you think about it, because it feels like these teams are always posting like 8, 9, 10 runs. But it's either the other side is not, or, they're getting these astronomical game totals. Like, I think tonight's at 11 or 11.5. So it's like they're getting these huge totals and they're still scoring 9 or 10 runs, but they're not hitting the over still. So does that come into factor at all? Because, like, I look at tonight and I'm like, okay, it's probably, this probably would be an over. But it's like, but the trends say that these are not teams that do it, even more than half the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the second part of that is probably the most pertinent, which is just you tend to get crazy lines with these 2 teams.
Yeah.
I mean, the implied total for the Red Sox and the Blue Jays individually, every single slate, is always among the top 5 in the teams in baseball. Tonight, I believe the Blue Jays have the highest implied team total. The Red Sox are like 3rd. So you're going to get those big spreads. And yeah, that like last night's game is a perfect example, like 9 combined runs, but the total was set at 10.5. So you just don't reach these numbers sometimes. I would actually say, I'm not sure if this is still the case. I would be shocked if it is. But I know last night the Red Sox opened as underdogs in this game.
Correct.
That would be the angle I would be taking to bet this contest. The Red Sox 8-1 their last 9 home games against teams above 500. They win games at home against good baseball teams. If you can get the best team in the American League at plus money in Fenway, I would probably go Red Sox money line before I touch the over under here, because as you mentioned, these teams, as crazy as it sounds, are not good at hitting the over.
So going back to my original point, yes, I do think Morton is the option. I liked Morton even before we got the news that Eichhoff was going to be starting tonight. He has just been a thorn in the Mets side. I mean, he's faced him 3 times already, 19 innings pitched, 4 runs allowed on 8 hits, 26 strikeouts. 26 strikeouts in 19 innings. Like, he's not just like averaging over a strikeout a batter. He's blowing past that mark with 26 strikeouts in 19 innings. So for a team to have had so much struggles against one guy, not once, not twice, but 3 times already, I'm going to go with the safe side here and say I think Morton's the option on this one. I don't blame you if you want to take McCullers against the Mariners because, and it's tough for me to say because I'm a big money backer on them, but like the luck is going to run out at some point. I took that bet as like, oh, it'll be fun to, you know, first couple months or whatever. Now it's getting to the point where I'm like, am I actually going to win this? Could this actually happen? Is it almost August? And I'm like, we still have a chance here. I did not expect that, which is making this all the more fun to follow that team.
They're a fun team. Like,
they're very fun.
They're a very likable team. It's just one of those like situations where you see the lineup every day and you're like, I think Dusty Baker had a great quote this afternoon where he was talking about the grand slam or the 3-run home run by Dylan Moore or whatever it was. And he's like, we walked a guy with a 100 batting average to bring up a guy with another 100 batting average and he hit a home run. Like sometimes you just kind of shake your head. And it's like, yeah, that is the Mariners.
Right. So like McCullers could like realistically go out there, like strike out 8, go 6 innings, but in one of those innings, they might tag him for 5 runs because like that's like the peaks and waves that this team is right now. So for me, it's tough that he's 10,400 because I don't know if I can trust for him to get over 30 DraftKings fantasy points. Like he's done it twice in his last 10 games. The strikeout upside is there, but this Mariners team is just so difficult to kind of project against at this point because like all the numbers say they should be bad, but then they still win and they win again. And they post like 6 runs in an inning. And it's like, where did that just happen? Because they'll post 6 runs in an inning and then go, no hit the other 8. Like that's just how that team is right now. It's maddening, from that purpose. But, for other reasons, you love it. It's great.
Yeah.
So after Morton, there is some other options on here. I'm kind of sort of intrigued by Adam Wainwright.
Don't do it. Don't do it. I'll tell you why right now. I'll tell you why right now.
I get it. He's expensive. He's 8,800, but I mean, this Indians lineup is just bad. Like they're really, really bad. Like I just can't stay away at this point. Like
they are better. I mean, Jose Ramirez seems like he's healthy again. Franco Reyes is playing, who's been their best offensive player so far this season. Look, it's really for me not so much about defending Cleveland. It's more that there has been a very clear divide between pitching in St. Louis, Adam Wainwright, and pitching on the road, Adam Wainwright. This isn't even like a this year thing. This is a past half decade thing.
Yeah.
Where Wainwright cannot pitch outside of Busch Stadium. I think he's giving up something like a 340 average to left-handed batters when he's pitching on the road this season. Wow. And you think like you've got Cesar Hernandez, you've got Jose Ramirez, you've got Bobby Bradley. Like they at least do have some decent left-handed bats to throw at this guy. So look, if he was 7K where he usually is, I think you could think about it. But for me, like if Wainwright's going to be more expensive than like Alcantara, if he's going to be more expensive than Kenta Maeda, I just can't do it. It's until he pitches well once on the road, I just can't do it.
So, all right. So here's my question to you, because you were like on this immediately. Did you at least like have some interest early on and then you kind of went into it more and you're like, maybe not.
This is one of those, like, remember Dan Straley and
sure.
Wei Yin Chen with the Marlins where you knew immediately like their road home numbers were ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things in the back of my head where I'm like, maybe every 2 months I check back in to check the home road splits to see if anything's changed. But this has been about a 5-year process with Adam Wainwright.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
Pitch on the road.
No, it's totally fair too. And just even like, the surface numbers here, looking at that here, like, it's pretty apparent that he does struggle on the road. I just look at that lineup and I'm just like, I don't really worry about anybody other than Jose Ramirez. Like I really don't at this point. So it's like Bobby.
Very fair.
Yeah. I mean, Bobby Bradley, you know, a power threat that you worry about, but you know, I don't know. I just that's just a lineup that I look at and I go, you know, if I want to get a little bit out of the box, maybe Wainwright's that guy, but maybe you have somebody that you prefer.
Like I said, in that particular just like tier tonight, I think you can either go with Alcantara, who I think people are going to be off of just because he has been bad lately, but
yeah,
he's a good pitcher.
Yeah.
I think this has been a momentary blip where I'm going to trust the sample of the first 3 months of the season where he was really one of the best pitchers in the National League. And he's going up against a Baltimore team that is somewhat prone to the strikeout. And as we talked about a lot this season, they are great against lefties and they are bottom of the barrel against right-handed pitching. So it would seem like it sets up very nicely. Would you ideally want this start to be in Miami and not in Baltimore? Sure.
Totally.
But this is a pretty good price point. And I would even go so far as to say that Kenta Maeda, who is even cheaper than Alcantara at $8,200, I think he's my favorite play on the slate.
Yeah, so he's actually the biggest favorite, or he was as of this morning. We'll just take a quick look at the sports book if he is. I know the Twins were one of the biggest here. Those like minus 200 this morning. Okay, so it's come down to minus 195. So a little bit of movement towards the Tigers, who after winning 7 straight have lost 4 straight now. Just complete Jekyll and Hyde on this one here. Here's the thing on Maeda that I worry about is he's constantly in like this 8K or so range. And I would say for the majority of the time, he's not paying off his salary.
Sure.
And
I would say this isn't a play, though, that's about like the longevity of this season. This is one of those plays that is purely based in, I think he's healthy.
Right.
He's had a season that's just been a nightmare. He's been on and off the IL. He's been unable to work deep into games. But the last 4 starts, he's made them in good health. He's pitched deep into those games. And in that span of time, he's got a FIP below 2 and a 36% strikeout rate. And, you know, obviously, some of this has to just do with, even if you go back to last season, Kenta Maeda was a great pitcher.
Right.
So where did that go? Do we really believe he just became a bad pitcher in the span of 6 months? Or was he a little banged up at the start of the season, had a tough time finding his footing, and now he's back again? And I think if he pitches like I think he's going to pitch tonight, he's going to be over $9,000 the rest of the season. So this might be the last opportunity you get to buy him in that 8K range. Because again, the strikeout numbers have been fantastic the past 4 starts, which really, once you get below 9,000, if you can find me a pitcher who's got the potential to strike out 7, 8, 9 guys, you kind of have to pay attention.
So the average K rate for the Tigers lineup that has been posted is at 27.5% amongst all lineups that are out right now. That is the 4th highest on the slate. So there is that right there. And then as we've seen before, he's already faced this Tigers team numerous times, seen them 3 times already this season, 21 strikeouts in 16 innings. So obviously, you know, way above that average of at least 1 per inning. For reference of the lineups that are out tonight, Robbie Ray against the Red Sox is currently the highest K rate in that one, 30.7% against lefties. They're missing Xander Bogaerts, which is obviously a big thing there. What are you laughing about?
It's just such a weird lineup.
I know it is.
3 perennial all-stars and then not a lot, but like a lot of power. And that's the thing with Robbie Ray is this is a Red Sox lineup that like they could strike out 6 times in a row and then hit 2 home runs in a row. And you go, yeah, that's Robbie Ray.
Yep. So exactly. That's how he always is. Just a couple quick questions I want to get to. Brian asking about Jordan Montgomery at 6,700 in Tampa Bay. Probably most will be fading on that one. I agree with that. I do agree with that. This Rays team is, let me rephrase this. Bad against lefties, but they do have that guy Nelson Cruz, by the way.
Yeah, they're trying to rectify the situation.
Yeah. So that does change things a little bit for me because, all right, so let me put it this way. Prior to Nelson Cruz's arrival, this was a very bad team against lefties. The emergence of the acquisition, I should say, of Cruz definitely changes that a little bit. So what are your thoughts on Montgomery, who's been, I think it's safe to say, an easy hit or miss throughout the season?
You know what? He's, I think, been better than most people would give him credit for. He's kind of falling through the cracks. He's got a FIP hovering around like 3.6 for the season. He's striking out over a batter per inning across 19 starts. He's been very solid. But I think everyone's just kind of like meh, the Yankees rotation the entire season. I actually wrote up Montgomery this morning. I think he's one of my favorite plays just at this price point. And yes, the big caveat obviously is Nelson Cruz's presence in this lineup changes some of these stats. But the Rays are one of 5 teams in baseball with a sub 300 WOBA against left-handed pitching. They have the 3rd highest strikeout rate in the league against left-handed pitching. And Montgomery, across his last 3 starts, has a 27% strikeout rate, and he's been holding opponents to a 230 WOBA. And they've been reasonably difficult matchups. I mean, he's faced the Red Sox his last 2 starts and pitched really well. So I think he's in good form right now. I think, again, if he was like $8,000, this would be an entirely different conversation. But because he's 6'7", on a slate like this, where there really isn't one of those guys at the top, like we were talking about, where it's like, oh, you have to play this dude, I think he's in a pretty good spot tonight.
Another question asking about Spencer Watkins going up against the Marlins. Baseball Twitter loves this guy. They absolutely are like enamored with this guy. I don't know if I'm just missing it. I don't know. I'm not seeing the hype. I don't know what I'm missing. So unless you have some intel that maybe I don't know what everybody's all excited about. I mean, he has some pretty average numbers, through the minors, in the majors. He's not a strikeout guy. His command can get lost, it seems like. I don't know. I mean, against the Marlins at 5,600, sure. I mean, that's not a great offense that you're really worried about. But I don't know. I mean, is this really somebody that I'm considering at 5,600?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
It's a little too cute. I get it. Like, the ERA has been nice, but we're talking about someone who is 28 years old, has been the definition of a journeyman as he's kind of struggled to do anything at the minor league level. Like, his numbers in 2019 in AAA for the Tigers are atrocious.
Really bad.
Terrible. And let's just be honest, he's someone who would not be pitching at the major league level if the Orioles were actually trying to win baseball games this season.
Right.
And I know it's looked fine so far, but the underlying statistics have him. His xFIP is up over 5.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, he's walking over 4 batters per 9 innings so far. Like, that's just going to bite you in the butt at some point. And maybe the Marlins aren't the team that are going to put up 7 runs, but it's also not like Watkins is going to strike out 10 guys tonight. He doesn't have that in his range of outcomes. So even best case scenario, Spencer Watkins is probably like, what, 18 DraftKings points?
Yeah.
I think I'm fine with that, like, 100th percentile outcome, when the more likely outcome is he blows up and destroys your lineup.
Yeah. 1.65 ERA, expected ERA 4.23. And, granted, this is in the span of 16 and a third innings. So obviously these numbers are going to, jump as it goes along. But when I see a 3-run difference, it's kind of a red flag for me, even if it is a short sample of 16 and a third innings. But that's just a big difference. I'd like to see that gap a little bit closer, even if it is, this short sample. I don't want to see a 3-run difference. That's scary to me. And again, you're not paying much for him. You only have 5,600, so you really don't have a lot to lose. But, for somebody that historically throughout their career is struggling to strike out at least a batter an inning, I'm not believing, that he's going to continue to do 7 through 6 innings against the Rays. That's just not sustainable, especially coming up to a higher level. So, like you said, I think you nailed it here when you said maybe it's not tonight that, Watkins ends up being exposed, but believe us when we say that is coming, and it's probably coming sooner rather than later. Real quick too, Austin Gomber, is he a good value for tonight? He was actually like one of like the poster boys for the Rockies earlier this year. Just like, it was getting to the point where it's just like, oh, I got to go get back on the Austin Gomber train because he's been phenomenal. And then, again, this is probably somebody who's, due to come back down to earth again at some point. But, going against the Angels, okay against lefties. You got to worry about Justin Upton. You got to worry about Shohei Ohtani, regardless of who you are. But, after that, at least as of right now, who really worries you on the Angels when you're a lefty?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Ohtani is actually still like top 5 in baseball in expected WOBA against left-handed pitching. So it's you can't just brush it away and be like left on left. But Jared Walsh, another left-handed bat. You could say the two best bats in this lineup are left-handed. so you would negate the handedest matchup with someone like Austin Gomber. I guess the thing I'm concerned about, and it's kind of hard to track because there is a long IL stint in the middle of this, but the strikeout numbers had ticked up in mid-May, and then that sort of just disappeared. It kind of just went away, and it seems like maybe that was a bit of an aberration. So yeah, 7,100. It's not that much of a price to pay, granted, but I think I like Jordan Montgomery more. And I don't think you have to worry about, as we were talking about before, like Montgomery carrying like a 20% ownership or something crazy like that tonight. So it's not like you have to get off the guy because he's going to be too popular. So I'm not saying I dislike Gomber. Like if you really like him and see something in him, go ahead. But he wouldn't be my favorite play in this range. That's for sure.
Angels lineup tonight has a combined 23.2 K rate against lefties. That is not very high. And quite frankly, they're just not a team that strikeouts much anyways. 21.3 K rate against lefties on the season. That would rank them 27th. So that is not necessarily a team that you want to target against for strikeouts. And like you mentioned, Gomber is not a big strikeout guy to begin with. 79 strikeouts, over 84 in a third innings. And you even look over his past, even 4 or 5 starts, 3-1, 4-5. And, we're way under that threshold of striking out a batter per inning. So Gomber probably a little bit too pricey for me. If you did want to be in that range, I agree with you 100%. I think Jordan Montgomery is probably that guy. Let's switch over to the hitters for tonight, all the hitting options that we have. I am going to preface by saying every single lineup that I have tonight starts and ends with Jesse Winker. It is not even a question. Like Jesse Winker is going to be in a lineup no matter what the stack is for me. Do you know offhand the numbers against lefties for Adbert Alzolay? Holy crap. Like what? How is that even possible? And then he has some.
Have you isolated them to the past month? Because they get even crazier.
Is it really?
There was a point going into his last start. I didn't check it this morning, but going into his last start, he had something like a 7 ERA across his last 4 starts. But he was still dominating right-handed bats, like holding righties to a WOBA below 200. Lefties had an OPS above 1.2 against him in like that 5-start span. They crush him.
Amazing. Yeah. So Winker is by far, like, I don't care if I'm stacking a team, like I'm trying to find a way to get Winker in there because and there's a bet over on DraftKings Sportsbook where you can take total bases for Winker. He set at 1.5 tonight at -110. Like, I don't usually say this, but like, this is like a multi-unit play for me tonight for him to go over 1.5 bases. And he's like, he has a double in like 4 straight games, a home run. Like he's starting to come around. So like, to me, this is like one of those rare perfect storm situations where I'm like, I very rarely have 100% of a player on a given night. Like this is probably a night where I'm like 100% on Jesse Winker. And I'm not going to feel bad about it even if I'm wrong, because all the numbers align to say like, this is a huge spot for someone like Jesse Winker.
No, I agree. And the nice thing about Winker too is like he's really not an astronomical price point, so you can make him like the linchpin in a bunch of lineups. Like I would say my favorite, like just without considering price point, my favorite play on this slate is Trey Turner. But it's easy to say that when someone's price point is $6,000. It's hard to put that guy into a bunch of lineups. If you start using the Jordan Montgomerys of the world, it gets a lot easier.
Yeah.
But that's the really nice thing about Winker is just $4,400. That's super affordable for someone who's hitting in the top half of his lineup.
Totally.
And again, is going up against a pitcher who has been destroyed by lefties this season.
It's amazing. Like he straight up turns into a puddle. Like I don't get it. And then he's so good against righties. It's like,
good.
It's like it's a yin and yang thing. It's unbelievable. Where are you at for a stack tonight? I think there's some pretty obvious ones here. The Nationals going up against Matt Moore. That's not going to blow anybody away. The Braves probably now with the pitching change over in New York. Like there's definitely some options here. Where are you at for, if you had to isolate to one stack tonight, this is the one you're rolling with?
I do think the Nationals are probably my favorite. Like you said, it's not going to be a one that surprises anybody. And as we both found out at the exact same time today,
stupid.
Be nice if Ryan Zimmerman was in this lineup, who has crushed left-handed pitching all season. It was $3,100.
Doesn't make any sense, but sure.
Over it. It's fine. But yeah, you've got some cheap elements here. Like Turner and Soto are obviously going to break the bank, but Josh Harrison at 3,800 hitting fifth. He's been really good against lefties this season.
Yep.
Even it pains me to say it, but if Alcides Escobar is going to keep hitting leadoff at 3,500 and hit well against lefties, like you kind of have to put him in there, especially if it's Matt Moore. I think Matt Moore is carrying a lot of the weight here for how bad he has been as a starter so far this season. Righties are crushing him. He's given up 2.48 home runs per 9 to righties this season. He's got a FIP around 6 as a starter. So I think the Nationals are probably my favorite stack, just in the sense that you can get those high-priced bats in there with the help of some of the cheaper options they have surrounding them. But I will say one team, this isn't one of those stacks where I'm like, oh, we're doing the whole top half of this lineup.
So real quick, can I just interrupt you for 1 second? I just want to give one quick note on the Nationals. One of the reasons why I like them a lot tonight too is that they had to go to the Phillies. I'm talking about. They had to go to that bullpen early last night. Spencer Howard had to leave with an injury for 3 2/3 innings, so they were in that bullpen early, and they just got wrecked right when they got into that bullpen. So they're probably a little short-handed tonight. So I like that even more, because if that forces them to keep Matt Moore in longer, then I will take that all day, baby. And that's one of the reasons why I like the Nationals even more here, because they had to go into that bullpen so early. Since the All-Star break, the Phillies have the 3rd highest FIP in the league since the All-Star break. So you combine that with them having to go to it early last night, that just is another exclamation point on the Nationals. Please go on with your thought.
It's okay. It might have given me more time to second guess this, but I'm still going to go through it. The Rangers. I'm a little interested in the Rangers tonight, just in the sense that Taylor Widener's not good. Like he's a bad pitcher. And look, when I say stack the Rangers, I'm probably limiting this to Nate Lowe, Adolis Garcia, and definitely Joey Gallo. I maybe even just play Joey Gallo on an island, and that's fine. You don't need to actually stack the Rangers here. But the one thing that I think is worth mentioning when it comes to Taylor Widener is not just that his ERA is an absolute lie. His advanced numbers paint a much different picture than that ERA. But throughout the course of his career, we're talking about someone who is an extreme fly ball pitcher. Who has given up over 2 home runs per 9 innings throughout the course of his career. He's also someone who this season has a swinging strike rate below 10%. So if you're someone who's giving up good amounts of contact, and that contact tends to be fly balls, Joey Gallo is going to hit a home run tonight.
If he stays on the team.
Yeah, unless he's traded in 2 hours, which, is possible. That would be the worst if he's traded mid-game. I'd actually prefer it if he's traded in the next 2 hours as opposed to mid-game.
Right. We don't
want to deal with.
We don't need to see a Wilmer Flores situation transpire. We don't want that at all. That was brutal.
I think though, if Gallo's leaving the Rangers, I think those would be tears of happiness.
Right. Right. They weren't even on my radar. I'm not going to lie. I didn't have any ounce of want for the Rangers at all, but you do bring up some good points about, how bad Widener has been. The advanced numbers are also extremely bad too as well. And this is a very, very, very affordable stack. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys, 2,600 or below. I mean, look, I know you said we don't have to just, you can just even go in the top 5. I mean, nobody's more.
Apanez, I think, is fine if you want to toss him in there too. He's got the positional eligibility stuff. He's hitting 5th. I probably wouldn't go too much below that, but it's just really affordable. No one's going to be using this stack. Trust me.
Oh, hell no. No.
GPP wise, I think he could do worse.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, the Rangers have been they're either hitting or they are just absolutely dead in the water. There hasn't been that happy medium where it's they'll score 3-4 runs a game and do their thing. They're either scoring it feels 10, or they're scoring absolutely nothing. There's been no
they
no
use their
middle
whole
ground.
run output for the week in one game and then get shut out the other 6 games.
And this could be the game, because the Diamondbacks have no relievers at all. There's relievers on the team, but it doesn't seem like it's their first job, at least from how they pitch. I don't hate this one. I don't hate this one. And I think like you said, I think this is one of those, potential high upside stacks you can use in a tournament. I do want to bring up, excuse me. I do want to bring up the the Cubs a little bit here too as well.
Sure.
So Vladimir Gutierrez, since the June 21st mandate, has been like statistically if not one of the worst pitcher in Major League Baseball, according to FIP, according to like the drop in strikeouts, according to like home run over 9. Like it has just been apparent that it's like, you never want to give yourself away, but if performance was to do that, Gutierrez would be the poster boy. Like it has been so vastly different from when he first came up to that change. Now the worry is that like it feels like everybody on the Cubs is on sale right now. And I just saw this come across as you were talking too. I believe Javier Baez was scratched. Okay, I did see that correctly. So that's obviously a little bit of a concern. So now you don't have, as much of an appeal as you did with Baez in there. But, again, if you want to talk about affordability, Ortega, Bryant, Rizzo, Contreras, Bodie, nobody more expensive than $4,500 going up against somebody that has been shelled start after start after start for the past 6 weeks, let's call it. So, I would say if there's one team that I'm a little worried about playing just because of the potential moves, like the Cubs are that team, because the Cubs are going to be the fire sale when it comes to the trade deadline in a couple days. But at least on paper, if everything was normal, I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm absolutely loading up on the Cubs tonight.
Well, really both sides of this game. And we already talked about Winker and the struggles that Alzolay has had against left-handed batters. Like you're talking about a Cubs team that traded away one of their relievers this afternoon. Like their bullpen is getting worse and worse by the hour. And the Reds bullpen is a dumpster fire.
God awful.
It's been terrible all season long. So you've really got 9 full innings of plus matchups for every hitter in both of these lineups.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't shock me if this was kind of like the sneaker biggest offensive game of this slate. And also too, I haven't checked the weather for Fenway, or not Fenway, for Wrigley tonight, but is this a wind going out of Wrigley night?
I can find that out if you can just cover for me for 1 second.
Sure.
So say something nice.
I will say something nice. I mean, I can keep talking about, again, this Cincinnati Reds lineup. I mean, Joey Votto.
Wind is going out.
There we go.
Yep.
There we go.
Wind is going out. Yep.
But just a lot of cheap left-handed bats in this lineup. I've got no problem using like Stevenson in India too. Like I know, again, we talked about this. Alzolay is great against right-handed batters, but he's probably not going to last more than 5 innings in this game, even if he makes it 5 innings. So don't shy away entirely from the right-handed bats on Cincinnati because they could have a lot of value later on in this game.
Can I just make one point that has nothing to do with the slate or anything? Sure. You know who I really wish could be traded because I'd love to see him on a team like even like the Blue Jays or the Red Sox. Joey Votto. I wish so bad that his contract wasn't an absolute travesty because I would love to see him out of Cincinnati and somewhere else.
Just stuck there. Yeah.
He's like 25 a year for the next 3 years, I think. So until he's like 40. I would love to see him be on a contender, man. That would be so much fun to get him like in the AL East or like even in the NL West. Like he's just stuck in Cincinnati. He's just going to rot away there. But
he would be like the perfect Red Sox.
He really would.
But like they need a first baseman. They need a left-handed hitter. He is the most patient guy in baseball. Like he just fits their like franchise mantra to a T.
Yeah. I would love if he was on the Red Sox, man. That would just be such a good fit. He hit that home run 2 nights ago, I think it was. And I'm just like, get that guy out of the
you want to just mean something.
All right. So we talked about some stacks tonight, as we always like to do. Give me one stack that's just kind of off the wall, probably not going to really be looked at. I guess you kind of maybe said that with
Texas. Think about one that's crazier than Texas.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You know what? Here, I will quickly. This again would be more of like a 2-man stack kind of situation, and I think I've talked about this one before. But anytime the Pirates are facing like a bad left-handed pitcher and they get Brett Anderson tonight, I don't hate going like Ke'Bryan Hayes and also getting Brian Reynolds in there. Like Reynolds in particular has just insane numbers against left-handed pitching. He's got a 165 WRC plus this season. He's only $3,900. Hayes, the numbers have like he's been pretty cold the last 3 weeks. He came off the IL like smoking everything, and it's tapered off a bit since then. But yeah, like if Hayes is hitting third and Reynolds is hitting second, like they tend to do, that's not a terrible 2-man stack going up against Brett Anderson, who His expected ERA is 6.42 this season. He's
Wow.
like one of the worst pitchers who gets to pitch every 5 days.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I know he induces like a good amount of ground balls and all, but from what you say, like
when it's not a ground ball, it's going a long way.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't hate that one there. I didn't, to be honest, I didn't really have like one that was like totally off the wall. Texas, I think, is actually probably the best one that you're going to come up with. I will say though, so I can say this though. If your disdain for Adam Wainwright was as much as you were giving,
that's true. Cleveland,
could you Cleveland in there? Maybe.
I guess the thing that sucks is just you still have to pay 5.5 for Jose Ramirez.
Yeah,
and you don't want a Cleveland stack that doesn't have Jose Ramirez.
Oh, totally.
Like, I will say this though, Cesar Hernandez, kind of quietly just traded. Like he's kind of in a Matt Carpenter 2013 sort of like a season right now where he has entirely sold out for power. Like he's no longer hitting for average. He's got like 13 home runs since the beginning of June. It's really weird. So he's not a terrible like high ceiling play at 3,900 if you do want to stack against Wainwright. Yeah, look, I the stats say Wainwright's bad on the road, and they've said it for a while.
Yeah.
So you could maybe take a look at Cleveland.
Yeah, and Jose Ramirez, reportedly another person who is on the trading block, but I think that would take quite the haul to grab him. I think that would be a mistake by Cleveland. But if he went to his possible destination of Seattle, I would not be upset at all.
That would also be a fun trade because the Mariners have the prospect capital to make that trade.
Well, their two biggest targets supposedly are Jose Ramirez and Whit Merrifield, and I would take either of those in a heartbeat. That would be incredible. Okay, so we talked about stacks.
Sorry, just speaking of Whit Merrifield for a second, just because we haven't talked about them at all, and I know someone asked a question about this earlier. Are people kind of sleeping on the White Sox tonight? Like the White Sox could easily have like a massive offensive game, and you're still in this nice span of time where you can put Eloy Jimenez in a lineup for $2,500. Like that's not going to last much longer.
No.
So maybe stacking the top little bit of this White Sox order. That's something that people can go after tonight.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but if you want to attack Brad Keller, you usually want to do it left-handed bats. Am I not?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he's pretty much bad against everybody this season. So
right. So looking at this one here, so you'd have Moncada. You have to take Jimenez just on salary alone. Gavin Sheets, 5th. Brian Goodwin. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
it's
once upon
7th.
Yeah. I mean, is that one of those stacks that you're just like, you know what, Brad Keller's not that great. I'm just going to take 1 through 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think people, maybe this will change if something happens, like, especially if we do hear maybe there's some weather stuff going on, Boston, Toronto. Maybe some attention gets shifted to Chicago, but I feel like not a lot of people are like, oh yeah, I'm excited to stack the White Sox tonight. And Brad Keller's bad. So he could definitely score a lot of runs.
Actually, it's kind of surprising too, because the over-under this game is 9.5. So it's not like it's a low total by any means. Interesting. Let's see what the team totals are for these two teams. I would guess they're both at 4.5 if I had to take a quick. Oh, so Chicago's at 5.5.
Wow. Okay.
I don't think Chicago was 5.5 earlier today. I feel like that must have moved as the day went on because it's 5.5 at even money. So to me, that says that they were definitely at 4.5 at one point. So the money has been rolling in obviously on the White Sox. So now they are at 5.5. So that's something definitely to take a look at too. Because like you mentioned, I don't think Chicago's getting any love tonight in terms of stacking. So we talked about pitchers. We talked about some stacks. Any individual hitters that you're looking at, I have already kind of, gave my profound love for Jesse Winker tonight. Anybody that's kind of catching your eye that not necessarily has to be in the stack, but is one of those one-off guys that you're like, you know what, I probably want to grab some shares of him tonight.
Yeah, I mean, there's some obvious guys, I guess. Let's give a minute of 30 seconds of love to, if you can afford Vladimir Guerrero Jr. tonight, like you should probably do that. It is funny. Like Garrett Richards has been horrendous against right-handed batters. He's been terrible at Fenway. He's got a 6.55 ERA at Fenway Park this season. Right. And Vlad has the best numbers against right-handed pitching of any player in baseball this season. So I'm not really a BVP guy. You know that. But it's not surprising to me that for his career, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is 6 for 9 against Garrett Richards with 4 extra base hits and an 800 WOBA. So
good Lord,
he's probably going to do some damage tonight. He's $5,900 though. So
yeah,
you've got to really clear some funds if you want to get him into a lineup. But every stat in the world says he's going to have a good night.
Right.
So do with that what you will.
Yeah, I mean, Garrett Richards has faced the Blue Jays 4 times already. This will be the 5th time that he's faced this team. He's given up exactly 4 runs in 3 of those 4 starts. Like, it's just like, it's almost like clockwork at this point, that it's like 4, 4, 4. And then the one start that he didn't, it was a 2. Any real good value plays that you're kind of considering tonight? Obviously on some of these slates, we got to try to find as much value as we can. Obviously, Eloy Jimenez, probably the most obvious one at 2,500. Is anybody else that kind of caught your attention at all?
Yeah. I mean, keeping just with like the huge implied team total, like that's kind of the best place to start with punting catchers. Alejandro Kirk is going to start for the Jays tonight. He's 2,900. You could do worse than that if you just want to punt a catcher. Jose Iglesias has been hitting really well for the Angels recently. Is there a lineup yet for the Angels?
I don't believe so. Nope.
Okay, but he's hit 5th the last 3 games they faced a righty. The last time they faced a left-handed pitcher, he hit 3rd in that lineup. So if he does that again, it's kind of hard to ignore him sub $4,000.
Yep.
Yeah, I would say like Iglesias might be my favorite value player of the slate. Actually, he's got a 133 WRC plus so far in the month, and the Angels seem to like him hitting in the top half of the lineup. So that's not a terrible combination.
Yeah, I'm rolling with Dylan Carlson again. I used him as one of my favorite values not just a couple of days ago, but coming out of the All-Star break, he's been absolutely on fire. He's posted over 20 DraftKings fantasy points 3 times already since coming out of that All-Star break. And this is somebody who was almost non-existent at the plate for the good, first month and since June, it basically feels like. But extra base hits have been coming pretty frequently. He has won in almost every game since coming out of the All-Star break too as well. Only 2,900. That salary has still yet to catch up to him as well. So if you're looking for some value, Garen gave you some, I give you Dylan Carlson. So definitely take a look at some of those as well. That is going to wrap it up for this edition of the slate. We still have plenty of stuff that you can get to. So make sure to get your lineups in. We still got about an hour or so before lock. So make sure to get all that in as well. I'll be back on Friday with Matt LaMarca, as we always do on Friday, getting you ready for that Friday slate. And that's going to do it for this edition. For Gary and Thorne, I'm Steve Buchanan. We'll catch you next time.
good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the late slate on the DraftKings Dream Stream. We're talking Madden, of course, in case you're new here. Glash and Christian, DeAndrea coming at you for Titans and Lions. Lots of blue in this matchup.
I don't like blue. I don't like, not quite teal, like an ocean blue. Honolulu blue, I believe, is the Lions' official blue. Which, you know, when you think of island and peaceful, serene, warm weather, you think Detroit.
Never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
Honolulu or Hawaii. Did you say Hawaii blue?
Honolulu blue. That is the
Honolulu blue
color.
Okay. So we created the free roll for this one. A very simple title. I just wrote evening because I couldn't think of anything clever. Here we go. Titans, Lions. What does your showdown lineup look like?
At the moment, which is for the rest of the game because lineups have, in fact, locked, I bought the dip on Corey Davis, 7K in the flex, which meant he's only like 10-5 in the captain spot. And this is a very bad passing defense for the Lions. So I went Corey Davis at the top. I got A.J. Brown. I got Jonnu Smith in there as well. And, of course, Derrick Henry, because you don't fade Derrick Henry, especially not against a bad Lions defense. So pretty happy about their group there. Henry, by the way, 67.5 points in his last two sims. He has been very, very, very Derrick Henry recently. My two token lines in this one, Kenny Galladay and Danny Amendola. I wanted to get DeAndre Swift in there just because I had a hunch. I did not. I'll see if I wind up regretting that one.
Did you say you captained Corey Davis?
I did indeed.
I did too. Yeah. Wow. Let's go.
Buy the dip, man. Buy the dip.
So I had the same hunch. Put Corey Davis on the captain. I've got Henry and Ryan Tannehill in there. The Titans defense, which is 10% owned in our contest. And then I played Marvin Jones Jr. and DeAndre Swift.
Ooh. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see if that DeAndre Swift play pays off for you. For some reason, I think today is his day. But he could also obviously get sniped by like Kerryon Johnson and Adrian Peterson at the goal line, and we can wind up hating him.
All right. Good to see all of you in the chat. Thanks for being with us. I'm here for the next two. I think Christian was here for the last one at 4. So his night concludes after this. We'll give you some ownership. And, well, training camps, some are underway. Some begin tomorrow. It's an exciting time. Because, well, the football season, it's here. Like, it's here. We made it. Congratulations. We were all there.
Yeah, I mean, we're about 9 days away from the Hall of Fame game, the official start of the preseason slate, a game that will give us plenty to overreact to. Of course, if it gets played, because we know that preseason games, no lock, especially when it comes to the Hall of Fame game, when they paint the field so poorly, it hardens and turns into effective concrete. Yeah, the Packers have had a weird recent history of preseason games. Not only had that Hall of Fame game canceled, but 2 years ago, playing in, I believe it was Winnipeg, home of the Blue Bombers, trying to play on that Canadian field, 110 yards with the goalposts near the goal line. They couldn't fill those in enough, so they had to play on that 80-yard field, which was honestly pretty fun to watch.
We got ownership flying in here with the Lions starting with the ball. Matthew Stafford is the quarterback. He's about 49% owned. We have producer Michael with us. Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Daniel and Bailey from our Game Ops team. Terrific. Stafford goes downfield. That's the wrong team, Matthew. Incomplete pass.
Ooh, you missed a 4 interception game from Dak Prescott in our last sim, and Dak still managed to be the game's leading scorer. It was a lot.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah. It was not a great game. Customer care needs Hawkinson. Herb, knowing now that all I do is lift my glamour muscles. It's all triceps and ankles. If you look at me and you're like, oh, is Christian about to pass out? That's because I just came back from a run, and yes, I am. Running was terrible. And, ooh, that was close. Kevin Byard almost bringing that one. Might have been Malcolm Butler. I couldn't tell. I think they both have superstar traits, but I'm not certain.
I don't even know where to begin with you people. Last time I talked to all of you was on Saturday.
Yeah, back from vacation. How was it?
Just a couple days away. It's not a vacation.
It's a vacation.
Totally forgot about that. Yeah, Saturday. What's today? Tuesday?
Yeah.
Tuesday. What's the number one story in the NFL right now? It's got to be the Green Bay Packers. I'm sure you've all done a ton of Packer talk the last couple days, so my apologies. More so yesterday. Oh, are we getting news from Adam Schefter? Blake Bortles. Yippee.
Oh, well.
I mean,
well. Emerson's going to be crushed.
Mike Bauer says, you people. Well, what else would you like me to say? You guys? You chatters?
Wins, if you want to go full Pittsburgh on them. Y'all.
I didn't mean that to be offensive. I just meant more so. You know what? Fine. I'll call you by your title, the DK Sim fan. My apologies. We can hit on these two teams, I suppose. I mean, they're going to be very different looking. Matthew Stafford will be in Los Angeles, of course. Jared Goff will be the quarterback of Detroit. Titans feel a little under the radar right now. I know they got Julio Jones, who in the latest Madden 22 ratings release, he comes in as the fifth highest rated receiver at a 95 overall. I feel like that's high.
I mean, the receiver rankings were a little goofy, but like for the most part, they got the right guys in there. The Allen Robinson one, it annoyed me a little bit, but like there's a lot of legacy built into those rankings. You know, like J.J. Watt is still 94. Michael Thomas is coming off the worst season of his career. He's a 94.
Fair.
And only played 9 games, but 9 games he played last. He was awesome. I mean, I think it was a career high catch rate. He was averaging like 12 yards a target, maybe not something that insane. He was awesome when he was on the field. So I'm okay with Julio at a 95. I'm a little bit more perturbed about J.J. Watt at a 94 than Julio. If we're talking about overrated JJs, it's going to be the guy in Arizona before the guy in Tennessee.
Yeah, so that rating for J.J. Watt tied for third with a man who wants out of Arizona in Chandler Jones. At least that's what the reporting has been from the Chandler Jones camp. Derrick Henry just shy of a first down pickup.
Good to see they keep plugging him there. One of the most popular plays in all of Madden always, but today getting carry after carry. And speaking of receivers who maybe past their prime, and they're talking about it on ESPN, that Green Bay Aaron Rodgers, Randall Cobb reunion may be closer than ever now as Henry stood up. A big 4th down decision coming here from around midfield. I think the real-life Titans would go for it here. I feel like the Sim Titans will punt, but maybe, just maybe, Glash, this could be fake punt range.
So I think the first person, and please forgive me if you said his name. I know you said ESPN, but Trey Wingo, I think, was the man who said this, right?
Yeah, he brought it up yesterday, and I think I was not alone in going, Randall Cobb? Was Jordy Nelson not available? Like, it's such a weird. Randall Cobb's 11th season in the league. You know, he has an oversized contract. Can he still contribute? Sure, but like I don't understand how he's the difference maker. I feel like this is a concession they're willing to make Aaron Rodgers because it's a very low impact one. And the Packers won't have to send too much in return. He's got that big contract, so maybe the Packers send back more than a conditional draft pick if the Texans are willing to eat some of that contract. You know, he's due, I think, a guaranteed $8.25 million this year. So if the Texans say, hey, we'll cover $7 million of that if you give us a 5th round pick, I think that's probably what the Packers wind up doing, something along those lines.
Isn't it really sad that Brandon Cooks is on Twitter and he's basically telling Randall Cobb, go, leave, get out of here. I'm next. Brandon Cooks is going to be on the table for Houston. They're just trying to accumulate picks, I think.
Yeah, and I feel bad for Tyrod Taylor because he's in such a rough situation down there. Dude deserves better. He goes to be a placeholder quarterback with the Chargers, and he gets his lung punctured by the league's worst medical staff. Then he goes to the Texans thinking, well, at the very least, I'll have some interesting pieces to build, to play with. And now those guys are going to be gone too. They're surrounding him with talent in Houston to begin with. The receivers are pretty bad to begin with. Hawk, a 3 for 23 yards there. But yeah, poor Cooks did have a reasonable bounce back year last year. You know, he was a guy who we thought we could write off due to the concussion history, and the Rams cutting bait on him. And he was better than expected, and he could still put things together, still be a useful piece. I wonder if you're Houston, you know, you wait through the trade up till the trade deadline, just because if teams needed a wideout, it was a depressed market for him, so you could get a guy like Will Fuller for 1 year, $10 million.
Yeah.
And wait until someone gets hurt, and hopefully it's not Brandon Cooks, and then all of a sudden the Texans can wheel and deal him for like a 3rd round pick, probably not a 2nd round pick, let's be honest, but maybe get a day 2 pick out of him. So there should be some options there for Nick Caserio and the Houston front office.
Hawkins been active on this drive. He's 52% owned in the free showdown. We'll discuss whatever the heck you want to talk about on the NFL front because, well, there's just a lot there. Must be. It's great to see you. I'm so bummed out I didn't get to talk to you yesterday because Must Be. Did you see the report from Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk? Must Be. Please tell me you did. Even if you didn't, I'll give it to you anyway. Per a league source from Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio, multiple current teammates believe Patriots quarterback Cam Newton simply isn't the guy he once was. Uh-oh. Your weird obsession, Bill Belichick, with Cam Newton, it's going to get weird because nobody wants to play with him because he's not good anymore. What do you got to say to that, Must Be? Mike Florio gets things right. Your 12-5 take with Cam Newton as the quarterback, you're in trouble. You're in trouble.
Florio gets some things right. Let's not act like he's unimpeachable.
He is right now, for my argument.
Fair enough. You know what? I'll let you and Must Buy, you guys sort that out. You go after him. If you guys are asking me, we are going to make sure everything is correct in ops behind the scenes. The scoring might not be the fastest, but it will always be right. So bear with us. We got a great crew behind the scenes making sure they're taking care of you. We'll figure everything out. Don't you worry. We are not the Matthew Patricia of daily fantasy sports. I don't know. I thought I had a way to finish that sentence last. I did not. But Matt Patricia apparently all over the place with the Patriot staff right now. Very hands-on, according to preseason reports. So maybe building himself back up into a potential meaningful role with Bill Belichick and the 2021 New England Patriots. Is through one quarter, 0-0, but the Lions are threatening. Titans got to midfield, punted, and we are in the midst of potential 90-yard touchdown drive from the home team here at Ford Field.
It's something I would not have brought up unless I saw Must Be in the chat. Found my opportunity, so that's something I find worth discussing. Odell Beckham Jr. is not going to start the year on the PUP list. That's good, I suppose. I think he's pretty humbled. It sounds like him and Jarvis Landry are in a much better place as far as they're on the field. They're pals, but they're on the field chemistry of OBJ not needing 13 targets a game for that offense to work. That's something else I think is worth talking about too.
Yeah, I'm torn between, at one point I thought OBJ was going too low in season-long fantasy. Now maybe he's going too high. Obviously, he just never really found that second gear in Cleveland, but he and Landry, they like each other. They go all the way back to LSU together. Yeah, and then they're just, I think for those guys, there's just such a wealth of talent around them that the Browns could be an explosive team and not have a single 1,000-yard receivers because they have so many guys that can go out there and catch the ball for them. Baker Mayfield, I do think, is going to have his steady improvement is going to continue. Kevin Stefanski knows what he's doing there. So I honestly don't know what to make of that Cleveland receiving room, but they're going to be a lot of fun to watch. Maybe just a very frustrating team fantasy-wise because there's so much depth and so many options.
Okay, let's see if the Lions can capitalize. They are in the red zone. And not a ton going for AP, his second carry. Tampa John in the chat. Bucs repeat. I'm not reading that second part. After just a couple of Stanley Cups and one Super Bowl. Come on. You're not Titletown. Champa Bay. Come on. Come on. 2nd and 6. I will not make myself read something like that. That is a first down. Oh, but we got a flag.
It's going to be extra yards on top for a face mask. No, a hold. So it's coming back instead of 1st and goal. Oof, Amendola cost his team there. Doesn't really cost him a ton of yardage. It's just a loss of 2 on the play, but first down taken away from him and points for TJ Hawkinson taken off the board. And carry on. Johnson up to 12 yards on the ground now. Yeah, part of why that Lions running back rotation so unreliable here in Madden. Just too many options. You don't really have too many defined roles. There's Swift, typically more of the passing down back. But Johnson will occasionally have 4 or 5 catch days. And every now and then, Adrian Peterson shows up to make everyone's life miserable. Oh, no, Matt. No, Matt. Oh, no. Well, good news for Matt Prater owners out there. You're about to get 4 points for this field goal instead of a chip shot 3.
Green says if Cam was still great, he still wouldn't be accepted. You got to know your environment. I don't know about that. If he was great, I don't think this would be a talking point. He would just be good and he'd be the quarterback, or he'd still be in Carolina if he was great. That's what I think. Chris Adams, I'm sorry that Tom Brady just keeps making you melt. It's okay. You're not the only one. Must Be says Bill is not putting that 70 overall Madden rating player who spelled his name backwards into the game. Must Be. Let me ask you this. Do you know what Cam Newton's rating is in Madden at the end of last year? Look it up. Not much better. Not much better than what Mac Jones get, a 74, something like that. Cam Newton was in the 70s too. Cam Newton, I think, was a 78. I'll double check that because I am a fair host. Hit that like button if you don't mind. Love to have you with us. Appreciate you all being here. Let me see. I'll double check. Must be. Bill has the controller. Kelvin says it's amazing how easily we forget how good Cam was, and when healthy, how good he will be. Well, right, Kelvin, you just used the past tense. He was very good. Very good player. I think it's over.
He was a league MVP. He was literally the most valuable player in the league one year. And yeah, it's just a bummer that I think everyone was hopeful he'd get there just because so often he bounced back from injury ahead of schedule. I mean, dude, straight up got through a car crash that would have broken me in half and was smiling afterwards, didn't even miss a week. So dude was able just to recover on a superhuman timeline. And you thought, well, if he can get back to that level, he's going to be able to, he's going to be a steal for the Patriots. And for a minute there, it looked like he was going to be that guy, Wins week 1, week 2, inches away from upsetting the Seahawks on the road in Seattle. And then he gets COVID and just doesn't really come back after that. So I would love it even if Cam Newton could just look like that week 1, week 2 guy pre-COVID. We're going to have to wait and see if he can get there. I'm not willing to write him off just yet. I really want to believe he can be the guy again.
Oh, I found it. Cam Newton's final rating in Madden 21. Not in these sims. I'm talking like just generally speaking. 76. The rookie, the kids, 71. So who knows? That was at the end of last year. So who knows what it will look like when the new game comes out, because I don't think Cam Newton's going to be in that top 10 list for quarterback ratings in Madden 22. Just a guess. But we don't have to talk about Cam Newton the whole time. It's just something I wanted to bring up. We appreciate your patience, by the way, in the chat. We understand that You're looking for your scores here. Daniel and Bailey doing their thing. We have producer Michael with us and Andrew working hard here. So once again, as we like to say, we appreciate it. Thank you all for being here.
And as always, if you guys do feel the need, you want to run your complaints, thoughts, feelings up the flagpole, you can hit our official complaint line up on Twitter. That's found at Kenny Ducey. At Kenny Ducey for all your complaints, tips, and criticisms.
Jesse says all these sim guys wish they were Cam.
Yeah.
That boy has still got talent. I mean, I try to dress up like him sometimes, and man, he's got swag. He's got style. I love it.
Yeah, I would love to have millions of dollars, be a role model to kids. That would all be really cool. Just to like have the Cam's physical capabilities for one day. I'm not like saying I would like trade anything for it, but like if you gave me the options, like, all right, one day you're gonna be 6'5", 240, able to dunk a basketball, able to throw a football over those mountains. I'll be like, oh hell yeah! I'm gonna go, down to my local court and wreck some dudes. I'm gonna go down to the football field and play some flag football and just launch passes 80 yards. Like that sounds amazing. Let's do that.
Kelvin adds that words like bum and washed up are really unfair. I don't like calling people, I don't think I ever have. If I have, please tell me I have. I don't think I like calling people bums. But washed up, yep, I've said that. But that's not an indictment of who he is as a guy. That's just my opinion. I think Cam Newton's a fantastic guy. I hope it works. I hope you're right, Christian. You're saying you're not going to give it up. You might be. Well, no. We'll see. We'll see. That's why it's going to be a great week. But when I read that report from Florio, per league source, multiple current teammates believe Newton simply isn't the guy he once was. Whether or not you think that's true or not, it's out there. Like, it's out there. You don't think Cam Newton's going to be asked about this tomorrow? He's going to be asked about it this week. It's real interesting, man. And I think it might be coming from one of the new free agents who wants a throwing quarterback, Jonnu Smith, tight end, who is represented by an agent that has a lot of Patriots players. The new receivers. Just saying. We'll see what the response is this week. And we'll see what it looks like when they compete head-to-head. Congo Cab, Tyreek and Ruggs have 99 speed. Yeah, some Madden ratings came out yesterday for the wide receiver position. Defensive lineman came out today. Nice catch. That's enough, right? 21 yards. There you go. Galladay. Jesse, I am not Cough. My name is Brendan Glasheen. Thank you, though. That's always fun and terrifying.
I think the one thing we're missing on Cam is that even if he doesn't have it as a starter anymore, he's a great mentor quarterback for a young guy learning the system. He had to do it last year, and by all accounts, Bill Belichick loved what he brought to the table. He was one of the first guys in the building, one of the last to leave. Like, Bill Belichick likes having Cam around, likes him as a player, likes him as a student of the game, and I think that kind of mentorship will be important. So even if Cam looks bad this year, he might stick around as a backup in New England for a while to come if he can prove to be a positive veteran presence on a cheap contract.
Top 10 receivers that came out yesterday. Adams 1. This is Madden 22. We're just going by ratings. Adams 1. Hopkins, Hill tied for second. There's a catch at the 6. Now 1st and goal for Detroit. Who caught that ball? Marvin Jones. There you go. 3rd catch. Steph Diggs 4. Julio Jones 5. Michael Thomas 6. Keenan Allen 7. Amari Cooper 8. Mike Evans 9. Allen Robinson 10.
Allen Robinson, disrespect. The work that guy does with terrible quarterbacks. Disappointing.
Ryan says Brendan and Christian are 99 commentators. Well, thank you.
Wow. High praise right there.
It's fantastic. I mean, we're probably not worthy or deserving, but Thank you. Mike Bauer, that's good. 2nd and goal. Come on, throw it.
Almost did it again.
Touchdown, baby.
The tight end primed for perhaps a breakthrough season with Jared Goff as his quarterback and few viable options around him. TJ Hawkinson scores this game's first touchdown, giving his Lions a 10-0 lead with under a minute to play in the second quarter. Of course, extra point ending.
Okay, there we go. We mentioned the ownership. He was a busy man on some of these drives so far in this sim with under a minute to go in the first. Hawkinson 52% owned, 7.5% in the captain. Yes, Congo Cab, you are correct. The top defensive linemen were released today. I mean, if you folks have defensive line takes, we can certainly discuss. I know Christian brought up J.J. Watt already. He is the number 3. No, where was he? He was the tied for 3rd in pass rushers. Edge rushers, excuse me. More specific. Aaron Donald was 1 for interior defensive line. The number 1 at edge rusher was Myles Garrett. Khalil Mack 2nd. If you folks have thoughts, let us know. Michael Johnson. Cam Newton's going to win 10 games, Glash. Now, what happens, Michael Johnson, if the Patriots get off to a good start, Cam's the quarterback, and they start like 5-2, and then he gets replaced? How does that work? Because I think that's on the table.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he's going 5-2 and looks good, I don't think you can replace him at that point, right? I mean, Mac Jones is a nice piece, but he might not be a plug-and-play type guy. Although all signs seem to point to him learning the system pretty quickly and being the kind of smart player. Oh no, Tannehill sacked. The Lions taking a timeout, thinking they might be able to add to that point total before halftime. 3rd and pretty long coming up here, and this is just a terrible first half for the Tennessee Titans, Clash.
Ryan Pena says, nice pronunciation on Pena. I don't know if maybe I didn't say it. That's why he's saying that. But thanks, Ryan. I think. Yoko says Captain Hawk. Nice. 3rd and 17. Sure, let's run the ball.
Forcing the Lions to burn that time. I'm actually okay with it.
Okay.
The Lions, I don't think, have the juice here. 41 seconds. There's going to be a boomer of a punt here. They're going to have to go 40 yards in 2 plays to even set up a field goal. So I think that's probably the right way.
This might be the comment of the week. I've only started my work week today. Jesse says, Glass, you should have known it wasn't cock. He's super obsessed with Space Jam. Annoying. Oh, that's good. That's good. We got about 400 of you watching on the YouTube stream. Excuse me. Thank you all for being here. About 50 on Twitch. Lions up 10 with the ball. No timeouts. Stafford goes downfield. Incomplete.
Ooh, that would have been something right there. Instead, 25 seconds left. So timing up for maybe 2 plays here. If they can gain, if they can gain about 15 yards, they can line up a 59-yard Matt Prater field goal. In a dome with that leg strength, he might be able to connect from there. Of course, he might like to get a little bit closer from here.
Come on, Matt A.
Oh, no.
Got the protection.
Oh, no. That might do it. It took so long for that play to unfold. That might be the last play of the quarter.
Bummer. Okay.
Yeah. When did the Lions D become so dominant? This is news to all of us. This has been absolutely wild. The Titans looking like clowns, and the Lions, yeah. All right. Going to take a 10-0 lead into the half here as Tennessee nothing doing for the visitors. Derrick Henry stuck in neutral, no traction for him even after a productive first quarter. The Lions put up 10 in the second and score on a TJ Hawkinson touchdown grab. We got ourselves a 3.5 yards per play, 42 total yards for the Titans in that first half clash. This has not been what we expected at all.
Nah, not ideal. Not ideal. All right, ops team will look at the stats here. Nothing to show from the Titans. Tannehill's thrown 2 passes, 2. He's 1 for 2 so far in the sim. 140 for Stafford and a touchdown. Derrick Henry has 32 rushing yards. Kerryon Johnson with 17. 2 carries for Adrian Peterson. Swift's got 1 carry for 7 yards.
Marvin Jones has 1 for nothing, but he just had 3 for 34 through the air. Danny Amendola and TJ Hawkinson, you 2 must-haves after 2 quarters. Amendola, 3 catches for 54. Hawkinson, 3 for 30 for him. There's been no Corey Davis, so if you bought the dip like a couple idiots suggested you should during the pregame, you are regretting that information right now. No Jonnu Smith either. There's really 1 completion for the Titans that went to A.J. Brown for 17 yards. That's been it.
Idiot number 1 right here. So I'll be the first to admit it.
Yeah.
Okay, ops team's getting caught up on the defensive stats at the moment. In the meantime, Gary and Thorne, he's an overall nice guy, not an idiot, discusses the impact of Aaron Rodgers on his return to Green Bay Packers camp today.
Packers, Aaron Rodgers, this is the inevitable. And so what does this do for his fantasy, for sportsbook odds on the DK Sportsbook? What do you make of the whole thing?
I mean, congratulations to anyone who took a Packers future the past 2 weeks. Look, I don't want to say this was the expected outcome, but I don't think anyone actually thought he was retiring, right? I mean, this is someone who just won the MVP. This is someone who led football in touchdown rate, in adjusted net yards per attempt last season. This is a Packers team that was first in DVOA or offensive DVOA last season under Matt LaFleur. Like, it just seemed like everything was kind of starting to come together. I don't really think this changes my opinion of the Packers in terms of them being a legitimate Super Bowl contender. I don't really trust this team late in the playoffs. However, I will say right now they are minus 130 to win their division. And that to me seems like a pretty good bet. I just don't really know who the second best team in the NFC North is. I mean, I guess there's a chance it's the Vikings, but there's still a huge Kirk Cousins factor there. You've got the Bears still kind of figuring out who their quarterback is going to be this year. Do they waste 6 weeks with Andy Dalton behind center? I don't know. It's a possibility. But if you go by last season's advanced metrics, the Packers were so clearly far and away the best team in that division. Minus 130 doesn't seem all that steep a price to pay. So I guess that's where I'm looking now that we know Rodgers is going to be playing in 2021.
All right, be sure to watch The Sweat weekdays on the Dream Stream starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. It's 1 hour long. It takes you right into that first Madden sim of the day at noon. Also coming up later tonight on the Dream Stream, good friend of the program. I'm starting to emulate his look with this backwards hat beard thing. I'll give him credit first. Julian Edlow, who normally has a co-host on the Unreasonable Odds podcast, which you can find wherever you get your podcasts. Steve Buchanan, I don't know where he's been lately, but I guess because it is NBA draft season, the draft is this week, Edlow has on Jeff Goodman of Stadium. So check it out if you like the NBA draft. If you want to put a couple shekels on the draft, I say check it out. Listen to Edlow. And listen to Goodman more than Edlow. But those are a couple things you can look forward to here on the Dream Stream.
Bukes was here earlier for the last pregame show. I forget which one, The Grind, maybe.
Yeah, he's busy. Busy guy.
Yeah. He shows up every so often to ban you from the chat. And probably takes it out of him. Probably hurts him deep down inside to betray you like that.
No, not at all. Splash Christian, you have producer Michael, Andrew's here. We have Daniel and Bailey from the Game Ops team. Okay, I like this. We're moving off the Cam Newton discussion. It's my fault. I went there. Sure. Mike Bauer comes in with the take. Bears are obviously second best in the NFC North. Maybe that's a reaction to Mike Bauer liking Green Bay. Do we absolutely know, Christian, who the second best team in that division is?
No. I think it's going to depend on how Justin Fields looks and plays. The Bears' defense is back up to snuff. I mean, obviously the easy money would be on the Vikings because Kirk Cousins has been fine. Dalvin Cook's there. The receiving core is stacked. The defense got some useful upgrades. So, I mean, I feel like the easiest call would be Vikings are probably like a 9-8, maybe a 10-7 team. But, I mean, they're the Vikings. They can fall apart at a moment's notice. And, you know, Kirk Cousins isn't going to inspire confidence in anyone.
And producer Michael sharing with us here. Matt Nagy does not rule out the possibility of Justin Fields winning the starting job. What was the prediction? Didn't you make a prediction on the post route? You said week 5 is your prediction for Fields to be the starter?
Yeah, right around that. I don't see him going in on week 1 just because that Rams defense is just going to throw a lot of problems his way. And if you have Andy Dalton in there, let him take his lumps. Let him get eaten alive by Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey. And just give. If you have to give him the Justin Herbert treatment, that's fine too. I mean, Herbert wasn't supposed to start in week 2, but he did because, again, Tyrod Taylor got his lung punctured. But it worked out. Why not follow that same path if you're the Bears? And, hey, if Andy Dalton outplays expectations, and he was decent for a stretch there towards the end with the Cowboys, 5 games. I think it was weeks 11 to 16. He had like a 99.3 passer rating. He was completely fine. And you can get by with completely fine if you're a Bears quarterback. In fact, completely fine would be better than like 90% of Chicago quarterbacks over the past 30 years. If he can hold it down and give Fields a little bit of time to adjust, that would be just perfect for the Bears.
Dangerous pass, but Brown catches it and gets to the 5. First and goal upcoming for the Titans. Speaking of a young quarterback going high in the draft and having another guy already in the mix, Kyle Shanahan's already said that there's no quarterback competition in San Francisco. Jimmy Garoppolo is the starter, and he's working with the 1s, and Trey Lance is the backup, and he's working with the 2s. I like this. Mike Bauer, very much to the point here. He kind of narrows it down by process of elimination. Says the Vikings defense is awful, and so is Jared Goff. Mike, let me ask you a question now. So, what good does it do for the Bears to be the second best team in their division? Are they going to make the playoffs? Because we all talk, I'm one of them, we talk so much about how good that NFC West is, and we throw out the possibility of that division having 3 playoff teams. Are the Bears a playoff team?
I mean, if they can make it at 8-8 last season with Mitchell Trubisky out there and getting that MVP, the Nickelodeon valuable player in the wild card round. I mean, if he can get there, who says they can't do it again? Wow. Wide dang open, and it is Jonnu. Titans on the board, coming alive here in the second half. There's a big-time touchdown.
Jonnu Smith. All right. There's a pulse for the Titans. Jonnu Smith, 47% owned in the free showdown, available on DraftKings. 5% in the captain. My man Darnell's in here. Darnell says, stop it, be quiet. Dalton won't even make the team. That's strong. I'll come back to this at the opener. Darnell, please. All of you with your hot takes. Don't go if your take is wrong. We don't go. We're right here. But if you make a take, and please, we'd love to have you back. Mike Bauer said the guy on the sweat. So I'm assuming you're talking about Gary. And Gary, and just for full disclosure, when that sweat clip plays, we can't hear it. Just letting everyone know, like, we're here and we don't hear it. So I'm sure Gary sounded great, by the way. Mike doesn't think it's hard at all. Producer Michael also sharing with us. The Jets open camp minus unsigned top pick Zach Wilson. They still haven't signed this guy yet?
They have not.
What the hell's going on? That's not good. Is there a contract dispute?
Must be. I mean, to be fair.
Must be. Aha. Are they going to cut? Are they going to cut Zach Wilson to bring in Blake Bortles?
Shit. That would be the move of the century. Emerson would lose his mind. And we would need to have an Emerson Kenny broadcast after that.
In on that. Producer Michael says doesn't bode well for Kenny's 10 predicted wins.
Yeah, I mean, Wilson has that great rookie rating in Madden. Obviously, the second best rookie quarterback behind Trevor Lawrence, although to be not a ton of room. I mean, obviously, where he's drafted makes a lot of sense to have him there. He's got that great arm strength and deep ball power, so he'll be fun to play with next season. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in Madden 22 when we do make the switch. To be determined when that will happen, but when it does, I'm sure we'll make a big deal out of it. It'll be pretty cool to see, and should be a bit of a crapshoot when it comes to roster building with Madden 22. You don't know who's going to shine, who's going to be the Devin Funchess, the Jeremy Sprinkle of Madden 22, the guys who come out of the woodwork to be big-time sim superstars.
Must be says you pretty much gave everyone your social security number over the air for pizza. We can't go anywhere. That's fair. Oh, poor Matthew Stafford. He's going to be broken after this. Okay. The president of the Jets fan club, at least here in DraftKings Simland, Jordan Lindenbaum. They always sign the first pick last. There is no contract dispute. Okay. I'll take your word for it. And by they, Jordan, you mean the Jets, right? Like, you don't mean like the general, any other team. You mean your team, the Jets. Ooh, I like this. Kelvin's throwing out record predictions for the NFC North.
Oh boy, let's see it.
Green Bay's going to go 13-4.
I mean, now they got Aaron Rodgers back in the mix. I do think there'll be a little bit of that last season hangover, but 12 to 13 wins, sure, I like it.
The Bears will go 11-6. Vikings 9-8. Lions 7-10.
It is a bold Bears record, especially after the defense took a bit of a step back last season. But again, like we said, they got to 500 with Mitch and Nick Foles last season. They have David Montgomery coming into his own. They have Allen Robinson back. They have an emerging Darnell Mooney, who is cleared for takeoff now that Anthony Miller is no longer ahead of him on the depth chart. Which Darnell Mooney, I was really, even with Miller there, he was going to get the lion's share of targets at wide receiver too. If anything, this move just blew up my draft sleeper stock on him, because I wasn't like, oh, I'll get him in like last 3 rounds. No, I'm going to have to get him in the mid rounds now. Darnell Mooney, love him. Love him.
10-7's our score. Hawkinson and Jonnu Smith, the tight end ones, with touchdowns in this sim. Tannehill complete to Derrick Henry in the passing game. Tannehill's only 5 for 6.
Well, at least one of those was for a touchdown. Tennessee making some moves here. One good drive gets them right back into this one, gives them a chance to tie or take the lead. It's going to have to be a long one after that great punt from the Lions. Gosh, I smell bad. It is not pleasant being in my dining room.
Christian went for a run. He arrived in our Zoom call moments before this sim started. He was huffing and puffing. I wasn't sure he was going to make it through this sim. So far, he's made it through almost 3/4. Jeffrey Butler has the Denver Broncos at 14-3. Jeffrey, can you give a 1 to 2 sentence explanation as to why you think that? I'm entertained. I'm very curious. Like, make a case.
Who are the 3 teams the Broncos lose to? The Teddy Bridgewater Broncos. Who are the 3 teams they're losing to? I mean, I'm assuming it's not Chiefs twice, but they're winning 14 games. That is wild, but I like it. I like it. Throw out that confidence. These 2 quarterbacks, barely 225 passing yards between them. Stafford 152 and a touchdown. Tannehill 79 and a touchdown. He's got a perfect passer rating though, because he's only thrown 6 passes. Doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Derrick Henry still hasn't gotten much going on the ground. Maybe a little bit better though. 41. He's got a couple catches now. Kerryon Johnson 6 for 17. Tannehill 28-yard scrambles. So Tannehill's been efficient. Neither team's just really done much in this one. Just not a little bit of a defensive battle, and both teams just playing a really low-key, boring football so far.
So we asked Jeffrey Butler for a sentence, and we get one word. Teddy.
Yeah.
It's great. Word economy.
Yeah.
Just making his point with one word. A name.
You can only do one thing, be efficient. And that is efficient.
That's great.
Huh?
Feel free to expand. Or don't. It's okay.
Yeah.
We pretty much let you all do what you want here. Kinda.
That's correct. Oh, Corey Davis, I believe, still catchless. So everyone having a better game than him. My captain so far, your captain so far, only 7K to flex him, and buying the dip has failed to pan out as yes, nothing for Corey. One of the guys that is supposed to be getting quite a few looks in New York this season, Zach Wilson, missing an opportunity to connect with him early. Once he signs that contract, he'll show up in camp and begin the Corey Davis renaissance. That throw nowhere near Adam Humphries, and the Titans are going to have to punt.
Noah Moon says this is a dumb game.
That's correct.
Noah, what game do you never think is dumb, though? You don't have to answer that. Mike Parker. This is realism now. Green Bay 13-4, Chicago 10-7, Minnesota 9-8, Detroit 5-12. Okay. Sorry, my Slack went down for a second. We're in the 4th quarter.
That's no problem. So a little running action here. Lions like to score a touchdown while burning some clock, turn into a 2-possession game with under 4 minutes to go. Pretty much seal it for them here at Ford Field, the site of several sad Thanksgiving days, as I can't imagine a more time-honored tradition than packing up your turkey, going to the parking lot, and watching your Lions lose on Thanksgiving Day.
Okay, first down for Detroit. Titans D, we mentioned in our free roll, 10% owned, but in the DraftKings public contest, 15.5%. Thank you to our ops team. We see you in the chat. They are getting on it. As a reminder, this is not on our production team. The ops team is entirely separate. Daniel and Bailey are getting to it, so thank you again for your patience. Stafford, tight window, in and out of the chest.
Better than a sack. I'll take it.
We have about 400 of you watching. We're sitting at 174 likes. Let's try to get to 200 likes on the Dream Stream. Come on, do it for yourself. You're already here. Putting in the effort, sweating out your lineups. We'd appreciate it dearly. Second and 10 for the Lions. And not much doing for Swift. 14 yards.
No, I have no regrets about not rostering Swift, but many about rostering Corey Davis. If the Titans can get a stop here, maybe they'll make us feel a little bit better about our collective captain. The way things are going, I doubt it.
Bad boys have popped. Did you read that? Did you read his question?
I did not. Let me check it out now.
I can just read it to you.
Okay.
Which smells worse, the sim or you?
Oh, man. I feel like we might be infecting each other right now. This might be a codependent relationship where we're just wallowing in our own filth and unable to get help. Because this game has been roughly as bad as I smell. It feels like 90 degrees outside in lovely Madison, Wisconsin today. Not only me, I was out there pushing the running stroller. It's got like the big canopy on it. It was a little windy, so that catches it like a sail. So you got to kind of push through the hills. That's going to be a touchback, so the Titans won't have to worry about safety here, fortunately.
Looking back here in the chat, Anna, thanks for the kind words. Thank you for being here.
Except for the one comparison we will no longer talk about.
Right. Steeler says, wow, folks have been generous with the likes. All the games so far have been BS.
They've not been great.
We try to separate the two. You know, like the game's bad, but we really ask you to do it for us, the people, the experience.
The people.
Jeff says, thrilling sim. Yeah. Come on, Derek. Ugh.
I mean, this is why we end up talking about hot dogs and whether or not the ending of The Sopranos was a good ending or not on these streams. We make sure we cast a wide net because when games are like this, you kind of don't want to have to sit and Emo, stop. He's allowed to.
Emo wants football talk, Christian, not what you're talking about. BMO has had enough of this sim.
So, next came by, the dog protecting us, making sure that the package, he's like, you leave that on the porch and you get the hell away.
It's the most entertaining part of this game. That's the loudest BMO has ever barked, I feel like.
Super loud, yeah, it's right here. Just, yeah. All right, cool. Thanks, buddy.
Executive sessions, yeah, BMO sounded like a wolf.
Yeah. I mean, you look at him straight up, he's got that big, dumb pitbull, like, grin, and he's, like, got the big head, big neck. Like, he's a scary-looking guy, and then you realize, like, if you break into my house, you're just going to get licked at that. Oh. Like, he's not mad because someone is coming up to the house. He's mad because they are not currently petting him. Not getting cuddled.
Oh, man, that was great. And then the look on your face, you were so, like, over it. You're like, all right, this stupid dog.
Does it about everything now? And it's like, you'll be in the middle of working and all of a sudden, like, bah! It's like, what is, come on, no. Like, there was a leaf blowing across our lawn. He gets mad if people are walking on the sidewalk without him. He's just got serious FOMO for a dog.
There's a pitch for the people. Hit the like button for BMO so he can feel better. He can feel better about his day. Okay, Jonnu Smith inside the 35 to the 33. Tannehill is in triple figures now for yards, 124. Nice looking pass.
Still waiting on that big breakaway Derrick Henry run. Fourth quarter is normally where he would stand up and shine, feasts on tired defenses, but Titans sticking to the air. And another pass nowhere near Adam Humphries.
Steeler says, at this point, I would settle for a vulture touchdown.
Could be.
First time playing Fortnite. You're right on the money. Or fifth time playing Fortnite. Another big pickup. There's Corey Davis. There's our guy.
Welcome to the party, pal. First reception with 2.5 minutes left in the game. Titans trying to get a game-winning touchdown here. Would settle for a game-tying field goal if need be.
Does this sim deserve overtime?
I don't want to jinx it publicly, but let's just get a touchdown here, make it 14-10, and limit that option. I don't think, the way this is going, it would be like a 4 overtime game. Good, Corey!
Let's go!
Oh, Captain, our captain, coming alive when it matters. Only 2 catches, but a 50% touchdown rate. That's pretty good.
Corey Davis, welcome to the show. Congratulations. You finally stopped stinking. Corey. The newest Jet, speaking of who the heck's throwing him passes? Who's their backup? Who's the Jets' backup quarterback?
The Jets backup? They have Mike White and Josh Morgan. Is that right?
Really?
It's 2 guys that are not who you'd want to have to start. They're more developmental guys. White out of Western Kentucky and James Morgan out of either FAU or FIU. I can't remember.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So it's not ideal.
Robert Saleh, what a great start to camp.
I'm sure they'll go out and sign someone. Perhaps Blakey Bowes, the only good UCF grad.
Carolyn's phone charger, Captain Morgan, as Christian mentioned. Thank you. Davis, 43% owned, 5% in the captain. Of course, this is the start of the late classic here on the Dream Stream. Is this a reliable site? JetsXFactor.com? I'm not questioning your producing, Michael. I never heard of it. Oh, it's like, is this their SB Nation site?
No, maybe fan-sided? I'm not sure.
Okay. Never heard of it.
It does look like fans.
Yeah, there's a whole article here about James Morgan, Mike White. Can one be a reliable backup to Zach Wilson? Great. Backup quarterback articles. I'm sure Kenny reads these before he goes to bed.
Kenny probably wrote that one under an assumed name. He's like, wow, this Michael Nania guy seems to agree with everything I say. Must be pretty cool.
Kenny probably sees the Jets only losing 1 or 2 wins on their record if one of these guys starts instead of Zach Wilson. 8-9 is not ridiculous if James Morgan is our quarterback.
Well, some people say James Morgan has got Tom Brady upside.
I want to work with Kenny again soon just to ask him about James Morgan and Mike White. Those sound made up, with all due respect to those 2 people. I'm sure they work really hard and good for one of them, whoever wins the backup job. But just, who's the backup for the Jets? James Morgan and Mike White.
Mike Morgan and James. Oh no, Matthew, what are you doing?
Matthew, throw the ball!
What's going on?
And you missed him!
After that. This is a very Lions simulation, Flash. That was the most Lions play. Well, no, it wasn't that Lions play because no one fumbled. But still, all that for that.
right? They've been leading basically the whole sim. Titans get the lead, and now it's in the hands of Stafford. Usually it's the other way around where their defense lets them down. Oh, Galladay! What a catch!
It doesn't get out of bounds, so expect a timeout to come here shortly. Lions will have 2 left after that, about a minute and... Oh, no one-on-one timeout. Okay. So Lions going to be a little bit more cautious with those timeouts. Go no huddle. They need a touchdown here. 35 yards away. 51 seconds, 3 timeouts. So probably 4 or 5 plays left for them. They're going to get a timeout here after the pass to Adrian Peterson. Interesting.
What the heck?
Yeah.
What is happening?
There's the timeout. 31 seconds, so probably looking at 3, maybe 4 plays here.
The next sim, I'll be here with Tommy Freeze Pops. We'll have Raiders, Bengals. Ugh, at least the defenses are bad. Maybe they'll score points.
I mean, that's what we were saying about this game and the game before that.
That's fair. I know. Well, the one thing you can say about Tennessee is they've got some highly rated guys on that side and some superstar traits.
Yeah. Matt.
Yeah, let's dance. Dance.
Oh,
go!
Eddie G.
Wow!
In 22 seconds, ball at the 4. Don't get tackled in bounds, and you've got 4 shots to the end zone here, Lions.
Oh boy. So they've got 1 left. 1 timeout remaining. From the 4. Stafford gets rid of it.
Out of bounds. Last time out. Another play like that, this game is over. They got to make sure the ball gets to the end zone or hugs the sideline from here. Up to 3 chances. 1 more pass like that will end it, and Tennessee will escape with a road win after falling behind 10-0 at halftime.
2 running backs alongside, 1 wide to the right, 2 left, quick throw, touchdown, Lions!
Is it Danny? It is
Amendola.
Possibly putting himself up for Krusty Koff, posterout.substack.com, player of the game honors. 4th, maybe 5th catch of the day from him. And now things looking real tough for the Titans. They're going to get the ball back here with about 10 seconds left on the clock. They do have 3 timeouts, but that's like 2 plays. Maybe 1 play and a long field goal. If they can convert, it's not looking good.
Unreal. Unreal stuff. Good job, Danny. All right, so Danny Amendola, 40% owned at $5,600 to roster, 3.4% in the captain. 3 timeouts and about 10 seconds.
And exactly. 72 yards for the win and about, let's say, 37-40 for a chance to tie. And Tannehill, oh goodness.
That's awful.
Wow. Well, at least we don't have to worry about overtime. Tannehill has the awareness of a fiddler crab. He dances, he ducks, he dodges, he dips, and dodges again, and somehow burns 10 seconds on a single play. Titans lose with all 3 timeouts in their pockets. 17-14. A home team holds serve. And, man, bad game. Bad game, Flash.
Yeah. I'd almost give him the Not My Kid award for that.
I mean, he did have a couple touchdowns, didn't throw for a lot of yards. I think the Krusty Koff posterout.substack.com player of the game is going to have to be Amendola because he was solid after all that. 38% owned in our free roll and had probably 15 plus in that spot. I mean, not a bad day for him. And then, a lot of guys who didn't really come out to play. Kerryon Johnson didn't do too much. Adam Humphries had very little. Marvin Jones, Kenny Galladay didn't do too much. Kenny Galladay finished with 4 for 75 thanks to that last try. So let's give him a little more credit. Hawkinson found the end zone. A.J. Brown had at least 8 points, so it's not too bad. But Derrick Henry, I mean, ultimately disappointing. Didn't get much done on the ground. Added some value through the air, but not nearly enough to live up to his cost and his ownership number. So we're going to go and Babysitter Billy, Derrick Henry, who was a good fade candidate today, even though he's up against a bad defense, failed to come through. Good job, Lions. Good job, Lions D. Congrats to Matt Patricia coming up with a sim win when I don't think any of us expected it.
Well, like you mentioned, he was really, really good each of the last 2 sims, at least 32.9 points, scored 34.6 against the Jaguars. So, okay, Christian, you have a great rest of your night. Freeze Pops is coming up next with me. We will have Raiders and Bengals. And then the last sim tonight is Jags Bucs from Madden After Dark. Moose and Tommy Freeze Pops. In the meantime, before we return for the 8 o'clock sim, coming up on the Dream Stream, Julian Edlow, as we talked about a little bit during the sim, Julian Edlow on the Unreasonable Odds podcast, joined by Stadium's basketball analyst, Jeff Goodman. They break down the top 10 picks in the NBA draft, who they think will be the top 10, and general sportsbook thoughts heading into the draft on Thursday night. Here they are.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome into another edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast, a special NBA draft edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast here at DraftKings. If you are watching on YouTube, you see we have a guest alongside none other than Jeff Goodman. You can find him on Twitter at Goodman Hoops. He is a basketball analyst at Stadium. Jeff, thank you for joining the Unreasonable Odds podcast, man.
What's up, man? Yeah, we're getting down to it here. The NBA draft, some predictability, but a lot of unpredictability. It's a fun time and a time when even I, and I feel like I have some, inside knowledge with a lot of this.
That's why you're here.
I know, but you never know. Like I've covered these things for ESPN. I was on site, reporting on them for 4 or 5 years. And even then it would be like, you never know what's going to happen with trades and whatnot. The only thing I feel really, really good about is the Cade Cunningham will be the number 1 overall pick. That's all.
I think we all feel good about that, especially considering, let's see what the numbers at the moment. I should say first, we are recording this on Tuesday, July 22nd at noon on the East Coast. Yeah. It is important to put that time stamp in there because the draft is Thursday, July 29th at 8 p.m. I think it starts.
Yep.
So we're gonna talk, top 10 picks, some draft numbers that are on the board at DraftKings Sportsbook. Things change a lot. A lot of the things we're talking about have changed a lot over the last few days. So putting that timestamp in there, and we'll see where things go. Cade Cunningham is currently minus 8,000 to be the number 1 overall pick in this draft. If you want to make $100 on the number 1 pick, you got to lay $8,000 on it on Cade Cunningham. That's how certain we are that he's going number 1 to the Pistons. We might as well, you can just touch on it for whatever, 30 seconds, 60 seconds, thoughts on the number 1 pick, thoughts on Cade Cunningham and the fit with the Pistons and whatnot.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer in my opinion. I think he's got a lot of Luka in him. He's big, he's strong, he makes people better. He's got every intangible. Not a great shooter, but shot 40% from 3 last year at Oklahoma State. He's not the scorer that Luka's been so far. I don't think he'll be that, but he'll be a better defender. But again, big, strong, sees over defenders, uses angles, and will get better and better and better. It just impacts winning at such a high level. So I know it's out there right now. Woj put out there that they're not sure who they're going to draft. That's always a load of crap. Every year it's the same old thing, right? For the most part. Well, they're considering no, they're not. They're going to draft Cade Cunningham.
Yep, as they should. And my comp, a Ben Simmons that is not afraid to shoot. Not quite the defensive player.
Not as fast. I mean,
Not as
that's
fast.
the thing. Ben is a blur. Like, until you see Ben in person, it's hard to explain how fast he is at his size. Cade is not that, but what he is a big point guard who you can play anywhere, makes people better. And you're right, not a great shooter, but will shoot it and has gotten better shooting the ball.
Yep. All right. So not too much to talk about there. Number 2 with Houston is kind of where things start. And I think this is more, Jalen Green. This was originally, when odds opened, kind of a 3-man race with Jalen Green, Evan Mobley, and Jalen Suggs, all, around plus 150-ish range for this pick. Unless this pick is traded, it seems like Houston is locked in on Jalen Green. We've gotten that from some good sources, and sportsbooks are going with it. DraftKings Sportsbook has Jalen Green minus 380 to be the number 2 pick in this draft. Is Jalen Green going to Houston? And if not, do you see any potential to trade here? Because I know Houston would love to. I mean, they keep talking about moving up to 1. That's not going to happen. Is Green the guy at 2? And is it going to be Houston?
Yeah, I think so, because of his upside. And that's where, if you're Houston, you've got John Wall and you've got him on the hook for $91 million the next 2 years. So it's close. Like, I love Jalen Suggs. I do. I love his upside. I think he can be a top 5 point guard in the NBA in time. But if you're Houston, you're saying to yourself, all right, we got Christian Wood. We got John Wall on the hook for all this money. We got to play him. We got to figure out a way in the next 2 years to get as much as we can out of him. And can we get this freak athletic wing, Jalen Green, who, oh, by the way, the questions were his work ethic and his perimeter shot. And he shot 37% from 3 in the G League Ignite, their bubble. And he played hard and was productive every single game. So NBA guys love him because they could see him as being that kind of 3-level scorer in the Donovan Mitchell kind of mold of give him the ball. And he's not a true point guard by any means, but he can just make plays down the stretch. So I think Houston, that's certainly where I've been told they are leaning heavily to.
All right. So number 3, that works well for this team. I think the Cleveland Cavaliers, who are loaded with all the guards that they've been taking, the last 3 prospects, Sexton, Garland, Okoro, all these guys, they need a big. And if it works out like this, now Evan Mobley is sitting there and is kind of the perfect fit. This is another team that was rumored to maybe want to move around. I think if 1-2 goes as we expect it, now you got Mobley, who is minus 225 on DK Sportsbook to be that number 3 pick. Are the odds kind of catching up here and telling us, agreeing with what you think, how this draft is going to go?
What did you say Mobley is?
Mobley's minus 225 to be exactly the number 3 overall pick.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was in Cleveland a week ago having breakfast with Kobe Altman and Mike Gansey, and they didn't tip their hand at all. But from talking to them, listen, I feel like they know they can't take Jalen Suggs as much as they would like to. If they take Jalen Suggs, they're forced to have to move Darius Garland or Colin Sexton. And you don't want to be put in that position because neither one of those guys have enough trade value, right? Like Sexton's worth more to them than he probably is to any other team right now. He's got more trade value to Cleveland and Kobe Altman. They think higher of him than probably anybody else. So, yeah, I think Mobley, they feel like could fit alongside Jared Allen. And let's face it, like Kevin Love, his days are numbered. I mean, we know that. They just can't get rid of him.
You're not making any decisions based on Kevin Love. You're a young team that needs all young pieces. So that, yeah.
Mobley's so different than Jared Allen. I've heard a lot of people say, well, Mobley can't play with Jared Allen. They're both great defenders. But Mobley is a guy that, honestly, he could put the ball on the floor so well. And he knew this past year where his bread was buttered, which was in the post. He's long, he's thin, but he was so effective around the basket. He's going to be able to step out and be able to make shots from 15, 18, and eventually extend his range to 3-point range. I think he only took, I don't even know, 30, 43s this past year, about 1 a game he attempted. He's going to be so much better. My biggest concern with him, honestly, down the road, when I talked to him in the preseason, the one thing he said to me was, when I was younger, I didn't love basketball. And I was like, oh, no.
Yeah, that's the thing you hate to hear.
But I think he's grown to love not many guys, I think, can grow to love basketball. But if you watched him play last year, you would say, like, all right, that's not the issue. The issue is, can he be an alpha dog? Can he be a number one guy, or is he always going to be Chris Middleton in that type of role? And I think Cleveland, if you said to him right now, you're going to get a Chris Middleton type player, but a better defender and a guy who can make shots eventually from the perimeter and really create. You got to go. You got to go Evan Mobley if you're Cleveland.
Yep, I'm with you. So, all right. Those are a heavily favored top three right now, as it should be. Number 4 is where I think things get really interesting. Just to start with the odds, Jalen Suggs is minus 160. He should be favored. Toronto has the pick.
That's low. Like,
you think that's low?
Okay. Oh, hell yeah. I think this is a 4-man draft.
I agree with
trade. Unless there's some crazy trade, I would be beyond shocked in a scenario where Jalen Suggs does not go in the top 4. Beyond shocked.
Well, so here's the thing. He can't. This is minus 160 is to go exactly 4.
Yep.
So the top 3 have to go how we said, and then Suggs goes 4 at minus 160. I agree with you, and I love Suggs personally as a prospect. And the thing that I can't get over is that it makes sense because Toronto is eventually going to have to move on from Lowry.
Right.
You plug the position right in, a good player that, even at 4, Suggs is kind of quote unquote slipping in this draft.
Yeah.
He
would have went number 1 last year. Jalen Suggs would have went number 1 if he had been in last year's draft.
Yeah, I agree with that. So I'll play some devil's advocate and give some pushback, I guess. The guy that is maybe the biggest riser at the top of this board is Scotty Barnes from FSU. Longer point guard, the wingspan, all that. He's plus 300 to go for. The other thing we're seeing is this kind of gets into 5, 6, kind of lumping the picks together. Orlando at 5. There's Kuminga. There's talks of a guy like Barnes. OKC maybe falls in love with Barnes, tries to leap up to 4 to get Barnes. We've seen that report out there. But the smart thing for Toronto, I think, is to stick there and take Suggs, who falls into their lap. You seem pretty set on that. How do you feel about Toronto trading the pick? Do you think there's anybody else Toronto looks at?
No. Biggest no-brainer. This is the biggest no-brainer of the draft. Other than Cade at 1, this is the Toronto hit the damn jackpot getting number 4 because they're going to get a great player. As I said, it's a 4-man draft to me, and then a big gap. Because to me, Jalen Suggs, what's the most important position in the NBA? Probably point guard and then a multi-dimensional, versatile wing, right? Mm-hmm. Well, Jalen Suggs is kind of both. I mean, he really is. He's a point guard with incredible court vision. Not a great shooter, but showed the ability to make big shots. Incredible defensive instincts. Incredible. Like anticipation. Big, strong. Not as freakishly athletic as Derrick Rose was in his heyday vertically, but he's got a gear. He's got a burst.
Football player.
Totally. So I think if you're Toronto, there's no way in hell I'm taking Scotty Barnes because I got Pascal Siakam. And I'm not saying they're similar, but
lanky.
Yeah, neither one are great shooters. Like Scotty Barnes can't shoot right now. He's a point forward who's an elite level defender, but he can't shoot right now. That's not what Toronto needs. Toronto needs a big guard who you could pair. And Suggs isn't 6'5", but he plays bigger than he is, probably 6'3". Plays bigger than he is, and you pair him with Fred VanVleet. And you've got 2, you're losing Lowry, who's an MFer. You bring in Suggs, who's an MFer. And you pair him with VanVleet, and you've got an elite level backcourt again. And again, Suggs isn't Lowry because he's obviously hasn't been in the league for 10, 12, 15 years. But I just think
the perfect replacement.
Ultimate no-brainer. Ultimate no-brainer.
Okay. Let me try and push back one more time. Not because this is what I would do, but I'm going to push back one more time with this. What are the odds that if OKC is in love with Barnes and went up to 4 to get him, and Toronto fell back to 6, what are the odds that Orlando is silly enough to leave Suggs there at 6 for the Raptors and take a Kuminga, I guess, maybe a Bouknight. That's too high for Bouknight. I guess Kuminga would have to be the guy.
I don't think it's too high for Bouknight. Okay. Here's the thing. When you're looking at like Barnes, Kuminga, Davion Mitchell, some of those guys, what do they all have in common? They're not great shooters. Davin Mitchell was this past year in college, but not regarded as a big-time shooter. Bouknight is a scorer. All those guys are defensive-minded, and Orlando, OKC need scores. They need a score. They don't need another piece. They need stars. And to me, Bouknight has the best potential to be an offensive star. I've said it for months. I think Bouknight, people laughed at me when I said it. I'd love to find the clip. I probably said it 2 months ago. I would take Bouknight at 5, personally.
Right. And you're saying Suggs goes 4, so Barnes slips to OKC at 6. Who wants him, and that could be a spot for him.
I think he could. I think he could. And I don't know if he's a great fit because again, OKC's got what? Lou Dort, not a great shooter. Now you want to just keep building great defensive players. That's great, but like at some point you need scores. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's a good scorer, not a great scorer. So I feel like Bouknight could slide. And he's already sliding up, but I feel like he could slide even higher because he's different than everybody else that you're talking about in that range.
He seems to be a riser. So just to like his number on DraftKings Sportsbook opened at 10.5.
Yeah.
He's now at 7.5 with -170 to the under. So he's going to go in the top 7 in this draft. It's telling you the number for him to go in the top 10, you can bet, will he be a top 10 pick? -380. So he's risen from a, right on the line of top 10 to firmly in there, according to the odds.
Yep.
So let's go to 6 in OKC. Things get kind of interesting here. It seems like I feel like they're very interested in Scotty Barnes. If Barnes were to go 5, would they be interested in a Bouknight probably at 6 to OKC? Kuminga. What do you think of OKC? What do you think OKC is looking for at 6, and how likely do you think they are to try and make a move?
So I think Kuminga is the guy who potentially slides here.
Okay.
So to me, I would see Barnes and Bouknight going in some order ahead of Kuminga. I don't know if it's 5-6 Barnes Kuminga or 5-6 Kuminga Barnes. Remember, Orlando's got 5 and 8, so they're probably going to go with the guy that they do not think has the ability to be there when they're picking at 8. So if they think OKC or Golden State's going to nab Bouknight, I would think they grab Bouknight at 5 and then say, hey, you know what? Whoever's there at 8, whether it's Barnes, Kuminga, whoever, we can still get a good defensive-minded forward at 8. But again, I think Kuminga, who is, what is it right now? What's Kuminga? I saw it.
So he, I believe, is set. Is it 7.5? He's been moving all over the place. I want to say it's 7.5. 6.5. Okay, that makes it tougher.
So I'd go the over on that. I kind of like the over on that.
Okay, so you think Orlando and OKC take kind of more sure thing prospects?
I do.
And then, because it makes sense too, because Golden State isn't going to want somebody like Kuminga at 7. So the raw prospect slips.
Right. Right. I agree with you. I agree. I think Kuminga could slip out of the top 7 or 8.
And then Orlando gets the guy. That's the profile they like, the Jonathan Isaac type of guy at number 8. Makes sense. All right. So let's go to Golden State, actually, who 2 lottery picks, win now mode, getting Clay back, get Wiseman in there for another year. They're a really interesting team with that original big 3 that won the titles, and now bringing in all these lottery picks to kind of work in a win now piece. Obviously a trade candidate. If something were to happen, they have a lot of flexibility. What do you like for them at 7, and then just throw 14 in there, like what they might be looking for there?
Yeah, I mean, I could see Davion Mitchell being one of those picks.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure which one, but I feel like he's perfect for what they need. An elite level defender,
right?
Who again shot 45% from 3 and can run a team. Like, he's not going to be their starting point guard now. We know that, but he can be a great second unit point guard and help them immediately. You know, a 4-year college player, right? I mean, he played at Auburn, transferred, sat out a year, and then played at Baylor, and was the key for them winning a national title, really. So I could see him being in the mix. The other guy that's like a wild card in all this is Keon Johnson. Off the charts at the combine, athletically, like broke every record, every vertical record. And again, some people feel like at the highest end, he could be a Russell Westbrook type player. Again, I didn't see that at Tennessee.
High ceiling.
Yeah, really high ceiling. But again, the athleticism, the body frame, and again, we never thought Westbrook was going to be this. Never coming out of college. He put up very modest numbers like Keon Johnson did.
For sure.
Keon Johnson, not a great shooter. So does somebody like Golden State roll the dice with him and said, like, all right, we're probably not going to get big time free agents anymore. Those days are over, right? I mean, I just don't see it anymore. I mean, they were the destination because for KD coming to win a title, who's coming to win a title now at Golden State at the end of their reign here?
Yeah, and I mean, they have the 2 picks, so in theory, I don't know how likely they are to, like, if they want to win now, I would say take
trade
2 win now pieces, but they could always take a win now and a gamble in there.
They should trade it. They should trade it. And the other guy I like for them on their second pick is Chris Duarte, who, again, a riser, an absolute riser. And again, it's funny because we've all said this for months. Like, everybody's been, me, Rob Doster, a bunch of other people who have watched college basketball have said, like, Chris Duarte, there's no way he's in the 20s. At the end of the day, he's going to go somewhere late lottery, somewhere in that 12 to 18 range. He's got the size. He can shoot the shit out of it. He can guard. He knows how to play. You can plug him in now. And the only downside is every NBA guy saying, well, he's 23, 24 years old. But, how long are you going to have him anyway?
All right, let's talk about, before we round out the top 10, let's talk about 2 guys specifically that we hit on there. One of them, a guy that you brought up when I sent you all the numbers from DK Sportsbook, Davin Mitchell. Personally, I love him. I find him so easy to root for. He was terrific in the tournament. Some Marcus Smart maybe to him.
Better. He'll be better offensively.
Better offensively, smaller though.
Yep.
So he opened right around, it was like, will he go to Golden State at 7 or not? He opened at 7.5 on DK Sportsbook. Maybe Golden State takes him there at 7, but the over was the play when those odds opened. You got a lot more spots he can go after 7, obviously. He has moved all the way to 12.5 on DK Sportsbook. And you said to me, Davin under 12.5. Davin to go in that top 12, likely somewhere in that 7 to 12 range. And the history of taking these guys that will be 23 years old as a rookie in the lottery is terrible if you go back and look at the names. But you got to do this by looking at Davin Mitchell. Give me your thoughts on him. Give me where you think he lands with. You can't make the argument you're getting value because he was 7.5, now he's 12.5. So you're getting value. Where do you think he lands?
Well, my only concern is if he doesn't go 7 or 8, you've got 9 Sacramento. They're not taking him.
Right.
10 New Orleans. They're focused on Kyle Lowry. 11 Charlotte. They got 8,000 point guards. They're not taking him. So that's my only concern is if he doesn't go 7 or 8 to Golden State or Orlando, your last shot is 12 at San Antonio.
12 to the Spurs.
Who's got DeJounte Murray? He's good, but I just think Davion a guy like you talked about. He's got some Marcus Smart on him defensively. Not quite as big, but he kind of is. I mean, he's probably 6'1", 6'2". Smart's a little bit bigger probably, but he's better than Smart in terms of his ability to run a team, right? And again, he shot 45% from 3 last year. So I think Davion goes 7 or 8. I do. I think Orlando. If you're Orlando, what have you been looking for forever?
What if you have book night at 5?
I'd still like.
odds?
I don't listen. The NBA is so built right now. If you can't shoot the ball,
right,
you're not staying on the court. And I love Scotty Barnes to death, and he's the one I take a shot on, even though he's not a good shooter. I take a shot on him. Kuminga to me, I wouldn't take him the top 10 personally.
Okay. Interesting. All right. The other guy you talked about was one of the guys that I was going to touch on the end, and that's Chris Duarte. Another we're talking about the old guys here.
Yeah.
Opened 20.5 on DraftKings Sportsbook.
Yeah.
Took a lot of money. Reopened 17.5 on DraftKings Sportsbook. Took a lot of money. sits at 15.5 on DraftKings Sportsbook. As I said, we're recording this on Tuesday, July 27th. I will not be surprised if this moves to 14.5, 13.5 if you're watching this on draft day. Did you miss the value? Yes. Will I play him under 15.5? Yeah. I think Golden State at 14 is.
What about Indiana at 13? If they don't re-sign McDermott, if Indiana doesn't re-sign McDermott, they're going to want a guy who can come in, play right away, make shots, and what he does that McDermott didn't do was really defend at a high level.
All right, so I think we're on the same page there. And then your last out on 15.5 would be Washington at 15. Do you think that's a
yeah, I mean, Washington, listen, if you're Tommy Shepard in Washington, you're taking a shot. You're probably actually going to roll the dice on somebody that, a Jalen Johnson, a guy that has a little bit more upside potentially than Chris Duarte. Like Duarte's great on a team to me that feels like they're a piece away from like Golden State taking Indiana. Like Indiana is not that far away.
And what do you think about San Antonio at 12? That would probably be Duarte's ceiling maybe in this draft.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I see it. I think that's a little bit of a reach for a team like San Antonio. Again, like to me, San Antonio is like Washington. Like they're still a ways away. You need to me, there's some guys in this draft that have high upsides, like a Keon Johnson, like a Kai Jones, like a Jalen Johnson, guys like Isaiah Jackson. To me, you probably roll the dice if you're a small market team that's not getting, not getting free agents with guys like that. Josh Giddey from Australia, somebody like that. Moses Moody. We haven't talked about Moses Moody. He's a guy I could see Golden State being all over.
Yep. Okay. And I've seen him as early as 7 to Golden State for Moody. And the potential to 14, kind of that 7 to 14 window, which is a big window, but that's kind of the type of draft this is once we get out of that top 4, like you said. Okay, we can skip over Orlando at 8 because we talked Orlando.
Yeah.
Let's go Sacramento at 9. Like you said, this pick isn't going to be a guard. The most mock drafts here have Franz Wagner from Michigan. He seems to be the guy. He's a guy that originally, so his number's kind of been at 9.5 all the way. And originally the juice was to the over that he'll go 10 or later. That's reversed. Now he's favored to go in the top 9, but I don't think he goes anywhere. I think we all know, I don't think anybody sees him going in the top 8. It's that 9 spot to Sacramento or it's not. There's been a lot of rumors. He's gotten a promise in the top 10. It seems by the way his workouts have gone. You can bet him just to be a top 10 pick. He is minus 170 on DK Sportsbook if you want to play it safer than just the under 9.5. Is Sacramento the spot here?
Here's what I'll tell you. I've talked to a lot of NBA guys on Franz Wagner. Some love him and some don't like him at all.
I don't work in the NBA, but I'm in the don't like him.
Yeah. I would probably roll the dice on that one and go with not going in the top 10 and say that, a Sacramento goes with a Kai Jones or a Moses Moody.
Okay.
And New Orleans maybe takes one of them or, I'm not sold on Wagner. Good defender, kind of a little bit of a tease on the offensive end. You don't know what you're going to get. But again, looks the part. Only shot, I think, 35%, maybe 34% from 3 last year.
Not as good of a shooter as the perception is.
Kai Jones is a really good shooter. I'd rather roll the dice with Kai Jones because he's 6'11", and he could be a face-up 4-man who can also put it on the floor. His ceiling is higher to me than Franz Wagner.
All right. 10. We had a trade.
Yep.
So this was New Orleans with the Valanciunas trade, Bledsoe moving, Steven Adams moving. A pretty interesting trade. Memphis, taking on, downgrading at center and taking on Bledsoe's contract to move up 7 picks. They must absolutely love somebody, was my initial reaction, that they can get at 10, that they can't get at 17. And the early reports are that guy is Josh Giddey, the guard from Australia. I've seen some of that. Josh Giddey's minus 185 to be a top 10 pick. Are you falling in line with that? Or I was surprised.
No.
Like, what is Memphis doing?
Doesn't make sense if they take Josh Giddey. Like he
Too
doesn't fit
much of
with
an
John
overpay.
Morant. Well, he just doesn't fit with Ja. Like you're building everything around John Morant, and really Dylan Brooks to some extent. Like Dylan Brooks has been terrific. So those are your guys. To me, I would want a gunner. I would want an absolute floor spacer. And to me, if Moses Moody is there, I'm taking. If he's not, it's a reach, but you take a Corey Kispert. I mean, he's the best pure shooter in the draft. He just can't guard anybody. But people think he can go Harris.
I'm down on Kispert.
Yeah. Listen, for me,
Maybe
Kispert
it's
is
just recency bias on the tournament.
Yeah.
But he was so bad.
But he can't get by dudes. But if you know you don't need him for that, if you just need him to stand out there and make open threes, then you're fine. But that's not what Memphis needs. Memphis needs somebody that's better than that. I would love personally, I don't think they'll do it, but man, the backcourt of John Moran and Keon Johnson would be the craziest, most electric, most athletic backcourt of all time. Like, I just want to see it. I know it doesn't work. I don't care. Like, put those two together, and it's like the damn Globetrotters out there. They'd be so much fun. Just be like on a trampoline the whole time.
All right. So that kind of rounds us through the top 10. Do you have anything? I do think Charlotte at 11 is kind of an interesting spot. Do you have any feel there?
Well, they got to go big. I mean, they got to go skill big to me because you've got all those guards.
Right.
We know.
So I'm seeing like a Kai Jones,
Yes.
Texas type.
Yes,
stuff.
Kai Jones is absolutely ideal there. To me again, yeah, like Kai Jones or Franz Wagner. Those are the two that if they're there, I think you got to take them if you're Charlotte.
All right, fair enough. Okay, let's talk about two more guys that jumped out to you on the board, and we will start with Sharif Cooper, point guard from Auburn, talented little guard. Auburn, I tell you this, just from betting college basketball last year, Auburn was an awful bet out of the gates, and then he came into the lineup, and boom, immediately they start covering spreads, winning games. He made an impact.
And overs, yes. Julian. That's what you had to bet with Sharif Cooper. If you bet the over every because he didn't guard at all, and that's why. Go ahead, give me the number.
Right. So okay, here's what we're getting into. Talented offensive player, good feel for the game. Small, doesn't defend. 20.5.
Right.
You got him going outside of this top 20. And I agree with you. I like this bet a lot. Sharif Cooper over 20.5. Tell me why he's not going in the top 20.
Well, he can't shoot, and he doesn't guard anybody, and he's tiny.
Which is terrible when you're a small guard. That just off the top of my head brings me like Sebastian Telfair type of guard that can't shoot.
Right, and can't guard.
And
you better be an elite level defender that's going to get up in dudes. Listen, to me, I think Sharif Cooper is probably a late first, early second, and a great second unit point guard. And I don't think you're drafting a second unit point guard in the top 20.
Okay. I like that a lot. That's something I'm going to be on, Sharif Cooper over 20.5 in my NBA draft best bets article that you can find on the DraftKings playbook. Last one here. And we got one of the coolest names in the draft, Bones Highland, guard from VCU. His number, I don't even have it in front of me, but it stuck out.
His number is, I got it, it's 27.5, and he's moving up.
Okay. So he's a guy that's really risen from, a second round pick to really on everybody's board. I can vouch for him. I'm a roadie Ram. I'm an A10 guy, so I watch a lot of A10 hoops. Get some VCU games. This kid's legit. And the NBA seems to agree. Tell me why you like him to go in those top 27 and give me maybe some potential landing spots.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a big time scorer. So I think somebody's going to take him because what he can do is what the NBA wants right now, which is give him the ball and go make a play. He did it at VCU this year. And again, I think he's a guy that to me, I think will move up. I think he's already starting to move up at this point. I'll give you a couple more that I like from just, lower tier guys. I like Brandon Boston. It's 38.5. And my take on why I like Brandon Boston is twofold, a little bit different than most people's. One, his body, like he's got like a Brandon Ingram body, really struggled last year at Kentucky, but didn't have a point guard.
He was a high level prospect going into Kentucky. Yep. So he's a guy to roll the dice on.
Super long, super thin, didn't shoot the ball well, but I think people are going to take him on potential. And the other part is he's a Rich Paul client. And by being a Rich Paul client, generally a team might take him early in the second round, almost to say, hey, you know what? We're going to take your guy at 32, 33, instead of maybe in the 40s, and it's going to help us with some other Rich Paul clients.
All right, the game within the game.
Game within the game, and you got to play it. You got to play it. I like Daron Sharp, 30.5. I think he goes in the first round. So a big who's athletic and more skilled than people realize, and big and strong and looks the part. That's one I also like there. And I think those were the ones that we talked about more than anything. Yeah. Isaiah Livers, 52.5. I think I would probably go the under on that.
Okay. Yeah, that seemed off to me. Like, I understand he's not the best NBA prospect, but like he can help. He seems like a mid-second round pick.
Matthew Hurt, I go under 53.5. He's a skilled four-man, who can shoot the shit out of it. Went to Duke. Like, I could see him. I'd be surprised if he doesn't go in the 40s.
Okay. Those are guys that I was going to ask you about, because that's steamed to the over. Like, Hurt.
Yep.
You can get plus 115 on the under 53.5.
Yeah.
Other, like, right next to him on the board is a guy like McKinley Wright. Like, is he going to get drafted? He's 58.5 with high steam to the over. So, like,
yeah, he's small. And we say this, it's hard because we don't know how many international guys are going to go this year. It's always in the second round. That's always the worry about taking guys, when we talk about Livers and Hurt, generally you're going to get 10 international guys somewhere around there that go in the second round. So there's only 20 spots for Americans or thereabouts in the second round.
All right. One more interesting late one that this is totally off the board, but Jay Huff is on the board here, which I find strange.
58.5.
Over 58.5. But here's the thing. The juice says he's just not getting drafted because it's minus 280 for over 58.5. So if you think he gets drafted and it's not 59 or 60, you can get plus 210 on him being in the top 58 in that draft. Big guy, size can always get drafted, but the numbers say or the juice says that he's not going, or if he does, he's going to be the last pick in the draft. Any take on whether he goes or not?
I wouldn't think he goes. But again, those late seconds, you never know because so many of them, I don't remember his agent off the top of my head. So many of those are favors. So, like, you could say it all you want, but if he's with the right agent at the right time, and that team has another client of that agent that they want to re-sign next year, it just might be one of those, hey, you know what? We'll take Jay Huff. We'll bring him into camp. We'll even give him a guaranteed $500,000 because you know what? Doesn't matter what. Who cares? We'll throw $500,000 out the window and give it to Jay Huff and make him happy and make you happy because we know we got your guy, your main guy, coming up at the end of the year or right now.
Yeah. Okay. Last quick one is a guy that is off the board, but a guy that when the board opened and we were kind of setting up this podcast, I sent you some names, and Jared Butler opened at 18.5, and he had the heart issues going on, and you said over. He could slip to the second round. That came off the board at DraftKings, obviously with the health issues. You can't take that liability. Opened back up at 20.5, went off the board again. He's still off the board. There are some places in the industry that have him at 21.5. I've seen him in a mock go 22 to the Lakers. I would imagine DraftKings is going to bring him up with a prop at some point before the draft in that early 20s range. He's now been cleared. What does that do for him? Is he a pick in the 20s now? Does he still slip second round because those concerns are still there? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's cleared, and that's awesome because you're not going to find a better kid than Jared Butler. You are. I'm telling you, he is. I root for him. He's the best. He's the best, and he can score it. He can play both backcourt spots. He can run a team in the NBA, a big time scorer, shooter, can get to the basket. I think he goes. I would probably go the over if he comes on the board at 21.5. I'd probably go the over because I still think there's going to be concerns with NBA teams. Even with the fact that he's cleared, I think there's going to be some concerns.
It still happened. So it's a great story, and it's great that he's cleared, but we still know that that's there.
Yep.
And it'll affect him in some way. All right. We covered a lot of field. We covered a lot of ground there in this field. The floor is yours. Have you got any other hot takes before we get out of here?
I'm looking right now. I'm trying to think. I think we covered him. David Johnson, I kind of like the under at 47.5. Big, big, talented point guard who's erratic, but I think somebody might look at him and say, you know what? We can get it out of him. How about Greg Brown? 45.5. That number is low compared to what we thought. Like, he was a top 5 player coming in. Shaka didn't really get much out of him as a freshman at Texas, but he is 6'8", 6'9", freakishly athletic. And I don't know. I mean, like, to me, those two Texas guys, Jericho Sims at 48.5 and Greg Brown at 45.5, those are two of the freakier athletes in the draft right now. And I got to say, I'd probably go under on both if I was going to go one or the other. But I don't have a strong take on those guys.
All right. And it sounds like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but from going through what we went through, it sounds like kind of your favorite bet available on DK Sportsbook is Jalen Suggs to be the 4th pick at -160.
Yeah. I'd be shocked if he's not, unless something crazy happens and a trade is made for somebody who wants to take Suggs earlier.
Toronto, right? Okay, let's say Toronto keep, as long as there are no trades in the top 4. We'll preface it with that. Suggs to go 4.
That's right.
All right, there we go. Jeff Goodman, basketball analyst at Stadium. You can follow him on Twitter at Goodman Hoops. I'm sure you got plenty of NBA draft content coming up in the next couple of days. If you want to tell people where to find it or what you got coming up.
Yeah, I'll have a new mock tomorrow, updated mock, and then we have a live show during the draft. So if you want to watch us, it'll be me, Shams Tirania, Pat Garrity. We'll have Jarrett Jack also on, and he played with Jalen Green and Jonathan Kuminga on the G League Ignite team. So you're not going to find somebody with better insight into those two players than Jarrett Jack, who also has played a long time in the NBA. And so it should be a good one because I think we'll give it to people straight. I think, listen, I was on ESPN's telecast. I get it. They do a good job, but I'll give it to you straight because I don't know any other way.
There you go. Bettors like it straight. That's what they want so that they can figure out what's going to happen in this draft, find a way to grind out some profit. All right, that'll do it for us. Jeff Goodman here on the Unreasonable Odds podcast. For Julian Edlow, we will see you later with a couple of good podcasts. We're going to have the Week 1 NFL salaries release for the DraftKings main slate. Football's right around the corner, and we're going to have Phil Steele on to cover some college football win totals, some college football futures. So for Jeff Goodman, for Julian Edlow, that will do it for this edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast presented by DraftKings. See you all soon.
All right. Hello. Welcome back. We have the 8 p.m. Madden Sim between the Bengals and Raiders. Tommy Freese Pops is here. Glash is back. Production team remains the same. We're in a good spot. So last sim was not good from an offensive production standpoint. Two bad defenses here. I really hope we get ourselves a high-scoring game. My lineup reflects that. Please, but tell us what your lineup is.
My lineup reflects that as well. No defenses, no kickers. AJ Green, John Ross, Henry Ruggs, CJ Uzama, Darren Waller, and Tyrell Williams. All skill positions, fast dudes, good hands, good size here. I like everyone across the board. Uzama's my low salary guy, but he's still averaging 9.6 a sim. I feel good about this lineup. I really do.
Okay. I captained Tyler Boyd to get a little more flexibility. Played Derek Carr, Darren Waller, John Ross, AJ Green, and Tyrell Williams.
All right. I like that lineup as well.
The only thing I don't like about it is they probably should have played Burrow instead of Carr, or played both, because I captained Boyd. So, but Burrow was a little bit more expensive than Derek Carr. Carr was $9,800. Burrow was $600 more expensive. So I ran into trouble.
Salaries make sense on the whole, though.
No, yeah, it does, for sure. I mean, based on recent production. So we'll see how it goes. Derek Carr is a little cheaper. As I mentioned, his ownership, I'm sure, is a little bit less as well, or fewer percentage points. Yeah, see, Burrow is 63% in our free roll. Derek Carr is like half of that. Or a little more than that.
Burrow, for me, not good enough to validate that salary, you know? Like, he'll pop off here and there, but I need more consistency if I'm paying up for a quarterback. Personally.
Okay. All right, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we get a little more offense, unless, of course, you roster defenses. You went very contrarian. At the end of the day, someone will win this contest, and someone will be happy with how this game plays out. That's how it works.
I hope it's
a contest. You hope it's you? You know what?
Yeah.
I hope it's me, selfishly.
What if we finish 1-2? That would be splendid.
I wonder if that's ever happened before. A commentator duo on the same sim comes 1-2. If that ever happens, we would just think of the lovely comments we'd get in the chat.
Oh, we'd get roasted. I want there to be a sim where one of us finishes in first and one of us finishes in last. That's my dream.
Yeah,
we were close one
ideal.
time. Me and Moose. Moose was towards the bottom, and I was towards the top at one point. We were very close. Didn't happen.
Noah Moon says, no one is happy. Yeah, speak for yourself. First down pickup for Ruggs out to the 32 of Cincinnati. There we go. We're moving, baby.
Trey Day, 52-43. TC, what up, bud? What's up, man?
Ralphie 508. What's good? I was not ignoring you last sim. We just kind of ran out of time. But I think folks are still going to go McCaffrey over Dalvin Cook, right? In fantasy, if you're on the board, McCaffrey's probably going number one.
I personally am taking Dalvin Cook number one.
Really? Please explain.
Yeah, I just think he's coming into the season with less question marks as far as the team around him. McCaffrey was injured last season. I know that he hasn't been injured throughout his career, but Dalvin Cook not coming off an injury, McCaffrey is. And I just think that McCaffrey is going to be asked to do a lot more than Dalvin. And in fantasy, you're thinking, okay, that means more production, right? Well, it's not like Dalvin Cook isn't going to be getting production. And I think that they're asking a lot year after year after year of McCaffrey. And I'm just kind of shorting Christian McCaffrey. I'm sort of waiting for this to be the year that he doesn't hit his projections. And I think coming off a season where he missed a lot of time, this is a good time to do it. I go Dalvin.
Especially when you consider that Thielen and Justin Jefferson might open it up. Say what you want about Kirk Cousins, but those two players, Cousins played really well with Jefferson last year. I'm not the biggest Kirk Cousins fan. Down to the 1, that's Ruggs. Just couldn't squeeze in. Now 2nd and goal coming up from the 1-yard line. And I think Christian McCaffrey, all-time talent, he'll fit in with any quarterback, let's be honest. But it's still a new situation. Matt Rule's going to be babying Sam Darnold to get him feeling comfortable. And Josh Jacobs in for the touchdown.
And honestly, Sam Darnold is part of the reason why I'm also not super pumped about Christian McCaffrey. I know Kirk Cousins isn't Joe Montana, but I just trust Cousins to be Cousins still, because he's still there in Minnesota. He was there last year. He's been there a few years. He knows the dudes in that offense. Darnold coming in, brand new system. We don't even really know who Sam Darnold is yet, other than a below-average quarterback. So I think that affects McCaffrey's production as well.
Ruggs with a couple catches on the opening drive for Vegas. Ruggs 45.5% owned, 9% in the captain. But Jacobs, the touchdown scorer, 27.4% owned and 2.6% in the captain in the DraftKings public free contest. It's Glash Freeze Pops. Producer Michael is with us. Andrew is here. Daniel and Bailey from the Game Ops team. Dom says, what's up? Hey, Dom.
What's up, Dom? I get called Dom accidentally sometime at like coffee shops. You know,
Really?
if I'm talking to a banker on the, I say Tom Carroll. They go, Dom Carroll? Dom? Like dog with the D? No, like Tom with the T.
I feel like it would normally be the opposite.
I get Dom. I get Bob. Those are the two that I get a lot. I accidentally will get Tim. That's more of a misremembering mistake, though, than a sounding like mistake.
Jordan Lindenbaum with a good response. I kind of agree. Brand new system. The running back tends to be a safety net for a quarterback. That's why I don't get the Alvin Kamara, like, hey, I know the system will probably stay the same, but come on, Sean Payton's going to make adjustments with the new quarterback. Whoever ends up winning the job, Winston or Taysom Hill, Alvin Kamara will be a safety net to that new quarterback.
Yeah, and both those guys have been there for a year, too, so they know how to work with
That's
Kamara.
fair. That's fair.
And also, Michael Thomas is going to be out some time now. So someone needs to have production in that offense.
You got receivers in Carolina, too, right? DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson's there, but they lose Samuel. Who'd they bring in at receiver? Let me look this up. They had to have brought someone in. I don't think it's a big name.
Must be said they're talking about my head. They're saying Dome, not Dom. Ah. Must be. We've been over this. Foreground, background, foreground, background.
So they brought in David Moore from Seattle. Last year he had 35 catches on 47 targets, caught 6 touchdowns. Okay. Do I have that right? Yeah, he played for Seattle last year. Yes, last 3 years in Seattle. Okay, so what do you think? I mean, that feels like a downgrade to me. David
Totally.
Moore.
Yeah, it's totally a downgrade. Yeah.
Instead of Curtis Samuel.
Curtis
They brought in
Samuel
Dan
is a
Arnold.
good player. I mean, he's versatile. He's fast. He's got good hands. There's a reason why Washington wanted him. So, yeah, it's a massive downgrade, I think.
Joe Mixon, little hot for
Carolina
this
got
guy.
worse. I think Carolina got worse this offseason.
Look, folks, I don't know if folks know this. It's just something that when I heard it the first time, it hasn't left my head because it just shocks me that much. So I'm not trying to say it as if like I'm the only one who knows this, but I still think it's surprising. Matt Rule, when he got that job, they've given him a lot of control down there.
Totally, yeah.
He was granted the power to and look, coaches get a say in this stuff, right? But for a coach so new to the pro game, that's why it's surprising. Right. This is his call here in terms of going to Darnold and not, say, staying with Bridgewater or even going to another veteran guy out there. So
I don't feel great about the decision, but we'll have to see how it plays out. Obviously, I think I've seen everything I need to see with Sam Darnold, man. I really do.
Good question by Jordan as well here. Who did Carolina? Carolina took they took a corner. They shocked everybody on draft night. Took a corner.
The guy from South Carolina, correct?
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on his name. But what did they do? What did they do in the draft? Did they go get a receiver? They brought in Dan Arnold from J.C. Horn. The corner. That's the corner's name, right? I'm not sure.
They went with a wide receiver out of LSU named Terrace Marshall Jr. Then they picked up a tackle in the 3rd round, Brady Christensen.
Okay. 2nd round pick, wide receiver. We've seen receivers.
LSU wide receivers have been looking good in the NFL.
Except New England.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can't help myself.
They also got Chuba Hubbard, actually, who I really like, in the 4th round. So that'll be interesting. I don't think he's going to... I mean, McCaffrey's there. He's clearly not going to get many catches. But Chuba Hubbard was a guy who was really good at Oklahoma State. I think he's a guy that makes plays on Sundays this upcoming season in the limited touches he'll get.
Well, if Marshall, the receiver, they took in the 2nd, which they got that pick from Cleveland, if he turns out to be anything like Justin Jefferson was in Minnesota,
oh my God, then yeah, he's one of the
pick. Yeah.
He'll be amazing.
The Mac Lion says, everyone gave up on Tannehill as well, but it looks like it was a Gase problem. I only hope for good things for Darnold. I just think if you're at number 1 in a fantasy draft and I don't like that saying with the thing to your head. I don't like it. But if you have to make a call, that's a touchdown. AJ Green.
Captain
Green.
Captain, my captain.
46% owned, just about 8% captained AJ Green.
Hey,
Jacobs the touchdown for Vegas if you missed it. I'm probably taking McCaffrey.
To Mac Lion, and Glash mentioned your point about Adam Gase being the problem with Tannehill. I never gave up on Tannehill. He actually, if you look back at some of his games in Miami, when he was healthy, he really wasn't that bad. Like, he put up numbers. I think Tannehill is a better talent than Darnold. Better athlete for sure.
We'll find out if he's really broken or there's something there. Matt Rule's pretty invested. Who else were they in on? Of course, they could have kept Bridgewater, right? But who else?
There was rumors that they were in the Deshaun Watson sweepstakes.
Right, that's right.
When those rumors
they would have
were
had
hot.
to trade McCaffrey. That's
right.
right.
Yeah, and those rumors have started to heat up again. But now that they've traded for Darnold, it feels like they're out of that. If I were them, I'd still be in it at all costs. Give up Darnold, give up whoever other than McCaffrey. But hey, even if you do have to give up McCaffrey, I think you do it for Deshaun Watson. Always go with the generational quarterback over the generational running back.
Well, say they can't get him regardless. Say they don't want to give up the capital. Never mind the running back. I guess I don't blame Carolina in this sense. You're not beating Tampa.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not beating Tampa. Hey, maybe you'll compete with those other two
Build
teams.
for the future.
Yeah, give it a shot, right, with Darnold. Brady's probably playing 2 more years. At least that's what his trainer said last week. at the ring ceremony. Or, no, I'm sorry, not at the ring ceremony. He said it to Adam Schefter of ESPN in his podcast. So might as well. It's kind of a heads up to the whole division, Atlanta. Like, get your act together, because in 2 years, you might have a chance to get that division back in control.
I mean, the NFL is a league that is not like baseball or basketball where it's, oh, we build for the future, we're in rebuild mode, blah, blah, blah. I mean, teams do it without announcing that they're doing it the way they do in other sports, but it's not as common because it's such a cutthroat league. It's win now. Every game is so precious. Dudes get fired after 1 year all the time. So I don't know how realistic it is for everyone in the NFC South to build towards the future, but I don't think it's a bad move. I think NFL teams should tank more often than they do.
You're saying they should?
They should, absolutely. You win with the best players. There's a reason why other sports do it. Look at the Cubs' little run of dominance they had. That was all tanking. I mean, it happens in other sports all the time.
Well, and as we, in one breath, we say we're surprised about the confidence in Matt Rule as not just a coach, but a roster manager. Maybe this is the case for it that we just mentioned. He's got some time. You're not winning a title. You're not winning your division. Never mind a title.
Let him build his program.
Right. So maybe there's something
and look,
there.
They have a new owner who kind of embraces that new age stuff, and maybe he'll think differently and give Rule more rope, you know?
Mm-hmm. I can't remember if was Bridgewater like his pick, or was Bridgewater already there?
Bridgewater was picked up in as a free agent. I don't know if Rule was already hired at that point, but I think that they picked him up knowing that it would be sort of a flexible situation, kick the tires type of deal.
Okay. So it feels like maybe, and this is just speculation, maybe this is the first, Darnold is the first guy that Matt Rule really wants to kind of put his arms around and give this a go. Of course, doesn't help last year that the running back gets hurt. I know he's a running back, and I know we've talked about running backs on these streams. Christian McCaffrey's a little different, I think, because he can catch the ball too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, McCaffrey's a very, very good player. There's no doubt about it. And I'm over here saying Dalvin Cook would be my pick if I had the number one pick. If I'm picking number two, I'm picking McCaffrey. I think there's one guy ahead of McCaffrey that I'm taking, and like I said, that's Dalvin. Right behind McCaffrey, though, I'm going Derrick Henry.
Shampoo Man, and that's where this conversation stemmed from, the Ralphie 508 question, who would you take first in your fantasy drafts? Or if either one was on the board, I guess is the technical way it was asked. Christian McCaffrey or Dalvin Cook. Shampoo Man says, is Glash trying to look like a tough UFC fighter with the beard? It ain't working.
Yeah.
No.
You look like a pansy, bro.
To be completely transparent, no television broadcasts till the middle of August, so I'm just letting this thing rage.
There you go, baby.
Then again, we were on simulcast yesterday, and I told you the whole backstory, how it was taken away from me, and then I got back on. Did I tell you that?
Yeah. Oh, no, I didn't know it was taken. Oh, yep, I'm there now. I'm there. I remember. Yeah.
Got a text Monday morning at 6:30. Hey, Jim Murray's backed out, so we need you. I'm like, oh, all right, sweet. So,
how'd that go?
Fine. Great time. I had a great time. A little nerve-wracking that first 15 minutes.
Yeah. Did they make you fire off takes?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like, and he goes to you right away. Like,
yeah,
you got to be ready to go. Got to be ready to go.
Have a take and don't suck.
Have a
Mike
take.
Felger motto.
Be brief. Right, yeah, really, don't suck. And, like, just get to the point. Add something to the conversation if you're going to open your trap. It's good. I had a couple zingers in there. I kind of threw them off a couple times. No pleasantries,
Nice.
that too. It was a good time. I had a good time. It was
I saw
weird.
Matt McCarthy was in there too. So, and you guys are tight, so that probably helped.
Yeah, like a lot of like McCarthy was a good time. Good time.
Awesome.
Trent, Trent has a question. What do you guys think of Jonathan Taylor this season with Marlon Mack back? Will Taylor and Hines still be in the rotation? Well, Taylor, no question, will be in.
Taylor is going to be the feature back, and he's going to touch the ball more than any of those guys. He's the guy I like the most for fantasy out of those three by far. And in fact, I think he's going to be so much of the feature guy that I wouldn't even want either one of those other two in fantasy unless, you're in these bigger league teams or, larger leagues, with more teams, I should say, or, you have a bunch of running back spots you gotta fill.
I'm going to have discipline this year in my season-long drafts. Prioritize that running back position for fantasy purposes. The top-notch ones, of course.
Gotta
have them.
O.J. Howard. Can you catch the ball?
Gotta have them.
Gotta have.
Denny says, here's one. Waller will have more yards than Kelsey this year. Is that really a hot take, though? Last time I checked, Patrick Mahomes has to spread it around a little bit in Kansas City.
Touchdown Joe Mixon. Kelsey just had that amazing season, so if you have that take, that means you're hoping for a little regression from Kelsey, and that Waller takes another step forward and becomes an even bigger part of that offense that he was in Vegas. I could see Kelsey taking a step back but still beating Waller because I don't trust Carr. To expect Kelsey to have back-to-back identical seasons like that is historic stuff.
If you ask Congo Cab, Foster Moreau, though, might be taking away yards from Darren Waller, right, Congo Cab?
I love when these guys get stuck on these things.
Well, Foster Moreau, he'll be back healthy. Might eat into Darren Waller's production.
Darren Waller is so nasty. LaMarca was saying it the other night, and I agree with him. I think it's Kelsey and Waller, and then it's the next tier for fantasy tight ends. I think Kittle's really good, but I do think he's a step below those guys, just purely based on how those offenses are going to run. If Trey Lance ends up being the quarterback in San Francisco for a majority of the season, he's going to run the ball a lot more than Kittle's used to having a quarterback do,
Oh, we have a little breaking news, I guess, kind of. We can use this maybe, and if we have Dolphins fans in the house,
go on.
Please chime in. Xavier Howard has put out a statement. Now, Adam Schefter just tweeted this about 10 minutes ago. Xavier Howard, I'm not reading the whole thing. I'll skip to the bottom.
Get to the juice.
I want to make it clear I'm not happy. I have requested a trade.
Whoa.
Until that trade happens, I am just here so I don't get fined and will handle myself like professionals do.
Wow. Well, you know what, Xavier? Releasing that statement means that you're not acting like a professional like professionals do. But anyways, he is a good player, and I'm curious if that move actually happens. Dolphins seem to be an organization that's prioritizing getting picks and assets. I think he would demand a nice haul. One of the better players at his position in the league. So we'll see how that plays out. Maybe this is a contract negotiation thing. Maybe he wants an extension. This is just posturing. Who the heck knows? Miami seems like a place people like to play right now. It seems like a place that guys want to go play. Brian Flores has a good little culture going on down there. So I'm actually surprised to hear that. I really am.
I thought there was a rumor about Xavier Howard last week, but now, of course, it's out there. He signed, his name's at the bottom of this statement. Our technical director, Andrew, makes a good point. He signed his current contract too early and now wants market value.
Yeah, and I had mentioned this might be a contract negotiation tactic. I hate this tactic. I hate when guys do this.
Oh, like Steph Gilmore, except he didn't specifically say I want to trade.
Right. It just feels dirty when guys do this. Like, come on. It's petty. But I do love, and Abby Rizzle to Marshawn Lynch in there. I'm just here so I won't get fined.
Mm-hmm. Okay. By the way, DK Sim fam, 300 now plus, 300 plus watching on YouTube. If you don't mind, hit that like button for us. We are just about there. So it was a 5-year deal. I'm trying to get this. Do you know how to say it? Is it Spot Track or Spo Track?
Spot Track.
Spot Track. Perfect. Thank you. How do you know that's what it is?
That's what I say.
Oh, okay. I don't
know if it's right. That's just what I always say.
Okay.
Then we can just be wrong together,
I appreciate that. I think it was Andrew. I think Andrew was the one who told me on Saturday. I guess Koff knows exactly what it is, but if you ask him, he'd explain it for like 30 minutes. So.
I mean, that's how Koff operates. Yeah, he's a long-winded lad.
Yeah.
Love the guy though.
Yeah, nice guy, nice kid. Let's see. Jeez, he's under contract till 2024. Does he have an out in this? Does he have an out in this thing?
Probably not. Probably not if he's whining.
Nope, there's no out.
I think both of the teams playing in front of us would like to have that guy on their roster. Tell me not, Congo Cab. Tell me not.
Ooh, I like this. So Denny, I like you because you're starting a fire in the chat. I like this. A good fire, if there is such a thing. Denny says, Rodgers will do one more year in Green Bay. Yeah. The Packers are a mess. He will.
I liked his shirt that he wore today, though.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. He's still a weird guy, in my opinion.
Oh, he's totally weird.
I'm weird. So who am I to say, right?
Yeah, shut up, weirdo.
Yeah, we're all weirdos, and you really boil it down. Denny, I'm more interested in this. Where is Rodgers going to play next? He will be coming to the black hole. Denny has Rodgers with Vegas. I love that. Congo Cab, I now go to you. You sure you want Derek Carr to sign that extension? Because if Aaron Rodgers becomes available, you're going to tell me you'd rather have Derek Carr? I'm just curious.
I say no. Now, I like the idea of Rodgers in Vegas just because of the spectacle of it, but do you think Rodgers at his advanced age is going to put himself in a position where he plays Patrick Mahomes twice a year?
Good point.
I have to imagine that Rodgers is going to try and get to a squad where it's going to be path of least resistance trying to get to a Super Bowl as many years as possible as he's in his late 30s.
So what you're trying to say is he's better off...
Not in the AFC West. Definitely not.
Okay.
You should try and get in the AFC South or NFC East.
Producer Michael throws out the Giants.
Yeah, honestly, Giants, even the Jets. I mean, easier path than the AFC East. I mean, outside of the Bills, Dolphins are still on the come up. I don't think the Pats are all that great. They need to prove it to me still. I like the Giants, though. I think that's a good call. NFC East is so topsy-turvy.
Aaron Rodgers mimicking the same place Brett Favre went after and then say he wins in New York?
If he went to the same city, you mean, yeah, if he went to the Giants. Or Jets.
Yeah.
But he does feel like a guy that also wants to play in warm weather. So it's some give and take here. You know, do you want Super Bowls or do you want a lifestyle?
What's Aaron Rodgers' version of Tom Brady in Tampa? Because no one saw Tampa coming. What could be that for Aaron Rodgers?
The sad thing is, though, like in hindsight, we should have seen it coming. I feel so dumb for not seeing it coming.
Dude, come on.
I do. I really do.
Do not insult yourself for this. It's not fair to yourself.
I know. I just keep playing it in my head over and over again. Like
freaking Tampa.
I know. And it's such a trash franchise without him. But and I know the chat says this all the time. Like, oh, he went to a good team. And like, no, they weren't good, but they had such good pieces. And all the other teams. Honestly, looking back, I should have known he was never coming back to New England. I was dumb for ever thinking he would. It was in using hindsight, I should have said that LA Chargers and Tampa Bay were the top two candidates because of who he was able to come in and be the quarterback for right away. But I think he chose Tampa because he gets the control. He clearly likes living in LA. He spends a lot of time in California. He's from there.
Does he actually spend a lot of time there?
Yeah, I mean, that video where he was throwing the jug machine thing the other day, he was at UCLA's practice field. Spends a lot of time in LA.
Okay. Another team, I look back on it, and I want to go back to Rodgers, but just real quick. I'm surprised Brady, imagine he went to the Dolphins. The Dolphins weren't so stubborn on Tua. Like the Dolphins pretty much said to Tom Brady, we'd rather have Ryan Fitzpatrick be our bridge guy to Tua.
Well, I'm curious if the Dolphins and him had real discussions. Brady, although he has been in sort of FU mode, and I think he does like the fact that he's having all this success right in the Pats' face, having to play the Pats twice a year, like dealing with that, I don't think he wanted to do that. And also, that means 3 road games in possibly cold weather.
I know. Fun thought.
It totally, and I totally get it. Look
at this.
Oh, wow.
Jacobs. Nice run. Must be a never. What do you mean mutual? You're putting words in my mouth now, must be. I don't do that to you. Enough. Knock it off. Okay.
No, it definitely wasn't mutual. It may have been mutual for some people. Robert Kraft didn't want Tom Brady to go. It may have been mutual between the head coach and the quarterback.
Well, okay, must be. I'll tell you what was mutual. The contract. The void years and the Patriots did not have the right to franchise him. So they gave Tom a choice, and they were hoping, I think, that he'd come back. They thought he would take a crap contract, and he didn't. The chat, a lot of folks calling out Denver for Aaron Rodgers. The other thing about Miami, Brian Flores is a Belichick guy. Who's to say, well, why would Brian Flores want to give up any of his power? He just got the whole operation down there.
Yep. And honestly, again, I don't know anything about Brady's brain in how this process went, but I'm sure he looked at, if what I'm thinking is true, he looked at the Chargers pieces and he looked at the Bucs pieces, and he thought, okay, both of these teams have great pieces for me to work with on offense. Which franchise is going to give me more control? And I feel like the Bucs, being the joke of the franchise that they are, were probably like, yeah, sure, here's the keys to the castle. You want to be pseudo GM too? Bring in Gronk, bring in AB, play for as long as you want. Oh, you want us to make your trainer the full-time athletic trainer for you? Sure. Oh, you don't even want our training staff to ever look at you ever? That's okay. Sure. Whatever you want, Brady. He gets it's his franchise now. He truly, and he deserves that. He's done nothing to not deserve that at this point in his career. If the best player in the history of the sport is going to go to one of the historically worst franchises in the history of the sport,
he should be given that because he's still freaking good.
Morgan on Twitch, Rodgers to the Raiders feels likely to me. The Mahomes point is a good one, but man, that would be so good.
Like
I could see John Gruden being so into that and like giving up some of his say. He'll be like, Aaron, I can't even do a good Gruden voice, but like just like we'll take over Vegas together. Oh, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome.
No, I do. I love the idea of it, and I do think that him with Denver would be incredible. Like that team would be so good. But again, I just don't think he wants to take a chance going against Mahomes twice a year. I mean, he should at least consider that. I don't know if he thinks that way, and I know he probably thinks he's better than Mahomes because that's the type of guy you have to be. But I'd try and avoid him. The guy doesn't lose, really, ever.
Yeah, I know, and
he's lost less than 10 times as a pro.
And here's the other thing. Mahomes with the current so that big contract he signed, it's very team friendly.
Totally.
Like they're just gonna keep restructuring. I think he likes it there. I think Andy Reid is gonna ride that out. Like Mahomes likes Andy Reid. They're gonna ride that out together. So if situations occur where Mahomes is going to act like Brady, I think, how Brady was in New England, where they go, hey, we want to try and keep this guy. Can you take a little less this year? We'll bump up your bonus. Mahomes is going to be all in to keep the crew together. That's what would concern me. So, it'd be so good, though. It would. Someone said Detroit. River Rat. Rodgers to Detroit.
I don't know if he's going to do that. I don't think he wants to start
Savior
from the
in
ground
Detroit.
up.
It would be a good story. If he goes
He'd
to a
be
team.
an absolute god if he did anything with that franchise.
Felt very mad yesterday. I guess Rodgers was in on there was a situation where Cleveland nearly sent Baker Mayfield to Green Bay and Rodgers to Cleveland.
Yeah, I saw that story, and Cleveland should have done that. Cleveland should have tried to make that actually happen.
Okay, 17-10 is our score. Let's go to Nick Whalen and Kenny Ducey. They gave their captain selections. Iran taking on Team USA in Olympic basketball tonight.
Nick, let's start with you. Looking at the showdown, who are you going to captain?
Man, this is really tough. I think KD is worth a shot. I think he's still the highest floor player that Team USA has to offer, even in a game that could very easily get out of hand, as early as maybe the first or second quarter. Iran, against Czech Republic in its first game, was able to make that final score fairly respectable with a huge fourth quarter, but Iran was down 20-30 plus for a lot of that second half. And it would not be a surprise if this one goes in line with the spread. So when you're picking a captain and really when you're selecting the rest of your roster in this showdown contest, you kind of have to be grasping at straws to some degree. You're projecting, okay, what happens if Team USA is up 35 in the third quarter? Does KD sit the rest of the way? Do we see more Jeremy Grant? Do we see Team USA pull back on Drew Holiday, who came in hot from the NBA Finals, played a ton of minutes on Sunday morning's game? You kind of have to do your own projections, essentially, on what you think is going to happen with this roster in a blowout scenario. But at the end of the day, I think KD is still the safest option. But I also like Bam Adebayo. You can captain at just under $10,000 in this DraftKings showdown. And if you go with Bam, you could virtually build any roster you want around him, given how the salaries play out. And you do have to include one Iranian player. That's going to be somewhat of a crapshoot, but you can pretty much pick and choose whichever USA guys you want if you do go with Bam at the captain spot.
Yeah, Kenny, I guess that kind of becomes the question. If you want the safe pick versus differentiation, who are you captaining?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and request I never do any more segments with Nick because he always steals my thunder with these. Yeah, I am captaining Bam Adebayo at 9.9K. He's a great option here. He's coming off a 34 fantasy point game. And what we learn about international play every time we see it is that the big men just continue to get more and more dominant with the different rules that FIBA has. I think we saw it against France that there's a serious problem here with the U.S. and size. We'll talk about in a second that Iran has a pretty good big man. They're going to want good post defense out there. Adebayo and Drew Holiday are two guys I really like in this showdown because they're the two best defenders on the United States. And I do think that it's going to be important to have them out there. And I think that also, obviously, we've seen the fact that they can score the basketball and be good offensive players, stuff the stat sheet. I think Bam Adebayo is a lock for a double-double here. And I think that ultimately he's definitely my favorite play for what Nick mentioned. You could put him there, and then you can get Kevin Durant. I want Kevin Durant and Damian Lillard in there. I want no part in fading those guys when you consider the fact that they could just, have 50 fantasy point nights each. So Adebayo is the best way to construct your lineup, in my opinion, in the captain spot.
All right, be sure to watch the Sweat weekdays on the DraftKings Dream Stream. It runs for about an hour into that first Madden sim of the day. Be sure to check it out. Get your daily fantasy and sports betting advice. Good time of year with the Olympics. And then it's really a big, for whatever teams you root for in whatever sport, a lot of change upcoming here. You got the NHL free agency period beginning tomorrow. The NBA draft is this week. Baseball's trade deadline is Friday. NBA free agency.
Good time for rumors.
Yeah, lots of news.
Z's.
And then training camp rumors. Position battles. Yeah,
Holdouts.
This guy's in the best shape of his career.
Yeah.
He's never felt more comfortable with the playbook.
I think
ever.
Sweet Feet's going to make the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, this is my dark horse running back you can get in the 14th round. I watched him at training camp last week. Oh my God, the Jets on this guy. Unbelievable. I'm going to snag him. No one has a freaking clue. I'm going to take him.
You know who I'm taking in the final round? Rex Burkhead. I don't care that he's coming off a really horrible injury and he's old. The guy's got hot.
I was talking to my buddy Emerson. That moron thinks I'm going to take Tebow in the 4th round.
Yeah, dude. But I heard that Urban Meyer is going to actually play him at QB down in the red zone. Sleeper 7th round pick. Remember, he had a camp with Bill. Rex Ryan just didn't know how to use him. He could have been great in New York. Of course, the Jets messed it up. Spent some time with McDaniels.
I would not be surprised if a report comes out of Jaguars camp, something like that you just said. I'm not like, I would not shock me.
Well, isn't there a prop on the DK Sportsbook, like over under 1.5 touchdowns for Tebow passing this year or something crazy like that? There's some prop out there somewhere for passing touchdowns for Tebow, and I'm tempted. There's been group texts sent about it.
It's amazing.
Should we all just throw in on this?
Splash, freeze, pops. We have producer Michael, Andrew, our technical director, Daniel and Bailey from the Game Ops team. Joe Burrow tossed a touchdown to A.J. Green. Joe Mixon has ran one in. And the touchdown for Vegas, Josh Jacobs. I want to know. So 80 Poker 89, not to pick on you, but you mentioned the organization in terms of like why Denver makes more sense. Well, no one saw Tampa coming. How's Tampa as an organization for Tom Brady? Then again, when you got 6 rings and you just keep winning, a desperate franchise like Tampa's like, we got nothing to lose. Let's just give this guy complete control. Denver at least has a track record of winning and a little culture there over a Vegas. But then again, if you're Aaron Rodgers, and I know the Mahomes part, it's a great point. Maybe Aaron Rodgers would be into getting some control. But wait, the problem with that argument, as the chat noted as well, John Gruden kind of runs the show, and I don't know if his ego, as much as I would love to see it, I don't know if his ego, it might stand in the way.
Well, it did look like he was willing to kneel for Antonio Brown's wishes during Hard Knocks back in the day. Like, I know they ended up getting rid of him because Antonio Brown basically forced the issue, but Gruden seemed more than happy to wait and let Antonio wait it out and not give him any grief. And they, even behind the scenes, and I know Gruden was probably keen to the fact that he was on TV, didn't want to seem like a bad players coach, but I think if a guy like Rodgers came in the picture, he'd treat him more like an equal than a subordinate. I mean, it's Aaron freaking Rodgers. By the way, Bad Boys a Pop saying I'm in with Tebow. I definitely think he's going to get some tutties. Bad Boys a Pop joining me on the 24-hour stream for Vegas Insider this week.
Let's go. That's great.
3 a.m. Eastern, midnight Pacific. Gonna dig into his amazing Bad Boy of Pop boy band career. Torn with Britney Spears, 98 Degrees, signed by Michael Jackson's record label, signed by Madonna. We're gonna dig into it. I'm gonna put him on the hot seat. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna need that jolt of energy for 3 a.m. Eastern. He's going to be great. I'm pumped for that one.
Awesome.
It'll be a good change of pace.
Jordan Lindenbaum.
He's going to be coming in hot from Palm Springs. That's right.
Kane, Tagalo Kane says, Denver culture has been butt outside of that 4-year Peyton era. Fair, I guess. They were pretty good right before Peyton was there, right? Or am I making that up? I'm kind of making that up, aren't I?
Manning?
Were they any good before Peyton Manning got there? I don't remember.
I mean, they had the number 1 pick for a reason.
Oh, well, that's true. Yeah. Duh. Yeah, no, good call.
And they were horrible his rookie year.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, they were good at the end of the Peyton era. Like, we
yeah.
all, on defense, they were
well,
really good.
without him, they were bad. Remember, he got hurt, and they had the number 1 pick and picked Andrew Luck.
The Colts.
They needed him. There's a reason. I mean, yes, they got rid of him, but I'm sure Peyton looked at how bad they were without him and was like,
Tom, I'm talking about Denver, not Indy.
Oh, yeah, Denver won the Super Bowl without Peyton Manning having a physical body and playing quarterback.
That's what I was saying. I'm asking, before Peyton got to Denver, were they any good? I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, they had gone to the playoffs and won a game with Tim Tebow as their quarterback, so they were a quarterback away.
Right. Okay. Yes,
remember the
Indy,
Demaryius
correct.
Thomas.
Indy, yeah. What's Indy been without Peyton Manning? Yeah.
I mean, they've been mediocre. They went to an AFC Championship game with Andrew Luck. We all remember that one. But it was, Andrew Luck, if you play his career 10 times, I think you get this version of it maybe twice, where it's the injuries and the interceptions. The guy was a special talent. When he was healthy, man, dominant. From the jump, great quarterback. It's really too bad that he ended the way he did. Yeah, my body doesn't hold up for me when I needed to.
Beat on walk. Who was he talking about? Did you see his comment? I have no idea who that is. Is it a typo? Golsh? Who is that?
It's probably you.
No, but my name's said twice. Oh, maybe the question is, what is the reason Rodgers is not happy?
I mean, we'll never really know for sure, but I have to imagine it stems from them drafting Jordan Love. That's the straw that broke the camel's back, probably.
And what is the reason? Well, they're building mechanisms and concessions in this contract now, so he can have an out. This is
it's a weird situation going on up there, man.
I really hope And like, I'm for players asking for more money if they want out. And this is very similar. We've talked about this before. It's very similar. We brought up Brady already. It's similar a little bit, not entirely, but it's similar to how Tom Brady kind of got out of New England after the 2019 season. I just hope this doesn't set up like, so work with me for a second. Say this coming year, Seattle makes the playoffs, but they get knocked out in the first round, or say they get knocked out in the conference title game. They make some adjustments, right? They bring in the new coordinator. They get a tight end. They try to sure it up for Russ so he can cook. What if Russ goes to Seattle and pulls this same crap?
It's looking like Rodgers is putting the blueprint out there for people, but Aaron Rodgers even is next level from Russell Wilson, right? I think he's even a tier higher than Wilson as far as like greatness goes. So maybe Rodgers can get away with this more so than Wilson. If I'm Seattle, I'm doing whatever it takes to keep Wilson. Like, I'm giving him roster say now. I think if they have a bad year, they should not hesitate to fire Pete Carroll or ask him to retire. Like, if they go out first round of the playoffs, gone, done. It's been good, Pete. Get out. Bring in someone that's going to highlight Russell Wilson. Stop running the ball with Chris Carson.
Sure. And they did that for Rodgers. McCarthy out, Matt LaFleur.
And I think that organization is smart enough to do that. I think that they realize what they have in Russ. I mean, I know we did the Mount Rushmore, Rossi and I. I don't remember where Rossi landed on it, but I feel strongly that he is the greatest player in the history of that franchise. And I really don't think there's a close second.
I just, that whole thing of, like, think of the amount of jokes that have been cracked now. Just the awkwardness of Aaron Rodgers and just the kind of the flaky stuff going on, and the whole kicking the field goal, you take the ball out of the quarterback's hands, they're going to get back together and this is going to go well. Like you said, he's too good of a player for them to stink. But I don't know, man. Like, it's going to be interesting. His personality is so unpredictable. Even, like, it makes me wonder, like, even if they're good, like, and by good I mean in it, what's going to happen if they get off to a bad start? Their schedule's like, I mean, look, they're playing a first place schedule. They're playing a number 1 seed schedule. Keep that in mind. You want to play the schedule game with the Packers? I kind of want to.
Ooh, I kind of do. Now that we kind of know Rodgers is going to be there, I think. I mean, I'm pretty confident at this point.
Okay.
By the way, Darren Waller, 2 catches for 17 yards, no tuds. So no bad boys. He's not eating a bagel, but he might as well be. 2 catches, no tuds to speak of for one of the best tight ends in football. Yikes.
Thomas Perez sitting in first place. Is that right? Yep, that's the case.
Crooklyn Dodger. Abby Rizzle, I like this. Never trust a guy who grows his hair long too later in life. Midlife crisis situation for Aaron Rodgers.
I don't know if that was a shot at me either, but then again,
you've been growing out the flow?
Growing out the beard and the flow, but then again, he's 37. I'm 28, so
yeah. You're still in like the okay territory to grow out flow.
Okay. Shout out to Bailey and Daniel from the ops team. Thanks to producer Michael and Andrew. We're in the 4th quarter. Mixon and AJ Green, the touchdowns for Cincinnati. Josh Jacobs for Vegas. Okay, ready? Let's do this.
Oh Packers. Yeah, I like to write these down because we reference these a lot. So 1 second.
No problem. I appreciate you writing it down.
I have to with Jeff because he loses his spot and it's impossible.
Yeah.
So I'm used to it. Yes, that was a shot at Jeff.
Good. He deserves it. And, good tease. You're working with Jeff next.
That's right.
Madden After Dark, you will have the call. of Jags Bucs. 10 Eastern.
Two teams we've hit on tonight.
It's true.
Yeah. All right, so we are doing Packers schedule with Aaron Rodgers and Davante Adams.
Yes, that's another nugget that it kind of got buried because of these concessions and mechanisms. Davante Adams is back in. He's even interested in. He's open to a deal. Is the Randall Cobb thing official?
That's right. I don't know, but how hilarious is that?
The Randall Cobb thing. I mean, I guess that's one of the mechanisms, right?
I saw a tweet. I forget who it was from. Maybe it was Warren Sharp, that said that Randall Cobb is the only receiver left in the NFL from when Rodgers won his last Super Bowl, his only Super Bowl, or something like that. Man, I wish I had the stat in front of me. I'll take a lap. Anyways, let's do the schedule.
Okay. Pelissero is the one who had it the latest, right? Yeah, Pelissero. Packers are working on the reunion for Randall Cobb. At least
bring him back to play quarterback.
At least they're. I mean, I hope for Nick Caserio's sake. I hope he fleeces them. Because the Packers, if they're trying
you root for Nick Caserio in perpetuity now.
Just because, like, this is ridiculous. Like, they're actually just going to give this guy whatever
I
he wants
hate
for
the
a year.
Texans. Screw the Texans. They're my least favorite franchise in the NFL. They've never done anything worthy of me appreciating them. They've ruined many stars' careers. I hate the Texans. I think they're a trash franchise.
I don't necessarily disagree with you. But now we're going to play this Randall Cobb game now, entering training camp. Like, why wasn't this figured out months ago?
It does feel like a power move by Rodgers to be like, oh yeah, and another thing, I want Randall Cobb.
Yeah, how about, like, whine about that? And maybe he did, to be fair to Aaron. I'll be fair. We're fair hosts here on the Dream Stream. Why didn't they get this done in, like, April? And then Aaron could go play. That was going to come out wrong. Aaron could go work out with him over the summer and replenish the relationship.
That's like when you hear these crazy stories about different rock stars and rappers having crazy specific requests for their limousines when they get picked up from airports and like their green rooms at venues. Like, there needs to be 6 glasses of ginger ale ready to go, each with 4 ice cubes and 2 packs of red vines placed to the left of the platter. Like, and another thing, Randall Cobb needs to be back in Green Bay. Like, all right, we get it, Rodgers.
Yeah, so I'd like some corn on the cob on the side, please. Thank you. Okay, let's do the game because we're running out of time. Week 1, Aaron Rodgers and the Packers, we think, at the Saints.
Win.
Okay, win. Week 2, Monday Night Football, Lambeau Field against the Lions.
Win.
Week 3, Sunday Night Football at the Niners.
Loss.
I agree. Loss. Did I say win against the Lions?
I don't really know who's going to be the quarterback, but even with Jimmy G, I think it's a win for them.
I agree. I think Garoppolo's the guy at that point. CJ Uzomah, touchdown.
In my lineup.
Dude, pound it.
Nice.
Jeffrey Orris got his wish. There you go. Okay, we both have him at... I have him at 2-1. We have him at 2-1. 2-1.
2-1.
Week 4.
By the way, Bad Boys of Pop with a beautiful tease in the chat saying that there's a reason why artists are like that with their green rooms. I'll explain on our live this week. Tune in. 3 a.m. Eastern. Noon Pacific. Vegas Insider TV on YouTube. Continue.
Okay. Packers Week 4 are home against the Steelers.
I'm going to give them the win. But
I agree.
I'm okay with that being a toss-up game because I do think the Steelers, while they'll regress, will still be competitive.
Should be a good game, but I like the Packers at home. Week 5 at Cincinnati. Could be without Joe Burrow. It could be the first game for Joe Burrow.
I'll give him the win regardless.
Because
agree.
if it is the first game with Burrow, rust, etc.
Agree.
Aaron Rodgers ain't losing his first start to Joe Burrow.
Here's another situation. So we suppose, right,
Against
like Joe Burrow.
I should say. Sorry.
I know, and I think the latest on Burrow, now that he is cleared for football activity, he's not going to play in the preseason. He could be ready by week 1. But even so, I don't think he's going to be. I think Cincinnati could finish the year strong. We'll see what it looks like at the beginning of the year. We're on the same page. Here's where it continues to get interesting. Speaking of young quarterbacks, week 6, they're at Chicago, and who knows at that point who the quarterback will be. Maybe it's Fields at this stage. What do you got?
I'm still going with Packers over Bears. Aaron Rodgers owns the Bears.
Yeah.
Like, basically has ownership stake of that franchise. Until I see Justin Fields play, I'm going with Rodgers. Even if I see Justin Fields play well, I'd still probably pick Rodgers against the Bears.
Oh, it's a tough one. I will concede. I will give him the win as well.
Especially if it's Andy Dalton.
Yeah. 3 minutes left in the sim. Vegas is down 17. Okay, moving on. Week 7. Kind of another toughie. Home against Washington.
I am going to give Green Bay the win. At Lambeau.
Yeah. And again, love you mean it, Ryan Fitzpatrick. You're really fun. I don't think you're good enough to beat that team. I'll say win. Week 8, short week. Thursday night football at Arizona.
Loss.
I agree. That's a tough spot. Good spot for Arizona. You get Green Bay in a short week. You're at home. At that point in the year, I think Kyler Murray is going to come out hot. Like, Kyler Murray could be an MVP candidate early in the year.
Carr. Oh, I thought he was running it in.
Okay, we'll move on. Week 9 at the Chiefs.
Loss. I don't care that he has a long mini bye to get ready for it. I'm not picking against Mahomes pretty much in any game ever. At KC. You don't think Mahomes has that one highlighted?
State Farm.
Like a good neighbor, I put ketchup on my steak.
See, if I thought Aaron Rodgers was an assassin, I'd pick him.
He's a bad man. Touchdown.
But unfortunately,
Ruggs in my lineup.
Who scored?
Ruggs.
Oh, I didn't play him either. You must be doing well.
Yeah,
Hey.
I'm trying not to look because I feel good about it.
Okay. Guess what? I don't see you.
Okay,
Maybe you're climbing. Bailey and Daniel on ops. Great work. Okay. Fine. I say loss to the Chiefs. Fine.
Use your brain. When's their bye, by the way?
Hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
Week 10, they keep playing November 14th, afternoon game, home against Seattle.
I think it's a win.
I'm going to say loss.
Wow, so you got them losing 3 straight.
No. Oh, I
Sure
do.
do.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, crap. Yeah, you're right. Wow.
That's why I got him winning. I think it's a losable game because Russell Wilson can win on any given Sunday.
Hey, that's a good point. It's a good point. It's a good point. Yeah, that's. Fine, I agree with you. I just can't see it. I can't see it. 3 in a row.
I mean, 3 in a row. It's their first game back home after being at Arizona, at KC. And it's really a long stretch of road games. At Cincy, at Chicago, home at Washington, at Arizona, at KC. So that's a lot of traveling over a 5-week span. They finally get to come home. I think they win.
All right, fine. Fine. Week 11, they're at the Vikings.
Win.
They're going to torch them. They'll be healthier, but anyway, we'll keep going. Still no bye yet. Week 12,
the game before the bye. Home against the Rams.
That feels like a game they could lose, a little bit of a trap game because it is before the bye, looking ahead. I'm going to give them a loss. I think the Rams are really good.
See, we're going to find, we'll know a lot about that Rams team by week 12, right? I still look at it like Aaron Rodgers against Matt Stafford. Give me the Packers. It's a win.
Stafford ain't never had horses like this.
You're not making me change my mind on this one. It's a win. They go to the bye. Coming out of the bye. Home against Chicago.
Win. You think they split with the Bears?
Yeah.
Okay, you're giving him the loss coming out of a bye to a team that he's dominated for 20 years.
Shut up. Give it to me.
Okay. I don't have Rodgers' record coming out of a bye in front of me. I have to imagine it's really good.
Hey, week 15, they're at Baltimore.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's a spicy matchup.
It's great. It's very spicy. The week after will be even better.
I'm going to give them that loss in Baltimore.
All right, I got them winning that game.
I just need to have more L's in here, and that feels like a spot for an L.
Week 16, Christmas Day, home, Cleveland Browns.
Ooh, I'm going to give them the dub. I think Rodgers balls out on the big stage. And I don't want them to lose. I don't think they're going to lose 2 in a row late in the year like that. I think they win against Cleveland at home.
I agree. Win. We got 2 weeks left. Week 17, home against Minnesota.
Win.
I agree. Win. And then finally, at Detroit, week 18.
I mean, maybe it's a loss because they have things shored up by then.
Jordan Love maybe gets the start at that point.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
They're going to be good. They're going to be good.
9,
They're going to be
10,
very
11.
good.
11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have them at 11 and 5 going into week 18. I think they'll probably have the division wrapped up by then. They're at Detroit. Detroit's going to be trying to get that number 1 pick, though.
Good point.
So I'll give Green Bay the win.
12 and 5. I think we both have them there at 12 and 5.
That feels right.
Is that the 1 seed or is it the 2? It's going to be close.
I mean, we'd have to play the thing for everyone else, and I know we don't have time or want to do that, really.
No, we don't. No. I was more of just a general
I guess it'd be a top 2 seed, probably 12 wins.
Well, the other team...
Let's think about the other conferences real quick. I mean, Tampa's going to be good. NFC West is going to beat up on each other. So I don't think that the winner of that division, maybe at most they get 12.
I don't think
the Cowboys are going to win a million games because they're the Cowboys, and the NFC East, it's always closer to a 10-win team winning that division than a 14-win team. So, yeah, 12 and 5 feels like a 1 or a 2 seed in the NFC.
Holy crap, he caught that ball. What a catch. Nelson Aguilar. That's going to change some things up, but they have no time left on the clock. All right, we made it through. 12 and 5, which now I would think, and here's the other thing, all those people that hate Tom Brady and how the runs he went on in New England, this NFC North is pretty smelly. Like,
yeah, it depends on what you think about. I mean, the Bears made the playoffs last year. Vikings were on the cusp, won a playoff game the year before. Detroit's bad.
But all your arguments go out the window because of the success the quarterback has had against those teams. Buffalo, Miami, and the Jets, at some point in the 20-year run, one of them felt good, and they just collapsed back down. They just couldn't get the position right, the quarterback position.
But what I'm saying is the NFC North isn't maybe as smelly as you're saying.
I'm saying compared to every other division in the in the NFC?
In the NFC, well, I
Which
still
one's
think
worse, the South?
I'd
or the
still
North?
say the NFC East is the least. I feel the least great about, given the year they had last year.
That's fair. Yeah, they're all pretty mediocre. Crap. Yeah, that's fair.
Eagles might be one of the worst teams in the league. Giants and Washington are on the come up, but I don't feel great about either one. And Dallas, their offense is great. Defense still might stink.
Okay. It's a bad conference when you think about it now. Except the NFC West and Green Bay and Tampa.
I think the NFC is better than the AFC. We can get to that another time, though.
Okay, yeah. All right. Player of the game, Not My Kid Award.
Not My Kid Award is going to go to Darren Waller. 4 catches, 57 yards. Honorable mention, John Ross. 4 catches, 44 yards. The player of the game, let's pull up the old team ski here. I really like me some AJ Green, personally. Almost 30 points in the captain spot, 46% ownership. So I'm going to go with AJ Green unless you have a better argument for someone else.
I don't.
Randy Bullock, 2 for 2 on field goals.
All right. I think we're good, right?
I think we're good. You good?
Good.
Good.
Chris Adams, I'm with you, man. I think it's kind of a coin flip, though. Like, which one's worse, the South or the North?
NFC South, I think, will be worse when you look at New Orleans and Carolina, but I do think Atlanta takes a step forward.
Okay. And maybe Minnesota's better because of health. I would like to think their coach kind of gets it, I think. And Matt Nagy, he can also kind of coach. Finally has a quarterback in there that can play. We'll find out. It's kind of the opposite now, right? Because now Sean Payton doesn't have a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what he
makes.
makes.
We'll see what
of
Sean
it.
Payton's made of. Yeah,
exactly.
for sure.
So that's where, like, if we're gonna give Nagy, if we're gonna knock Nagy in his mediocre 8-8s, well, Sean Payton, we'll see what he looks like with those teams. I think it's closer than what people think. But you're right, the NFC East. I totally forgot. We got to go. You're back from Madden After
Let's get
Dark.
outta here.
Jags and Bucs coming up at 10. Coming up here in the Dream Stream, Pat Mayo, Ben Raza. They're going to discuss their 2021 Tokyo Olympic golf DraftKings picks, along with their favorite values for this week. Mayo's going to preview the course, debate the best roster construction for the week, explains which players are best suited for DFS cash games, and which should be deployed in guaranteed prize pool tournaments.
So what are we doing in the sixes? Who are the 2 guys that we're taking flyers on, and hopefully they finish 12th? Kiefer, obviously.
Yeah. Who?
Maximilian Kiefer.
Oh, yeah, that's a given. He has, and I don't blame him, after his double heartbreak, he has crumbled. He's been playing awful since he should have won back-to-back weeks, and he has just been horrendous, but I still think 62, he's worth having in the pool. What about your boy, Henrik Norlander?
I think he's going to be the most owned guy down here by far because he's actually playing good golf right now, and he's a PGA name.
I do like him. It's not like he's going to be popular. I won't play him because I still think you're going to need names down here. Maybe I will pivot then to Ryan Fox, who he's not playing that good, but a solid player.
He let me down at the Open. I played a lot of Ryan Fox. Didn't work.
He did make the cut.
Did he?
At the Open?
Oh, yeah. He came like last of everyone who made the cut.
I don't even remember. I was at Saratoga. Nothing good. As people know, I wasn't exactly on the Morikawa train, so that didn't work.
I always like playing my guy Caddy Smooja. Like, that's a guy I like to play when I play Euro golf. He's not bad.
Who? I don't even know what you just... Was that like a code word? Like 4chan? Or is that an actual person's name?
That's an actual person's name. He misses a lot of cuts. Let's see here. 3rd, 9th, missed cut at the PGA Championship. 18th in Germany. 31st, missed at Dubai, or missed in the Irish, missed in the Scottish. So not great at links, but before that he was playing pretty well.
I still don't know who we're talking about. Who?
Kali Samuja.
Oh, Samuja. Okay. I was going to say, who is... from Finland. Yeah, you summed it up nicely. He misses some cuts, but I mean, again, you're not going to find a ton of Gun Charanakal. That is a name. The guy played in the Zoizo. I think, again, you want to be careful here, but if you're really loading up top, this is the type of tournament. If you're trying to win the big tournaments on DraftKings, you need everybody up there in scoring. So you got to make sure these guys at least have the ability to go low.
If I had to ask you what country Hurley Long was from, what would you say?
So I believe I know the answer because I clicked on it, but I would have said Hurley Long is from Canada, even though he's not.
No, he's from Germany.
He went to Texas Tech, I believe.
Okay.
I wouldn't bet my life on that, but I would bet something, probably in internal Oregon. I'm almost certain he went there.
Yeah, he's made 6 straight cuts on the Challenger Tour. How did he get it over Keimer?
See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, where's Longer?
Seriously, where is Longer?
I don't know who's choosing these. Like where, actually, I was gonna say where's Stenson, but he might not even have gotten in I don't think he had the opportunity to pass.
No, he couldn't get past Norlander. What about Slovakia's own Sabatini?
He's got to be the only guy from there, right?
Yeah, this is it for him. This is why he did this, I think.
Well, he's coming in not in good form. Remember when he had his huge run? What was it, a year ago?
I feel like it was pre-COVID.
He was dealing for a while. Yeah, everyone, the good Rory.
Yeah, here it is. Here's the run from basically Honda through Wyndham, through the end, actually even through the playoffs in 2019. He just missed out on getting to the Tour Championship. He had this run from the Heritage basically to the 3M. He was 10th, 18th, 5th, 6th, 27th, 43rd, 3rd. It's a pretty good run for him.
Really good run for him. Honestly, I know I always joke about, but look, here he was 3rd at Barbasol.
He's cheap.
I just don't know if he can limit the mistakes.
Yeah, but he's never going to limit mistakes. Out of all these guys, he seems to have the most firepower.
Yeah, he's done. Actually, there's no way. Lahiri, I was going to say he's done something. He probably never had the opportunity to play at Firestone.
He may have, because WGCs are weird like that, remember?
What is the WGC what's the name of that one?
It was WGC Bridgestone. He finished 6th there in 2018. There you go. Kyle Stanley was 2nd.
Kyle Stanley's not here. I'm looking at this now. I'm with you. And Thorborn Olesen was 3rd. What a world. I think you can go down here, but I would feel really much more comfortable rounding out a lineup with one flyer than double pairing here to go 3 aggressive up top.
So Lahiri is probably the play. Is that what we've decided on?
I honestly think so. Norlander to me seems like the most obvious play, but he's going to seem like the most obvious play to everybody here. For me, my man Maximilian and Lahiri, I don't see a ton else. And obviously, Maximilian's playing terrible, so you want to be very careful. I'm going to have him in the pool just because, again, there's not much to choose from down here. Campos? I mean, I can't do that.
Somehow, in a field of 60, according to Fantasy National, Kali Samuja is 90th in the field in sand saves. That can't be good.
So, there's even the mystery people have, that seems not good. Is this place heavily bunkered?
There's a lot of bunkers throughout the course. Yeah, I think there's 76.
I've looked at this field and it's only 60 guys. I just saw a guy that I have not seen the whole time.
Is it Uvik Pagunsan?
What? All right. Well, I didn't see him either. No. Oh, that's the guy from the Philippines. I did see him. Scott Vincent is here?
Yeah, Scott Vincent. He's from Zimbabwe, right?
Yeah. He does all his work in Kenya, apparently. That's the only thing I see. But
Yeah, when you look at him, you're like, oh, this guy's from like South Carolina, not Zimbabwe.
yeah, it is Will Zalatoris. So if they sub him in, maybe. But I don't think you're going to find much here. The good thing is ownership. I mean, people are going to have to be owned because people need to round out their lineups, but it should be pretty equally dispersed.
Hey, he has a T37 at WGC China in his career in 2018. So watch out.
I mean, there is China only has one player in here.
Yeah, Ashan Wu. Where's the Chinese bad boy of golf?
They should have brought Xingzun Zhang.
That's what I mean. Like, where is he?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, at least they spared poor Hao Tong. Very, very bad.
I'm actually shocked. As poor as he has played, still kind of surprised he's not the one in.
Again, I don't know. I would love to know who, like, from these countries passed or who just wasn't. Like, some of these guys, Sharma and Ventura, I can't believe they didn't have opportunity.
All right, let's talk some bets before we get out of here. I'll release the full sheet. It won't be a long sheet, and I'll release that on Wednesday morning is when the email blast is going to come out this week, because this starts at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time Wednesday night. So be cognizant of that. I bet Brooke Henderson on the ladies' side. I felt like I had to do my patriotic duty to put money on a Canadian for something, so I bet her to win the women's event.
How have the Canadians been doing anything?
They apparently we won a gold medal in swimming.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, but I don't know who that was. I watched the swimming last night. Don't remember seeing any Canadians, but that's good.
Yeah,
nice job.
There's a gold medal there. Like, stop the country. Everyone's like, whoa, we won a medal at the Summer Olympics? This is insane.
Yeah, it's not there's some new, like, I was watching kayaking, there was skateboard, there's a lot of new events. It's out of control.
Yeah, the Canadians do really, actually, the facility, like, for the Olympic training for most of the water sports is like 10 minutes from my house. Like, the rowing eights, kayaking, all that stuff. Canada's pretty good at that stuff.
I could see that.
But that's about it.
At least you got something. I mean, for betting, did you go higher than Peters?
Yes, I bet Justin Thomas.
No, I meant the worst way. Like, do you have any absolute slappies?
Oh, yeah, I bet Max Kiefer, because I knew you were going to talk me into it. So I was like, I'll throw $5 on this guy.
Good. So yeah, I have to do that. 250 to 1.
Yeah, 250 to 1 with the each way. It felt good for me. So I went with Thomas at 11 to 1. Peters at 60, Siwoo at 55. Those are both with the each ways, and Kiefer at 250. That's it.
I'm pretty damn similar. I have Schwab at 150.
It doesn't even feel like enough, even in this tournament.
It's fine. You know what? He's got a good immune system. If there's like a string of withdrawals, he could be down to the final couple guys still playing. So.
He is. I mean, if people like Corey Connors and Paul Casey and that type of guy, then Schwab is easily like the last guy on that team.
No doubt. Him and Norlander would be far and away the preference choice. And he's got a top 5 in a WGC. That's about all I could say for him, but you never know. I'd be stunned if any of these guys actually won. But again, what can you do in a 60-man field?
I will say that Tom Jacobs, one of the co-hosts of the European Tour Picks and Bet Show, is big on Christian Crow Johansson. He likes him a lot.
That's the guy we talked about at the beginning, Christian Crow Johansson.
Yeah.
I mean, you have been coming out with the other. I don't think I've done a show with you since, but the other day you released, I believe it was on the Euro side, and you had a 1,500 to 1 shot guy.
Yeah.
Did he have all his limbs? Like, what was the deal there?
So Sky found him. He was a Welsh amateur, but he had won like 6 amateur events in a row, and 2 of them were at the course that they were playing. He's like, this field is terrible, so why not?
Okay. I respect that. Yeah. I mean, I don't think the Olympics is ripe for that kind of thing, but you know what? You never know. I may look to some, like, I don't know, a couple top 5, top 10s. I don't know if I'm going to bet any matchups this week. I don't like to do that without a cut.
Or not knowing anything about the course?
There's also that small issue.
Oh, this Johansson guy is actually ahead of Ventura in the world rankings.
Wow. Where does he plays in Europe?
He plays on the Challenger Tour. Oh, he's on run on the Challenger Tour right now, too. So far this season, 5th, 8th, 9th, miscut. 45th, miscut. 5th, 2nd, 23rd, 15th, 9th, 16th.
This guy's got a Wikipedia.
He's the guy. We're going with him. KKJ.
KKJ is
Literally one letter away from being canceled by the Olympics.
I mean, yeah, this guy. Oh, the Nordic Golf League. He's got a lot of wins there. This is.
Let's bet this guy low Norwegian over Hovland.
Plus like 700.
Hey, listen, you give me plus 700 in any head-to-head in this tournament, I'd probably take it. Like in a head-to-head golf matchup, let's go.
No doubt about that. I mean, and that honestly speaks to a little where these ownership things can dictate some of the, like, just because you have a play slightly ahead, you're going to want to differentiate because in these large field tournaments, everybody's going to kind of be doing the same thing. So leaving some money on the table or just taking this ownership slant can be very useful.
What is this guy to win? KKJ, KKJ, KKJ.
Imagine he wins.
He should win.
If he beats Kiefer in a playoff, I will never come on the show again. Ever.
What?
No, I can't have it. If your guy dismantles my guy in another playoff like John Catlin did, I will not be able to recover.
I mean, he's 12-1 for a top 20.
So he's got to beat a third of the field, like 9%.
He has to be 2/3 of the field.
2/3. See, again, he's got to be in that 1/3. Hey, Gavin Green is here. God, I swear to God, by the time we finish this show, it seems like there's 150 guys in this field. I keep seeing new names.
Let's see. KKJ on DraftKings Sportsbook, 500-1. 35-1 for a top 10 seems like a bit much. Top 20 at 14-1, I think I can get behind. Let's do it. In 14-1, KKJ. I hope that Tom's note to me wasn't most definitely fade this guy.
Yeah, like this guy is not. I mean, he's been battling it out with Hurley Long. Listen, in a field like this, you're going to see a couple of randos get into the mix to that extent. Like I said, getting on the medal stand would be ridiculously unlikely, but it's not unforeseen that one of these guys in the lower sixes can at least cash that type of ticket.
Right, Ben Raza. That will do it for us. What do you got going on at Osmo this week?
Yeah, all good things. Certainly got you guys covered for the PGA and the Olympics, but also gearing up for football. I know with me, college football is my favorite. We've got the NFL team working hard. So we got some futures, some previews, podcasts, everything out there if you want to stop on by and check it out.
All right, I'm Pat Mayo. You can follow me at the PME. Remember to get into that subscription giveaway for the Apple Podcast review of fantasy football picks and bets, which will be coming out very soon if it's not out already. So please go subscribe to that, smash a like, and stay tuned because coming up next is Tim Undergust.
Tim Undergust.
Not my name.
So we played the Cabot Links. We played the Cabot Cliffs. We played another course that was not at Cabot on our way back home. So we decided to go check out the number 1 and number 6th ranked courses in Canada. And they ate my lunch. Tim beat me all 3 times. I think you beat everyone all 3 days.
I tied somebody on the first day, but that was it.
So it worked out well for you.
It did. I mean, I play better golf than I usually play. And I would have played even better if on each course I didn't have like 2 holes that absolutely destroyed me. But they were big enough greens for the most part that as long as I didn't hit my drive out of bounds, I could take a very conservative line to the green and leave myself long putts rather than take on bunkers, which is the weak point of my game.
Well, you really figured it out on day 1 before any of us did, just being able to judge the speeds of the greens from putting off the greens. There was a lot of like 60-yard putts.
There were, and I'm not somebody who does a lot of long putts from off the green, but I realize it's links golf and you have to adjust the way you play. And I spent my time on our practice time trying to putt long putts from that long sort of mown fescue grass. And yeah, after about 2 holes or 3 holes, I got the speed down. And, if you can feel the speed in your hands and in your feet, you've got it.
Yes, and it was very easy to. It was like watching an Open Championship where you'd be like, "Oh, this is tracking. This is tracking towards the hole. Oh no, I'm 40 feet away now."
Yeah, that you think you hit a great shot, and then it just never stops because there's an undulation that you don't realize behind the green that sends it another 40 feet past. So.
Do you think that now that you've played it once, understanding the holds a little, because there was a lot of blind shots or at least a lot of hidden elements to the course that you just couldn't see. So when you're hitting your approach, the caddy will tell you, like, don't miss left, but you're like, all right. Like, how bad could it be over there? It's like, oh, no, you really don't want to miss left here.
Absolutely. I think on both courses, on the links, on the par 5 11th, I would never, ever, ever take on the right side where that massive gully was that we were in.
That was
I
bad.
would never dream of.
That was bad. They all did advise us, don't go right at it, lay up to the left. Like, no. It's like,
well, I asked, I said, what's down there? And the caddy said, well, it's just grass. And I was like, oh, well, then how bad could it be? It's like, we were 6 stories below the green, pretty much. Like, I hit a very nice sand wedge and it got 4/5 of the way up the hill. So, like, I would never do that again. And on the Cliffs course, number 5, so that's one where our friend got stuck in the perpendicular bunker. I would not have taken 5 wood and played it safe to the right. I think I could have bombed it with my driver over the sand trap and let it roll and leave myself just a chip down.
Yeah, I mean, there was a chance. That was the weird thing about playing, because it wasn't as burnt out because it rained the first day we played. So the conditions we played the links course first. I would say winds were what? They averaged 30 miles per hour?
Yes, they were. Yes, I would think that's about right. Between 25 and 30 mile an hour wind the whole day. There weren't a ton of gusts. It was like pretty steady wind.
Yeah, it was pretty steady the entire time. But at the same time, we somehow played the entire course in both directions and had 2 holes with the wind behind us.
Yes, it was annoying that no matter, or it was either across from us or into us, which is great for approach shots because they land softer on the green, but terrible for tee shots. And yeah, we didn't get a lot of downwind ones. I got a couple. There was that par 5 with the big sand trap on the right that I crushed it with the wind. And number 3 at the links, I crushed it just past the water where you guys all hit it.
Oh yeah, that wasn't good.
We just cut it through.
You were the only one to find the ocean the entire weekend, though.
Yes, that's correct. I had almost found it on the 10th tee, but then a sand trap and a bounce sort of saved me. But then on 18, what they call Pro V Beach, I was in the fescue off the tee and hit a pretty poor shot, just trying to advance it into play on my 3rd because I had lost the ball in the fescue and dropped in the fescue, hit 3 into the fairway or into the rough. And then I took on the green with my hybrid from quite a distance on 4. And I just pulled it terribly into the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and it was not a good hole. I had a chance to break 90 again and blew up on the 18th hole.
Yeah, I mean, I was bad all week. I was like 102, I was 101, 98, and then we played another much easier course, and I was still 104.
But that's because you couldn't keep your tee balls in play or long.
Hey, I lost 8 tee balls on the first 10 holes on the Sunday that we played, so that's what
I mean.
It was impressive stuff.
If you were just hitting it in play, you would have shot 93 or 94, but you couldn't keep your shots in play off the tee, and that's a killer. I mean, that's the hugest difference between like a 10 handicap and a 20 handicap is that a 10 handicap rarely goes out of bounds, and 20 handicaps like us go out of bounds way too often.
Yeah, well, did you even, besides hitting into the cliff, and that was on like an approach shot, did you lose any tee balls?
I did a couple yesterday, which was at the other course.
At the tree line course that we played.
Yeah, a couple at the tree line course. And I lost 1 ball at the links. I don't remember what hole it was on now. Oh, number 4, number 5. I can't remember which it was, but I did lose 1 at the links as well.
So it was pretty cool because the entire course is just made of fescue. So like the fairways are just very tightly mown fescue. The greens are just even more tightly mown fescue. But it's really hard to get your irons underneath the ball. It's a lot of like picking that needs to happen.
Totally. If I took 3 divots in those 2 days of that course, that would be a lot for me. I just didn't take any divots. You just sort of sweep, and you're not trying to hit them as super high as you are at a conventional golf course. You're trying to hit them long and low and use the contours of the hole. I mean, if you came in aggressively and high and hard, like our friend on a par 5 had this marvelous 3-wood that at a normal course would have been great. It hits the green, it rolls through and into a deep sand trap.
Yeah, and he didn't miss it by much either. Like
No.
But even thinking about it, I don't know where he could have landed it. They wouldn't have ended up in the same spot.
He would have had to be far more to the left. He would have had to take on more of the ocean that jutted in by the green, and far more left to maybe save it. But again, it's because the nature of those. I mean, the greens are not as soft because they're that fescue, but they are slower. So it took a while to figure out the unique character of the course. But I would crawl across broken glass to play it again.
I see. I had a problem the first, actually, the best tee shot I hit all day was on number 1 the first day that we played on the par
You had
5.
a great tee ball on number 1. I almost hit it as far as you, but I hit it in a sand trap.
Yes, and I was just straight down Broadway. I was like, all right, I could potentially get here in 2. And then it took me like 7 holes to stop lifting my head because I was like too blown away with all the views.
You had to discipline yourself not to look around and actually keep your head planted. I took a quadruple bogey on the first hole of the weekend, and I thought, oh my God, what kind of day am I going to have? And that was the worst hole I had all weekend, thank goodness.
Yeah, I should have got mine out of the way then instead of the rest of the holes. That probably would have been a much better strategy for me.
But I loved it, and the accommodations were great, and the facilities were great, and I loved it.
Yeah, so this commercial is brought to you by Cabot Resorts, if anyone can get themselves to Nova Scotia. It was even a bit of a hike for us. Like, we live in Nova Scotia, and despite me driving 3 times the speed limit, it still took a while to get there.
Yeah, it was still a 3-hour jaunt, I would say.
Yeah. So it'd be tough. Like, if you were coming in, because I was shocked to learn that 60 to 70% of their business was American. Because they said they really struggled like financially last year because Americans couldn't come play. And obviously can Americans come play as of like August 9th? They could potentially come play, right?
I believe so, yeah. I believe, yes. If they're doubly vaccinated, I believe they can as of the 8th or 9th of August.
But it seemed pretty bumping when we were there.
It was pretty bumping. Like there were things going on. You didn't see huge gaps between the groups. Like they had groups going out, but we also played on a Saturday and a Sunday. What's it like on a Wednesday afternoon? I can't say that.
I suppose that's true. So did you have a preference between, so the Links is the number 6 course, the Cliffs is the number 1 course. And that guy did tell us that we were at this like weird par 4 that wasn't very long, but it was way downhill and then way uphill to a blind shot. And we were playing from like the silvers. And the caddy pointed back at the blackies. He's like, yeah, Adam Scott put it on the green from back there. I was like, oh, good God.
Yeah, I have a huge appreciation of how much better they are at golf than we are. I mean, I loved both courses, and I loved them for different reasons.
The Cliffs is better.
I think the Cliffs was a more gorgeous course, no question about it. But the Links allowed for more creativity and shot making, and was a very, very different experience than I'm used to because it was a true Links.
It was
like Cabot was mostly a Links, but like Links was a true Links.
Yeah, the Links course was completely wide open, like fairways into each other, separated by. It's funny because we both got in the fescue. Like the fescue was so hit or miss. It gives you like an appreciation for some of these open championships that sometimes the guys go in the fescue. It's like, man, he really got a lot of good club on that. Or you have like the Will Zalatoris thing where it's in there. It's like, good God, like I don't know. Like, I can barely see the ball. It's so wrapped up in the grass at this point. Like, it's like a 50. It's a 50-50 shot when you walk in there. It's like, oh, it's good lie. Oh, no, I can't play this.
Yeah, like I hit a ball and like my caddy who was fired up for me to
yeah,
find
can you tell people about your caddy?
So my caddy at the Cliffs, his name was Steve, and he loved giving me credit for everything. No matter where my shot went, good or bad, it was that a boy, Timmy, that's great. And if I hit a bad shot, he'd go, don't you count that out yet. That'll be fine. We'll find that, son. And then like I'd hit a great shot and he'd like pump his fist and like celebrate and go, yeah, there you go. And if I hit a bad one, he'd say, that's all right. You missed that the right way. You've left yourself a good go into the green for the way that slopes. That was actually a very good miss. And like he was so good at reading putts that every now and then when I would like mishit them and not take his line, I felt obliged to apologize to him and say sorry for not hitting it on the line you gave me. He was such a great guy. He must have given me credit 100 times on that day. It was awesome. It was great. He kept my positivity up. He, despite some of the negativity that I would get from our usual friends when I play, I was able to block all that out because Steve was just hyping me up with every shot.
It's true. Unlike the next day when you were talking to yourself and screaming into your hands, there was none of that when you had him as your caddy. You should just hire him full time.
I could have, yes. Yesterday, even though I won yesterday, I hit some very poor shots. And, I was upset at myself a few times. And that never happened at the Cliffs, even when I had bad shots, because no matter where it went, Steve would say, That's all right. That's all right. That's a good miss. You'll get the next one. You'll get the next one. It's flat over there. You get it up, you get it down, you'll be fine. You're good.
How many strokes do you think he saved you just through his positivity?
10.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably reasonable. And he found every single one of your balls.
He just knew where to find my ball. He just knew where it was. Now, it wasn't always in a spot where I would have liked to have found it, like a number 11 or 12, whatever hole that was, that we couldn't get the ball out of the rough. Like, it was unfortunate to find it, but he found it on every hole except for 15, the downhill par 5 by the ocean. We couldn't find my tee ball, even though he was certain that I'd be safe, and I was fired up for that. Then I was just fired up that we could hit another one, and then I hit this 5-wood, which was not that great. It's like shot of the day. That was shot of the day, and I was like, really? Shot of the day? I went down there, and I was like, well, that's a good shot. It's not shot of the day. And he was like running ahead of me and like giving me a thumbs up when he saw the ball. He was great.
He was. You really won the caddy lottery, because there was another guy whose caddy was just like, hey, what do you think the ball is? Dead.
Yeah. Our friend said, oh, well, do you think that ball's okay? No, it's dead. Steve would never have said that to me.
He'd at least give you like the feeling that you were going to be okay. So when you got up there, you weren't thinking down thoughts. I feel like, I mean, it's like your affirmation CD that you listen to where you should get credit. He was like the living embodiment of that.
He was. He was totally that. It was so amazing. Like, even as we were walking to where I might have to take a drop or find it in the rough, he'd say, don't you worry about that. I'll tell you where you hit the next one. You just concentrate on making good contact and give it a good smack. Don't be afraid to give it a good smack here. And I was like, okay, I can do that.
You really did blow it with him, though.
I know.
So somehow, for the listeners out there, Tim did not get him to call him Top Cat the entire time, which he could have done. He was a paid employee to be encouraging to Tim, and Tim forgot to tell him to call him Top Cat.
I did. We didn't realize the drive home yesterday that if I had said, yeah, my name is Tim, but a lot of my friends call me Top Cat, he would have called me Top Cat all day. Would have been, oh, what a shot there, Top Cat. Yes, sirree, Bob. Oh, it would have been amazing. I mean, he was already amazing, but that would have been like, that would have gotten you guys rattled too, because you are not used to people saying positive things about me in your proximity and saying and getting me hyped up. That would have been great.
Now, it was good for me in a sense. Well, I lost to you individually. We were a team that day and we won.
We were a team that day and we won dinner because of it. So it worked out.
Yeah, so I guess sticking you with the good caddy was the move, although I tipped him and you didn't.
Well, that was very generous of you.
Well, then maybe you guys start. You're the king of cash. All you do is carry cash. No, I got no cash.
Well, I didn't have any cash.
But all you do is carry. You prefer to pay in cash.
I know, but I didn't have any on me. I just didn't have any on me. What can I say?
There you go. So I had to get Steve.
Steve was great. I love Steve. Steve was the greatest caddy ever.
Would you go back and be like when you called ahead, be like, listen, can I get Steve on the bag?
Yes, I would.
You would personally ask for him?
I'd say if he's available that day, it would be great if we could organize it so that he could caddy for me.
Would you tip him this time?
Yes.
See, there you go. You can bring your bag of pennies or whatever you have, and you can tip him.
And it was the first time in my life I'd ever had someone caddy for me, and it's an experience. I was suspicious at the beginning. I was like, do I really want someone else carrying my bag and telling me what clubs to hit? And it's just not something I was comfortable with. But after 3 holes, I was like, oh, this is awesome. I can get used to this.
Yeah.
Then the second day with Steve, I was like, this is the best thing ever.
Yeah, my caddy day one was much better than my caddy day two. But that was the one thing that I really wanted to do for the week, especially if we're going to go play a course of this quality, which we never do, that we might as well get the full experience of it. That, if you're pushing your cart the entire time, you're not really getting to take everything in. And the scenery. No. I mean, I can't imagine. I guess Pebble would be kind of this way. Is it sort of is the cliff sort of like an East Coast Pebble?
Yeah, I would say that's right. It has to be. It's carved out of the rock along the ocean, the way that Pebble Beach is. Pebble has a few more inward courses, but I mean, Cabot Cliffs had a couple inward courses. But yes, absolutely. It's it's a public course like Pebble is. It is Canada's version of Pebble.
So I would recommend Cabot Cliffs if you only get to do one. But why would you go and not play both the courses? So I guess next time, could we do 4 over 3 days? Play each one of them twice? I feel like that'd be too much golf.
It would be a lot of golf, but if you did Friday afternoon round, Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, Sunday lunchtime, you could do that. That'd be fine.
But they're long rounds.
They are long rounds. So you'd have to play your morning round at like 7:45, wrap it up at 12:45, have lunch, hit the bricks for the next round at like 2:45 or 3. It could be done. It'd be a lot of golf, but it could be done. Or we could just do 3 rounds there in 3 days.
Yeah, I think that would be the move. Just play
Night.
one per day, and then you can play that par 3 that we played that was there. The Nest.
Or stay 2 nights. Yeah, the Nest was fun too. Stay 2 nights and play 3 rounds.
Yeah. So like play a Friday or play a Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and then take off.
Yeah, or a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or a Thursday, Friday, whatever the 3 days happen to be. Yeah, I loved it. It was great. It was one of the best golf trip I've ever been on in my life. I was fired up the whole time.
Better than our one to Myrtle Beach when we played real generic courses?
Well, that was fun because it was like the middle of the winter or March or whatever, and we got to play a lot of golf together, and that was fun. But I mean, these courses were unlike anything I've ever seen before. They were, like I said, they were carved from nature.
Yeah, it would probably not be financially responsible to play these courses all the time.
No, it would not be. It would not be financially responsible. But once a year or so, it is. If you love golf, you need to come and see it. You have to. You'll regret if you don't.
Yeah, just go check it out on like Instagram. I think it's at Cabot Links or Cabot Links something. Just type in Cabot Cliffs and it'll look like
on YouTube. There's 1,000 videos of the course, like from drones and from people, and it's like it doesn't even do it justice how beautiful it is. Number 16 is the prettiest golf course I can imagine. I can imagine in the world.
We thought we were in the ocean, right? At least me and the other guy that we were playing with thought we were in the ocean, but we were not.
No, you were on the the tips tee boxes. I was in the big putt bunker in the front.
Yeah, the tips tee boxes for the next hole might be actually the best. Might be the most terrifying tee shot I've ever seen in golf.
Yeah, you would have to have a big shot to carry the whole of the cliffs, or play it real far to the left with something safe. Very, very intimidating shot. My goodness me.
So basically, like you're standing on the tee, and it's probably 60 feet up of cliff that you have, and you have to carry probably 200 yards to get over it.
And then the green is basically level with the tee box, but it goes way up and way down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was a stunning view, just stunning. And I'm not one to say throw that word out lightly.
So really, what we figured out is that if you ever have a chance to get a caddy, even though you didn't know if you wanted one or not, you would get one again, and you recommend that people do.
Yeah, particularly if you've never had one before. Particularly, it's an experience. It's like it's a totally different way to play golf, and very, very enjoyable. Right. Particularly if you get someone like Steve, who just gives you credit constantly.
So your ultimate dream in life is to be like the CEO of someone, and you just have yes men around you.
Well, but I mean, I do like getting credit, especially when it's earned, and even when it's not.
So yeah, yes men.
Yeah, like it was like positive affirmations. I like people saying nice things. I will admit that will get you everywhere with me.
Okay.
Flattery, credit stuff. Yeah, I'm susceptible to those things.
All right, that will do it on the Pat Mayo Experience. This was the add-on to the golf show this week. Whatever I said earlier, do that down in the comment section. Subscribe to Mayo Media Network, and don't be afraid to get into that draw for fantasy football picks and bets. You leave a 5-star review after subscribing to the show on Apple Podcasts, something you enjoy about said show, and your Twitter handle or email address so I can contact you if you're a winner. You want some free bucks cash? You go do that, okay? Listeners League link and fantasynational.com/Mayo for 20% off. Plus, runthesims.com/Mayo for all the stats and tools for NFL season that you're going to want to have if you play fantasy, DFS, or you want to bet on football this year. Go check it out, runthesims.com/Mayo. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you next time.
Experience!
Welcome back in, DK Sim Fam, to the DraftKings Dream Stream. My name is Jeff Ulrich, bringing you home for this Tuesday night. A little Madden After Dark action. Got Tommy L. Freeze Pops, Tommy S. Freeze Pops. Tom Carroll's with me. How you doing, man?
I am doing well. I have a fantastic lineup for this one, Jeff. I feel really good about it.
And I should have mentioned that it is the Jacksonville Jaguars versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's the action we got going on. So, right, I mean, look, you're teasing it. Who's your captain, man? I mean, we got like 10 seconds to lock here.
I have DJ Chark, DJ Chark, DJ Chark, DJ Chark, DJ Chark. I'm just trying to kill some time until lineup's locked. They have just locked. So, DJ Chark in the captain spot. I feel like I get good value there with $12,300 in that spot. And the rest of the way, got dudes that score in the double digits for the most part. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Gronk, Westbrook. And then I had Tampa's defense in there, but at the last second, I audibled and I fired up the Lambo because I feel like the Lambo, every time I have the Jags, someone is firing up the Lambo. I hear that, and I never have him in my lineup. So here we are, Lambo. Not captain in the lineup.
No. I mean, look, this is an interesting. I like this sim. I like the way it's breaking down. There's no like one player that I feel like is going to be super highly on. I think Tom Brady will be up there, but there's no like Dalvin Cook, like 90% ownership here. I put Godwin in my captain. I easily could have put Chark there. I easily could have put Brady there. There's a few players like there's like 6 players I think legitimately you could have captained here. So pretty interesting from a DFS perspective. I think this sim. Some good, like you said, lots of guys who produce in the double digits, so it should be a good one. We got Tampa Bay, obviously. All brim, no cap, Ulrich. I like that. Yeah, that's me. Big brim Jeff. That's right. Bringing it towards you. Chat's in full effect. I love it.
Wearing America's hat with pride.
That's right.
Canadian.
Well, we're just America's hat, eh? Anyway.
Hey. Keeping us warm up top.
Somebody's got to do it. Yeah, I captain Godwin. I've got Chark in my lineup too, though. I got Westbrook and Chark. So, D.D. Westbrook signed. I believe he signed with the Vikings, so he'll be back in the league next year. Who knows? Might even be.
I like that. I like that spot for him.
It is a good spot. I mean, he's you can't be expecting slide in as like a wide receiver too for a team automatically, but that's a place where he could potentially get on track. Minnesota after their top 2. I mean, they've really struggled to get like anyone going. So it is. No,
I think he'd be an extremely solid number 3.
Yeah, especially behind 2 elite guys, right? Like
totally.
Like you don't need D.D. Westbrook to do much there if you're the Vikings. You're kind of going to be a run-first team. You've got your big 4 with Cousins, Cook, and the 2 wideouts. If Westbrook catches like 50 passes, it's probably going to be a great year for him. So Fournette, actually, yeah, that's. No, LaShawn McCoy. Yeah, I was like, that's not Fournette. That's not Ronald Jones. That's LaShawn McCoy, who actually is
shady.
Yeah, who actually is a pretty good producer here. Catches some passes. I rostered him. We'll have to see what his ownership is, but tends to be one of the best value plays. Yeah, Tom Brady 75% owned in free roll, so definitely was like the most popular play. Oh, wow, he's gonna go there. Shady again. No, that was Fournette. Excuse me. That was Fournette on that one. So a couple of nice rushes. 18 there by Fournette. All right. So, man, starting to get some NFL news rolling in. We get the Aaron Rodgers last dance news, obviously. Re-up all.
It's just more and more sounding like the Jordan doc, man.
It is. It really is. I mean, this is like really setting up like it. Like it there's so many similarities, like the animosity with the management and the players. Tom Brady has forever. Yeah, Tom Brady's gonna find some. That's Scotty Miller. The animosity between the star player and the management. The second, I don't want to say second fiddle, but like the second big player who just has the great chemistry with, and Devontae Adams, and just everything that's going on. Like there was so much uncertainty with Jordan in his last year. People probably don't remember, but really is setting up very similarly. It's fun to watch, man. I'm so glad that We're going to get Aaron Rodgers though.
It really is going to be a fun drama to follow throughout the season. And there's going to be post-game dingers getting thrown around at each other, and his midweek radio hits with Pat McAfee. He's going to drop little nuggets in, and he's going to take shots on social media. It's just going to be so many little things like that throughout the season.
Yeah, and when the Packers lose a game,
brutal.
People are going to be, look at this premium.
And if they're bad, imagine what happens.
Oh
then.
my God,
they're not. I don't think they're going to be. I think he's too talented, and Devontae Adams together.
I think
Aaron
that
Jones,
team-
they're just too talented. Defense is pretty good.
Yeah.
NFC North is mediocre. I think better than people maybe give it credit, but not world beaters like the NFC West. So I think the Packers will be good, but off chance they aren't, even better for the drama.
True.
And Michael said this off air, and it's a great point. If Rodgers is even the least bit injured or feels cruddy, he's going to sit.
Sure. Yeah.
He's not taking any risks.
No. Yep.
He may
Very
just take a week
interesting
off
season.
just for the fun.
Hot. We got big quarterback moves like with the Rams, a couple other teams.
You still got the GOAT in Tampa.
Yeah,
you got
exactly.
the GOAT in KC. You got the GOAT in Green Bay. You got 3 GOATs.
You got Josh Allen. There's a Gronk touchdown.
Take it in my lineup.
Yeah, I got him too, actually. Yeah, I mean, Tampa, Tom Brady, legitimately going for Super Bowl 8 with a legitimate shot to do it. Josh Allen's progression, all these dudes. I mean,
We've been wanting to see Trevor Lawrence in the NFL for 6 years at this point. We're finally getting it.
Yeah, a lot of people definitely with that feeling. So it's going to be a fun year, man. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm very excited for it. Justin Harden saying TC was up. Was Jeff and I were doing that to each other off air. You guys just don't realize.
Lots of people showing up in the chat, though. Litzow, Captain Gronk. Probably Kid Gaming just randomly said Raiders suck, so maybe he's trying
There's
to.
There's a lot of Raiders discussion on
was
the
there?
last sim.
Oh, okay.
Well, we had the Raiders on tap, and then the conversation about Aaron Rodgers playing in Vegas. I'll do that for the next 10 years. Call them Oakland. Gronk captained in less than 6% of lineups. So, shrewd move so far if you had Gronk in that spot. Congo Cap wanted some O.J. Howard there. Gotta have him.
O.J. Howard's just one of those players you forget even exists. I mean, he's everyone talks about Gronk, and then he didn't play last year, so Braid as well.
Yeah.
He's a high draft pick, O.J. Howard, man. I think he went
Absolutely, and he showed some flashes when he was healthy here and there.
Yep.
But, he got injured before the season, or was it right at the beginning of the season? I forget. He missed the whole season.
I thought he played a
couple
games, but yeah, I can't even remember.
I don't think he did. I'm pretty sure he missed the whole
preseason
year.
or something. Yeah.
I forget if it was an off-season injury or a preseason injury, but O.J. Howard missed the whole year.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Major Tackle Right saying broadcasting live from Denny's. Not yet, Major. That is going to take place starting Thursday night into Friday night. Moose will be joining me.
Yes.
On said broadcast. Late night. Taking advantage of those time zones for a lot of my DK brethren here. I will have Jeff joining me at, 1:30 a.m. Eastern on the Denny's live stream.
And I am writing that in my day timer now because I was supposed to do that yesterday, so don't forget. But now it's in there, so don't worry. You're booked. Once it's in there, I have to do it.
Nice.
I was actually talking because I was talking to Lamarca about it because I know you have him coming on there too.
Yeah. He's pissed.
And we talked about he's what?
He's pissed about the time slot I gave him.
Whatever. He doesn't have. He's single. He's a single.
He's
guy.
well, he's a late. I know he's a late night guy, so I figured he'd be fine. And he kind of groveled about it. He didn't respond to my DM for a few days. I had to ask him on the Zoom about it. He's like, "Yeah, I was kind of ducking you. I was making you sweat because you gave me some terrible time slots to pick from." But what was he saying?
Oh no, he's just like, yeah, it's a little bit late for me, but he can stay up and clean his sport cards for an extra hour or whatever, you know.
He said he goes to bed at 2. I'm asking him to come on with me at 2:30.
Exactly. He'll be fine.
Lamaca. Well, we do know he does have a propensity to sleep through things.
Yes, I will never forget that day.
I'm actually releasing some over-unders associated with the 24-hour stream tomorrow. One of those over-unders is no-shows for guests. The number is set at 4.5.
4.5?
For the 24-hour stream. I have a lot of guests already booked, some unconfirmed as of now. The number is 4.5. I'm hoping it's the under. But
that's a pretty big number. I mean,
Jeff, the late night slots are tough, though.
I know.
People are forgetful. People have lives.
No, it's true. I mean, look,
I'm going to send reminders. I'm going to tag people on socials, but I'm fully expecting people to forget.
Well, look, before I talked to Lamarca, I legitimately had in my mind that it wasn't this week. It was the week after. So,
of course.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I wrote it down, just to like triple remind myself. So, yes, you probably will have a couple, but I feel like people aren't that unreliable that you'll have like 5. You'll have like maybe 2. Hopefully,
I took some big swings today. I probably shouldn't like just be like talking about this, but whatever. I sent some texts that people will probably find funny. So here are the names of some of the people I asked to come on the stream today, and I haven't received any messages back. But I figured, why the hell not? And I was trying for certain spots. I'm trying to play the time zone angle. Nomar Garcia-Parra, Tom Glavine, Aeneas Williams, and Gary Payton.
Wow. Yeah, that's...
I asked those 4 people to come to the stream with me today. And a few other semi-higher profile media people who I think actually might come on, so I'm not going to spoil those yet until they're confirmed. But, yeah, I texted all those people out of the blue today. We'll see if it happens. I'll send follow-ups tomorrow. I have no shame.
I don't even think I could, like... Yeah. Good for you for sending the text. I don't even think I could like my.
When you have a producing background, and you book guests, you're numb to that type of stuff.
No,
it's like I have the contact. I know that they're not busy.
That's the thing. Yeah.
It's not like I'm reaching out to people that are busy right now. And I was strategic about which person and which time zone I was asking. So we'll see. I'm guessing I go 0 for 4 on that. But, hey, you got to take some swings in this biz, you know?
Heck yes.
That's right. Like Noma.
Yeah, Noma guy. We're getting Noma. I don't know, man. I don't know if the Sox are going to make it to the playoffs this year. Oh, they got Noma. What are you talking about?
He actually does Dodgers television, I believe, still. Yeah, Michael would probably know for sure. But
wow, terrible sack by Tom Brady.
He's probably locked in on the Dodgers. Yeah, that's a bad sack there.
That's a 14-yarder. Did he play for the Dodgers for like a year or something?
He ended his career there, I believe.
Yeah.
It was either there or the A's.
Nomar was really good when he was like healthy.
Michael confirming he does Dodgers pre and post. Yeah, I asked him for a time slot that wouldn't affect us, just in case.
You can give him my time slot if you want. I mean, look, if you get Tom Glavine on, you give him my time slot. You say Jeff said hello, but Tom Glavine, another one of my favorite pitchers. Him and
Oh,
Maddox.
such a legend. Massachusetts guy, played the New England angle. We'll see if it works.
I love Tommy G and Greg Maddox, man. Those guys were great.
Tom Glavine, good hockey player, wasn't he?
I don't know if it was.
Pretty sure Tom Glavine was a great dual sport athlete in high school.
I'll take your word for it. I did not know that. I just knew he was a good
Yeah, almost had an NHL career.
Okay. It's interesting.
Let's see. I'll click into this article here.
It's Mike
See if I can
Evans
give
on
you
the
some more
catch.
info.
3 for 56 for Mike Evans as Tom researches Tom Glavine's hockey career.
He got drafted ahead of Luke Robitaille and Brett Hull, and those guys are in the Hall of Fame. So clearly, I would have
Damn.
been a Hall of Fame hockey player. But I say 100%. I say that 100% kidding," said the 2-time NL Cy Young Award winner.
That is,
he was drafted 4 days before being selected by the Braves in the second round of the MLB draft. Glavine was taken 69th, nice, overall by the Kings in the NHL entry draft, 1984.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just remembering back. Brett Hull was like a very late round draft pick because Brett Hull's kind of like a Tom Brady situation.
Right.
Luke Robitaille, I don't think. Yeah, I can't remember where he went, but that is still interesting. Yeah. Anyway, basically second round draft pick in the NHL, man. Like that is, I didn't know that. Interesting.
There you go. The Bad Boys of Pop is joining me. He's in the chat. He's going to be with me on the live stream. Says that he might be joined by some people that have a Netflix show when he comes on with me. So we'll have to see what that entails.
Some people that have a Netflix show. What?
Yeah.
Bad
Boys of
Who are you
Pop,
going to show
man.
up with? Bad Boys of Pop? You going to bring
Hey,
like what?
come over here,
Tom
Dave
Hiddleston
Letterman.
on? Oh no, that's Disney. Are you going to bring like Bryan Cranston or no? Like who else is on there? I don't even know.
So we'll see what that entails. But yeah, he'll be joining me at 3 a.m. Eastern.
Anna Joy Taylor, the Queen's Gambit? I don't know. Just keep throwing random people out there.
It's going to be fun, guys.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Thursday. What time does it start again, Tom? 7 p.m. Eastern?
7 p.m. Eastern on Thursday, ends Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern.
All right.
Check it out.
Tune in.
I'm going to be tired.
See if Tom can survive 24 hours at a Denny's without getting something. Without contracting something. I don't know. Anyways, that'll be fun.
No, this Denny's is sick, actually. I was down there earlier this week. Really
Like a
nice
newer
leather
one?
seats.
Good.
Really nice Wi-Fi. Did some tech tests. The staff is great. It's going to be fun.
That's I will say it's a very creative penalty for finishing last in fantasy football. That's,
Yeah, and it's
that's a
not
good
the
one.
first time we've done it. A few years ago, my buddy had to do it. And he was living, and still is, living near most of the members of the league. And we have a rule that if someone goes to the diner and buys you a dish, you get an hour off. So he had 4 people come visit him at the diner, so he only had to do 20 hours. And he said it was a wild time. I mean, he has some ridiculous stories. He was rap battling one of the waitresses at one point. I mean, just
where
so not safe for stream stories, we'll say.
Yeah, for sure.
At the diner, I think he went to the. I think he also went to a Denny's in Woonsocket, Rhode Island.
Yeah, no, and I mean, look, if you're familiar with a Denny's after midnight, I mean, wild stuff happens there.
Oh, the manager said, she's like, "Oh, you're gonna enjoy our late night crowd," and she sort of rolled her eyes. I'm like, I cannot wait to see what the 3 a.m. crowd at the Denny's in St. Louis looks like.
No, I mean, a couple of my most memorable moments happened at a Denny's. Anyways,
Bucs getting close here, 2nd and goal. Yeah, so when I was working overnights at ESPN, not overnights, it was when I would get out about 3, 4 a.m. A bunch of us would get out at the same time, and we would all go to Denny's together. For like a whole summer, Denny's was the spot. So I kind of feel like nostalgic doing this. I hope that my old Denny squad from the ESPN days all tune in.
All right. Hope everyone's having a good Tuesday. Smash that like, DK Sim fam. Appreciate it. 300 people watching. We got Tom Brady. We got the Jacksonville Jaguars. Tom Brady's with the X Factor led here. This is not good for Jacksonville. Yeah, that's too easy. It's a hashtag easy button right there. I believe that's Godwin. It is Chris Godwin. My captain. Oh, captain. Like that.
In my lineup.
11% owned in the Tom and Jeffrey role. 57% owned in the flex there. So I'll bump him up. You got him and Brady combo. You liking that? The other touchdown went to Gronk. Brady with 2 touchdowns. I mean, this has been a clinic so far for the Bucs. Yeah, I mean, with Rodgers back, Brady and Rodgers again going to be going at it. Got to feel like there's a pretty decent chance we get a rematch of the NFC Championship game. I mean, I could definitely see it.
I would love to see it.
Who's your right now? I'll put you on the spot here. Give me your Super Bowl prediction.
It's hard for me to not pick a rematch.
Okay.
I can't pick against Patrick Mahomes. I don't have his record in front of me, and I used to remember this number off the top of my head, but his starter record, including the postseason, is like close to 40 wins and less than 10 losses or something crazy like that. I mean, the guy doesn't lose. And I know that it's not a insanely large sample size, but it's a big enough sample size for us to be like, wow, this guy is one of the greatest players we're ever going to see. He wills his team to victory. They might be expected to blow teams out in the eyes of Vegas, but he doesn't care about that. He cares about getting the dub. And they shored up their offensive line. They're bringing everyone back, really, outside of Sammy Watkins. Who cares? I just really, really like the Chiefs, man. I like what they're cooking right now. And then the Bucs are running it back.
Yeah.
How can you not love the Bucs right now? I like the Rams. I think that's going to be the NFC Championship game. But and look, call me biased, but how can you not like what Tampa Bay is bringing to the table?
Yeah, I mean, it's the exact same crew they just won with, right? So definitely got to like it. Exact same crew that just put Patrick Mahomes on his butt a bajillion times in the Super Bowl. Basically just shut down the best offense in the league. So
they got a great defense.
Oh, absolutely they do, man.
And their division got worse. I mean, I think Atlanta gets slightly better, but I think Carolina gets worse. I think New Orleans gets worse. So those are even more so guaranteed wins than they had before. They don't have to play a first place schedule because we're a wild card team. So I just think it's shaping up for them to have a nice little run in the postseason again. I will say, though, it would be cool if the Rams made it to the Super Bowl being a home team. Consecutive years, the home team playing in the Super Bowl would be really cool.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think it's going to be the Bucs.
The Bucs. Brady in L.A. Yeah, that won't be a big deal at all.
So Damon Ariel saying if Brady is injured in the first game or the third, the team is done for the year. I mean, yeah, it's hard to win with a backup quarterback in this league, but Damon, Tom Brady has played X amount of years at this point, 20-something. He's had one season that he missed from injury. One.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can say that about so many teams in the league. Seattle.
He's just not an injury-prone guy. Yeah. At least he doesn't miss games because of injuries. So unless it's a catastrophic knee injury, I don't think that's a fair prediction.
I am going to go – I'll go off the board. Semi off the board. I'm going to say Green Bay. I'm going to say – I really want to pick the Titans.
Yeah. Okay. Go on. Speak on that.
Yeah. Am I gonna do it? Am I gonna pick the Titans? I kind of want to pick the Browns too. I'm gonna pick the Titans.
I like the Browns. I do.
I'm gonna pick the Titans.
So okay, here's my question to you then. You mentioned Cleveland. You mentioned Tennessee. What is going to happen to KC that keeps them from winning that conference?
Yep. Here's my Tennessee thing. I think they have the tools to keep up with KC in a shootout. Like they have
great talent. They really do.
They legitimately outscored the Chiefs in a point per game basis last year. And I know that takes into consideration other stuff, but I think that they've shored up their defense enough that they can make a run this year. They have a system that works extremely good with Ryan Tannehill. They don't ask him to do too much, but he's mobile. He works really good off the play action. I think that's only going to improve with Julio Jones there, even bringing in a guy like Josh Reynolds. And if you look at their defense, again, bringing in Bud Dupree, like I don't think people have made enough. Like Janoris Jenkins. I mean, these guys are pretty good. Like I know Janoris Jenkins is getting up there a little bit, but
no, good names for sure.
Yeah, they really went out and they drafted a cornerback too in Farrelly. I forgot about that. So they really went out and revamped the stuff it had to be revamped. It was terrible last year. They still got Kevin Bird there. They still got a couple good pieces. I think there's enough there. I really do. I think they could pull off like the kind of KC model where, they don't have an elite defense. They're not like Tampa Bay, but they got enough to win shootouts, to make some plays for them on D. So I'm going to go Tennessee. I'll live and die there, I guess. It's probably sounds a little crazy, but this is a team who's had some big.
I don't think it sounds crazy. It's just definitely ballsy, given the fact that KC has what they have coming back.
Tennessee has some big wins, though. People forget they beat the Bills last year. They beat they schooled the Ravens in the playoffs. They beat the Pats. Remember, it was the Pats, right? I think it was the Pats.
Pats lost to everybody.
Yeah, but no, I'm talking 2 years ago. Didn't they knock?
Oh yeah. When Brady was still there. Yep.
So they knocked Tom Brady out of the playoffs. They knocked Tom Brady.
It was his final game as a Patriot.
Final game as a Patriot. The Tennessee Titans did that. So,
don't remind me.
Yeah, But again, I think people need reminding because I think this is a really good system that they got going, and they've improved things. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna say Tennessee and Green Bay Packers. That's my Super Bowl prediction. And look, KC is great. KC is gonna be great. It's also hard to get to the Super Bowl 3 years in a row. So maybe the odds just don't. Maybe they get that one bad break or something. There's a fullback. Oh wow, OJ Howard trying to sneak in.
Jeff, I know that we are going to hit some NHL stuff at halftime here from your appearance on The Sweat earlier today. Yep. But some breaking news from Emily Kaplan on Twitter. Yep. Tyler Johnson is heading to the Chicago Blackhawks.
Wow.
Tampa Bay traded Johnson and their 2023 second-round pick to Chicago in exchange for Brent Seabrook. Sources told ESPN.
Okay. I don't even think Seabrook played last year. I don't know if he's planning on playing anymore, but this is this has been a weird offseason for Chicago.
Chicago getting some pieces back together here.
They're trying to load up. I mean, they got Marc-Andre Fleury today. Now they're getting Tyler Johnson, who's not like a stud, but he's like a good depth piece.
Really good player.
Picked up Seth Jones. They're going to get Jonathan Taves back. They do have a lot of young talent up front. So interesting moves by the Blackhawks, really just trying to make themselves relevant again, maybe, and this might work. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna have enough
championship pedigree joining up with championship pedigree.
Yeah. I worry a little bit that defense isn't going to be good enough. But anyways, this is just it's Godwin again. Tom Brady.
Everyone that I have in my lineup is doing well, but I don't know that my captain is doing well enough for me to actually be in discussion here.
And
because he's got a bagel, my friend, DJ Chark.
He does. And look, I know, I do believe that scores are being updated. A little bit behind.
True.
Yep. A little bit behind. Don't worry about it, guys. They will catch up. I promise. It's done manually, as we always say. So
it'll happen. A-Bay is on it. Bailey. They got it.
We will get it updated, obviously. So appreciate the patience. That's a second for Godwin, though. Regardless of if it says that Godwin has 2 touchdowns yet on your score, he does have 2 touchdowns, and it will get updated eventually. They get it right, even if it's again, there's a little bit of delay sometime, and quite frankly, there isn't often that big a delay, if any. So, but this has been an absolute just one of the most dominating halves of football in Simland I've witnessed. So 21-0. Godwin 2 touchdowns. And Gronk with a touchdown. All passes from Brady.
I'm very curious to see what Tennessee's offense looks like this upcoming season. Oh, that was ripe for a pick, but it was caught off the deflection upfield by Jacksonville. First down. Okay.
Chris Thompson still got 2 timeouts, so they could put some points on the board here. Maybe they'll have to get out the...
Hey, as a Lambo owner myself in Simland, not in real life, obviously, I actually don't even have a car. Share a car with my fiance. Yeah, I'd like that.
When Lambo? Maybe now. Who knows? Oh, no. Well, what are you doing, Gardner? Oh. Wow, that was weird. Actually had a guy over there, but not exactly easy to... do a 90-degree turn and then throw across your body like that as you're running full speed. So, 11 seconds left. Still got 2 timeouts, though. This is funny because this is when the sim can actually take a couple, 2 passes over the middle. Now it's not going to do that. It's like they only look over the middle when they have no timeouts left. Well, yeah, or you could just completely throw dirt balls, too. We could do that.
Come on, Minshew.
Minshew's favorite Lonely Island song is "I threw it on the ground."
Especially in that scenario.
All right. 9 seconds. No.
Hey, went for it.
4th and 10, 5 seconds. I guess they got a punt. If they turn it over with 1 second, they'll just give them a free field goal.
No, they're going for it.
Think so? I don't think so.
Take a heave. Yeah, let's go. I love this. Why not? It's the same thing as a punt.
It's true.
Unless you get sacked here. Then it's a waste. Oh, it's a pick. Yeah. Hey, like I said, basically the same thing as a punt. I love that. We don't see that enough here in Madden.
Absolutely. No, the aggressive play there made sense. I just didn't think the sim would do it. But some points there for the Tampa Bay defense. A little pick before half. Gardner Minshew going to lose a point. Not a big deal, because if you rostered Gardner Minshew, you're really not liking your place. Anyways, he's got 35 passing yards. Woof.
If you rostered any Jags right now, you're not feeling great.
Yeah, completely. Maybe Chris Thompson has a couple catches.
A nice half for TB12, though.
Wow.
He's in B-word territory here.
Yes. 214 passing, 3 touchdowns. Gardner Minshew has 41 yards passing.
Not good.
4 for 12. That's
one of the worst halves I've seen for a Madden quarterback.
We rarely see Madden quarterbacks go 50% completion rate, anywhere near 50%. So to be under 50% in a full half, that's crazy. Chris Thompson
below.
36 rush yards there. Anyways, guys, we're going to update the stats after halftime is over, because we got a little sweat clip. Earlier today on the Sweat, myself, AJ Schultz, and Paul Bruno, we discussed the trade of Marc-Andre Fleury from the Las Vegas Golden Knights to the Chicago Blackhawks. And here it was. Basically happened in real time. So enjoy this, guys.
Hockey news, baby.
The seemingly ageless goaltender Marc-Andre Fleury has been traded to the Chicago Blackhawks. Moose, we're going to start with you. This is a guy who has won 3 Stanley Cups, a Vezina winner, coming off a really, really good year, even at age 36. What are your expectations? What do you make of this move?
I don't really know what to make of this move. I don't know what the Chicago Blackhawks are doing. Why do they need Marc-Andre Fleury? They had a breakout season from Kevin Lankin, and they have another young goalie, Malcolm Subban. Are they this close to the Stanley Cup that they need Marc-Andre Fleury? It feels like they're maybe doing Vegas a favor or something. From a fantasy perspective, you should expect Marc-Andre Fleury to see a lot of shots. The Blackhawks give up a lot of shots. I think it makes him very interesting for DFS. He's coming off like a huge season, like you mentioned, and now he's in a fantasy-friendly role. So weird move. We'll learn more about it as the day goes on. But for fantasy purposes, yeah, Marc-Andre Fleury could be big time for daily fantasy next year.
AJ, I mean, this is just happening, obviously, so it's going to take some time for the DK Sportsbook and elsewhere to reflect everything. But does a move like this, Jeff said, obviously, good for fantasy, but is it going to change odds significantly in terms of making them a cup favorite?
I absolutely think it should. I mean, I don't know about cup favorite odds, but it should certainly improve them. They just brought in the best goalie in hockey. I mean, if I had known, I'd have put my Fleury jersey on before we even started, guys. So yeah, I mean, I'm obviously a huge Marc-Andre Fleury fan. I think it's a huge upgrade in the Nets. Obviously, they're taking on that contract. It gives them a little bit of time to give Lankinen, some. He went through a lot of growing pains last year, and this gives them some time to develop him and not just throw him to the wolves like they did last year. And I think actually it's a great move for Chicago. I think they're close enough. They're getting Jonathan Taves back. They still have Patrick Kane. They added Seth Jones, which is an upgrade from Duncan Keith. So I think this is a team that should have upward mobility in terms of the sports book there. Now, again, cup contender, maybe not quite, but Vezina Trophy winner, best goalie in hockey, 3-time Stanley Cup champion on the books. You got to be in the mix, right?
Paul, as we're accustomed to around here, you laughed at your coworker. So what are your thoughts on this move?
I can't wait to see how long it takes him to get his new sweater now. But in all seriousness, that was the big hole in Chicago for the last couple of years. I like what they've done to bolster themselves offensively and along the blue line. So it just makes sense that they try to address the situation in goal, which it was a weakness despite Lankinen's kind of breakout performance as a rookie. They now have a veteran to complement him, and really he should be all ears, keep his mouth closed and listen to all the tricks of the trade that Fleury will pass down. That might be his most important value going forward this season. So a great move by the Hawks, I think.
Welcome back in, DK Sim fam. Hope you enjoyed that little clip. Yeah, Chicago Blackhawks starting to add more. As Tom alluded to, they did make another trade too. As we were doing this sim, they traded for Tyler Johnson from the Tampa Bay Lightning. So interesting offseason for Chicago. Anyways, was definitely a little floored by that Marc-Andre Fleury news, as you probably gathered from my reaction on the sweat. If you're just joining us here for Tampa Bay, Jacksonville, as you can see, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, over 200 yards for Tom Brady, 2 passing touchdowns to Godwin, 1 to Rob Gronkowski in that half. And that is where we are. Not much production from the Jags so far.
Yeah, come on, Gardner. Have a little pride in your game. Did you see that he said he's not going to be taking a number 2 at camp?
Yeah, I like his sense of humor.
Love it.
I do wonder if he lasts the year, as... I do wonder if he starts the season with the Jags. I just wonder if a team like the Jets come along and try to nab him, but I don't know. Who knows? He'll probably just stay there. The Jags ultimately need some. Ooh, nice run by Gardner as we're bringing him up. The sim, obviously, again, listening to what we're saying. The Jags obviously probably would like a little bit of, insurance as well, even though I don't think that anyone but Trevor Lawrence will be taking a snap there this year.
I'd be shocked unless there's injury.
Oh, and actually, yeah, that's right. The Jags did sign CJ Beathard as well. So
Beathard.
I always call him Beathard. Always.
Beathard.
Every single NFL season, I do it 5 times.
Beathard would be a
Why can't I remember what his name is? It's not even a hard name. I wish that guy would retire. Honestly, I really do. I'm sure he's a great dude. It's nothing. I just legitimately, my brain cannot process his last name. Anyways, whatever. Beathard. All right. Anyways, the Jags have another veteran behind Minshew, so potentially maybe they'll someone offers him a nice little package, and Minshew starts the season elsewhere. Never know. Here is Minshew, back to pass, broken up. That probably should have been a pick, right to the Tampa Bay defender. Oh, great. Adam Kaufman back in chat. I'm sure everyone's just super...
Hey-oh.
Don't encourage him, Mr. Nick, please. Congo Cap, just ignore him.
Koff, you pumped to join us on the 24-hour stream? When I say us, I mean me and the people that are at Denny's at that time of night. I believe Koff is joining me at 2 a.m. Eastern. Him being a night owl, I figured a nighttime slot would be perfect.
Oh, so he's coming on right after me.
Yeah, I got like a DK back-to-back-to-back situation at one point.
Yeah, because isn't Lamarca coming on after Koff?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. Okay, so you got myself, Kaufman, and Lamarca. That's smart
Actually,
by you. Put the weakest person in between the two strong guests. Good work, Tom. Good scheduling.
Here, actually, let me
you
pull
are
it
a
up
producer.
again. Hey, man. They don't pay me the big bucks for nothing.
There's LaShawn McCoy on a catch. Is that a Nate? Do we actually get a stop here? Could we actually get a Bucs? Yes, wow. Godwin was going to come down with that. A little high by Tom. 4th and 8. Jags can get the ball back.
Koff bringing up a good question here. When's Emerson on? Because there's no way in hell you got him outside of business hours.
Yeah,
Emerson is actually on vacation that day, this week. According to him, I actually don't know if he is or not, but he says he's going to be on vacation in Florida. So he'll be joining me during the day on Friday in the early afternoon, I believe. But you are correct, Koff. Yes, it is regular business hours for Emerson Latzia.
Mr. Nick, the fact that I'm Canadian, but also that I told a moose story on the air. And apparently having seen a moose makes me very unique in these sims. Apparently not many people have seen mooses before.
I have never seen a moose in real life.
Really?
Maybe at a zoo, but you don't really see a moose at the zoo.
You can't cage a moose. Give me the address. Break him out.
That's why I said maybe. If I saw a moose at a zoo, it wasn't memorable.
Moose in the zoo, that'd be miserable.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it actually happened. That's why I said maybe.
I saw a moose like 3 months ago.
How many moose have you seen in your life? Is the plural of moose?
Mooses, yeah.
You say
Yep.
mooses? That sounds wrong.
I actually don't know.
Have you seen multiple moose? Is it mooses? What does the chat think? Is it moose or mooses? Are we being dumb right now?
Whoops.
First down, Gardner Minshew.
What's the plural of moose? The only correct plural of moose is moose. You're right.
Ah, see, I knew it. Litzau says that a moose will kill you.
Embarrassing.
Are moose aggressive?
Only if you threaten their cubs, and even then, I mean,
Or they just whack you with their huge horns, antlers, whatever they are?
oh, they just charge you, and they're huge, right? So, legitimately, just trample you.
Darth Gator saying, I've never seen a moose, but I've seen plenty of alligators. Makes sense, Darth Gator. Are you near Gainesville, Darth Gator? My grandma lives in Palatka, Florida. It's got to be close to you.
My parents took a video of their dogs running up to a moose like this winter.
Uh-oh.
The moose just kind of was sitting there chilling in the trail. Dogs just ran up to it and started barking. Moose just sat there, didn't do anything. Just looked at the dog.
Koff says the plural of moose is meese.
Should be, but Ooh. Going for the Thompson screen pass and 4th and 14. And, oh, God, they're going to attempt like a 58-yard field goal here, aren't they? Oh,
Give it to the Lambo, baby.
Yeah, I know we got a Lambo here, but this is...
Let's see.
56 yards. I guess it's at least...
This might be the biggest field goal I've ever seen in Madden if he hits this. I don't think he's gonna, though.
Ooh, that was pretty well struck.
No.
Close. That's, yeah.
Monster. Yeah, that's a good call there. Moose are devastating to cars on the highway.
Oh, absolutely, dude. They are, yes.
That'll kill you.
Yeah.
Koff saying that Grammy's favorite has to go. Have fun. That is true. He is my grandma's favorite broadcaster. Adam Kaufman.
That does not shock me in the least bit. Kaufman being a hit with the geriatric crowd, no, that is...
Hey.
I'm not even saying your grandma has bad taste or anything. I'm just saying I'm not shocked that Kaufman and his, like, you know...
His like, professional broadcaster demeanor.
Just his non-controversial kind of, you know, Boy Scout way of about him, you know. Hits it off with the golden ages.
Bad Boys of Pop brings up a good point. What does a field goal do for you in that situation?
Yeah, nothing.
The coaching, man. Virtual coaching in Simland is bad.
They should give the coaches ratings.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
That would be actually sick.
That's
Give
actually a
coaches
very good
ratings
idea.
And, like, have, like, you know, if you're, like, the Patriots or, like, the Chiefs, you know, you make great in-game decisions. You go for it when you're supposed to. And then if you're, like, I don't know, if you're Adam Gase, you know, you, like, punt it on 3rd down, do crazy stuff like that.
You know what, though? I feel like if they did that, they would make all of the coaches so much better than they actually are. I think EA has no problem being mean to certain players, giving them bad ratings. I feel like they'd take it easy on the coaches.
Honestly, I have no idea if the gates are open to get back into Canada. I don't think. I don't know, man, because I'm not
supposed to know these things, man.
I'm not looking to leave until like at least the fall. So my thing though, Tom, I don't read the news, man. Like I mean, sports, yes. Every day, no. I legitimately, I tried it for like a couple months, you know, during the main COVID time. It just drains you. Wow, I was almost.
I get it. As someone who watches too much of the news and reads too much about the news, I'm with you.
Drains you. Yeah, who else from DK is on? So you got Kaufman, Lamarca, and myself.
I'll pull up a list here. Let's see. I got BK, yourself, Koff, Lamarca, Ducey, Tara Lynn, Rossi, and Emerson.
Wow.
Got a lot of time to fill, dude.
You got a little TL action. You got
I was gonna and tell me if I'm being mean here. I love Christian. I love myself some CDA, Rhode Island till I die. I didn't want to risk having him on because of his Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Poor Christian.
Love him though. I might still have him on at some point. There's still spots to fill. Look, Tom Glavin's probably not texting me back.
Yeah, right.
Will Christian accept being a replacement for Tom Glavin?
Oh, here's some NFL news. Dolphins star cornerback Xavier Howard has requested a trade.
We talked about this earlier, yeah.
Weird.
Well, he's the second highest paid corner on his own team, and he's the only player in the NFL that had 10-plus interceptions the last 2 seasons. He signed at the wrong time, and he's clearly now posturing.
Huh.
You have to imagine the Dolphins are going to want to get a deal done with that guy. He's good. Weird statement, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's like...
he's like, I'm being a professional here, blah, blah. It's like, well, then why'd you release this statement?
Yeah, and this nonsense about I'm the second highest paid on my team. Like Byron Jones is pretty good, dude. You know,
They're a good duo.
Yeah, like don't be going like, oh, I should be getting paid more than Byron Jones because like he's your teammate. B, he's pretty good. Like you might not even be better.
Yeah,
than
that's
Byron
not great
Jones.
for the locker room.
No, that seems weird, man. Anyways, that's not good for the Dolphins. I just saw that. Sorry, randomly. So Mike Evans, 6 catches, 91 yards. Gronk, 5 for 66 and a touchdown. Godwin, two touchdowns, 4 catches, 25 yards. That's where we sit through 3. No scoring in that third quarter. But yeah, that would be a big loss to Miami, man. Like that was the strength of their defense, those corners. So
Off mentioning that I have no Glash in the lineup for the 24-hour stream. Glash will be in the mountains those few days and does not want to risk having bad Wi-Fi or a bad connection. He's not confident. And honestly, I respect the move. I 100% respect the move. I don't want him to sign up for a slot and be unable to do it. So,
yeah, absolutely.
It's unfortunate that I don't get to have my regular Madden After Dark buddy from back in the day. Now he's kind of too big time. He doesn't do as many Madden After Darks. But yeah, it is what it is. He'll tune in when he can, when he gets a little Wi-Fi.